The scene opens to a mesmerizing sight. A blonde girl, a top-class beauty, whispering next to me, her voice as sweet as honey. "Hey handsome, stop pretending to be asleep. Wake up and play with us." Other cheerful voices chimed in. "Yeah, that's right. Come on, let's play together." I was dazed, wondering, wow, why are there so many beautiful girls here? Am I dreaming? But the feeling is strangely real. Every soft touch sends a shiver down my spine. "Stop licking me, girls, it tickles." Suddenly, I jolted. This isn't right. Damn it, it really is a dream. In reality, there are no girls at all. There were no beauties, but instead, two hideous, nightmarishly large-headed beasts charging madly towards me. "No, stay back." In a moment of crisis, I quickly grabbed a nearby rock. Without a moment's hesitation, I threw it hard at the beast's face. At the same time, I yelled, "Get the hell away from me. My name is Guang, a lucky survivor in this desolate world. I had only intended to go out to find some food and scrap materials, but I got too tired and stopped for a rest. The moment I woke up, I ran right into this terrifying monster. I wanted to curse, but now my only option was to run for my life. Luckily, the strength of this two-headed hyena wasn't too overwhelming. It looks like I managed to lose it. However, it was already getting dark. In a desolate world teeming with monsters like this, wandering around any longer is just too dangerous. Even though my stomach was growling with hunger, I decided to head back to the base. Safety first. My base is an abandoned sanatorium called Shelter 404. Don't let its dilapidated appearance fool you. The inside of this place is so vast that I can't possibly occupy it all by myself. Thinking back to the dream, with those two girls. After the dream with those two girls. If they were here with me, it would be absolutely perfect. But in a way, I'm not entirely alone. "You're finally back, Administrator." A mechanical voice rang out. It was Little Seven. Assistant robot number 777. With a calm expression, I replied, "Calm down. Little Seven. I was only out for half a day." But Little Seven was still insistent. "You have been out for too long, and you still have missions to complete." Little Seven is the assistant at the shelter, and I am its administrator. As the administrator, I have a safe refuge to survive. In this wasteland, along with a little food to fill my stomach. It's not much, but at least I don't have to go hungry. But this position also comes with responsibilities. My mission is to use Earth's internet to guide players to this desolate world and rebuild it. As someone who transmigrated here from Earth 5 months ago, I couldn't be more suited for this role. Without hesitation, the Wasteland Online project officially began. Do you believe there's a game in this world with a level of realism on par with virtual reality? I, Guang, sent a message in the Bullhorns Club's private chat group. I just got a job at a company that's developing a virtual reality online game. There are 1,000 ways to get immersed, and the future is bright. Immediately, enthusiastic replies started pouring in. "For real? I want to play." Ma the Handsome typed excitedly. "Nice pitch, bro. I almost believed you," Gale Force 8 scoffed. "If this technology really existed, it should be used in other fields, not just for games," Yellow Raincoat chimed in. "Keep spinning your tails, Guang. You're creating a hurricane," Big Bro Feng smirked. "If it were real, it would definitely be used for the military first. Training special forces with it would be totally epic." Blazing Blonde Chen typed excitedly, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Suddenly, my face twisted into a grin. I, Guang, sent a link directly into the group. If it did exist, would you all want to try it? The internet is a vast place. The beautiful girl you're chatting with might just be a middle-aged man hiding behind a screen. My account, Guang, was logged in from Shelter 404 in this desolate world. I recorded a message and sent a link. If anyone's interested, give it a try. As you can see, I'm luring players from Earth to join this realistic game world under the advertisement of a 1 to 100% virtual reality game. Wasteland Online currently has 11 pre-registrations. This number is enough to complete the mission and receive the reward. As the game's administrator, I immediately heard a mechanical voice ring out. Ding, mission complete. Reward: 1 nanocarbon bulletproof vest and 5 reward points. Having only been in this world for 5 months, I still remember it clearly. Back on Earth, I was an ordinary sales manager. That day, I had signed a huge contract. During the celebration party, just one glass of wine made me feel a strange tightness in my chest. A piercing sound rang out, my head spun, and I lost consciousness. The pain is what dragged me back to my senses. When I opened my eyes, the scene before me was completely unfamiliar. A ruined city, desolate skyscrapers, thick clouds, and an oppressive, suffocating air. I realized I had transmigrated to a desolate world. At first, I thought some film crew had dumped me on a set to film a reality show. I desperately tried to escape this godforsaken place, but it was much, much larger than I had imagined. Even more frightening, my body seemed to have transformed into that of a completely different person. The piercing sound from before I transmigrated rang out again. Then, something miraculous happened. A system interface appeared in midair. "Ding," the system announced. "Welcome, Guang, the scavenger, to Wasteland World Online." According to the announcement, I became the first scavenger in this world. At that moment, I just wanted to call the police, but forget a phone. I didn't have a single thing on me. After struggling in the wasteland for a day, my stomach was growling with hunger. To survive, I had to accept reality and look for food. Unexpectedly, I actually found a place with smoke rising from it, a street, a settlement of lucky survivors. They were dressed in rags, moving sluggishly like zombies. I snuck in, planning to find some food and gather information about this world. Suddenly, a cold gun barrel was pressed against my head. "Don't move, or I'll blow your brains out. Which shelter are you from?" This person spoke a strange language, not belonging to any language on Earth. But miraculously, I not only understood, but could also reply. Sunas was cold, holding a double-barreled shotgun, his eyes fixed on me. Su Guang forced a smile. "Hey man, don't be so tense. I'm just passing through, hoping to ask for directions." Bang! A loud explosion made my ears ring. The bullet grazed my head and hit a giant bear that was charging nearby. The surrounding crowd jumped in fright. Old Man Wonder scowled, let out a cold snort, and looked at me with sharp eyes. "This wasteland isn't a playground. You don't have a single piece of equipment on you, so stop running around all over the place. Otherwise, you'll become a tasty meal for the monsters." As he spoke, he bent down to examine the mutated bear's corpse, muttering something. I silently thanked him. After all, from a certain perspective, Old Man Wonder wasn't wrong. To survive and gather information, I stayed in this world for 5 months. This place is a parallel world. In the year 2019, 211 years ago, a horrific Great War nearly destroyed all of human civilization. From then on, this world entered the Geo-Harmony period, a time when mutated animals ran rampant, their combat power soaring many times over. Humanity had to face the danger of global mutation, while already depleted resources were threatened by brutal gangs of bandits. By the year 2340, the era of desolation began, and survival became a harsh task. Even eating a full meal every day became a luxury. Although I had been here for a while and somewhat understood this desolate world, there was one thing that still confused me. Every time I got close to the place where I had transmigrated, a strange, static noise would ring in my head, as if urging me to discover the hidden truth. It wasn't until I found the abandoned sanatorium amidst the city ruins that the sound became more intense, unmistakable. This must be it. The sound calling me is coming from here, I told myself, determined to enter. The deeper I went, the louder the static in my head became, guiding me in the right direction. I never expected a place like this to be hidden beneath the sanatorium. Unfortunately, I didn't find any useful items along the way. Suddenly, I froze, my face showing utter shock. This place actually had a shelter. The sound calling me seemed to be coming from behind the door in front of me. It was beckoning, luring me in. The door began to vibrate, and flashes of technological energy made my eyes light up. Activate it. I have to activate it. I placed my hand on the door. It was a perfect fit. Success. The door really opened. In that instant, a thick white mist poured out of the room, leaving me rooted to the spot. A strange figure gradually appeared, its 2 eyes glowing like headlights, accompanied by the sound of machinery slowly starting up as it approached me. Crap, did I just activate some super powerful boss? I thought in a panic. But the thing suddenly rushed in front of me, revealing a form that wasn't scary at all. It was even a little cute. A tiny robot spoke in a flurry. "I'm not a boss, sir. You are my boss. I am your little assistant. Serial number 777. Esteemed Administrator. Welcome, sir. Congratulations on becoming the administrator of Shelter 404. Su Guang was still stunned. My identity changed to administrator? That's a fast promotion, I mumbled to myself. Does that mean I have to manage this entire shelter? The small robot continued to beep. The scavenger NPC has been upgraded to GM. Bingo, esteemed administrator. I will assist you in completing your work from now on. Work? I frowned. Yes. You need to use Earth's internet to guide creatures called players here. Complete the mission of rebuilding our home. When the mission is completed, both the players and you will receive rewards. constantly leveling up and growing stronger. Hearing the explanation, Guang felt a surge of excitement. So, I can contact Earth from here? Of course. This shelter can not only connect to the internet of the parallel world's Earth, but also has its own official website. Players who pre-register will automatically receive a serial number and be registered in the shelter's resident catalog in the administrator's system. You can also choose a special serial number to activate your game eligibility. The system will send a game helmet to the player through a special method. Then they can officially log into this Wasteland world. It's similar to playing a virtual reality online game. You just need to put on the helmet. They would link to the training pod in the shelter and awaken as a clone. The more Guang heard, the more excited he became. It seems fate hasn't abandoned me after all. My personal cheat code has finally arrived. I laughed out loud and looked at the robot. Calling you by your serial number is too much of a mouthful. From now on, I'll call you Little Seven, okay? Hearing this, Little Seven jumped up and down, its joy plain to see. I have a name. Oh wow. It started running in circles, which made me a little nervous. Hey, what are you doing? You're not broken, are you? Little Seven repeated, its voice full of excitement. My name is Little Seven. My name is Little Seven. Respected administrator, please guide me well from now on. I couldn't help but sigh. Why is this thing so much like a child? Even though this assistant is a bit silly, this system of summoning players as cannon fodder is an amazing hack. It not only helps me level up and become stronger, but I can also contact people on Earth. Who knows? I might even find a way back to my old world. Beep. Mission complete. Activation condition for Shelter 404. Recruit at least 4 or more members. Type. Main quest. Reward. Nanocarbon body armor plus 5 bonus points. That was fast. The system had already issued a new mission. There was no time to delay. I immediately started recruiting players. Back in the original world, in the men's dormitory of some university, Ye Wei, whose nickname was the 10 times a night public enemy of young women, had just been added to a group chat for discussing new games. He was stunned when he saw the introduction for Wasteland Online. What the heck is this kind of game? In the Pro Gamers Club chat group, the cannon fodder players from Earth were frantically discussing this new game application. Guang, which is me, released some enticing advertisements. Sight, hearing, touch, taste, and all the senses are all identical to the real world. A game with a fully immersive, 100% realistic experience. The in-game timeline and the real world have a 1-to-1 ratio, with only an offset of about 12 hours due to the application of dream intervention technology. Playing the game is the same as sleeping. Level 8 Gale, the chat room's admin, immediately commented, "What kind of fantasy world setting is this?" Smiley face. Besides, it sounds just like those old-school web novels about virtual reality games. Handsome Brother Ma sent a big laughing emoji. Haha. Are you talking about dream-based virtual reality? I used to love reading that stuff back in school. Yellow Raincoat gave a thumbs up and offered his 2 cents. This setting isn't reasonable, is it? Don't game companies exist to make money and let everyone play to their heart's content? With 100% realism like this, where's the prestige for pay-to-win players? Is everyone just going to get a free ride? A fully immersive game, 100% realistic. How realistic can it be? Buddy, what era are we in? Using such a rustic font for advertising is not going to attract any players. The more Ye Wei typed, the more fired up he got, perfectly embodying a modern keyboard warrior. At this moment, in Shelter 404 in the Wasteland world, I was furiously typing on the computer. As an opening move, I directly dropped a link that was basically titled Super Sexy HD Video. Ye Wei was a little surprised, though still skeptical. He thought, if a game like this really exists, then his 200+ mods for the Elder Scrolls V and his more than 100 handcrafted wives would come to life from his save files. He imagined it. Honey, are you tired? Let me give you a massage, okay? Honey, are you hot? Let me fan you. Honey, open your mouth. I'll feed you some melon. Absolutely perfect. Who's afraid of whom? As a university student, Ye Wei had a spirit for exploring new science and technology. Might as well give it a try. Anyone who doesn't click is a dog. Let me see just how realistic you can be. In some university cafeteria, the smell of spicy stir-fried chicken was incredibly tempting. I'm full. Ye Wei returned to his room with a full stomach. As soon as he opened the door, he was stunned to see a box placed neatly on his desk. Huh? A delivery. Roommate A was curious. Ah, Wei. What did you buy that's so big? I didn't buy anything. Who sent this? Ye Wei was bewildered. Roommate B shrugged. I don't know. Roommate A also shook his head. I don't know either. Ye Wei frowned and mumbled, "This isn't normal at all." He carefully opened the box that was sitting on his bed. Inside was a black helmet with a modern design, exuding a high-tech vibe. His eyes widened in shock. "Is this the game helmet?" Without hesitation, Ye Wei decided to try it on. As soon as it activated, the helmet emitted a series of mechanical sounds. A brilliant light flashed. "Whoa, that's blinding. Is the game starting now?" he thought excitedly. "Bring it on. A fully immersive, 100% realistic game. My virtual reality wives, here I come. I'm going to be just like Wei Xiaobao. If this game is as realistic as they advertised, then there must be a ton of benefits inside. All you female players, my future harem, here I come." Suddenly, Ye Wei's face contorted as a system notification rang out. "Please wait 72 hours for game activation." He screamed, almost going insane. "No, no, no. I've already taken my pants off, and now you're telling me I have to wait 3 days?" His roommate heard him and frowned. "Ye Wei, are you crazy? What are you screaming about in the middle of the night?" "Yeah, you guys should just go down there and shut him up," another one chimed in. Ye Wei turned around, his voice sullen. "Brother Liu, don't! Brother Liu, calm down. Let me just check this thing out first." Roommate A was curious. "Ah, Wei, when did you buy this thing?" Meanwhile, at Shelter 404, Suo Guang was still hard at work on his scheme to lure in new players. In the Wild Buffalo Club's group chat, Tuk Diep V sent an emoji with a message. "Is the little fairy here?" Handsome Ma immediately commented, "I got it. This thing is so weird. It was left right at my front door. This whole thing is so creepy. I found mine at my garage door." Gale Force 8 added, "I found mine on my desk. I thought a coworker had left it behind by mistake." Diep Vi wouldn't be outdone. "None of you had it as weird as me. This package appeared directly on my bed. My 3 roommates were all here, but none of them saw how this box got in. And what's even weirder, has anyone else noticed? When I put the helmet on, I see a countdown timer, but other people can't see anything at all." Someone in the group exclaimed, "Now that you mention it, that is really strange. What kind of game company is this powerful? Not only do they know our addresses, but they can also deliver things right to us without anyone noticing a thing." Handsome Ma agreed. "Yeah, that's what I'm most worried about. The addresses are one thing. Maybe they analyzed our physical locations using our IP addresses. Theoretically, that's not impossible, but I have no idea how they managed this kind of logistics. I'm in Jinling, while 10 Night Raider Girl is in Jiangcheng, which is 500 kilometers away, yet we received the helmets at almost the same time, right after clicking the link." Diep V nodded. "Exactly, and it was only a short while after we clicked the link." He paused, then continued with a curious tone. "I have a bold idea. What if we take the helmet apart and see what's inside?" Gale Force 8 immediately replied, "That's too risky. At least, I have no idea how to disassemble it. If we use brute force, there's no guarantee we could put it back together." Another person chimed in, "Seriously, what kind of game company is this amazing? They not only know our addresses but also have the skills to deliver the helmets right into our hands. Should we call the police?" Handsome Ma shook his head. "There's no property damage, so the police probably wouldn't be able to do much. Besides, what would we even tell them? How could we possibly explain what this thing is?" Diep Vi sighed. "It really is hard to explain. I tried putting the helmet on and sticking my phone inside to take a picture, but it couldn't capture anything that I was seeing." At the Base 404 headquarters, Suo Guang spoke into the system, his voice full of confidence. "My company's technology is a trade secret. It can't be disclosed. It's only because we're acquainted that I fought to get these 4 beta test slots for you, and had the game helmets sent directly to everyone. The equipment is on loan for 2 months, so don't lose it. Otherwise, I'll have a hard time explaining it to my company. The device will be linked to the user's identity information. One device can only log into one account, and can only be used by one person." Handsome Ma replied, "That's right. We can't cause trouble for Ah Guang. We'll try it out first and see how it goes." Yellow Raincoat asked excitedly, "Is there a fee for the game?" Suo Guang replied, "The beta testing phase is free, but due to a lack of funding, there's no salary. We're sending 1,000 likes to profess our love for Brother Guang. If this is truly a fully immersive virtual reality, I'll do a handstand right now." Seeing the lively reactions in the group chat, Suo Guang smiled with satisfaction. As expected, finding my old, late-night internet friends was the right move. After I transmigrated, I lost contact with nearly all my relatives and friends. After disappearing for years, they probably think I'm dead. It seems I have to rely on myself for everything. I told myself to get to work. "Our official website is too basic." "Little 7, I said, turning to my robot assistant. Add a forum, a documentation section, and an image gallery. Can you do that? Little Seven nodded its head repeatedly. Of course I can. Please give me your instructions, I continued. In the initial construction phase, we'll need a lot of physical labor, so male players are more important. The website needs to be eye-catching to easily lure people in. Also, it shouldn't just help players understand the game. It needs to increase interaction and positivity. Use an AI to pretend to be a female player and interact with the real male players. In the group chat, a little sister account suddenly appeared. Hey big bros, can anyone carry me in Wasteland online? I'm so excited. Deep V immediately replied. Little sis, let Brother V carry you all the way to the top. I chuckled to myself and got back to work. Get this website fully optimized in the next 3 days. But Little Seven suddenly asked, Respected administrator, why did you only open 4 accounts? Didn't the website have 11 players who pre-registered? I explained, they only take up a small portion of the 100 cultivation pods in Sector Bone. Resources are scarce right now, and fewer people means we save more food. Besides, the 3 compulsory permissions I implemented banning logins and revoking game eligibility are meant to deal with players who ruin the game. But we can't force them to put on their helmets and come online to work. Haste makes waste. Let's just focus on training these 4 first. Lao Bai, Gale Force, Ye Shifang, Changzan. These 4 are enough. Little Seven nodded. That makes sense. Besides, recruiting 4 people is enough to complete this mission. At that moment, the system chimed. Beep. Player recruitment mission complete. 4 out of a total of 11 pre-registered players have been recruited. The reward is a nanocarbon bulletproof vest plus 5 bonus points. Click to claim. I clicked claim, and almost instantly, a high-tech vest appeared and automatically equipped itself on me. I was startled for a moment but couldn't help but marvel. So cool. A bulletproof vest. Carbon nano can absorb kinetic energy, dispersing the force of a shot within its durability limits to minimize damage. Current durability, 100%. With this, it'll be much safer to operate outside from now on, I thought to myself. Filled with excitement, Little Seven cheered, its mechanical voice full of excitement. Respected administrator, the bulletproof vest isn't even the coolest part. There's also a surprise mystery box reward waiting for you. Administrator's subsidy. A basic mystery box costs 1 reward point, and an intermediate mystery box costs 10 reward points. An advanced mystery box costs 100 reward points. The different tiers of mystery boxes determine the minimum level of the reward. A basic mystery box will at least yield food supplies. The worst an intermediate mystery box can give is medicine, and an advanced mystery box can even contain a weapon. Guang pondered. So, should I use these 5 reward points to open basic mystery boxes, or save up to 100 points for a better weapon? Just then, Little Seven announced, Respected administrator, a new mission has been updated in your administrator's log. Please check it promptly. Guang opened the mission log. Refuge 404 has met the conditions to activate the first batch of supplies. Requirement. Ensure at least 1 player logs into the game. Type. Main storyline. Reward. Living matter refiner. Mission. Prepare a generator with a power output greater than 19 kilowatts. Type. Side quest. Reward. Plus 100 reward points. Whoa, 100 reward points? Guang's eyes widened as he muttered, A living matter refiner. Sounds like a respawn token. Is it a resource for players to reform into cloned bodies? The weapon can wait until I've saved up 100 reward points. He turned to Little Seven. Use all 5 of my reward points to open basic mystery boxes. Understood, Little Seven replied. The first mystery box opened. The second opened. The third opened. The fourth opened. Guang looked at the pile of rewards that appeared on the table and nearly screamed in despair. This is a mystery box? Apple-flavored lollipop, net weight 25 grams. Grape-flavored lollipop, net weight 25 grams. Compressed biscuits, net weight 100 grams. Mango-flavored lollipop, net weight 25 grams. He roared, This system is so stingy. Does it think I'm a child? Just randomly stuffing some fruit lollipops for a kid in here, and it even shortchanged me one of my rewards. Suddenly, he noticed a piece of paper mixed in with the pile of candy. His curiosity piqued. Guang picked it up. What's this? This can't be the 5th reward. Can it? He unfolded it and began to read. The letter was written in the language of this world, but fortunately, after 5 months, he had become fluent in it. Guang's translator view appeared clearly. In this world, what creature is more suitable to be a guinea pig than a player? They are not only curious, but also full of enthusiasm, always resilient in the face of difficulties, and never despairing in dire circumstances. Most importantly, they even think from the operator's perspective, willingly becoming their own guinea pigs. I've packaged this device as a game. I'm truly a genius. To the first administrator of Refuge 404, please leave this letter in the 5th basic mystery box. This is a gift I'm leaving for my successor. Guang trembled with anger. A gift, my ass? This is clearly a waste of one of my basic mystery boxes. Little 7 hurriedly waved its hands. Respected administrator, please calm down. It tried to console him, in the context of a lost civilization, to be able to invent such insanely advanced dark technology and turn it into a game. The first administrator was more than just a genius. Guang frowned. Little 7, do you know the first administrator? Respected administrator, Little 7 is not acquainted with them. My programming was only activated when you entered this refuge. It's okay, it's not your fault, Guang nodded. But if he was the first administrator, the database here must have some information on him, right? Little 7 replied, I will search immediately. After a moment of searching, it reported, according to the records of Refuge 404, the previous administrator transferred authority over a century ago. On May 1, 2057, this once prosperous planet experienced a devastating war. From 2012 to 2029, the two factions used every means possible to annihilate each other, destroying everything on the planet's surface. I've been spotted? He recalled the survivor's story. The two-headed hyena was a creature born with deformities caused by gamma rays, and its combat strength was nothing compared to before its mutation. Guang smirked coldly, silently picking up a sharp, iron pipe from a nearby scrap heap. With a weapon in hand, dealing with these two wouldn't be hard. But he told himself, if he wasn't discovered, there was no need to cause trouble. These mutated species were the main threat survivors had to face, similar to creepers or other monsters born from bioweapons. The two-headed hyenas were particularly intelligent, often sending their own kind to scout ahead, just like mutated cockroaches. When you spot one, the whole pack will swarm and surround you. In the dark corners, you never know how many more are lurking. Just one small mistake could land you in deep trouble or even cost you your life. Prosperity Street, the survivor base. At the reclamation station in Boulder City, the largest gathering of survivors in Qingquan City, Guang had come to trade for survival supplies. Otherwise, when the players arrived at the shelter, there would be nothing to eat. He entered the reclamation station, where people used Boulder City's currency, coins, to trade for food and supplies. Guang placed some batteries and adhesive on the counter. As usual, the electronic scale here was never accurate. Beside it was a sign that read, Fair prices, no cheating young or old. The owner, Old Lee, looked at him and smiled. Well, young Master Lee, your total comes to 3 coins. The batteries are good, but the adhesive is just so I'll only count it as half price. Are you buying anything? I have a new shipment that just arrived from Boulder City. Guang asked, do you have any guns? Old Lee laughed loudly. Haha. The reclamation station is an enterprise of the mayor, specializing in buying old parts, scrap metal, and mutated rats. The only things in Prosperity Street. Guns, even if I had them, you couldn't afford one. But I do have some food and fuel. If I were you, I'd stock up. Before winter sets in, the prices of supplies will skyrocket then. Guang frowned. You're saying winter is coming soon? Old Lee scratched his head. I remember you just got here 5 months ago, so you haven't been through it yet. Last year, the temperature started dropping around this time. This year, winter will probably come even earlier. It might even snow in October. When that happens, the mutated species outside will become more active to prepare for winter, making them more bloodthirsty and aggressive. In the snow, you won't know if you're looking at ruins, or a mutated rat with razor-sharp teeth, just waiting to pounce. Guang sighed. Damn. This goddamn weather, he muttered. Everyone, try to scrape up a bit more adhesive. Once this batch is done, we'll have to wait until spring to trade again. Old Lee nodded. Bad weather. Once winter hits, the trade caravans won't come here. Even if you find something good, you can only store it at home and wait until next spring to sell it. But you could take a risk and go to Boulder City, 10 kilometers away. The market there doesn't close, not even in winter. Guang gave a wry smile. Old Lee was certainly talkative, but it was thanks to him that he had quickly adapted to this desolate life. Old Lee used to be a resident of a shelter, then was captured and made a slave, before being bought by the mayor of Prosperity Street and tasked with dealing with the scavengers. If this world hadn't fallen into crisis, perhaps old Li would have been an architect, a doctor, or a scholar, not sitting here keeping records in a ledger. Su Guang turned to leave, waving his hand casually. Thanks, I'll be heading back now. Old Li laughed heartily. No need to be so polite. Be careful, out there, and if you find anything good, remember to sell it to me. Walking slowly down the dusty road, Su Guang thought to himself, maybe it was because old Li saw him as another person from the shelters that he was especially concerned. He took stock again. 3 coins. Wouldn't get him much. I'll go home and see what I have left. Adding the 3 coins I just got, I should have exactly 50 coins. This is my entire fortune. This meager amount should be enough for Shelter 404 to get by in the initial phase. First, he needed to make repairs to this place. Use the coins to trade for tools, and then have the players gather nearby materials to reinforce the concrete walls of the sanatorium. If this was a 100% labor game, then he had to start with the most basic tasks. Besides tools, food was an essential necessity. The cloned bodies, once linked to the player's consciousness, also needed to eat and drink to regain energy, just like living people. If he let this bunch of players go hungry, they would surely do something unpredictable, maybe even lose control. Su Guang grimaced, telling himself, if the administrator lets the players starve and cause a disaster, he'll have to take responsibility. He calculated that he needed to prepare enough food for 5 adults for 1 week. 2 meals a day, 1 loaf of bread per meal, meant a total of 70 loaves. Bread was the most common food in Prosperity Street. 1 coin could get you 1 loaf. But if they were already guinea pigs, there was no need to feed them too well. He recalled the words of the first-generation administrator. In this world, what creature is more suitable to be a guinea pig than a player? He smirked, planning to feed them green wheat from a nearby farm. 3 coins could buy 1 kilogram, and 5 kilograms would be enough to feed 1 person for 2 weeks. This will have to do for now. I'll head to the reclamation station and figure out the rest there. As he walked, Su Guang suddenly bumped into a little girl. Ah! The little girl looked up shyly. I'm sorry, big brother, I didn't mean to. Su Guang recognized her. Yu Xiaoyu, the youngest daughter of the Yu family, right? Xiaoyu nodded, her voice timid. I heard a noise coming from your house. I was afraid someone was trying to steal something, so I ran over to check. Chu Guang coughed dryly. Cough, cough, thanks. Xiaoyu immediately beamed. It's nothing. From now on, when you're not home, I can watch the house for you. Hee hee, I'm free anyway. I don't have anything else to do. Chu Guang frowned, his voice serious. Hey, kids shouldn't interact with strangers so much. It's not good if you run into a bad person. Xiaoyu pouted, looking sulky. I am not a child. My mom said I'm old enough to get married. Besides, you're not a bad person. Last time I was hungry, you even gave me some soup. Chu Guang went, oh, suddenly understanding. So that's how it is. It turns out that ever since that day, Xiaoyu has been secretly hanging around my house, probably hoping for another free meal. He took a lollipop from his pocket and handed it to the little girl. All right, don't be angry anymore. Take this and eat it. Xiaoyu's eyes widened. Ah, sir, can I really eat this? Don't tell anyone I gave it to you, or there won't be any more in the future. Chu Guang instructed. Thank you, sir. I've never eaten anything like this before. Xiaoyu held the lollipop, examining it. Why can't I bite it? This tastes so strange. Chu Guang burst out laughing. Haha, you silly girl. Let me help you unwrap it. Under the sunlight, the red candy sparkled brilliantly. Here, take it. He looked at Xiaoyu, his heart aching with pity. Such a poor child. If this were the old world, she'd probably still be in school at this age. Xiaoyu cautiously took a lick, her eyes lighting up like stars. What is this flavor? It's so sweet. The little girl was captivated by the lollipop, unable to resist the charm of this small gift. Despite her ragged clothes, Xiaoyu was still a little beauty, with fair skin, a cute face, and a voice as gentle as a bird's song. This is so sweet, so delicious. I love it. Chu Guang smiled. I'm glad you like it. This is called a lollipop. Xiaoyu was surprised. Ha, so you do know how to smile. She held out the candy. Sir, you try a piece too. This lollipop is super sweet. Chu Guang chuckled. All right, stop joking around. I'm off to work. Be a good girl and watch the house for me, okay? Xiaoyu persisted. Huh? I'm not joking. I'm being very serious. But Chu Guang had already vanished, leaving the little girl bewildered. She looked around. Huh? Where'd he go? Xiaoyu mumbled, then said to herself, Don't you worry, sir. I will watch the house for you. Area Bone, Shelter 404. 3 days passed, and the time for the players to connect had arrived. Guang stood in the base, his heart filled with excitement. Come on, my little chicks. Let's rebuild this ruined world together. 10 times a night, Invincible Maiden. A perception-type player. He snapped awake, the process of integrating his consciousness into the clone body now complete. His first steps in the desolate world left him stunned. Welcome to Shelter 404. Handsome Ma, a strength-type player, pinched himself and winced. Ouch, it's real. Are we really inside the game? Don't tell me I'm going to have to live stream myself pooping while doing a handstand. The future is long, an agility-type player. He checked his body and muttered, I wanted to pick a female character at first. Who knew the in-game gender would be locked to the player's real one? I was thinking of creating a female account just to try it out. I never expected this game experience to be so realistic. Level 8 Wind, an intelligence-type player, said while cleaning his glasses. It's like putting on a VR helmet and being transported to another world. That's right. Even the feeling of air-dried clothes is realistic. Suddenly, 2 figures, one tall and one short, entered. A deep voice rang out. The war is over. Our world has been completely destroyed. But for that very reason, we players must now rebuild human civilization. Guang stood before the 4 players. His voice composed. I am the administrator here. My call sign is Guang. This is my assistant, Xiaoqi. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask her. I trust you'll give us your full cooperation. The 4 players stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape, unable to hide their shock. The system announced that the 4 players had successfully logged into the game. Setting foot in this world for the first time, they were stunned by its realism. Guang smirked to himself, satisfied. Very good. My presence has already taken control of the situation. Handsome Ma spoke up, his voice full of doubt. Is this administrator an NPC? He seems exactly like a real person. The future is long, chimed in. Administrator, excuse me, but where is a Guang? What are our missions? How do we log out of the game? Oh, right. Can we change our character's gender in this system? Guang waved his hand dismissively, his voice stern. Quiet. If you want to leave the game, just lie down in the cultivation pod. For now, all of you just need to shut up and read the Shelter Resident Handbook. He led the group outside and gave them the handbooks. Shelter Handbook, version 1.01. The administrator's orders are absolute. All residents must obey unconditionally. For residents who violate the rules, the administrator reserves the right to use countermeasures such as forced hibernation and login bans. Forced hibernation is equivalent to being logged out. A login ban means your access is revoked. The administrator has the final right to interpret all terms and conditions. Level 8 Wind muttered, What? This NPC administrator has the authority of a general manager? He can ban player accounts? What kind of terrifying game experience is this? Handsome Ma nodded. That's right. A Guang worked hard to get these accounts for us. It would be a huge waste to get banned right after we started. Guang stopped in his tracks and turned around, his gaze sharp and cold. Model. On the 2nd day after the end of the war, those of you standing here are luckier than 12 billion people. I will show everyone the current situation, then deliver a declaration under the flag of the People's Federation to rebuild our society. He pointed towards the forest ahead. This is a wooded area in the northern outskirts of Qingchuan City, far from any nuclear craters. No need to worry about excessive gamma radiation. Everyone's first mission is to pick up the axes on the ground and go out there to gather wood. Before winter arrives, we not only need to stockpile enough fuel, but we also have to repair the sanatorium and build a front line on this desolate land. Now, let's rebuild our empire. Get to work, and remember not to wander too far. Oh, right. If you encounter any mutated animals, don't do anything rash. Retreat immediately. The 4 players enthusiastically entered the forest and began their day's work. Xiaoqi asked worriedly, Master, are you sure these people aren't going to be a problem? Guang smirked. Of course they are. That's why I'm having you supervise them. You, go up to the north window on the 3rd floor and keep an eye on them. If there's any danger or if anyone tries to sneak off, report to me immediately. I'm going back to the control center to check on the rewards. Xiaoqi hesitated. Respected administrator, I have an unsolvable problem. I don't have legs, so how can I get to the 3rd floor? Guang sighed and picked Xiaoqi up. All right, I'll carry you up. In the forest near the sanatorium, the 4 players were diligently chopping trees. The sound of chopping axes echoed. Suddenly, a large tree fell with a thunderous crash. The other 3 turned in surprise to Lao Bai. Did you just chop that down? Long Road Ahead sighed. Why is Lao Bai's body so ripped, like he's trained before, while I get tired just holding an axe? Lao Bai laughed heartily. What's the use of this? Although my strength in the game is greater than in real life, still, Ye Shi chimed in, his voice full of delusion. Ooh, Brother Ye Shi's shoulders are so broad, they make one feel so safe. Brother Ye Shi, will you protect little me, please? Lao Bai snorted with laughter. Huh, what a waste of this body of mine, when there are no girls around. Level 8, Gale pushed up his glasses. Analyzing the character attributes, there's definitely a difference. Given this game's theme, there are two possibilities. 1. We were cryogenically frozen from before the war until now. 2. We're clones. I'm leaning more towards the second hypothesis. That way, they could use resources from the cultivation pods to create new bodies. I'm really looking forward to a game mechanic that can integrate a class system and diverse attribute settings, ensuring both freedom and rich gameplay. Handsome Brother Ma shook his head. This guy is starting again. Once he starts talking about the game, he forgets everything else. Yishi continued his daydreaming. Hey guys, what do you think? If we keep going in this direction, is there a chance we'll meet some cute elf girls in the forest? Heh. Level 8, Gale smirked. You should remember the setting of this game is post-apocalyptic Wasteland, 200 years after the Earth was destroyed by nuclear bombs. I remember a documentary called Return to Chernobyl. There probably aren't any elves, but there might be zombies or parasitic fungi, Handsome Brother Ma reminded him. That's right, the administrator told us not to go far from the sanatorium. If you don't listen, he might just kick you from the game, or even ban your account. Besides, we only have one axe each. If we run into a mutant, we definitely can't fight it. Yi Shi nodded reluctantly. All right, I get it. I won't try anything. The image of Chu Guang was still clearly imprinted in their minds, his voice echoing. In my territory. You all listen to me. But Ye Shi, with his striking blonde hair, didn't seem very convinced. Why the hell should I have to listen to an NPC? He grumbled, but then told himself, forget it. This game is free, I'll just try it out for now. Besides, I can't screw over Brother Guang. Suddenly, Ye Shi's face contorted, and the axe in his hand fell to the ground. What on earth is going on? Why do I suddenly have such a bad feeling? Just then, a black shadow shot past, slamming into the tree he had been chopping. Crash! Yi Shi fell to the ground, trembling with fear. What was that? If that thing had hit me, I'd be dead for sure, he stammered. I was almost a goner just now. After composing himself and taking a closer look, Ye Shi realized it was a giant eagle. Its wingspan was 4 to 5 meters wide. The ferocious mutant bared its sharp talons and charged straight at him. Yi Shi screamed, Help me! This bird is insane! Hey, big brother Blackbird, can't you go after someone else? Xiao Qi rushed into the shelter, its mechanical voice filled with panic. There's trouble, Administrator. Chu Guang was sitting in the room checking the rewards. The system had just notified him that the main mission, recruit players, was complete. The reward was one active matter purifier, complete with an instruction manual. He picked up the book and skimmed through the active matter purifier user guide. Active matter is the primary material for creating cloned bodies, including but not limited to 20 common types of amino acids, 2 rare types of amino acids, and so on, to constitute a human body. The active matter purifier uses the corpses of mammals and primates. The purification efficiency is up to 90%. Non-primate or invertebrate animals have the lowest efficiency, below 10%. The purification efficiency depends on the level of decomposition of the raw materials. Chu Guang mumbled, his eyes lighting up. So this is the active matter purifier? The manual says the corpses of Mu species is also within the scope of collection. Oh well. With this machine, I can start gathering materials to create a clone. Just then, Xiao Qi rushed in frantically. Something's wrong, respected administrator. There's big trouble. A huge bird in the northern part of the sanatorium is attacking the players. Chu Guang was stunned, his face blank. What? A huge bird? At the scene north of the sanatorium, a black, silver-headed bird, a giant mutant eagle, was preparing to tear 4 players to shreds. Under the shade of a tree, the other 3, showing no fear, immediately rushed to help up Ye Shi, who had just been knocked down by the bird. Ye Shi panted heavily. Damn it! That scared the hell out of me. Handsome Brother Ma exclaimed in admiration. That was incredible. Brother Ye, your dodge just now was amazing. The Future is Long looked at the bird and muttered, This strange bird looks a bit like a crow. It must be a mutant, right? With level 8 Wind pushed up his glasses. How do you know? The Future is Long replied. The lore on the website says so. Mutants are organisms mutated by gamma rays or other unknown factors. Handsome Brother Ma was surprised. What? The website has lore? Isn't it just a pre-order page? The Future is Long nodded. A new feature was updated on the main page yesterday. It clearly lists the common types of mutants: two-headed hyenas, mutant sloth bears, mutant leeches, mutant rats, mutant fish, and finally, the one we're facing right now, a mutant eagle. Old Bai tried to calm them. Enough talk. Let's figure out how to deal with this monster. The group tried to hold their ground, but when Old Bai turned around, Ye Shi, the one who had just been talking big, had vanished. Hey, what kind of teammate just ditches his squad like that? Suddenly, a rock flew through the air, attacking the mutant eagle. It spotted the attack in time and dodged, its glowing red eyes glaring down in fury. Handsome Brother Ma shouted, "Who threw that?" "It wasn't me," The Future is Long replied. "Not me either." With level 8 Wind shook his head. "Is there someone else here besides us?" The attacker stood right under the trees. It was Guang. He smirked and threw another rock, this time with even greater force. The rock flew through the air, but the eagle swatted it aside with its wing and then dove straight down like an arrow, aimed right at Guang. Without flinching, he picked up a sharp iron rod beside him and snorted coldly. "A beast is still just a beast. You want a piece of me? Come get it." He raised the iron rod high over his head, waiting for the eagle to get close enough. Then, with a decisive move, he threw the iron rod with all his might, like a spear. The spear pierced straight through the mutant eagle. The monster shrieked, feathers flying everywhere, before it collapsed to the ground. The 4 players who witnessed this turned pale, exclaiming in unison, "Holy crap, this NPC is so powerful." Handsome Brother Ma was in awe. "See how strong our administrator is." The Future is Long chimed in. "That's right, my administrator can beat this bird to death. My administrator is even more badass than a bird." With level 8 Wind laughed heartily. "I've only got one thing to say. Our administrator is the G-O-A-T. The group quickly started a fire. Old Bai announced, his voice filled with excitement. "Ladies and gentlemen, with the utmost pride and boundless joy, we are honored to present tonight's dinner. Roasted mutant eagle." Ye Shi made a face. "Can we even eat this crow?" Guang replied, "If it's cooked, you can eat it. I'll let you all know later about the things you can't eat." He looked at the bird and added, "And another thing, its scientific name is eagle. Are there really eagles this big? Is it because of gamma rays? Not just that. It's also viruses, bacteria, genetic weapons, and so on, that created the things we see today. Mutants are just one of the dangers we have to face. In some situations, humans are even more dangerous than they are." He sighed. "It's a shame there's no salt, or it would taste much better. But in an inland city like Thon Tuyen, salt is practically a luxury." Handsome Brother Ma asked the administrator, "This thing is huge. We can't possibly finish it in one meal. Is there any way to preserve the leftovers?" Guang gave a wry smile. "Let me tell you something. Even the mayor, the master of the castle in Giant Rock City, only has one refrigerator. In this day and age, that thing is a luxury item for the super rich. Even if you have the money, you might not be able to buy one." The 4 of them were dumbfounded, their eyes wide with shock. Ye Shi began to daydream, his voice drifting off. He pictured the mayor coming home. "Welcome home, master. Would you like to take a bath first, have dinner first, or would you like me? Please make your choice." He burst out laughing. "We're here to warm your bed, he. In that case, I won't be shy." Old Bai smacked Ye Shi on the head. "Hey buddy, snap out of it, stop daydreaming." But Ye Shi wasn't giving up. "I want to be the mayor, I want to be the mayor." Guang cut him off coldly. "You need to go chop firewood, chop as much as there is." He looked at the 4 of them and thought to himself, "These noobs aren't like me. They can log off anytime they want. They feel no pressure to survive. To get them to work hard, I need to motivate them." He then announced, "All right, here's the deal. For large branches, you get 1 contribution point per meter. For large tree trunks, you get 2 contribution points per meter. You can exchange contribution points for rewards, but the rewards are limited. For example, 1 roasted bird leg costs 5 contribution points. 2 legs will cost you 8 points. Ye Shi immediately piped up. "Mr. Administrator, I suddenly don't feel all that hungry anymore." Guang smiled, his tone gentle. "I'm not hungry yet either." Handsome Brother Ma chimed in. "That's right. It'll take a while to cook anyway. To eat, I'm going to chop 2 more trees." The whole group shouted in unison. "Hurry up! The fastest one gets the bird leg." Suddenly, we wanted to chop something else. After a period of hard work, the 4 players returned, exhausted and out of breath. Chu Kuang stood before them, his voice firm. You've all worked hard. Now, I will announce the results of this mission. In total, you've all earned over 2,000 contribution points. Old Bai, a brick kiln owner in real life and a strength-type player, took the lead with an outstanding performance. He laughed heartily. Haha, these few achievement points are nothing to me. At my brick kiln, I have to move bricks during the busy season, which is much tougher than this. Long Road, the perception type, and 10 times a Night Maiden, the agility type, each earned over 400 contribution points. Long Road clapped Ye Shi on the shoulder. My man, you did great. Ye Shi smirked. Thanks, you weren't so bad yourself. Gale Force 8, the intelligence type, received 300 contribution points. He sighed and pushed up his glasses. This game had mercilessly exposed his weak physical stamina from real life. Old Bai comforted him. Little bro, have a piece of the bird leg. It's just a game. Don't take it to heart. The group chimed in. Right. Trying your best is what matters. Chu Kuang stood to the side, observing them, silently surprised. The performance of these players was truly unexpected. He chuckled to himself. Good thing I had roasted bird as a reward to shut them up. If I'd asked them to chop down over 100 trees for just 2 lollipops, I'm pretty sure I'd be the one getting chopped. He cleared his throat and continued. Ahem. Everyone can go to the website to check your contribution points. Besides redeeming rewards, contribution points can also be used to buy revival coins. Ye Shi frowned. Huh? Is that all contribution points are good for? Gale Force 8 nodded. That's already pretty good. We're in the beta phase right now, so there's probably not much game content yet. Handsome Ma added, Right. As long as there's no character wipe, we can save up a lot of currency and have plenty to spend when the server officially launches. Chu Kuang rubbed his forehead, a headache coming on. He had originally planned to give them some coins to spend, but his entire fortune was only 50 coins. Moreover, they didn't transmigrate like me, so they don't understand the language of this world. It seems I'll have to invent a translation tool to solve the communication problem, he thought to himself. Old Bai spoke up. Mr. Administrator, I noticed our living quarters don't have electricity. Why don't we figure out a way to build a generator? Chu Kuang explained. Because we don't have many generators. The shelter's power source isn't infinite. While it's usable in the short term, relying on it long term would create an even bigger hidden disaster. He looked at his watch, his tone serious. It's 5 p.m. It's getting late. Everyone should head back. He knew that due to the time difference between the two worlds, even though it wasn't completely dark here, it was already almost dawn on the other side. Letting them stay longer would negatively affect their real lives. The 4 players returned to their life pods, each one buzzing with excitement. Long Road exclaimed, Time flies in the game, mainly because the experience is so realistic. Handsome Ma nodded. Yeah, I kind of don't want to get into the cultivation pod to go offline. Ye Shi sighed. I, for one, want to get back to this weak body of mine. I'm dead tired. Watching the 4 players go offline, Chu Kuang began to think about his next move. I need to find more players who are free during the day or are in different time zones. Otherwise, it's not safe for me to be the only one defending the base at night. Xiao Qi chimed in. Respected Administrator, the clone experience report has been updated. Would you like to view it? Chu Kuang was surprised. There's an experience report? Xiao Qi explained. That's right. After each player goes offline, the cultivation pod scans their clone body, records its functional status, and extracts a sample of embryonic stem cells for storage. It records the development progress of their gene sequence. Chu Kuang frowned. What are a gene sequence and development progress? Xiao Qi replied. Each clone body is composed of different DNA. The gene sequence is the designation for that specific DNA combination. For example, a gene sequence enhanced for strength will result in superior physical power. No wonder Old Bai's strength is on a completely different level from everyone else's. Development progress is the degree of dominant expression in a specific segment of the gene sequence, usually represented by a percentage. For example, a development progress of 100% means the body has reached its genetic design limit, a perfect state that is almost impossible to achieve. So, the gene sequence is equivalent to a class in a game, and the development progress is like the character's level. Chu Kuang nodded. I see. So, what's the current development progress of the 4 players? Xiao Qi reported, all 4 are between 0 and 1%. The highest is Old Bai, the strength type, who has reached 0.3%. According to research, as long as their survival instincts are stimulated and they train their bodies, this index will increase. If they're diligent enough, they'll grow stronger every day. That blondie Ye Shi, on the other hand, needs to be sent to jail. Hearing Xiao Qi's explanation, Chu Kuang couldn't hide his delight. Excellent. So it turns out even these noobs can level up, and they even have innate talents. He immediately started planning. Next, I need to create a training regimen for them right away. The spatial transfer returned Chu Kuang to Earth, to his real world in a dormitory. As a teacher at Jinling University, the player Q Feng, who was Professor Yan Feng at this very university, had just woken up from a deep sleep. Right now, his mind could think of nothing but the thrilling experiences he just had. Thinking about the world of Wasteland Online. Right, tonight. The generator issue. This afternoon, I have to ask Professor Wang for some advice. It's currently 12 o'clock noon at the Jinling University cafeteria. The endless line of people is making Yan Feng impatient. Why is this line so long? It's still not my turn? I can't take this. I'm starving to death. Nearby, a few female students are gathered together, chatting excitedly. One of them exclaimed, "Look, it's Professor Wang over there. Wow, he's so handsome. I can't believe he's already 30 years old." Another girl added, "That's right. It's so rare to see him eating here. There's that robot Yan Feng from the physics department. Why isn't Professor Wang that friendly to him?" Professor Wang, with a warm smile, turned and waved at the three female students. "Hurry up and eat. Don't go hungry." They replied in unison. "Yes, yes, Professor Wang. We'll go eat right away." One of them whispered, "Professor Wang is so gentle. I really want to talk to him more. Age is just a number. As long as he's handsome, that's all that matters." Meanwhile, Yan Feng sat quietly, engrossed in a technical book about the principles of electric generators. Suddenly, he mumbled to himself, "A generator? Has Professor Yan Feng been researching this lately?" Just then, Professor Wang walked over. Yan Feng immediately closed the book and said enthusiastically, "I've been reading a novel about the apocalypse recently." Professor Wang frowned, a confused look on his face. "Huh? And then what?" Yan Feng continued, "I want to know, if a situation like that happened, how would the survivors solve the problem of electricity?" Professor Wang gave a wry smile. "You said this morning you wanted to ask me something. Don't tell me it was about this?" Yan Feng nodded decisively. "Yep, you hit the nail on the head." Professor Wang leaned in slightly, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "You're being so serious about something from a novel? Humph. Don't tell me you can actually go to an apocalyptic world?" Yan Feng calmly adjusted his glasses, but inside, he was breaking out in a cold sweat. How does he know? "I thought there were only 4 players in the beta." He quickly tried to change the subject. Don't take it seriously. I was just kidding just now. How could something so ridiculous be real?" Inside, he let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. It seems he's not a player of Wasteland Online. Ahem. Yan Feng tried to regain his composure and talk about it. "Most of the novels I read are cultivation-themed. I rarely read about the apocalypse. Could you tell me about the apocalyptic setting of that book?" Professor Wang nodded, switching into a serious mode. "The novel's setting is 200 years after a nuclear war. If that's the case, I'm afraid it would be quite troublesome. Unprotected electronic devices would be fried by the electromagnetic pulse from a nuclear explosion. The more sophisticated the device, the less likely it would survive." Yan Feng nodded. "So, the backup gasoline generators for residential areas or restaurants aren't considered too sophisticated, right? Excluding the possibility that they've been taken, they would have probably broken down from a lack of maintenance over such a long time. Not to mention, fuel is also an issue. You can't expect there to be any gasoline left in a gas station after 200 years, can you?" Professor Wang nodded and continued. "But it's not like there's no solution. Usually, you can salvage a generator from a car. As long as you get the rotor spinning, it will produce a stable 12-volt direct current. With a few repairs, it could be used for small-scale power generation. For things like lighting, a 12-volt current is sufficient. And if you have an inverter, couldn't you convert that direct current into a 240-volt alternating current?" Yan Feng took notes diligently, his eyes shining brightly. Professor Wang looked at him, unable to hide his surprise. "He's this serious just from reading a novel? I've heard people say that the folks in the physics department are all weirdos. Especially that robot Yan Feng. Turns out the rumors were true." Yan Feng just smiled without responding. Professor Wang stood up. "I have a class this afternoon, so I'll be going now. If there's anything else you don't understand, you can find me anytime." The 3 female students from before were already waiting, and as soon as they saw Professor Wang leaving, they rushed over. "Professor, I have a lot of questions I don't understand either." Me too. I'm sorry, but I have a class this afternoon. How about you all go ask Professor Yan Feng?" One girl pleaded. "Then can you tutor us later? Please, Professor, just for a little while." Another girl quickly added, "How about I carry this for you, Professor? in exchange for you tutoring us. Yanfeng paid no attention to the commotion around him. His mind was already immersed in the world of Wasteland Online. Tonight in the game, I have to ask the NPC administrator where I can find cars. Why does my phone keep buzzing? Is there some new game update? He opened his phone and skimmed through a post about Wasteland Online by a player nicknamed The Future is Long. Damn, this thing is long. This kid just plays video games all day and doesn't have a job, but writing a masterpiece of a speedrun guide like this isn't so simple. Guang mumbled as he recalled information about Fang Cheng, a former esports athlete with a room full of trophies. In the article, Fang Cheng wrote, "Currently, we have met 2 NPCs in the game. The human NPC is named Guang. He is the administrator of the base. The other NPC is his robot assistant, named Xiao Qi. Their AI is incredibly advanced, and they interact very smoothly with players. I'm guessing the NPCs probably have a hidden affinity system, but I can't confirm it yet. Also, this game has a pain protection mechanism. Because of this limit, the brain's nerve center doesn't perceive pain. I tried cutting my hand with a rock. It didn't hurt, but if I pinch myself, I can still feel a little pain." The livestream chat immediately exploded. "Damn, is this game that amazing? Oh my god. I have to buy 10 accounts. I won't believe it unless you let me try the beta." Another person commented, "It would be even better if the game were more personalized, like allowing players to freely adjust their senses. I'm very satisfied with the current pain-blocking mechanism, but I'm not sure everyone will like it." Fang Cheng continued, "What happens if you die in the game? I'm curious. How many times have you died, bro? When are you going to stream this game?" He replied, "If I'm going to stream, I have to ask Mr. Guang, the game planner. As for the revival mechanism, a skilled player like me hasn't tried it yet. The rule is that each death deducts contribution points, which you get from doing missions. But the biggest headache is that revival takes 3 days. I don't really want to test that. If you're interested, go try it yourself." A viewer asked if Mr. Guang was watching the stream. "Finally, I have a request. I hope the game developers will allow players to freely choose their gender." At Shelter 404 in the desolate world, Guang was indeed watching this very live stream. He mumbled, "Humph, this kid." The AI reported, "Respected administrator, sir, look, the number of pre-orders has now reached 25. That's 11, over the target, an increase of 14. May I ask if we should add more player slots?" Guang replied calmly, "No rush. Next, I need to arrange the alpha test." That kid, Fang Cheng, was once in the top 20 in Asia for PUBG and climbed to become the strongest expert in the league. Thanks to his free livestream, he's attracted a lot of players. But for the next round of pre-orders, I can't just send out links. He said a few warm-up words, turned on the voice input mode, and sent a message to the Chaobo Club. He opened the group and skimmed the content. It's basically what The Future is Long wrote. "On behalf of the development team, I'd like to add, please quit smoking." The netizens immediately blew up. "Master Guang, we love you. Who needs to latch on to a pro?" Guang continued, "The game will begin its alpha testing phase. The new rules are on the official website. Here's the link. Everyone can answer the questions on the site to set their tendencies for the 5 attributes: strength, perception, intellect, constitution, or agility. For example, you prefer A, physical training, B, thinking and reasoning, C, reading books, D, eating, E, singing and dancing. Please answer honestly to get the most suitable stats. Also, the game does not offer a gender selection option for reasons of public decency and morality." He further explained, "NPCs have an affinity rating for players, and your behavior will affect their attitude. For example, if you anger the female weaponsmith when her affinity is only at 10, she'll yell, 'Get lost! There's nothing suitable for you here, you broke ass.' But if the affinity is high enough, players will not only receive special rewards, but might also trigger hidden quests. You can even unlock professional quest lines." The netizens were thrilled. Honey, this gun is a new high-end model. Can I give it to you? And would you be willing to be the master here? A hidden professional quest. That's awesome. I want in. I want to be that girl's boss too." Guang smiled and mumbled to himself. The review by The Future is Long is really well written. I recommend pinning it on the forum. He read on. "In the game, you need to wear the developer's game helmet. This is for cloning in the cultivation pod. Xiao Qi, if players can be cloned, does that mean I can be too? After all, I managed to transmigrate here without a helmet." Xiao Qi replied, "Respected administrator, I will look that up for you. My apologies, but your gene sequence information is not in the database. Without a gene sequence, you cannot connect to the cultivation pod." Guang nodded. "That's fine. If you can't find it, you can just use my health checkup results, and use the first-generation administrator's calculation formula to compute my attributes. Xiao Qi replied, Yes, of course, that's possible. After a moment, it reported, Administrator Chu Guang. Gene sequence rank is level 5. Basic attributes are Strength 8, Agility 5, Constitution 6, Perception 7, and Intellect 8. Level 5 is only 5% of the gene sequence's development progress. The first-generation administrator was truly brilliant. He simplified over 120 complex data points of a cloned body into just 5 basic attributes. Chu Guang requested, Adjust the attribute panels of the other 4 players for me. Xiao Qi nodded. Yes, sir. Your stats are 1 level higher than the other players. They probably just arrived in this world, so their genes haven't had much time to develop, which is why they're still weak. Chu Guang fell into thought. My stats are high, yet the database has no record of my gene sequence. Could it be that I'm in existence beyond the first administrator's calculations? How interesting. Compared to the repetitive, boring life on Earth, adventuring in this mysterious, desolate world is much more appealing. Suddenly, a notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the Newbie Guide achievement. Condition. Players stayed online for over 8 hours on the first day. Reward. Plus 10 points. Current points. 10. Xiao Qi cheered. Respected administrator, you have enough points to exchange for an intermediate mystery box. Chu Guang nodded. All right, let's give it a try. Just as long as it's not a bottle of zero-calorie cough syrup, Xiao Qi said excitedly. It's here. It's here, admin. Revered administrator, come and see what the reward is. The system announced. Congratulations. You have received a syringe of muscle cell enhancer, effect. A slight, permanent increase in muscle strength. It can be used once every 24 hours, and its effectiveness diminishes with repeated use. Su Guang raised an eyebrow. A permanent increase in muscle strength. It's not some useless cough syrup, so that's good. But can something that's 200 years old really be used? It feels a little dangerous. Little Seven reassured him. Revered administrator, please rest assured. Everything from the base is a quality product. Su Guang nodded, took the syringe, and injected it straight into his left arm. It's just a slight boost. It probably won't cause any major issues. The liquid quickly spread through his bloodstream, permeating his entire body. He felt his muscles and threw a few test punches, but then frowned. Is that it? It feels like nothing's changed. This stuff must be expired, right? Little Seven quickly said. Administrator, please be patient and wait a moment. Su Guang muttered. An expired medicine that has no effect is better than one that causes problems. Suddenly, he felt a piercing sensation spread from deep within him. What's happening? His body suddenly went numb as a hot current surged towards his heart, bringing with it an exhilarating feeling of overwhelming power. But the feeling vanished just as quickly. He was disappointed. Why did the strength suddenly disappear? Could it be that the medicine really is expired? It is 200-year-old stuff after all. My body doesn't feel any different. Well, as long as there are no bad side effects, I guess it's fine. He ordered, Little Seven, give me a full body scan. From the inside out. Little Seven complied and reported back after a moment. Although your genetic development progress is unchanged, your strength and constitution have both increased by 1 point. Revered administrator. Now you only need 1 more point in strength to be twice as strong as an average adult male. An untrained 20-year-old typically has 5 points in strength and constitution. Currently, your strength is at 9, and your constitution is at 7. Your other stats, like agility, perception, and intelligence, are also slightly higher, with 5 being the baseline. Su Guang nodded thoughtfully. Interesting. Little Seven, what time is it? Little Seven replied, It is 4 in the morning, sir. The players will be coming online in another 30 minutes. Go and get things ready, Su Guang ordered. Little Seven got a pat on the head and, happy as a child, went off to work while humming a little tune. Suddenly, a system panel appeared before Su Guang's eyes. The quests had updated. Yesterday there was only 1. Now there were 2. He checked it. The main storyline quest hadn't been activated yet, probably because the conditions hadn't been met. Beep. The administrator's log updated, now showing 20 available quests. The list included a side quest to prepare a 10-kilowatt generator, with a reward of 100 points. Daily quest. Hunt 1 mutant creature, reward. 2 points. Daily quest. Accumulate 5 tons of wood, reward. 2 points. Daily quest. Accumulate 100 liters of fresh water, reward. 2.5 points. Daily quest. Repair the outer wall, reward. 3 points. Daily quest. Repair the second floor wall. Reward, 3 points. Guang scrolled through the list, muttering, 20 quests. For a total of 150 reward points. I'd kill myself trying to do all this alone. I should spend some contribution points to assign the daily quests to those noobs. Right now, the most important thing is to sort out the generator for the side quest. Without electricity, the lives of players A, B, and C will be no different from that of a primitive tribe. With electricity, this shelter will be like a royal palace, he pondered. Just sitting here thinking about it won't get me anywhere. I'll have to test the new players to see who's useful. He checked the current number of pre-registered players. It was 35, an increase of 10. 10 more noobs. Last night's discussion in the group must have paid off, but he frowned. The Hardcore Gamers Club only has 100 members. These 35 people might be all of the active ones. Other games hire celebrities and pretty girls for their marketing. If I want to herd in more noobs, I'll probably have to try a new method. But running advertisements is unrealistic. The Wasteland online website isn't registered domestically. If I'm not careful, I might not even be able to keep the server. He shook his head. Besides, if it becomes too popular, a bunch of toxic players will show up and ruin the game's atmosphere. He imagined a player whining, "Oh my god, this outfit is hideous. Administrator, how can you expect me to meet people wearing this?" Or, "I want to eat rice, not kanji. Ugh, this game is so bland." Guang muttered with disinterest, "I'm going on a date." He stood up, but immediately turned back around, his expression becoming serious. "Let them play, but we absolutely have to raise the pre-registration threshold." He ordered Little 7. "I've got it." Quickly, adjust the website. Move the pre-registration requirement from the main page to a secondary page. Players will now need to create a registered account and provide a phone number and address to pre-register. This should at least screen out the less committed players and invalid applications. He nodded in satisfaction. Combined with the rigorous questionnaire from before, this new attribute survey function will attract high-quality players. Loving the game makes it easier. Time seemed to fast forward. In the Hardcore Gamers Club chat, 3 new notifications beeped. Guang, who was sitting in front of his monitor, instinctively looked up. Thankfully, it wasn't a client hounding him about an order. He sighed and glanced at the notification. A female member of the group, who was the design director for a fashion company, was complaining. "I have absolutely no design inspiration. I can't think of anything, and it's such a headache." Lately, she's been too busy with her company's fashion show and hasn't had any time to play. She was gaming with her friends, but when she saw the group chat buzzing about Wasteland Online, she decided to put her work aside and take a look. She wanted to see what the guys were talking about. One member shouted, "Even if I die, even if I'm nailed shut in my coffin, I'd have to use this." Rotten voice to scream, "This game is damn amazing." Another person chimed in, "Say no more. If this game doesn't blow up, I'll quit smoking by doing a handstand." The group admin said excitedly, "So you've all played it? Count me in." A player named Long Road Ahead commented, "No exaggeration, the realism of this game is the pinnacle of all the games I've ever known. Moreover, I predict that even 50 years from now, this peak of realism won't be surpassed. Whether it's the lighting effects, the sensory feedback, or the rough texture you feel when touching a surface, it all makes you believe that this is a real world. This immersive experience is definitely 100%. The girl read these posts and couldn't help but wonder. Wasteland Online. A 100% realistic and immersive game experience. Did the game company hire these people to advertise for them? How could a game like that even exist? But she mumbled, "It wouldn't hurt to try. What if it's real?" Thinking about how even Long Road Ahead was sucking up to the new admin named Guang, she told herself, "This game is worth a try." She clicked the link in the group chat, never expecting that this decision would change her life forever. The website displayed a message. "Dear player, thank you for pre-registering for the alpha test of Wasteland Online. This pre-registration will set your predisposition for 5 attributes: strength, agility, constitution, perception, and intellect in the game through a questionnaire. For example, a strength-type player will have a higher chance of receiving strength-based talents, and their starting character will also have superior strength. If you have no preference, you can choose the balance type." The website continued to explain. Strength represents the intensity of your muscles, bones, and other tissues, reflecting your ability to carry heavy loads, deal melee damage, or throw weapons. Agility is related to your nerve reflexes, reaction speed, and motor control. Players with high agility will be quicker in combat, easily dodging attacks, sprinting to escape, or evading. Constitution reflects your endurance and vitality, affecting your health recovery, immunity, and resistance to abnormal statuses. Intellect isn't about logical thinking or IQ, but it affects your learning speed, mental recovery, and compatibility with neural interface devices. High intellect players can operate multiple devices at once. Perception represents your intuition and observational skills. High perception players will be more sensitive to danger and better at finding clues and hidden traps. The girl mumbled, "This game doesn't seem that special," but an unexpected feature caught her eye. Like being reincarnated, your in-game body is determined by your choices. If you're not satisfied with your appearance, you can consider facial surgery or even body modification. She exclaimed, "Facial surgery, body modification. This is a new theme, a trendy style right now." Suddenly, her inspiration sparked. I've got it. I finally have some inspiration." She trembled with excitement. "I'm pre-registering for Wasteland Online right now. Let's play." She quickly filled out the pre-registration form, just waiting to experience the game, hoping to quickly get inspiration for new clothing designs. Beep. The system announced. Received an alpha test pre-registration request from a new player. Guang glanced over and noticed that the alpha test pre-registrations were much more active than before. It seems promotion is really important. In this day and age, even good products need advertising. He looked at the clock. 6 a.m. wasn't the time to handle pre-registrations. It was time for the players at Shelter 404 to come online. 10 times a night champion, a perception-type player, was the last one to log in. Xiao Qi stepped out to greet the 4 players. It is now exactly 6 a.m. Wasteland welcomes the 4 players back. One player shouted, "Hey, my genetic sequence is strength type. What the hell? My intellect is only 3? I don't feel that stupid," Xiao Qi replied. "Just by saying that, I can tell you're an extremely intelligent person." Another person was surprised. "I'm agility type? Why not intellect type?" A third person bragged, "Intellect type? That's me. 7 points in intellect, but only 3 in strength." Suddenly, a blonde girl clutched her stomach, her face twisted in pain. I can't hold it anymore. "Quick, tell me where the toilet is." Xiao Qi shook his head. "Sorry, this bone floor only has cultivation pods. There are no living facilities. I know that the senses of perception-type players are extremely sensitive, but please, try to calm down." The girl struggled to hold it in and finally managed. "Wow, he's actually holding it in. That kid is surprisingly tough. Good thing my starting strength value is 7 points." Another person yelled, "Hey, don't even mention the word go anymore. I'm about to let loose right here." The blonde girl screamed, "Are you crazy? Acting like this will lower the NPC's affinity with us." "Damn it. I think something unspeakable. Is about to come out. I have to hold it in." Guang stepped out, his strict voice ringing. "Out. No fooling around. Line up properly for me." The 4 of them quickly replied, Yes, we're lining up right now." They quickly lined up, one of them chuckling. "Hehe, after I chatted with them last night to raise their favorability, now they all want to suck up to me." Sir Guang thought to himself, "I have to maintain my strict image." He said aloud, "Listen up, everyone. Time is short, and we have a lot to do. To avoid disrupting future plans, we must build the frontline towers on the surface before winter arrives. That means food, water, and fuel must be stockpiled. We also need to build defensive fortifications and shelters on the surface. You can all see the details on the notice board at the sanatorium entrance," a player said excitedly. "Haha, looks like I finally have a chance to show off my strength." Sir Guang checked the system, frowning. "Why isn't there a quest to find a generator?" He turned to the group. "All right, that's the basic situation. If there are no other issues, we'll head out right now." A player raised his hand. "Wait a minute. Administrator, I have to go." Ugh. Sir Guang sighed. He had only ever thought about survival, never considering that with more players, eating, sanitation, and even farting would become major problems. He ordered, "You, follow me." The blonde-haired player hurried. "Wait, Administrator, don't walk so fast. I'm about to burst." Another person chimed in. "Don't say it. Now I have to go too." A third person whined. "Ah, me too. It must have been that bird we ate last night. You can even take a dump in a game? This game is way too realistic." What followed was a fireworks display from the 3 members. Ah, it stinks. After they were done, the group gathered again, but everyone was grimacing. "There's no toilet pit. This is really uncomfortable." There's no paper either. I had to use a leaf to wipe, and I nearly wiped till I bled. One person cried out, "Damn, it keeps stinging." Does anyone else feel that? Did you use a thorny leaf to wipe your ass? The other guy looked bewildered. What's a thorny leaf? Sir Guang shook his head. Just bear with it. It'll go away. He had originally planned to tell them to use moss to wipe, but the moment they got to the surface, the whole group had already run off. Suddenly, a few people approached. One person spoke up. "Respected administrator, I suggest our base should have a toilet." "I agree." A player cheered, his eyes shining brightly. "Yes, yes. If we have a toilet, we can also dig a big pit, collect all the waste, mix it with sawdust to let aerobic bacteria and fungi decompose the organic matter. The heat generated will kill off microorganisms and pathogenic bacteria. It'll create fertilizer, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Gao Yang nodded thoughtfully. "I heard that Boulder City collects waste from its residents and livestock's public toilets. They sell it to the nearby Brown's farm. Could it also be for making fertilizer?" He turned to Sir Guang. "Administrator, we really should build a toilet. Back in my hometown, they mix manure, urine, and organic waste in a sealed pit to create a biogas digester. Anaerobic bacteria convert it into methane, which can be burned as fuel for batteries. In that case, a toilet is no different from a power station." Sir Guang nodded, silently agreeing. Although Boulder City doesn't have a biogas digester, the nearby Brown's farm does. "It seems they collect manure and urine to generate electricity," he muttered. "Then, in theory, we could gradually build our own power station." He looked at the group of players, unable to hide his surprise. "Your ideas aren't bad. They're worth considering. The usefulness of these 4 newbies is starting to surprise me. However," he frowned, "the only complication with building a toilet and a biogas digester is that we'll need a large amount of sealing material and a way to store the gas." He reassured them. "Don't worry, the one thing this wasteland isn't short on is plastic, especially bottles and trash bags. Most survivors are afraid of the toxic fumes from burning plastic, so they only use it as kindling. If we search carefully in the nearby suburbs, we'll find plenty." He pointed at the notice board. "Like that board over there." I picked it up nearby. It was convenient to bring it back and write quests and rewards on it. He read the list of quests aloud. "Gather wood. Wood is required as a construction material. Reward, 1 contribution point per 1 cubic meter of wood. Find water storage containers, made of plastic or metal. The bigger the tank or barrel, the better. Reward, 1 to 10 contribution points, depending on the size. Find reusable scrap. Reward, from 1 point up. It could be very high if it's something good." Sir Guang added, "I'm adding a new quest. Find plastic bags and bottles." A player marveled. "Holy crap, this game is so realistic. The NPC actually analyzed a real-time situation to issue a new quest." Another person whispered, "Did you guys notice? I saw the administrator smile just now. Last night, Brother Guang said that, if we have a good relationship with the NPCs, we'll have a chance to trigger hidden quests." The blonde-haired girl spoke up. "Administrator, I have something to say about the generator. I have a faster way." Sir Guang raised an eyebrow. "What way? Tell me." She replied, "We can find cars nearby. Normally, cars have generators. There's a parking lot southeast of the swamp park, but I've already checked the cars there. There's nothing valuable to take." Sir Guang shook his head. "I want to go take a look anyway. What if we find a generator? Our front line on the surface would have power immediately." The girl nodded. Sir Guang continued, "All right, I'll go. But on one condition. There are many mutants in the wasteland. You all encountered that mutated eagle last time. The outside world is very dangerous, so I need to pick 1 more person to go with me." "With you?" Chu Guang nodded and pointed at an intelligence-based player. 10. "You go scout outside." He hesitated, looking at the blonde girl. "You want me to go with you?" The blonde girl suddenly felt uneasy. "I want to choose 1 more person to go with Guang Feng to the parking lot to find a generator." Chu Guang nodded. "Ye Shi, you go. You and Guang Feng will follow me to get the map and equipment first." Ye Shi was stunned. "Me? Me?" But he quickly nodded. "Okay, understood. I will complete this mission well tonight." Another person complained. "Why pick this guy? My combat ability is clearly stronger, more suitable for dealing with enemies." Chu Guang explained. "The NPC administrator must have analyzed it. His gene sequence is a perception system, which can predict danger. It's suitable for scouting." Ye Shi chuckled. "Haha, sorry about that. I'm off to get the equipment out of the novice village first." The other guy snorted coldly. "You little punk. Don't get cocky. We'll talk after you make it back alive." Another person chimed in. That's right. Don't get captured the moment you step out. Following the map, it took Guang Feng and Ye Shi more than 30 minutes to reach the parking lot. The place was a wasteland, with most vehicles either stripped for parts or rusted. Guang Feng sighed. Damn, no wonder the administrator said there was nothing worth taking. It's been completely looted. Ye Shi shook his head. Since we're here, we can't go back empty-handed. Guang Feng walked around, trying to open the hood of a car, but no matter how much force he used, it wouldn't budge. He shouted in frustration. Hey, partner, come over here and help me. Ye Shi ran over. All right, wait a second. Even though they had been gaming partners for many years, he was still curious about what old Feng did in real life. The two of them put all their strength into it, sweating profusely, and finally managed to open the hood. Quick, see if there's anything useful, Guang Feng exclaimed. Ye Shi looked inside and hesitated. Is this? To the starter? It looks like it. But also, not really. Guang Feng frowned. Didn't you say you know how to drive? Help me take a look. Ye Shi blushed. Does flying a top-tier aircraft count? Guang Feng almost burst out laughing. Damn it. I suddenly have the urge to shove this wrench in your mouth. Wait, that's not right. I remember you have your own car. Why are you asking me? Ye Shi scratched his head. That car? I'm in the unit's dormitory. Does the single bicycle I have count? Guang Feng shook his head and continued to check. He crawled under the car and then fumbled around at the rear. Strange. Why isn't it here? He mumbled. I found the starter, but I still can't find the power source. It's been 200 years, so it's normal for survivors to have stripped everything. Ye Shi suggested they stop wasting time and just rummage through the trash pile to see if there was anything good. Guang Feng nodded, though still stubborn. The kid's right, but there is one other possibility. Looking at the accessories on the front of the car, the pre-war technology here might have used a remote power source instead of a fixed one. Trying to find a generator in these abandoned cars is probably impossible. Suddenly, Ye Shi shouted loudly, Hey, get over here, I've made a great discovery. Guang Feng rushed over. What did you find? A starter? Ye Shi shook his head. Not a machine, I found a cave. It turns out it's the entrance to a tunnel, he said excitedly. Let's go in and check it out. I don't sense any danger anyway. Guang Feng frowned. Wait, the administrator never mentioned this place. It's too dangerous to go in without permission. Ye Shi laughed loudly. Heh heh. It's precisely because he doesn't know about this place that it's worth exploring. Didn't you say we can't go back empty-handed? This place might have props or an NPC that unlocks a hidden quest. He began to daydream. Many games set up underground worlds as places where beautiful girls are imprisoned. He mimicked a voice. Big brother, you're so strong. Big brother, please save me. That's right. Thank you for saving us from this lightless prison. Guang Feng burst out laughing. Ye Shi, you're fantasizing about saving girls again. I do good deeds without expecting anything in return. From now on, you ladies can just follow me. He pondered. You think there's a treasure chest with a generator down there? Humph. I don't approve of your fantasies. But the hidden mechanisms in this game are indeed worth exploring. Maybe we'll pick up some mysterious treasure. Ye Shi nodded. Okay, let's prepare a bit. I'll get a bag to carry more stuff first. Guang Feng warned. But I'm reminding you, don't forget the administrator's words. If you encounter an aberration, you must avoid combat. Run if you can. If you're forced to fight, absolutely do not let the enemy get behind you. Otherwise, it's suicide. The two of them hesitantly stepped into the tunnel. Inside, it was muddy and swampy. Ye Shi pointed at a patch of mushrooms. Are these mushrooms? What are they called? They must be wild mushrooms, but I've never seen them in real life. They look small but special, and their patterns glow with multiple colors. Guang Feng shook his head. Maybe we should take some mushrooms back. But let's first ask if they're edible. Even if it's a game, we can't just die so easily. This year, nearly 8,000 people in the country died from eating poisonous mushrooms. Ye Shi nodded. I've already picked all the mushrooms here, but this place is safe. Let's go deeper inside. He ran in enthusiastically. Guang Feng called after him. Wait for me. Suddenly, Ye Shi froze. Guang Feng almost crashed into him. Hey, what are you doing? I almost hit you. Ye Shi trembled. This is bad. This deadly sense of oppression is exactly like the time I encountered that giant crow. From deep within the tunnel, strange sounds echoed out. Could it be an aberration? Guang Feng yelled. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. Ye Shi ran first. Wait for me. Doesn't this kid say a word before he acts? Guang Feng thought. Fong screamed, "Hurry up and run. What are you standing there talking nonsense for?" The creature heard the commotion and was creeping closer, a hideous monster. It lunged forward with its round mouth full of sharp teeth, growling. The scene cuts to the handsome Tuong Lai and Ma Xiong. Both of them were panting, completely exhausted. Their bodies felt like they'd been wrung dry. Ugh, phew. Man, even hauling bricks at a construction site isn't this tiring. Su Guang appeared, nodding in satisfaction. You two did well. Your reward is 200 contribution points each. He instructed them that solid and liquid waste must be separated, or it would easily turn into a pile of sludge. Sterile urine could be used to fertilize plants directly, but that's enough for today. He pointed into the distance. There's a water source within a 1-kilometer radius. Everyone can go wash up. But be careful of strange creatures attacking when you fetch water. Bathing is also a huge problem. Later on, personal hygiene for over 100 people will be even more challenging. Without enough medicinal supplies in reserve, infectious diseases will be very dangerous. A player suggested, "Administrator, how about we build a bathhouse? Who knows, maybe female players will join later." Another person laughed loudly. "Of course, how can we let girls bathe outdoors? We have to make them a little comfortable," the other guy added. Right. My man is absolutely right. The bathhouse could provide hot water for a refreshing bath. One person daydreamed about building a bathhouse with an added sauna. It would help everyone get closer and be a feast for the eyes every day. Hee. Just thinking about it is getting me excited. Su Guang was speechless, looking at the two guys, daydreaming. He'd never seen such shameless perverts. And there were two of them. Suddenly, shouts echoed from the distance. "Help! Help me!" The other two had returned. The blonde girl saw the newly dug pit and slammed on the brakes. "So dangerous. I almost fell," but Guang Feng, who was behind her, couldn't stop in time and crashed right into her. The two of them broke through the wooden fence and tumbled into the pit. "Help!" the girl screamed. Mushrooms flew everywhere as they both landed snugly in the pit, which was cushioned by a pile of them. Su Guang walked over to check. "Are you two all right?" He bent down and picked up a mushroom, his expression immediately brightening. "You've all worked hard. You two go get some water and wash up. Let's rest for a bit." He turned to the group and smiled. It seemed they had found something good. Afterwards, Su Guang cooked a pot of hot congee, and the whole group devoured it like they were starving. One person asked while chewing, "Why does this congee taste like mung bean soup, but not sweet? How is it this delicious? Is the administrator a great cook?" Guang Feng coughed. Ahem. Where did you guys find this?" Ye Shi replied. "Although we didn't find the generator, we discovered an entrance to the sewers in the parking lot. There were a lot of blue mushrooms, so we picked them and brought them back." The blonde girl interjected, "Wait a minute, Mr. Administrator, I was actually the one who discovered that spot." Su Guang raised an eyebrow. "That's right. Are these wild mushrooms edible, or are they for researching medicinal ingredients? Can we add some corn?" A player laughed loudly. "Boo-hoo. I want more corn." Su Guang shook his head. "You two are overthinking it. These little things are called blue angel mushrooms. Unless you're immune to all poisons, if you eat one of these, you'll be seeing a real angel in an hour at most." He explained. The blue mushrooms contain a special polypeptide, which has a soothing and healing effect on non-fatal wounds caused by gamma rays. The merchant caravans from Polar Rock City buy this stuff at a pretty high price. They then sell it to the factories there. That's what old Father Lee once told me. Although blue angel mushrooms aren't edible, they are the main ingredient for creating a radiation-clearing vaccine, Su Guang explained, his eyes sparkling. "Luckily, you two didn't go too deep inside. This type of mushroom usually grows near leech nests, mutated leech nests." Guang Feng was surprised. "Mutated leeches?" Su Guang nodded. "That's right. Mutated leeches are only about the size of a hand. Other than their characteristic sucker mouths, they're no different from regular leeches. But when they mature, they can grow to over a meter, or even up to 3 meters. I heard their feeding habits also change. They can swallow an entire adult whole." Ye Shi's face turned pale. "Wow, we just had a brush with death." Guang Feng nodded. "So that sound came from the mutated leeches. Our ancestors must have been looking out for us." He turned to them. "I assume you two still remember the exact location of that sewer entrance, right?" Ye Shi nodded, decisively. "Of course, I made a mark right here." Su Guang smiled. "Good, I understand." He thought to himself, these rookies are starting to become more reliable. He announced. This time, Guang Feng and Ye Shi will receive 220 contribution points, 200 points for discovering the mutated leech nest, and 20 points for finding the blue angel mushrooms. They said in unison. Thank you, Administrator. With a look of satisfaction, Su Guang thought to himself, I didn't expect them to have such an unexpected harvest this time. That stuff isn't easy to find at all. However, he was cautious. I can't give too big of a reward. If they get a taste of the good life, they'll risk running off to pick mushrooms, and they could carelessly lose their lives there. I can't believe there's a mutated leech nest nearby. His voice turned serious. In short, before we find a generator to supply power for the living matter, everyone should remain cautious. He pointed to the pile of mushrooms. Next, we need to process these blue angel mushrooms. There are about 2 kilograms here. According to the current market price, 50 grams is worth 1 coin. This pile is worth about 40 coins, which is equivalent to my entire savings from the past 5 months. Moreover, this is the price offered by the recycling station on the main street. The actual value is at least double that. He turned to the group. I'm going out to restock supplies. The 4 of you stay here. Here, remember not to go far. At 5 p.m., Little 7 will open the gate for everyone. Return to the shelter on time. Little 7 will tally the results of your work. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask it. The 4 of them said in unison. Understood, Administrator. After finishing the pot of porridge, the group was idle and began to chat. One person wondered, the green angel mushroom is an ingredient for making a vaccine that eliminates radiation. But why is the reward only 20 contribution points, equivalent to chopping down 2 trees? Is something wrong? The blonde girl nodded. Of course, there's a problem. Normally, mission rewards should be based on their difficulty. You two not only unlocked a new instance but also gathered high-value supplies. Logically, you shouldn't have received such a small reward. The future is long chimed in. So what do you think is the reason? The girl replied, the priority level, of course. Another person looked puzzled. What's a priority level? The future is long explained. Perhaps in a previous scenario, the administrator mentioned that the most important mission right now is survival. The blonde girl nodded. Hey, I play games so often I don't watch the cutscenes. I just skip them directly. I guess the missions on the board aren't all of them. This game gives us a great deal of autonomy. Not only can we receive missions from NPCs, but we can also actively trigger them. One person asked, what makes you say that? The girl replied, based on what we did this afternoon, all of those were missions the administrator assigned after taking our suggestions. Even though you guys didn't find the generator, you discovered the mutated leech nest and picked wild mushrooms, so you all received contribution points, just like me and Old Bai. The future is long nodded. I get it, but completing missions on the board also grants a similar amount of contribution points, and it's not a low number. The girl continued, right, that's the second point I wanted to make. Do you remember the strategy we discussed about building up favorability? One person said impatiently, what on earth do you guys understand? If you have something to say, just say it. The curiosity is killing me. The future is long laughed. Listen, the fixed missions on the board only have low rewards. In comparison, actively triggering missions is a better way to show our abilities. In theory, it could raise the administrator's evaluation of us. The blonde girl exclaimed, oh, so that's it. What you're saying makes sense. The future is long suddenly grew thoughtful. But these speculations are based on the assumption that Wasteland Online is a complete virtual reality game. The administrator's behavior is governed by programmed logic. If his AI isn't as advanced as we imagine, this theory might not be correct. Someone interjected, what do you mean? Our administrator is so much more like a real person than Little 7 is. Maybe he's actually a real person, role-playing. The blonde girl was startled. You mean he's deceiving us? Could he be trying to take advantage of us? The future is long shook his head. Don't worry, my saying the administrator is a real person is just a guess. Besides, he didn't just harm us, he also saved us. In comparison, I'm more concerned with how to accumulate favorability with the NPCs, so we can have a higher starting point in the beta test, the group said in unison. Agreed, I'm okay with that. I have no objections either. The future is long nodded. But you've reminded me about forming a team. From now on, we are a team. We'll share intelligence and support each other. What we need to do is play to each person's strengths. You guys go with Yanhu to the wetland park. Investigate the distribution of mutated creatures and any traces of their activity. If you find a lair, mark the area. But absolutely, do not get too close, and especially avoid combat. We need a safe source of water. One person frowned. All right, does this guy think he's the team captain? The blonde girl laughed. Let's go chop some more wood. I'll go online to look up some information later, and tomorrow we'll figure out how to use this wood. As the sun set in the wasteland world, a merchant caravan entered the residential area. Among them was a girl with long, slender legs caked in mud, her ankles bound by heavy chains. She dragged her feet with every laborious step. Despite wearing ragged clothes, her face shone with a radiance that couldn't hide her beauty. A player exclaimed in admiration, "Whoa, look over there. That girl has a killer body. What a pity. Such a fine dish is being fed to a pig." The caravan leader shouted, "What are you all looking at? Get back to unloading the goods, and hurry it up. Don't delay Boss Lee's schedule." Old Wanter stood nearby, observing, finding it inconvenient to get involved. Old Lee bowed his head respectfully and said, "On behalf of the town mayor, I welcome you to Prosperous Street. This girl is the merchandise that your town mayor wanted." The caravan leader, Boss Lee, nodded. "Send the goods over. Be careful." He added, "High-grade goods are very hard to find these days. Cherish her a little. Don't go breaking her in just a few days." Old Lee nodded. "Rest assured, sir. I will deliver her safely into the town mayor's hands." As usual, Guang arrived just as the merchant caravan appeared. This time, Old Lee, the caravan leader, had brought along a legendary blood-fed item, a clone. Previously, Li had mentioned that Boulder City had a slave trade. Guang had thought he was lying and never expected to witness it with his own eyes today. However, he thought to himself, only the town mayor here would be able to afford such a luxury item. In his imagination, the town mayor was a disgusting fat man, puffing on a cigar while sitting in a lavish armchair. He mumbled, "This is an opportunity. Good. If the Jishi City merchant caravan is here, I might be able to find a good buyer." "Over there," Old Lee started, tossing money to the manual laborers. "Once the goods are unloaded, you're done here. Take this." The men took the money and said in unison, thank you, Boss Lee. Next time you need goods unloaded, please think of us again, Boss Lee." Su Kuang quietly blocked the caravan's path and spoke calmly. "Boss Lee, do you have a moment? I have something you need." Old Lee raised an eyebrow, looking Tim up and down. "Who are you?" Su Kuang smiled, unfazed. "I mean no harm. I just want to make a deal with you." The nanocarbon body armor he was wearing would buy him at least 5 seconds. If anything went wrong, as long as he wasn't exposed, everything was still under control. The men in the caravan heard this and burst out laughing. "A deal? Are you some new scavenger who just arrived in Prosperous Street?" Su Kuang replied in a calm voice, "My name is Su Kuang." Old Lee waved his hand dismissively. "I don't care what your name is. We don't do small deals with ragged scavengers like you. You're better off selling to Zhuo Li." The young man, Su Kuang, didn't argue, only giving a slight smile. He directly opened his bag to show its contents and said, "Are you sure 2 pounds of this stuff is junk?" Old Lee looked inside, his eyes lighting up. "Oh? Where did you get this?" Su Kuang replied. "Next to a mutant leech nest, by the underground stream. Do you want to go?" Old Lee laughed loudly. "Don't be nervous, I'm just asking. This stuff, how are you planning to sell it?" Su Kuang named his price. 200 coins per pound. He thought to himself, although the buyback price in Prosperous Street is 1 coin for 50 grams, the true value of these blue angel mushrooms is definitely much higher than that. Old Lee nodded. "It's a deal." Su Kuang cursed internally. "Damn it, I still quoted too low. I should have asked for double." He glanced at Old Lee. That fat town master definitely doesn't sell it to these merchants for just this price. Son of a bitch. It really makes me want to rush over and beat him up. Old Lee gave a cunning smile. "All right, my young friend. I hope Zhuo Li doesn't find out about our transaction today." Su Kuang nodded. "Of course, he won't find out. I don't want any trouble either." Old Lee nodded slowly. You really are a smart one. Now, I could give you 200 coins, but I'm guessing you'll just use them to trade for something else. So why not buy directly from me? You'll save on the middleman's markup. I have some surplus supplies here. How about I give you a 20% discount?" Su Kuang snorted coldly in his mind. 20%? My ass. But he thought, as long as he sells it cheaper than Prosperous Street, I have no reason to refuse. He nodded. "I want to buy a gun. Do you have any?" Old Lee laughed, loudly. "A gun? Not a problem. A bolt-action, iron-barreled rifle, 9mm caliber, only 200 coins. How about it? I can even throw in 30 rounds for you. The bullets are 1 coin each, so this price is an absolute bargain." Su Kuang inspected the rifle. It felt good in his hands. "Is this price after the 20% discount?" Old Lee nodded. "Yes. If you think it's too expensive, you can choose a cheaper. 1. This iron-barreled pistol in my hand is only 100 coins, 5mm caliber. It's useful for dealing with robbers, but I wouldn't recommend using it against mutants, Su Kuang thought to himself. Still this expensive after a 20% discount? These capitalists really do devour people, bones and all, he countered with his own terms. The 9mm iron-barreled rifle, plus 60 rounds. On top of that, I need 25 coins for food and other supplies. Old Li raised an eyebrow. Are you making conditions with me? Su Kuang nodded. That's right. The nearby mutant leech nest has more than just 2 pounds of mushrooms. I'm sure you understand what I mean. Boss Li. Old Li laughed loudly. You want me to invest in you? Is that it? I bet you're still making a hefty profit even at this price. Su Kuang continued. If you agree, the next batch I bring will be 10 times bigger than today's. Old Li's eyes gleamed. Oh? 10 times? Your proposal isn't bad at all. 20 pounds of blue angel mushrooms transported to Jishi City. How many anti-radiation vaccines could that make? By then, forget one iron-barreled rifle. I could buy 100 of them. He clapped Su Kuang on the shoulder. Let's be friends. I'm Li. I rarely do business directly with scavengers, but you're an exception. I'm very interested in you. Su Kuang smiled. Thanks. I'm Su Kuang. Old Li frowned. I know. You just said that. Su Kuang nodded. I hope we have a pleasant partnership ahead, he thought to himself. I'm also very happy to partner with you, Boss Li, even though you ripped me off today. This Su Kuang will pay you back tenfold. Old Li handed over a new iron-barreled rifle, 60 rounds of ammunition, and some additional supplies. Thanks, Boss Li. Old Li took the mushrooms, looking satisfied. Don't mention it. The good stuff is always hidden near the shell holes. Su Kuang used a piece of cloth to wrap the rifle. The thing was too eye-catching. It was better to be a little discreet. He took the remaining money, thinking, normally, it's rare for anyone to get money out of this old fox's hands. You're the exception. Old Li laughed. It seems I'm truly lucky. But I hope your luck continues. After all, our partnership has only just begun. Su Kuang nodded, but was internally on guard. He's right. The blue angel mushrooms grow near a mutant leech nest. Just the sound of that thing is sickening, not to mention how many of them are in the nest. Firepower, with normal piercing power, can't deal with them because their hides are super thick. Their regeneration and vitality are terrifying. Even if you cut them in half, they can split into 2 new individuals after a short time. And the small holes on their bodies are that's pointless. Setting it on fire? Forget about whether you could even get a fire started. Even if you did, the mushrooms and all the valuables would burn right along with it. Old Li spoke up. Chu Kuang, let me give you a heads up. I'll be back at the end of the month, and it'll be my last visit this year. I expect to see you with 20 kilograms of blue angel mushrooms. Chu Kuang frowned. And I'll price those 20 kilograms of mushrooms at 2,000 coins for you. You can place an order with me. No need to pick up other people's scraps. Chu Kuang scoffed. Is that so? How would I know what you even have in stock? He thought to himself. This merchant is trying to screw me over again. Old Li snapped his fingers, and someone immediately brought over a tablet computer. A list of my merchandise is on here. Take your pick. Chu Kuang scrolled through it. Aviation goggles for 50 coins. A bulletproof vest for 600 coins. Specialized infrared night vision goggles. This merchant really has some good stuff, Chu Kuang thought. Old Li looked surprised. Oh? You know how to use a tablet? Old Li laughed. Well then, I don't need to walk you through it. I guarantee the goods are exactly as pictured. Absolutely top of the line. Suddenly, Chu Kuang's eyes lit up. Whoa. A generator. Item. 10 kilowatt wood-burning generator. Function. Generates power by burning wood. Price. 1,200 coins. He kept scrolling. Item. Region 1 powered exoskeleton. Function. Provides basic defense, enhances carrying capacity, and improves mobility over complex terrain. Price. 800 coins. Old Li asked. So, have you picked anything out? Chu Kuang nodded. I've decided on these. Take a look. Will this do? Old Li glanced over and nodded. Oh, you've got a good eye. The Region 1 exoskeleton might be basic, but it's the most practical model. As for the generator, if you're worried about power consumption, you might as well buy an additional power source. I offer a trade-in service for them. It's a real bargain. A spare chemical battery pack is only 150 coins. Even trading up to a better battery won't cost you 1,000 coins. Chu Kuang calculated silently. The powered exoskeleton could be worn underneath his clothes. But a generator. Dot. That wasn't something a simple scavenger like himself could just buy. He spoke up. Don't worry. I have no intent. He figured it was best to put the old man's concerns to rest, just in case. Old Lee waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Forget it. What you do with it is none of my business. Even if you tell everyone I sold it to you, I'll never admit it. You'll be the unlucky one in the end. Chu Kuang scoffed. It's getting late. I'll see you next time. Old Lee nodded. Wait a minute, Chu Kuang said. All the items I just ordered get a 20% discount, right? Old Lee let out a loud laugh. Huh, the price you saw was after the discount. Chu Kuang gave him a friendly middle finger and bid farewell to the merchant caravan. He cursed to himself. Damn it. Just you wait. I'll show these despicable merchants who they're messing with one day. It was already dark, and heading back to the base now would be extremely dangerous. He decided to head back to his tent for the night. On the way, he passed a bustling market stall. A vendor yelled, Soap from Polar Rock City. Only 30 bars left. 3 coins a bar. Come wash that stench off ya. Another called out, Cooking oil from Brown's farm. 10 coins a liter. Too pricey? Find someone to go in on it with you. The crowd of players buzzed with chatter. Let me see. I'll take a bar of soap. I want some rock salt. You got any? Got any salt-cured tobacco leaves? I'm dying for a smoke. Just pick what you want. I'm taking a break. Suddenly, a booming shout cut through the noise, silencing the entire crowd. An authoritative voice, issuing an order from the town chief, rang out. All of you, stand straight. Before the end of the month, every household must contribute 100 kilograms of firewood and 2 animal pelts. The news spread through the town like wildfire. Within the crowd, a few people began to whisper anxiously. They issue this order every year in August and September. How are we going to survive the winter? Someone else sighed. But if we don't hand it over, we'll be exiled. Where could we possibly go with winter coming? A bitter voice piped up. At least we have some freedom here. It's way better than being at Brown's farm. Looks like the town chief is planning to make a huge score before the last merchant caravan of the year arrives. He wants to monopolize all the resources, all to fund his own lavish lifestyle. But none of this concerned Chu Kuang. He thought calmly to himself, I'm leaving before winter gets here anyway. As he approached his home, Chu Kuang could hear Xiao Yu arguing fiercely with a young boy. You damn brat. Get out of my way. Don't blame me if you get hurt, he growled. What's worth looking at in a dead man's house anyway? This boy was Wang Defu, the 3rd son of the Wang family. Hearing this, Xiao Yu was furious. She screamed, He's not dead. He's not dead. He is not dead. He pointed right back in her face. Stop kidding yourself. That country bumpkin hasn't been back in 4 or 5 days. Aren't they going to divvy up your house anyway? I'm not even trying to take it all. The main beam and this door are mine. You all can take whatever's left. Xiao Yu roared in fury. Get out. Her word made Wang Defu's face turn purple with rage. You goddamn brat. Get lost right now if you don't want a beating. I'm not going anywhere. You dare hit me? Xiao Yu shot back defiantly. And why wouldn't I? He sneered. Your father and your 2 brothers are all gone. What do I have to be afraid of? Just then, Chu Kuang stepped forward, his calm, steady voice cutting through the argument. He asked, Who was it just now that said I was dead? This country bumpkin, he's still alive? The moment Xiao Yu saw him, her face lit up with joy. Her face lit up. She quickly explained, That guy came by yesterday. He was trying to take your house. And just now he was about to hit me. Su Kuang smiled reassuringly. Oh, so that's what happened. Thanks for watching the house for me. But I'm here now, so no one can bully you. Don't worry. He turned to Wang Defu, his voice turning cold. And as for you, little Wang, are you going to leave on your own? Or do you want me to escort you out? Wang Defu just stood there frozen, which made Su Kuang raise an eyebrow. Still standing there? I guess that means you want me to see you out, right? As he said this, he casually reached behind his back, making a motion as if to pull out a steel pipe. The action terrified Wang Defu. The color drained from his face. He stammered, backing away continuously with a trembling voice. You just wait. I'm definitely telling my brother and my father about this. With that, he turned and fled in a panic. He looked like he was about to crap his pants. Beside him, Xiao Yu beamed, her eyes crinkling as she cheered. Thank you, big brother. Su Kuang quickly waved it off with a small smile. It's nothing. We just have to help each other out. But then he noticed the girl was staring at him intently, her eyes sparkling in a strange way. Why is she looking at me like that? He wondered, before pulling out a lollipop. This is for all the trouble these past few days. Here, take it. It was no trouble. Thanks for the lollipop. Xiao Yu happily accepted it and hurriedly unwrapped the candy, her eyes shining brightly. I don't have anything else to do, anyway. When you go out, I can help watch your place. Su Kuang chuckled. I think you were just after the lollipop. But still, you're a loyal kid. You've earned it. Suddenly, a deep male voice called out from the distance, startling Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, what are you doing over there? Oh, crap. Her father and brothers were back. From left to right stood Yu Xiong, Yu Hu, and their father, Yu Lao. The girl quickly ran over to them, leaving Su Kuang standing there feeling a bit awkward. Does the Yu family not want her talking to me? He wondered. It can't be that bad, can it? Yu Hu used to initiate conversations with me all the time. The members of the Yu family walked past him, but one of them suddenly stopped. Yu Hu, the family's second son, turned his head to look directly at Su Kuang. He let out a loud laugh. Haven't seen you around for a few days. I thought you were dead. Damn. Do people these days just assume you've kicked the bucket if you disappear for a bit? Su Kuang laughed back. Haha, looks like your intuition isn't too reliable, is it? Yu Hu nodded. Oh, you're right. My intuition really is a bit lacking. Oh, right. The town chief just issued a mobilization order, requiring every household to contribute 100 kilograms of firewood and 2 square meters of animal pelts. Our family has 3 people, so we need to hand over 300 kilograms of firewood and 6 square meters of pelts. Su Kuang nodded. Yeah, I heard about that. For context, getting 6 square meters of pelts would require killing about 4 to 5 mutated hyenas. Yu Hu suggested enthusiastically. Brother Kuang, have you figured out how to get the pelts yet? Why don't we head to the northern forest to try our luck? The Li family said they saw tracks of a migrating deer herd there. If we could catch 2, we'd have not only the pelts, but also the meat. Su Kuang politely declined. No, thanks. I can figure something out myself. A thought flashed through his mind. They want to go north to hunt. Linghu Wetland Park, where our base is to the northwest. Hopefully, we won't cross paths. Yu Hu didn't give up and pressed on. Brother Kuang, I know you're capable, but there's a limit to what even the strongest person can do alone. That brat from the Wang family only dares to bully you because his family is influential. Oh, by the way, my sister will be of marrying age next year. If you're in a hurry, we could even hold the wedding tonight. It's no problem. Su Kuang was stunned and quickly waved his hands. No, thank you. He turned and quickly walked into his house, while Yu Hu scratched his head, mumbling, Where did I go wrong? What a shame. If he married my sister and they had a son, the Yu family might produce a great figure like Town Chief Li. In the eyes of Beta Town's residents, anyone who managed to leave the shelter was incredibly capable. Town Chief Li had done everything to help the town, becoming a highly respected figure. Meanwhile, Su Kuang was panting after his hasty retreat, thinking to himself, Damn it, that's insane. He wants me to marry Xiao Yu? He imagined Xiao Yu with a bright smile, saying, Good morning, darling husband. Hehe, what would you like first? Breakfast? A bath? Or me? The thought made Su Kuang blush beet red. No way. Even if Xiao Yu has reached the survivor's age of marriage, I can't accept this. The next day, at the nursing home, Su Kuang was inspecting the freshly cut timber. If it wasn't processed correctly, the wood would crack and warp. He pondered, There are several ways to dry the moisture out of wood, painting the ends and letting it air dry, or soaking it in water. But pulling it out of the water would be a hassle. He just hoped it wouldn't rain for the next few days. All the lumber they had collected over the past 2 days had been cut into logs, enough to build the north and west walls of the nursing home. However, the logs were untreated, and just a few downpours could cause them to rot. A friend, Brother Ma, suddenly spoke up excitedly. Why don't we just use cement as the building material? Su Kuang was surprised. Where would we even get cement? Brother Ma laughed heartily. There's tons of concrete waste in this wasteland. Even here in the nursing home there's a fair amount. Those chunks of broken concrete can't be used directly. However, if we mix them with new cement and reinforce it all with steel bars, building a simple concrete fortification should be no problem at all. Model. Even if it's low quality, it's still much more durable than wood. But to make use of concrete waste, you first need cement. And to make cement, besides needing enough coal, you also need a kiln that can withstand temperatures as high as 1,450 degrees Celsius. Just then, the other two returned, their voices filled with excitement. Hey, we're back. We made a major discovery. East of Ling Lake, there's a river that's not on the map. It probably formed about 200 years ago. One of them, Kuang Feng, threw the bucket in his hand to the ground and said enthusiastically, Wait a second. I'll get the map out for you guys to see. The diagonal lines are the activity ranges and nests of invasive species, while the circles are relatively safe spots. Chu Guang looked at the bucket and asked curiously, "And what's in this container? Is that cement?" Guang Feng replied proudly, "We found this stuff by the riverbank." At first, Lao Shi thought he'd find a beautiful NPC bathing, but he ended up just finding this pile of mud. But our brother Feng is much more reliable. He was the one who figured out this mud could be used as a building material, so he brought it back. Lao Bai sat down, observing the buckets. He pondered, "Let me take a look first. This can't be used directly as a building material. It'll just get washed away by water, but this is good stuff. Our kiln can now produce cement." Chu Guang was surprised. "A kiln? That's right," Lao Bai nodded, his eyes sparkling. "Guang Feng and I have been discussing and planning to make cement. What do you guys think?" Guang Feng laughed loudly. "What's not to like? Don't forget, we're in a game. This is a completely realistic game. There's nothing you can't think of and nothing you can't do. Let's get to work quickly. This bit of mud isn't enough to build the kiln. Let's go get a few more buckets." "Roger." Lao Bai nodded, standing up with a professional air. He started assigning tasks, and the way he organized everyone to move bricks was incredibly professional. So professional. "Guang Feng, let's keep chopping trees here." Guang Feng nodded. "I'm all ready. Let's go. We have to give the administrator a surprise." A surprise. A surprise. The scene changes to a dense forest. Suddenly, a horrifying scream rang out. "Help! Help us!" A mutated two-headed bear was chasing them frantically. Two players, Lao Bai and Guang Feng, were fleeing in panic. Chu Guang turned back and immediately grimaced at the sight of the giant beast. Unfortunately, Lao Feng tripped and fell, shouting, "It's over, brothers, run!" But the bear behind him lunged forward, leaving no chance for survival. Chu Guang woke up with a start, his hand unconsciously grabbing the iron gun beside him. It turned out to be just a nightmare. He was still in his shed on Beta Street, and for some reason, he had dreamt of those bloodsuckers. He mumbled to himself, feeling uneasy. Because of the four players, the food he had accumulated over the past 5 months was almost depleted. "I wonder how they're doing now. Even with Xiao Qi at the base, I'm still worried." Suddenly, a knock came from outside. "Big brother, it's Xiao Yu from next door. Are you home?" The little girl's voice was clear and full of life. "What's up? You're here so early." Chu Guang thought to himself as he opened the door and stepped out. Xiao Yu smiled brightly, holding out a biscuit. "Big brother, this is for you." Chu Guang was surprised. "For me?" He took the biscuit, feeling a bit strange. Suddenly, Xiao Yu beckoned him closer and whispered, "Big brother, let me tell you a secret. This cookie is from my second brother. He told me to tell you that I made it for you myself." Chu Guang chuckled. "Playing mind games, are we? I didn't expect Yu-Hu to pull something like this." He looked at Xiao Yu and asked, "So why did you tell me this secret?" Xiao Yu giggled mischievously. He, because I don't want to lie to you." Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. "Stranger, are you going hunting too?" Xiao Yu was startled and quickly hid behind Chu Guang. "Oh no, it's Wang Defu and his older brother, a tall, muscular man with his head covered. He was the eldest son of the Wang family." He stared at Chu Guang. His voice was full of challenge. "Hey, don't you die out there, or your house will be mine." The person behind him grabbed Wang Defu's shoulder, holding him back. "That's enough." Right, big brother," Wang Defu mumbled in reply, but as he passed by, he deliberately brushed his shoulder against Chu Guang's. Both of them frowned and glanced at each other at the same time. Chu Guang could tell this guy wouldn't be easy to deal with. Turning back to Xiao Yu, he reassured her, "All right, it's okay. I'm heading out now too." Be careful out there," Xiao Yu smiled. "I'll watch the house for you. I'll be here waiting for you to come back." "Thanks," Chu Guang replied, unable to resist patting the adorable little girl's head. He thought to himself, "Actually, Xiao Yu is a good girl. It's just that she's too young right now, at least another 2 years." He shook his head and told himself, "Oh well, I'll think about it after she's grown up." The hunting party in Beta Town appeared almost every day. It was a dangerous job, but it was one of the few ways to make money here. Chu Guang went to Old Man Charlie's shop and stated his business. "Here are 21 chip points. I need 7 kilograms of green barley, and also tobacco leaves for preserving meat. How much can 4 chips get me?" Old Man Charlie replied, 1 point for 1 liang. "So, that's 4 liang of tobacco leaves for you." Brown Farm is rich in compounds like andesite and ketones. With them, even without salt, the shelf life of meat can be extended by several months. Chu Guang nodded. Supplies were running low, but now that he had a gun, hunting would be much easier than before. "I'll cure and preserve the leftover meat for the winter." Old man Cha Li handed over 7 kilograms of green barley and asked, "Here are the goods. Check them if you want." "Ah, that's right. I remember you just bought 5 kilograms of green barley a few days ago. Is there a problem?" Old man Cha Li shrugged, his tone casual. "Nothing. It's just that having a bit more is always good." Chu Guang was startled, suddenly realizing his carelessness. During this time, he hadn't sold any useful scrap, yet he had made 2 consecutive large purchases of supplies. If the town leader were to compare the reports, he might suspect that Chu Guang was secretly forming a faction to oppose him. If this went wrong, he feared it could get him killed. He thought to himself, his heart filled with anxiety. At times like these, he really envied the protagonists in post-apocalyptic stories. They were always so cool, able to sprint through ruins while carrying countless heavy items on their backs, as if they weighed nothing. Reality really isn't so easy, huh? Chu Guang muttered, looking at the heavy pile of supplies in front of him. Carrying this stuff is murder, let alone running and jumping. He sighed and said to Old Man Cha Li, "I'll be going now." Old Man Cha Li chuckled. But from the looks of it, you could really use an ox." Chu Guang raised an eyebrow. "An ox? Honestly, this stuff is heavy. I wonder if that guy Li's 2-headed ox is for sale?" Old Man Cha Li waved his hand. "Be careful on your way." "I will," Chu Guang replied, thinking to himself, "I need to get out of here quickly. Even though Town Leader Li treats me well, he's still one of the town leader's people, so I can't let my guard down." Returning to the vicinity of the shelter, Chu Guang saw from a distance plumes of smoke rising high into the air. The players cheered. "Everyone, look! The administrator is back." Chu Guang was stunned and muttered, "What is this?" There was no mission to build kilns on the quest board. Fang Chang, always quick to speak, immediately went to greet him excitedly. "You're finally back," Chu Guang asked. "What's the situation here? Have you encountered any mutants or other survivors?" He shook his head. "We haven't seen anything, but did you guys build some kilns?" Fang Chang nodded, his voice full of pride. "The soil here can be used to create a raw cement material. First, we burn tree bark into ash, add water, stir it well, and filter out the alkaline water from the top layer. The remaining sludge is pressed to extract calcium hydroxide and calcium carbonate. Finally, the material is put into a furnace, heated until it turns reddish-orange, and then mixed with sand from the river. Add water and mix it all together, and you get a plant-based cement." Chu Guang was inwardly amazed. He had tried mixing soil with mud to make cement before, but had failed. So it was because he used the wrong method. No wonder I couldn't do it before, he thought. Fang Chang continued, "We plan to repair the sanatorium walls with this cement. By the way, we also collected the filtered alkaline water in a container. This can be used for tanning hides, which is extremely useful." Chu Guang coughed dryly, hiding his surprise. "Ahem, you all did an excellent job. Damn, what kind of reward should I think of this time?" Fang Chang's eyes lit up, and he said with a big smile, "It is our honor to share your burdens." Chu Guang smiled, thinking, "Haha, their affinity has definitely increased this time." He realized the player's development progress had just advanced a stage, but Ye Shi suddenly ran over, threw an arm around Fang Chang's neck, and yelled, "Real smooth. We said we'd form a team. But in the end, you tried to take all the credit." Kuang Feng chimed in, "That's right, man. It's not cool to take all the credit and achievements for the team." Fang Chang quickly waved his hands. No, you guys misunderstand. That's not what I meant." Chu Guang laughed, calming them down. "All right, everyone has worked hard, so I'll reward you with some extra help. It seems physical labor like chopping wood helps improve a player's strength. How about I arrange for a few more strong players to come and help out?" Ye Shi immediately spoke up, his voice full of excitement. "Administrator, you have to include some female members." The other two nodded in agreement. "If possible, it's best if they're young and pretty." Chu Guang was speechless and just shook his head. "You young punks get excited the moment girls are mentioned, but they have to be strong enough to work." He nodded. "All right, I'll consider your proposal. Keep up the good work." The group shouted in unison. "Yes, sir, Administrator. Our mission is to serve you. This is also my declaration under the flag of the Union." Chu Guang scoffed. "Tesk, this bunch gets so worked up over girls. Have you guys even seen what the Union's flag looks like, talking so tough?" The 4 players immediately became incredibly motivated. Ye Shi shouted, "I'll go chop wood." "Not to be outdone," Kuang Feng yelled. "Me too," Feng Chang frowned. "On what grounds?" "I want to go too." Seeing the players as fired up as fighting cocks, Chu Guang felt satisfied. Well, I'll just let them do their thing. He figured he should go check his supplies too. He had enough now. Food, to support 1 or 2 more players. He carried the supplies down to the computer room and placed them on the system's bulletin board. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Congratulations, Administrator. You have completed the daily mission. Stockpiling wood, plus 2 points. Refining cement, plus 5 points. Su Guang was shocked. The mission rewards were activated again? The system continued to announce. The administrator has exchanged 7 reward points for a primary blind box. The exchange is in progress. Exchange successful. He opened the blind box, checking it nervously. 5 fruit-flavored lollipops to replenish some sugar. A 200-gram bar of chocolate to replenish necessary energy. A bag of table salt. Net weight, 500 grams. High quality, delicious salt, something ordinary survivors would struggle to buy. Su Guang sighed, man, if only there was more. Half a kilogram of salt could be used for cooking, making smoked meat, or sausages. But if exchanged for refined salt, it could fetch at least 20 to 30 times the amount of coarse salt. He shook his head. No. Salt is the second most profitable commodity in Higu province, second only to weapons. Without enough strength, dealing in this stuff probably isn't a good idea. For now, he decided to focus on building up the infrastructure. Returning to the group chat, he saw everyone was in a lively discussion. Pillbug. Why are there so many new people in the group all of a sudden? Can anyone tell me what this game is like? Does it cost money? Damn it. Is everyone here for Wasteland Online? Ye Shi sent a smiley face icon. The group name is stubbornly called the Useless Online Players Group. This game doesn't cost money. You just need to register an account and fill out a form to get in line. Who gets chosen depends on your luck. Pillbug. Brother Ye Shi. Why weren't you online last night? Was there any new content being tested? Ye Shi. Me? I worked as a carpenter for a day and a bricklayer for a night. Pillbug. What's a bricklayer? Cement? Go ask Fang Chang. Ye Shi. I have to go to class. Talk later. Everyone remember to put your trash in the bin. Pillbug. I thought you guys were just picking up trash. Su Guang scrolled through the chat, thinking to himself that these new faces didn't seem like much. Still, those 4 guys were trying to sell their labor to him. Fang Chang sent a like to a comment, saying, honestly, this game is no different from reality. For example, synthetic charcoal can't be created with just 1 click. You have to build a charcoal kiln first. The firing method is exactly like in real life. Handsome Brother Ma joined in. The most annoying thing for me is that all the materials have to be processed by hand. There's no support from machinery. In other games, you can leave your computer running all night to grind monsters. But in this game, just chopping a few pieces of wood is enough to kill you from exhaustion. Level 8 Gale. That's right, I've experienced that point deeply. Pillbug. Brother Guang. Boo-hoo-hoo. I know you're watching the screen. I'm begging you on my knees, please give me a chance. New member, WC really has mosquitoes. I'm not good at cooking or kilns, but I do know a few things about wood. For example, drying wood through condensing distillates, like from burning wood, can yield acetic acid and ketones. Below is a table of substances obtained from different types of wood. After reading, Su Guang's eyes lit up. Oh, this WC really has mosquitoes guy has something interesting. Ethanol and methanol are whatever, but acetic acid is good stuff. It can be used to make smokeless gunpowder. He immediately looked up the information for the nickname, WC really has mosquitoes, group unassigned, gender male, age unknown. Registration date was August 7th. The information included a photo of a woodworking shop. It seems he sells furniture. This knowledge could be applied to the pile of wood. Su Guang sent a message. Hello, are you interested in joining? Over on Earth's side, a man's phone chimed with a notification. He was the owner of the account, WC really has mosquitoes. Opening the message, he was surprised. Su Guang replied, I am the game planner for Wasteland Online. You can call me Guang. The man was stunned. Holy crap, the game planner is looking for me? He replied, I'm very interested. But how can you prove you're the planner? Su Guang sent a link. Click the link above, and you'll have your answer. WC really has, Mosquitoes asked. Does this game have a fee? He looked at his phone, his heart pounding. Maybe I should give it a try. Even though there are many scams online, what if this game is real? Su Guang sat in front of the screen, intently watching the chat group, which was buzzing with excitement. On the other side of the screen, everyone's enthusiasm seemed impossible to hide. User 1, I've already made a reservation. Are there any other procedures? Su Guang, no. Just send me your reservation number, and I'll mark it for you on the back end. 3 days later, when the connection went online, Su Guang announced, now that we have a carpenter, what other talents does Xiandun need? The chat group immediately erupted. WC really has mosquitoes entered the group, bragging, Ha ha ha. Bros, I've secured a beta testing spot. User 3. Pillbug. Damn it, damn it, damn it. On what grounds? I was clearly in line first. With a frown, Guang muttered. Tsk, this guy gets a spot and immediately starts showing off everywhere. Looks like I can't stay quiet anymore. He decided he had to find a way to calm down the rowdy crowd in the group. Guang sent a message into the group. Everyone, please be patient. The closed beta is for experiencing the game at this stage. We need to test the various systems of the game to see if they're complete or not. Therefore, we need some players with knowledge in special fields to act as guinea pigs. User 4 said, I can be a guinea pig too. I have 7 years of driving experience. Blade's mercy. User 5 said, 7 years of driving experience is nothing. This old man even knows how to drive an excavator. Stop arguing. Don't you realize this guy named The Toilet really has mosquitoes just joined the group yesterday? User 6 said, maybe it's a Smurf account of that damned admin. What a garbage full-dive virtual reality game. It's all fake, User 7 said. It doesn't look like a Smurf account. Brother Guang, I'm on my knees, begging you, please give me a chance. Guang calmly replied, everyone, calm down. Just wait a few more days, and hundreds of closed beta spots will be released. Trust me, everyone will get a chance, he thought to himself. Maybe I should release a few more closed beta spots? After all, there's still about 10 kilograms of food in the base. If I had a gun, I could immediately go hunting for more. 2 more mouths to feed shouldn't be a problem. Suddenly he realized, that's right. Even with food, we still need someone to take care of it. The outpost is missing a chef. Guang sent a message to the group. That's right, we're also missing a chef to test the cooking system. A user said, pick me, pick me. User 8 said, this old man can stir-fry a whole table of Kung Pao chicken with my eyes closed. Let's learn to cook with me. Blade's mercy said, even my dog knows how to make spicy chicken. User 9 said, when it comes to eating, I'm serious. Cooking delicious food is in my blood. The freeloader said, the pork belly I make is crispy without being burnt, tender but not greasy. Don't crush on him. User 10 said, my family are professionals specializing in the Manchu Han Imperial Feast. Theoretically, I can cook any dish. Guang frowned and muttered, there are so many, who should I choose? Nowadays, who doesn't know how to cook a 2-course meal with a soup? Isn't it something you can do as long as you have hands? User 11 said, I've got one. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes. This old man, the new chef, is him right here. The 3rd floor of the abandoned sanatorium. Just then, Xiaoqi rushed in, looking terrified. Sob sob, master, you've finally come to find me. Guang was surprised. What happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Xiaoqi said. Xiaoqi only has 1% of battery left. Guang laughed. And here I was, wondering what was wrong. Wait, where am I supposed to find a place to charge you now? Xiaoqi said, I have a wireless charging port on my body, so I can just go back to the shelter, and staying there for a while will be fine. Guang nodded and muttered, no wonder I couldn't find a single power outlet in the shelter. There's no computer, and the server on the table never runs out of battery, so it turns out it's wireless charging. He ordered, let's go. I'll take you to charge up. Suddenly, he remembered something, and his voice turned serious. That's right, Xiaoqi. I just remembered that the shelter's power system seems to be powered by a nuclear fusion reactor core. Xiaoqi. What? Did you say nuclear fusion? Yes, because the electricity inside lasts for a very, very long time. The smile on Guang's face gradually lost its naturalness. Oh, that's a good thing. I'll have to find a way to secretly tap into the power inside. But the current situation isn't very optimistic. It's now the year 2340. Considering when the shelter was built, that's a very long time, right? So, if the power runs out, what do we do? Xiaoqi said. Xiaoqi doesn't know. I don't know, because according to the plan, the shelter was supposed to be opened 100 years ago, but I don't know why it was delayed for a whole century. Guang reassured in an optimistic tone. Actually, there's no need to be too pessimistic. The power room for shelter 404 should be on the 3rd floor of the bunker. As long as you can unlock that floor and replace the fuel rods in time, it will be fine. Guang sighed. Easier said than done. But where am I supposed to find nuclear fusion fuel rods? Alright, hurry up and go charge. We'll figure this problem out later, Xiaoqi said. Thank you, master. See you again. Guang thought to himself. There shouldn't be much of a problem with the power supply in the short term, even though the shelter's opening was delayed by a century. But after all, this place has been running in power-saving mode. It's possible the remaining electricity could last for several decades. However, he was more worried about the approaching cold winter. There wasn't much time left to prepare. Guang stood up and walked outside to check on the group's progress. He was a little startled to see that 8 glowing carbon kilns had been erected. Administrator, these are the 8 carbon kilns they've built. Great, Administrator, you've arrived. Guang nodded. I was just out for a bit. Did you come up with the idea for these? User 13 said. No, it was a collective effort from everyone. Guang smiled. No need to be modest. I saw everything. The organization will remember your contributions. In addition, on behalf of the organization, I will reward each of you with 100 contribution points to commend you for unlocking the cement building material. From now on, you are the construction captain for shelter number 404's outpost. I'll award you an additional 1,000 contribution points. As for the outpost, you can freely use your creativity to design and build it. The only requirements are that you meet the deadline and stay within the specified boundaries. Plan. Respected manager, captain, I will definitely do my best to build our home. Nearby, Yeishi's eyes were red with envy. Damn it. Why does he get an extra reward? Guang spoke in an encouraging tone, in high spirits. Now, I need you to tell me your plan, Captain. Yes, my respected manager. After I went offline yesterday, I conducted some practical research on the cement industry. I noticed that construction sites that add iron powder to cement can create stronger and more durable cement, and iron slag is everywhere in our area. So, I mixed the iron slag I found with charcoal, used the charcoal as a reducing agent, and successfully created iron powder. The resulting iron powder was fired together with the plant-based cement, and in the end, I obtained ultra-durable cement. We can't produce a large amount of cement with just these few earthen kilns. Therefore, I plan to invest all the cement produced in the initial phase into building a production facility to increase our cement output. Guang nodded. That's a good idea. But how much cement can you really produce using only tree bark? Captain, that's exactly why we need more professional cement kilns. The kind that can generate temperatures as high as 1,450 degrees. This way, we can create calcium carbonate cement by burning limestone and clay, completely replacing tree bark as the raw material. Guang was satisfied. If you've considered everything so thoroughly, then just do as you see fit. He continued, by the way, 2 members will be ending their hibernation soon and joining our team. I'll throw a small party to welcome them, so we need to bring back some wild game. We can't just serve them watery porridge. Who wants to go hunting with me? All 4 of them clamored, me, pick me. Guang laughed loudly. Ahem, we don't need that many people. Yeishi, you go. You're a support type, so you'll be of some use. As you command, manager. Before leaving the shelter to hunt, Guang looked back at the enthusiastic group. He thought to himself, Shelter 404, we will build a brilliant future. Guang had Yeishi lead him to the lair of the mutated leeches. The place was the same as always, desolate, ruined, without a single soul in sight. The surrounding landscape was covered in traces of destruction, as if time itself had gnawed away at everything that remained. Yeishi pointed towards a deep pit, his voice filled with excitement. Manager, this pit is where we found those mushrooms. It's a good thing you guys didn't go in. Let's go, Guang replied with a serious expression. That's not our target today. Yeishi was surprised. Manager, aren't we going hunting? That's right. Guang nodded, but his eyes held a mysterious glint. Then why are we getting farther and farther from the forest? He reached behind him, pulled the gun from his back, and his voice deepened. The real forest is up ahead. Yeishi was stunned by the sight before him. They were on the northern outskirts of Qingquan City, where the infrastructure had severely deteriorated. Trees grew untamed everywhere, and the complex terrain was like a natural maze. This, indeed, was the real forest. Guang signaled, his voice wary. Yeishi, be careful from here on out. Stay behind me. After the apocalypse broke out, this place became a paradise for fungi and plants. Wild animals gradually took over the city. Over a long period, under the combined effects of radiation, genetic weapons, and time, they evolved into ferocious mutated beings, collectively known as aberrations. But the danger here isn't just the aberrations. There's something far more terrifying. Yeishi felt a chill run down his spine and muttered, "There's something that terrifying?" Then an idea struck him, and his eyes lit up, his voice filled with excitement. "I finally get to encounter new monsters in the game. This is so thrilling." Guang frowned and snapped quietly. "Stay close, don't get lost." Yeishi quickly replied, "Yes, yes." Suddenly, a series of clamorous sounds echoed from the distance, causing Guang to freeze. He listened intently, and immediately recognized that something was wrong. With a swift motion, he signaled to Ye Shi behind him. Careful, there's trouble. Ye Shi asked nervously. Manager, what's happening? Su Guang replied with a grim expression. There are signs of survivor activity nearby. Ye Shi grew excited. Oh, other survivors? Are they natives of this wasteland? I finally get to meet other NPCs. Su Guang glared at him. You don't need to be so excited. This is nothing to be happy about. Ye Shi was surprised. Why is that? Sir, because in a place like this, strangers are more dangerous than aberrations, Su Guang replied, his voice cold. He pulled Ye Shi into a hidden corner and carefully scanned their surroundings. From a preliminary analysis, he detected traces of gunpowder with high sulfur content, thumbtacks, and porcelain shards. This was a detonated bomb, he muttered. Using this kind of firearm, there must be mutants or predators nearby. Normal survivors wouldn't plant mines near their settlements. This kind of thing can't easily fool the keen sense of smell of an aberration. In other words, this was meant for humans. He sniffed the lingering scent again. Judging from this smell, the explosion couldn't have been long ago. 5 hours at most. At least not as much. He turned to Ye Shi. When you guys got out from underground, did you hear an explosion from the east? Ye Shi shook his head. He stammered. I didn't. Chu Guang ordered. You stay put. Wait for me. Ye Shi asked worriedly. Sir, where are you going? To scout ahead, Chu Guang replied, his gaze sharp and cold. Can I go with you? Ye Shi asked. But Chu Guang's murderous glare sent a shiver down his spine. You wait here, Chu Guang said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Ye Shi stammered. Yes. I'll wait for you here. He thought to himself. The administrator really has some authority. If I mess this up, I'll really get kicked offline. Ye Shi obediently hid in one spot, while Chu Guang cautiously advanced alone. He entered the desolate commercial district, thinking to himself, although I was planning on using this guy as bait when we got out. But the situation is different now. We could be facing a tribe of predators or mutants. Bait like him would be meaningless. It would only stir up trouble. This place is very close to the shelter, especially since those guys are starting large-scale production. The smoke, dust, and noise will be discovered sooner or later. Among these dangers, there's always a greater threat lurking. If the enemy posed a threat, he wouldn't hesitate to strike first. Suddenly, a group of red-eyed mutant rats appeared. They stared intently at Chu Guang. He gripped the iron pipe in his hand and swung hard. A bunch of creatures with a death wish. He switched to combat mode and quickly wiped them all out. There were only about 20-something of them here, he muttered. Doesn't seem to be a large nest, but it would be difficult to handle if there were more. Chu Guang climbed onto the roof of a building to get a better vantage point. Not long after he got up, he discovered a campsite in a grassy area, surrounded by a fence and watchtowers. This was a survivor's stronghold. Survivor strongholds are divided into two types. One is where people live directly in houses that didn't collapse before the war. The other is where people start from scratch, building on wastelands or in open spaces. The ones who built this wooden camp could only be mutants, averaging 2 meters tall and weighing over 150 kilograms. They eat everything. Mushrooms, fruits, even the meat of mutant flies, rats, and snakes. But their favorite food is still human flesh, their former kin. Chu Guang narrowed his eyes and spotted another figure on top of a nearby high-rise building. Just as I thought, he said to himself. That guy is carrying a bow and arrow on his back and wearing armor. A mutant guard. If Ye Shi and I had kept going forward just now, we would have been ambushed as soon as we reached the intersection. He observed more closely, muttering, Damn it, there are so many obstacles, I can't see how many of them are inside. But judging by the scale of this camp, there must be 20 to 30 mutants. A small mutant community. These guys won't be easy to deal with. Suddenly, a beep sounded in his head. In front of Chu Guang, a notification panel lit up brilliantly. Quest. Eliminate the mutant tribe on 76th Street. Quest type. Side quest. Reward. 200 mission points, he muttered, his voice full of doubt. What kind of idiot would accept this quest? Are they afraid they'll live too long? Is this system designed to get me killed or something? Telling me to go fight a bunch of mutants is basically sending me to my death. However, he quickly calmed down. But this trip wasn't a total waste. At least I can confirm that quests can also be triggered outside the shelter. He frowned and continued to think. Why can't I open the system anymore? It seems the system only works near the shelter, but quests can be activated anywhere outside. Still, these 200 reward points are a bit meager. After carefully observing the surrounding area, Chu Guang decided to retreat. Summoning 100 players only gets me 100 points, but this mission gives 200. Obviously, It's not going to be easy to complete. He calculated silently. Ye Shi, who was trailing behind him, was panting from exhaustion but still asked curiously, "Administrator, sir, what on earth did you see back there?" Guang replied in a low voice, "What I saw was a mutant camp." Ye Shi was surprised. "So we're just going to leave it like that?" "Yeah, what else?" Guang shot back coldly. "You want to fight them? If we lose, we'll be thrown into a pot and become their dinner. Use your head. We only have one gun, and I'm the only one here who can fight." Ye Shi finally understood and nodded. "I didn't think of that just now. I just thought the mutants were NPCs in this game. Now that you put it that way, Administrator, the mutants must be an enemy faction. And they even eat people. That's terrifying. Let's get going." "Provoking those beasts right now is not a good idea." Guang nodded, his voice firm. "We need to prepare better, gather our strength, and eliminate them once and for all." Damn it. This mutant camp really picked its spot. They're located right on 76th Street, opposite the east gate of the park. No matter what, we have to be careful. On their way back, the two passed through an area that looked like an abandoned construction site. Guang stopped, his eyes lighting up. "Isn't this limestone?" Ye Shi nodded excitedly. "Yes, that's it. It's limestone. What an unexpected find." Guang smiled. "Refining all this limestone into cement to build 2 buildings won't be a problem. Just mark this spot." Once Old Bai unlocks the technology for firing calcium carbonate cement, we will no longer have to worry about cement materials. They returned to the 404 shelter outpost. As soon as they walked in, a player exclaimed, "Whoa, you're back, Lord Manager. What are these 2 things?" Guang replied in a calm voice, "These 2 are mutated hyenas. Enough for us to eat for a few meals. But more importantly than food, I have some big news to share, which includes good news and bad news." Old Bai asked curiously, "What's the good news?" "The good news is that there's an unfinished construction site northeast of the Wetland Park, along the North Ba City Highway," Guang explained. "We found a lot of limestone there, probably already desulfurized. There are also some abandoned carts that need to be repaired before they can be used." Old Bai exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. "That's fantastic. I was just worried about not being able to find the materials to produce calcium carbonate cement. I never expected the problem to be solved so quickly." Guang nodded, but his voice dropped. "Manager, what about the bad news?" "The bad news is that past the east gate of the Wetland Park, if you continue along Route 76, there's a mutant camp," Guang replied. "By a rough estimate, there are more than 20 of them." Night 10, still looking terrified, chimed in. "Mutants are a hostile faction. Their combat strength is formidable, and the key thing is that they eat people. We have to be careful." Guang nodded. Night 10 continued. "That's right. Mutants aren't something we can deal with right now. Even their weakest are level 10 or higher. Recklessly engaging them won't just be fruitless, it will also reveal our location. From now on, everyone is forbidden from going near Route 76, and that includes going out through the east gate of the Wetland Park. At least, not until this threat is dealt with." Another player spoke up. "Sir Manager, what should we do with these 2 kills?" Guang pondered. "Although I've eaten this before, I always bought it from a barbecue stall on Bet Street. I've never prepared it myself. 5 months ago, I mostly earned chips by scavenging and didn't have much hunting experience. I've only heard that fresh prey needs to be bled, otherwise it'll be gamey, but I'm not sure about the specific process." Madfan suddenly raised his hand. "Respected Manager, is something the matter?" Guang was surprised. "What do you need the prey's blood for?" Madfan replied, "I want to test some hypotheses, so I need to use it." Guang immediately drew his knife, cut off one of the hyena's legs, and gave it to him. "Here, take it." This swift action made Madfan's heart skip a beat, but he maintained a calm exterior. "Thank you." Nearby, the kilns had been running non-stop from morning till night. Old Bai was working diligently. It seemed the title of construction captain had awakened his sense of responsibility. He ran over excitedly. "Manager, there you are. Respected Manager, under your brilliant leadership, the outpost's cement kiln is basically complete. Once the cement dries tomorrow, we can start firing the first batch of cement." Guang was pleased. "Very good. Thanks to you all, we're one step closer to the great goal of reviving the human alliance. I hope you continue to work hard. The organization will remember your contributions." Old Bai bowed his head, his voice determined. "Yes, Manager, I swear to do my best. I'll get back to work now." Guang watched Old Bai's enthusiastic figure and chuckled to himself. "Heh heh, I've gotten pretty good at selling them a dream lately. But he realized that the players didn't seem to care about the promises. They had found a new joy in the process of rebuilding their home. To put it bluntly, aren't farming games just like this? Watching your home gradually improve is a part of the fun. Ah, he thought. Of course, I'm happy they can enjoy it. The shelter is too poor right now. I can't give them any tangible rewards. I can only sell them a dream for now. Hand out some air coins or something. After dealing with the mutant issue in the Wasteland, Guang decided to check on the chat group. As soon as he opened the chat panel, a message from Night 10 immediately caught his eye. New faction update, mutants. The manager encountered a mutant base on Route 76 and has not his nutter decided, confirmed that mutants are a hostile force. Guang shook his head and muttered, "Geez, are these players a little too eager? He just logged off and he's already bragging in the group. Noob fan. Mutants. What do they look like? Don't fall for me. There's a hostile faction now. Huh? The beta must be coming soon. I've been waiting so long I'm turning into a fossil. Another player. Has your cow slept yet? I want to play so bad." Guang chuckled. It's actually pretty good that these guys are so active. More and more people are flocking to sign up. Night 10 chimed in. I don't know exactly what they look like. I haven't seen them either. But don't worry, everyone. The official website will definitely update with information about the mutants. Guang was waiting for more information. Scrolling through the lively chat group, he muttered, I'm waiting for news too. Looking at the screen, he suddenly realized, how come I'm the only one online today? Where is everyone else? Player 1, quit smoking. And 3 others. Where is everyone? Old G seems to be researching cement. Kwang Feng probably has classes this morning. No idea about Fang Chong, but that guy has always been so mysterious. Player 2, the handsome Ma Ge, has muted the account Maiden Gong DM for 1 day, 1 night, and 1 minute. Try calling me Old G one more time and see what happens. Dao Xiaolu Ren. Player 3? Haha, nice ban. The bathroom really does have some riled up mosquitoes. Just 2 more days, and I can join the test. Player 4, tomato scrambled eggs, +1. Join the effort to quit smoking. Please ban these 2 show-off dogs as well. Player 5 is so annoying. Was the one who made the reservation. What can you do to me? I'm proud. Guang couldn't help but smile wryly as he read these lines. Someone just bury them already. They're really beyond saving. Who needs a damsel in distress? Still, he knew the person called, What can you do to me? I'm proud. He still couldn't believe in the existence of a full-dive virtual reality game. He mumbled, wait a minute. Lai Ri Fang Chang still hasn't shown up in the group. Where did he go? Suddenly, an idea struck him. That's right. I'll check the official website's forum. All the active users are there. Fang Chang might be in one of the threads. Sure enough, there was a new post by Lai Ri Fang Chang on the forum. This guy is a true professional, updating quickly and attracting a large audience. The post's eye-catching title was, Why the game is still not in open beta. This game is so real, I really hope it gets adapted into a comic. Version 1.01 update announcement regarding the 3rd closed beta experience. The charcoal has provided us with a large amount of fuel, and with the successful firing of cement from plant matter, we've built an even larger cement kiln under Old G's leadership. If tomorrow's test firing is successful, we'll have more reliable building materials for our houses and base. I have to admit, the production team for this game has given me an experience that no other game on the market ever has. Especially when the cement kiln was completed, the accompanying sense of accomplishment was truly addictive. I couldn't tear myself away. There wasn't a lot of new content to test today. It was mainly about testing the game's physics and chemistry systems related to cement production. However, it's worth noting that the admin revealed to us today that a tribe of mutants at the end of Route 76 has been confirmed as a hostile force. All players need to be careful and avoid them. The admin hasn't revealed any more information about the mutants yet. As of right now, there are still no updated images of the mutants on the official website. Perhaps the story just hasn't progressed that far yet. If there's new information, I'll post it as soon as possible. I also look forward to my fellow comrades continuing to follow this post. Below the post, the comments were lively. Like for the OP, your writing is amazing. You devil. Damn, this is some powerful stuff. Fang Chang is the best. That's what I'm talking about. Guang nodded in agreement. I can keep a record of these loyal users with good ideas on the forum. And when I recruit new players, I'll prioritize them. Busy all day. Now it's time to reap the rewards. He opened the system and muttered, I didn't complete that many quests today, huh? Just chopping trees and killing mutants, which only gave me a few reward points. This is no better than just opening a blind box. Open it. Let's try my luck. The system interface appeared. What's this? What are these numbers? 5 lollipops, 2 large and 3 small. Guang was annoyed. Damn it, all my 6 system points got me were these spicy lollipops. Wait, what the hell is this? A glowing lollipop? He picked up the lollipop to examine it. It looked pretty powerful. As he took a closer look, he was startled when the system announced, chocolate-flavored lollipop, increases strength by 10 pH for 10 hours. Guang was shocked. This damn system finally gave out something useful, but gaining 10 pH just by eating this. Is this some kind of hack? But seriously, is this thing candy or a stimulant? The system replied, beep boop. This candy increases strength by 10 pH for 10 hours with no side effects. Please rest assured. Guang nodded and mumbled. An increase of 10 pH seems pretty good, and it even lasts for 10 whole hours. At a critical moment, even a fraction of extra strength can turn the tide of a battle. It's just eating a lollipop during a fight. Am I supposed to ask the enemy to stand still for me while I eat it? To hell with it. Whatever, I'll take it for now. Having another ace up my sleeve is a good thing. Early the next morning, in the desolate world, the 4 players all happened to show up at the same time, ready to work. They cheered excitedly. We're back. We've gathered all the materials. We can finally make cement this time. Old Bai said with excitement. Awesome. First, we have to crush the limestone. This is the most tiring part. Then we mix in the iron slag and the clay mixture. Come on, let's mix it together. Finally, we raise the temperature in the kiln to 1,450 degrees Celsius for firing. Everyone chimed in. Let me do it, brothers. I'll turn it. I'll turn it. The fire roared to life. Suddenly, Old Bai paused. Wait a minute. Something doesn't feel right. How are we supposed to determine the temperature inside the kiln? Player 6. Do you know? How the hell would I know, you blockhead? What do we do now? Old Bai was flustered. Do you have an industrial thermometer? All you do is talk nonsense. The bellows just need a little muscle and it's done. Player 7. It would be great if someone could find a generator. Model. Old Bai frowned and mumbled. Damn, that Bai guy has been getting more and more arrogant ever since he became the construction team leader. Suddenly, he realized, wait a minute. Something's missing. Where did Guang Feng and Ye Shi run off to? Just then, Guang came up from the shelter and saw the 2 of them waiting. He was surprised. I wonder what these 2 noobs want. Guang Feng and Ye Shi called out. Manager, come quick and see what we caught. Guang asked curiously. Where did you 2 go? Guang Feng replied. We went to the mutant leech nest nearby. Guang frowned, his voice stern. What? Didn't I tell you not to go to that place? Ye Shi said. No, we didn't go in. We just set some traps nearby. Guang Feng added. That's right. Take a look, sir. These are baby mutant leeches. Guang looked into the bucket and saw it was full of sealed glass jars, each containing small, squirming leeches. He mumbled to himself, they really are baby mutant leeches. These things look disgusting, but they're kind of interesting. How did you guys manage to catch them? Back on Beitei Street, I never heard of anyone catching these things. Ye Shi explained. Mutated insects are high in protein, but they're full of parasites that are really hard to remove. Guang Feng answered, we used animal blood to lure them into glass bottles. The big leeches can't fit, and once the small ones get in, they can't get out. These mutant leeches probably come out to feed at night and return to their nest during the day. Aside from a few broken bottles, all the ones we caught are trapped inside. Guang nodded. So that's how it works. That's actually a pretty good idea if you need to catch leeches. No wonder Guang Feng came to me for raw meat yesterday. Turns out, he wanted to use it to catch baby mutant leeches. He turned to Guang Feng curiously. Just one thing. What do you plan on doing with these? I don't know much about leeches, but I'm sure the mutated ones aren't edible. Guang Feng said, I'm not planning to research whether they're edible. I'm going to use them to fish. Guang was surprised. Fishing? That's not a bad idea at all. Ye Shi agreed. Exactly. Guang remembered the last time he was walking along the lakeshore. He saw some large black birds catching fish. He mumbled to himself, if there are fish, why don't we catch them for food? This is a great idea. He turned to Guang Feng. I've tried fishing before. It's much safer than hunting anyway, but my fishing skills, well, the less said, the better. I couldn't catch a single thing even with proper fishing gear and bait, let alone now when we don't have anything. He sighed. Actually, it's not my fault. If catching fish were that easy, why wouldn't all the survivors just live by the lake? The fish in the lake are all mutants, a different kind of survivor in their own right. But with mutant leeches for bait, things might be different. He looked at Guang Feng and Ye Shi, his voice filled with excitement. These leeches must have some sort of paralyzing effect. Do you guys know how to fish? Guang Feng shook his head but replied, No, but I plan on making some fish traps. Chu Kuang nodded, looking pleased. All right, since you know what you're doing, I'll leave the fishing to you. He turned away, mumbling to himself. With them handling that, I should figure out how to preserve the mutant hyena meat. Yesterday, following the method used by the survivors on Beitei Street, he had crushed tobacco leaves, rubbed them onto the meat, and then slow roasted it over a wood fire to dehydrate it. The idea was to let the tar soak into the fat layer, killing off any microorganisms and parasites. But when he took a whiff, he frowned. It smelled slightly rotten, and at first, he thought he was just imagining it. In the firelight, the meat should have been a golden brown color from the rendered fat, with a characteristic smell of nicotine. But the leg in his hand was dark red, cooked on the outside and raw on the inside, accompanied by a disgusting stench. Could the method be wrong? He mumbled, pondering. I've sniffed this thing until my nose is about to fall off, and it still stinks to high heaven. In the end, he had no choice but to throw it away. There was no way that meat was edible. If only I had a fridge, I wouldn't have to rack my brain over this. He sighed. The problem is the generator. I absolutely have to get my hands on it. But it's only the second week of September. Li Jide's caravan won't arrive until the end of the month. It's pointless to think about it now, and I can't wait that long to start stockpiling food. Not to mention, with the shelter's current finances, a luxury item like a refrigerator is completely out of the question. For the next 3 days, Chu Kuang would go out hunting early in the morning and return around noon or in the afternoon, bringing back meat for the players to cook. They ate like starving wolves, probably because all their hard work was burning a massive amount of energy. He continued trying to figure out how to smoke meat, but made no headway. However, the good news was that the players were outstanding. Over the past 3 days, he had received 7 reward points. Although he had saved up 10 points, after some consideration, he decided to spend them all to open a basic mystery box. Luckily this time, it wasn't just a lollipop. He also got a bottle of unbranded fish sauce. He mumbled to himself, well, at least this can improve our meals a bit. It should be an improvement, right? Meanwhile, 4 players were sitting glumly around a simmering pot. One of them lamented, It's meat stew every single day. I'm about to throw up. I was so excited when I first found out you could actually eat in this game, but it's only now that I realize just eating can be its own form of torture. Another person chimed in. Every meal is either meat or green wheat porridge. Even if my mouth can stand it, my butt is about to tap out. Basically, the flavor system hasn't been released yet, fully developed. Otherwise, even with a little salt, it shouldn't taste like this. Ugh, it's not salty or bland, just greasy. Plus, it's also a bit bitter. Worse than green wheat porridge. A third person frowned. The gamey taste is too strong. You have to add wine, scallions, ginger, and garlic to get rid of the smell. That would probably be better. Lao Bai sighed. Forget it. Just eat. This is a wasteland. Where are we supposed to find all that stuff? This is how we eat now. We'll probably have better food in the future, he mumbled. Damn. Ever since becoming the construction captain, this bastard has been thinking more and more like a capitalist, even actively giving us the corporate spiel. But he also had to admit that he was right. If you were trading, besides salt, those other spices would be considered luxury items, so there wasn't really a problem. If things go wrong, we might even have to pay for salt in the future. A player chimed in. I hope they add spices in the next update. I'd use my reward points to buy them, or I'd even pay for it. Guang Feng spoke up. And I'm thinking about how to improve the fish traps. Can we use accumulated points to buy ready-made fishing tools? The situation suddenly turned awkward, and the conversation hit a dead end. Someone quickly changed the subject. So, how's the cement you two are firing coming along? Lao Bai replied. The quality could still be better, but I feel like we're getting closer and closer to success. Player 6, huh? Is that for real? Don't go bragging, Lao Bai said confidently. Of course, it's real. No joke. And it's not just cement. Recently, Feng Chang and I have also been researching how to fire bricks, but not having a mold is a huge pain. The shape they come out in isn't great, but they're probably still usable. Player 7 said, Can't you use wood to make a mold? Lao Bai sighed, and Feng Chang cut in. Haha, you think it's that simple? This isn't like chopping down a tree. To make a perfectly square mold, you need some serious craftsmanship. To think that I, a top-tier gamer and survival master, who can build a whole house, in the forest in just half an hour would be stumped by such a low-level problem in this game. The other two didn't say anything, tacitly admitting Fang Chang was right. One of them muttered, "Sigh, in the end, it's still, because the settings in this Wasteland online game are too difficult." Guang Feng added, "These past few days, I've also been learning to make traps from those short videos of survival masters on deserted islands, but I still haven't caught a single fish. Come to think of it, it makes sense. The lakeside is full of fish-eating birds, so all the dumb fish have been snatched away. The remaining ones are basically geniuses. They won't be fooled at all. They just eat the bait and run." Ye Shi nodded. "But these fish are really something else. They've eaten almost all of my mutated leeches. Oh well, I'll just consider it fattening them up. Who knows, maybe when the fish let their guard down, I'll be able to catch them." Another player exclaimed, "Oh right, I heard 2 new members are joining today. Is that true? I hope they're 2 female players, to liven up the team's atmosphere a bit." Ye Shi said dreamily. "Based on my perception ability, I have a vague feeling that a beauty is definitely on her way." Suddenly, the group froze, all looking in the same direction. Chu Guang emerged from the shelter and announced, "These 2 are our new members, tomato scrambled eggs. And there really are mosquitoes in the toilet." Everyone's hopes were dashed. "How are they both men?" Chu Guang smiled and introduced them to everyone. "These 2 are our new members, tomato scrambled eggs. Hello. It's a pleasure to meet." 2 newcomers were suddenly drawn by a strange scent, smelling the fragrant aroma of meat and the steam rising from the pot on the Roma. "Fire. There really are mosquitoes in the toilet," exclaimed. "Damn, this is so realistic. If you eat from this pot, can you actually taste it?" Lao Bai laughed. "That's right. So, what are your attributes?" "There really are mosquitoes in the toilet," said. "I'm an agility type," tomato scrambled egg said. "And I'm a physique type." Is everyone eating what's in that pot?" Lao Bai nodded. "That's right. The administrator was originally going to hold a welcoming ceremony, but it must have been cancelled, so he told us to eat first. You 2 just joined, right? Have some with us." There really are mosquitoes in the toilet looked at the food in the pot, thinking to himself that this dish looked like poisonous dung, but since it's just a game, he'd take a bite. At worst, he'd just die and respawn. This was his first chance to eat in the game. How could he possibly miss it? He took a sip and was moved to tears. The sense of taste is incredible. This game is so damn realistic, you can actually eat. Ye Shi laughed. "Of course. Not only can you eat, but if you don't, you'll get hungry, and your blood pressure will drop, just like in real life. But on the other hand, I don't think it needs to be this realistic. Unless I'm eating with a female player, then it's fine." He turned to Fang Chang. "Mr. Fang Chang, would you have dinner with me?" Tomato scrambled eggs, who was a chef, held the bowl and sniffed it. "What is this cooked with?" Lao Bai replied, "Meat, of course." Tomato scrambled eggs asked again, "Meat? What kind of meat?" Lao Bai shrugged, "Mutated hyena. Actually, we don't know if that animal was a wolf or a dog. Anyway, it's a mutant." Tomato scrambled eggs took a taste, and his face immediately scrunched up. "Why is it so gamey? Did you guys add blood to this?" Lao Bai shook his head. "Hell if I know. The hunted creatures are all captured by NPCs." Tomato Scramble approached Lao Bai and whispered, "If you know how to cook, you could try negotiating with the administrator. As long as you have some sort of skill, you'll be valued." Tomato Scramble was surprised. "Really? Then I'll give it a try later." A newcomer chimed in. "What about carpentry? Is that useful? I know how to work with wood." Lao Bai was stunned. "What? Carpentry? You're saying you know carpentry?" Toilet Has Mosquitoes replied, "I do. My family sells furniture, all handcrafted. If anyone's interested, you can get my contact info. I'll give you a discount." Fang Chang and Lao Bai, as if they'd struck gold, immediately grabbed him and dragged him away. "This is great. I happen to be short on people to make molds. Come and give me a hand." Toilet Has Mosquitoes yelled, Wait, I haven't even finished my bowl of soup yet." Yi Shi laughed heartily. "Forget the soup. Won't it be better to wait for the chef to make a new pot this afternoon?" Fang Chang nodded in agreement. "That's right. My good man, take my advice. That stuff really isn't good. We'll take you to get familiar with the game environment first." Tomato Scramble watched the group, a little scared. Is this game normal?" Ye Shi chuckled. "Well, maybe. Generally speaking, the content isn't normal, and I don't think anything like it has ever appeared before." Tomato Scramble hugged Ye Shi tightly. "Brother Ye Shi, this game is a rare treasure. Please help me. I'll stick close to you. Just take me with you. Ye Shi was embarrassed. Good grief. Why are all the answers questions? He sighed. Forget it. It wasn't easy to get a beta test slot. I'll just look around here for now. Over on the other side, Toilet Has Mosquitoes was grumbling as he worked. You guys can't treat the wood like this. Look here, you two. It's about to grow mushrooms. Lao Bai and Fang Chang were impressed. They had to admit, this guy's carpentry skills were truly excellent. Toilet Has Mosquitoes asked, "Is this enough?" Lao Bai nodded. "It's enough, more than enough. You've been a huge help." Toilet Has Mosquitoes smiled. "Don't mention it. If you need anything, just let me know." Fang Chang clapped his shoulder. "All right, I'll remember that. Next time, I definitely won't hesitate to ask." With the molds made, the two immediately started making bricks, their eyes shining with enthusiasm. After a while, the group of players had made enough bricks to build a new kiln. A fire was quickly lit, blazing brightly. Lao Bai watched with satisfaction. "Now this kiln is starting to look like the real deal. Do you think this will succeed?" Fang Chang replied confidently. "Have some faith. Drop the will it part of that sentence for me." The two stood guard by the kiln, but Fang Chang was a bit nervous. "Can this really work?" Lao Bai clapped his shoulder, his voice encouraging. "Have some confidence. Drop the really part, will you? Let's go. Just let it burn on its own. We'll go check on the cement kiln over there. I have a feeling we're getting closer to success." He turned to the group of players. "This time, make the wind blow a little stronger. Let's try to get a bucket of cement before we log off." Everything was proceeding just as Guang had predicted. These greenhorns were working harder and harder. No one was willing to sit idle. In particular, the new member, Toilet Has Mosquitoes, was already starting to prove his worth. He showed off a fish trap. Ye Shi praised him. "You're amazing. It's thanks to you that I was able to finish this. I changed the original cylindrical shape to a rectangular cage using hard steel instead of wood, and then I reinforced the main structure. With this upgraded fish trap, nothing will be able to escape." Ye Shi was curious. "And what's this?" Toilet Has Mosquitoes laughed heartily. "Come on, let's go try to catch a few." Guang observed them. He thought to himself, "These greenhorns are all working so hard. I can't just sit around either. I'll keep working on the smoked hyena meat, but I've tried a few times now and it still stinks. I don't know what I'm doing wrong." Just then, Tomato Scramble walked over, hesitating. "Respected administrator, may I ask what you are doing?" Guang looked at him and thought to himself, "What's he doing here? If I'm not mistaken, he's a recently graduated chef." He decided to probe a little. "I'm researching how to make smoked meat. You've come at the perfect time. From now on, you will be the chef of this shelter." He continued seriously. "The situation we're facing is very serious. Besides building the infrastructure for the outpost, we also need to stockpile enough food. Enough for 100 people to get through the coming winter. I need your help." "Yes, you." Tomato Scramble thought back to his real life. Being a chef wasn't hard, because he was already a chef. Before logging into the game, he'd had to cook many dishes before handing them off to his colleagues. He never expected that he'd still have to be a chef even in a game. "Does this mean I have to work day and night?" he thought to himself, but still asked, "What can I do for you, sir?" Guang nodded. "Good question. I've tried to make smoked meat, but the results weren't ideal. I need you to solve the food storage problem. I've read your file. The organization said you have experience handling food-related issues. Is that correct?" Tomato Scramble hesitated. "I know a little, but a game is still a game, after all. What I mean is, I'm not sure if my experience will be useful in here." Guang reassured him. "It's all right. I need a professional's opinion. Can you help me figure out what exactly is wrong with this smoked meat?" Tomato Scrambled Eggs looked at the leg being smoked over the fire, his expression weary. Instead of asking what's wrong with this, it'd be more accurate to say that everything is wrong with it. First off, smoked meat has to be made in an enclosed room. With the way you're grilling this, even if you burn this leg to a crisp, it won't work. Also, what is this garbage seasoning all over the surface of the meat? Guang replied, "They're tobacco leaves." Tomato Scrambled Eggs was shocked. "What? Tobacco leaves?" Guang explained, "That's right. This is an inland region, so salt is very expensive. The people here use tobacco leaves, which are rich in aromatic compounds and tar, to replace salt. They crush them into a powder and sprinkle it on their food. Then, they heat it up to let the preservatives blend with the layer of fat on the food's surface, which creates an anti-spoilage effect." Tomato Scrambled Eggs listened in disbelief. "You can actually do that? It's true that some aromatic compounds can help keep food from spoiling, but I've never heard of using them in cooking." He continued, Actually, manager, even without salt, you can still make smoked meat. It just won't taste very good. I don't get the method you mentioned, he said, but smoking food over an open fire like that is harmful to your health. Su Kuang looked enlightened. You can make it without adding salt? Tomato scrambled eggs explained. Look, microorganisms need water to survive. The whole point of smoking meat is to dry out the water inside it. Once it's completely dehydrated, you can preserve it for a very long time. Salt makes the process more effective, lets you store it longer, and makes it taste better. But even without it, as long as you do the steps correctly, it can still work. Of course, the higher the fat content of the food, the more troublesome the dehydration process will be. It really depends on the specific type of meat, but no matter what, you have to do it in an enclosed room to get a proper finished product. Su Kuang pondered this, his eyes lighting up. If they didn't have to marinate food with those strange tobacco leaves, this would be fantastic news for the outpost. He thought to himself, even if these survivors are a bit foolish, they've managed to live in this barren land for this long. Their survival skills can't be that bad. Oh well, no point overthinking it. If I let the NPCs solve every problem, then what are the players even needed for? He clapped tomato scrambled eggs on the shoulder and praised him. Excellent. I'm entrusting this glorious and difficult mission to you. Awesome. That's another problem solved. These newbies are actually pretty useful. He smiled, calculating inwardly. Now that the food problem has a solution, should I recruit more players? Improving our reproductive capabilities can wait. The most urgent task right now is probably construction. The outpost currently has a total of 6 players. At this rate, I'm not even sure they can finish repairing the sanatorium's perimeter wall by the end of the month. Suddenly, an urgent shout echoed from the distance. Holy hell, we finally did it. Our respected manager, please come take a look. Su Kuang walked over to where an excited old bai was pointing at a kiln. That's right, we successfully made cement. What do you think? Esteemed administrator, this is the result of our hard work over the past few days. Since this was just a test run, the yield isn't very high, but judging by the volume of the cement kiln's feed gate, processing half a ton a day shouldn't be a problem. Even though it's not as good as professional manufacturing equipment, it's just barely usable. Fang Chang chimed in. We had to hand crank it for hours to get the cement kiln's temperature over 1,450 degrees. We had to add shovelful after shovelful of coal until our arms felt like they were about to fall off. Su Kuang gave a slight nod. I'm satisfied. You all did a great job. With this cement, we've made a huge leap forward from the initial stages of our plan. The shelter will remember your contributions, and each of you will be rewarded with 1,000 contribution points. Old Bai and Fang Chang cheered. 1,000 contribution points? That's incredible. All our hard work these past few days really paid off. Su Kuang smiled, but thought to himself, my goal of earning 100 million and achieving financial freedom in this game, I don't think I'll be pursuing that anymore. I've been giving them too much currency lately. Handing it out this quickly will affect the game's longevity. Maybe I need to add a few more cash grab features, like limited time items, VIP food packages, villas, or limited edition sports cars. I have to drain the points I've given these plebs back out of them. That's the only way to make this sustainable. He suddenly had an idea. What if he added a gacha feature? 1,000 contribution points per roll, with a 5% chance to unlock a virtual girlfriend. Heh. With something like that, I could drain as many points as I want, couldn't I? Oh, my precious little leaks. Fang Chang's voice cut through his thoughts. Right, administrator. There's something I need to report to you. Now that the cement is finished, we'll need more manpower to start construction on the outpost. Su Kuang nodded. How many people do you need? Old Bai said excitedly. At least 10. Of course, the more the better. The cement kiln requires manual fanning, which 2 people can handle by taking turns. We'll be building a second one soon, too. So that'll require 4 people. We'll need at least 4 more to transport stones at the construction site, and the rest will be needed for building walls and houses. In any case, we'll need more than 8 people. Kuang frowned, calculating silently. Damn it. This guy opens his mouth and asks for 16 people right off the bat. The food reserves at the station are only enough to feed 7 people for 1 week. If the population suddenly more than doubles, I don't know if our logistics can handle it. If not, the whole group will be in deep trouble. Just thinking about it felt wrong. He sighed. It's the 9th now. Almost a third of the month has passed. If we don't work harder, it'll be difficult to finish the station before winter. He turned to Old Bai. All right, I understand. I'll submit a request to the higher-ups for support. In 3 days, a new group of members will be awakened from hibernation and will come up here to join our cause. Old Bai and Feng Chang imagined the scene of having a huge workforce and cheered. Awesome. This time, we won't have to worry about being short-handed anymore. This is great. With the addition of new people, our project will be much easier than it is now. As long as we assign tasks reasonably and start construction scientifically, completing it before winter is a sure thing. Feng Chang was more calculating, thinking to himself, just as I predicted. This NPC's authority is more than just a simple NPC's. He can even influence the progression of the game. Could it really be like that? It's just like the fantasy setting of an online game novel I once read. This game runs on a supercomputer with infinite computing power. The game company built a world framework, and the content is completely and flexibly generated by an AI. He mumbled, "That's right. If we don't do well, we'll just be useless online players. It's as clear as day. I'm such a genius." Old Bai watched Feng Chang laughing to himself and thought with disdain, he must have eaten too many magic mushrooms. He's gone completely crazy. And so, the group continued their work diligently. Toilet really has a nose, as the carpenter showcased his excellent professional skills. He exclaimed, "Phew, it's finally done. A great success." A wooden toilet transformed from a tree stump, guaranteed not to give you a sore butt. Tomato scrambled eggs was on the verge of tears. Amazing. I finally don't have to squat anymore. My back was about to break these past few days. Hurricane suddenly came running from somewhere, both hands clutching his rear, yelling, "Please, get out of the way. I can't hold it in anymore." Toilet really has a nose teased. Oh, what perfect timing. A luxurious VIP wooden toilet. At your service. Go on, give it a try. Hurricane thought for a moment. Then an idea flashed in his mind. Isn't this a public toilet? Someone else has already used it. That's so unsanitary, I can't accept that. Thanks, but I think I'll pass. Compared to sitting on that thing, I'd still rather squat. Tomato scrambled eggs was speechless. This guy is this particular, even about going to the bathroom in a game? Just then, a loud shout came from the distance. Tomato scrambled eggs looked over and saw a cloud of dust approaching. It was Ye Shi, dragging a fish bigger than himself behind him. He yelled, "Brother Eggs, we did it!" Tomato scrambled eggs was surprised. "What is that?" Ye Shi said excitedly. "Everyone, come quick! Come quick!" Tomato scrambled eggs pushed through. "Wait a minute. You haven't even said what that is yet. Do I even need to say it? Hurry up and see what we caught." Ye Shi threw the giant fish down with a thud, his voice filled with emotion. 3 days. It's been 3 days. We finally caught one. I'm so happy I could cry. Hurricane, having just finished his business, came out surprised. Huh? Ye Shi, did you really carry this mutated catfish back all by yourself? Ye Shi snapped. Well, wasn't it because you insisted on going back to use the toilet halfway here? Wouldn't it have been better to just find a hole in the wild? Hurricane blushed with embarrassment. Sorry, my bad. Tomato scrambled eggs narrowed his eyes and said, "After 3 days, you only caught one fish, and it seems to be dead." Ye Shi got annoyed. "One fish isn't enough for you? What the hell do you know? And you're complaining that it's a dead fish? It's been 3 days. Do you have any idea what I've been through for the past 3 days? We were there for 3 whole nights. Our legs went numb. But we didn't catch a single thing." Ye Shi continued his story. "Will this new trap even work? Stop talking, just wait." Finally, the rope moved. That immediately caught our attention. Without hesitation, we rushed to the lake's edge. "Look, we got a bite. We did it. The cage is broken. It must be a really big fish. Come on, let's pull in the net together." Suddenly, a red exclamation mark appeared above Ye Shi's head, making him freeze. "Wait a second. That damn feeling is back again. Be careful." From the sky, a large bird swooped down, attacking the two of them. Luckily, Ye Shi sensed it early, grabbing Hurricane and rolling out of the way. He shouted, "And there's not just one in the sky. Those are huge black birds, and they're hunting too." After the bird flew away, they quickly pulled the fish up. Ye Shi continued, "I didn't expect this fish to be so incredibly strong. It immediately started jumping and fighting back. To prevent the big birds from spotting us, we had no choice but to silence it. It was really strong. The two of us wrestled with it for a while, but we finally managed to bring it back." He turned to Tomato. "Scrambled eggs. Brother Eggs, can you see if this thing is edible?" Tomato scrambled eggs looked at the fish in front of him, unable to hide his astonishment. "I've been a chef for half my life, and this is the first. It must weigh more than 50 kilograms. The fish head alone could fill a whole basin." He thought. He pondered. Could this giant catfish be made into smoked fish? Ye Shi shook his head. "Smoke your own head. Who would use a catfish to make smoked fish? Its fat is very thick, and its surface is covered in a moist slime, making it quite a hassle to process. I don't know if it can even be dehydrated. Tomato scrambled eggs nodded. So, is there a way to work around that? Yishi shrugged. I've never tried it either. Let's just see how it goes. Tomato scrambled eggs, muttered. Damn, putting a fish over 50 kilograms on a grill will definitely break it. The aroma of the fish quickly spread through the air. He thought and thought. Perhaps this was the only dish he could make, a mutant catfish, head stew. Since there's no tofu, or any wine, scallions, ginger, or garlic to get rid of the fishy taste, I only used salt and soy sauce as seasoning. Everyone, dig in. Ye-shi swallowed. His mouth had been watering ever since he smelled it cooking. It smelled delicious, so no one hesitated to eat. The whole group dove in. The vacant eyes and dazed faces gradually were replaced by excitement. Delicious. We finally have a normal meal. Sob. It hasn't been easy. This is way better than what the NPCs cook. After eating, the group rested. It was 6 o'clock in the evening in the Wasteland world, which was 6 in the morning on Earth. All players had to log off. Guang mumbled, "It's time to find some new players." Oh, I shouldn't call them players. They're new people coming to help build the shelter, right? Come on, it's time for this capitalist to herd some newbies. An announcement from the publisher. A major update for Alpha version 0.2. The official website will release 24 closed beta slots in a moment. The number of beta testers will be expanded to 30. The Neuma chat club immediately exploded. You guys, hurry up and check the official website. Player 1, you still haven't given up? What's on the website? Player 2. A major update. 4. Alpha version 0.2. The official website will re-release 24 closed beta slots. The number of test players will be expanded to 30. Player 3. Let's start with the leaks. Tell me, what's the price? I'll see if I have enough to file a case at the police station downstairs. Player 4, it's probably free. I saw the announcement didn't mention any fees. Player 5. I don't believe it. I'm not even gonna get in line this time. You're overthinking it. The number of reservations has already exceeded 100. 24 additional slots is about 1/7 to 1/5. The ratio is still quite low. Player 6. What? Over 100 already. What the hell? How can our group have so many living people? Player 7. Oh, it's not all from our group. Last night I saw a lot of other gaming groups discussing this game. There are that many? Player 8. Yeah, I just saw. The number of reservations has reached 111. Damn it. Guang, the happiest one in this whole situation, thought to himself. There are already hundreds of people in the reservation group. Who should I pick to be the leaks this time? Update announcement for Alpha version 0.2 of the Wasteland online test server. The number of closed beta players is increased to 30. The Winter is Coming expansion is on its way. The game will enter winter in 30 days. On day 60, the temperature will drop to -10 degrees. If players successfully survive the harsh cold, all players who achieve an average daily online time of over 4 hours during the closed beta will receive the limited title Winter Warrior. If the challenge is unsuccessful, the game server will shut down for a limited time and will be relaunched for beta testing. After adjusting the difficulty settings, more realistic physics system optimization, a richer variety of mutant creatures, an enhanced level of freedom, fixed some bugs, and so on. The player handbook has been updated to version 2.0. Please, review it in a timely manner. Player 9. For players who have obtained an invitation, the current number of reservations is 111. No. Current reservations are at 113. Not bad. 2 more reservations in a single refresh. Where did these people come from? Player 10. There can't be that many people in our group. Alt accounts? No way. No one can use alt accounts on the official Wasteland online website. Not to mention, changing your IP address or device is useless. The reservation qualification is tied to a person, not a computer. Guang browsed the forums on the website, thinking, I guess, there will be a lot of new people. Why are there suddenly so many people in yesterday's thread? Player 11. Where did you all come from? Kakarot. From the future. Player 12. Wang Zhe is starting a private group. I just joined from a link someone. Arena. I'm different. I came from a random group. All the good names were taken by dogs. Player 13. Brothers. Feel free to speak up. A moment of silence is sent a sad icon. What kind of game is this? Is it serious? Great Demon King. Tian. +1 to that question. Quit smoking. No need to ask. At first glance, it doesn't look serious. Do you think the people above are serious? Don't make a reservation. The fakes here are all fake. Great Demon King Tian Tian. Goodbye. Forever worried. Is this quit smoking guy crazy? Chu Guang scrolled through the forum thinking, finally, the official website forum is getting popular. A few of my acquaintances from before I transmigrated were scared off by him. Sigh, I should just let it go, he realized. The reason for the sudden spike in new users. I'm also not sure which group member forwarded the screenshot of the Chao Bo Club's conversation, along with the official website link to other gaming groups. After that, Wasteland Online suddenly became inexplicably popular within the gaming community. Curious people found various ways to try it out, and many others jumped on the bandwagon from other groups. Very few of them were seriously discussing the game's content. He wondered if he should appoint some moderators to manage the forum. Looks like the group is pretty lively today. I wonder if they're seriously discussing the game's content. Player 14. A game that's still in closed beta has already released an expansion pack? This is ridiculous. Damn it. So, does this mean people who don't qualify for the closed beta are just cut out completely? That's outrageous. Player 15. Anyone want to make a plan? Recruiting more people. I don't need money. I'll pay you. Player 16. That account named Guang. Anyone who listens to his plan is a dog. Agreed, it's that Kaishu guy again. Why does it always have to be this guy? The scene shifts to Fang Chang's room, where he receives a message. Oh, the future is long. What did he send? Fang Chang. Brother Guang, are you there? Ah, Brother Guang replied. I just finished work. What's up? Fang Chang. There's something I've been wondering, and wanted to ask you. Is the NPC called the Administrator, played by one of your company's employees? Or is he an AI? He quickly added, I'm just asking casually. If it's a company secret or something, just pretend I didn't say anything. Brother Guang. It's fine. This isn't exactly a secret. Besides, a lowly programmer like me can't access confidential information anyway. Fang Chang. Oh, then go ahead and tell me. Brother Guang said simply. Its existence is very special. Fang Chang. Special? Excellent. This NPC really is something else. Can you be more specific? Brother Guang. It's the first-generation complete artificial intelligence developed by our company. Fang Chang swallowed in astonishment. Whoa, a complete artificial intelligence? That's insane. He thought to himself that this was beyond his scope of understanding, but it was just too amazing. It feels so cool. Brother Guang, that's right. It's a complete artificial intelligence that's very close to being human. It has its own personality, memory, thought processes, value orientations, and behavioral motivations. Therefore, we've given it the authority to restrict players and the responsibility of guiding them into the game. Fang Chang cheered. So that's how it is. I was right. I'm a genius. He continued. Brother Guang, I get it now. No wonder its decisions can affect the player's testing progress. In fact, I've noticed that this game's content is already quite well developed. The sense of immersion is almost like being in a real world. It's incredible, like living another life. It's no exaggeration to say that even someone as picky as me can't find any bugs. The only flaw is that there are too few NPCs. So, back then, I was thinking, is it possible that what you guys are testing isn't the game itself, but the game's AI? Using us to test the limits of this AI? The new version even includes the Winter is Coming expansion pack, which has been updated online to alpha version 0.2. That was also for this purpose. Am I right? Fang Chang typed rapidly, his tone sharp. I've completely figured out the game developer's intentions. The other players in the group were discussing why Wasteland Online released the Winter is Coming expansion pack, during the closed beta, no less. In my opinion, the fragmented conclusions and speculations made by everyone were all superficial. He continued typing, Brother Guang, on the surface, you're testing a game, but in reality, what you're truly testing is running data on the game's framework. To perfect the artificial intelligence, the Winter is Coming expansion pack is the very test your mysterious company has set for its first-generation complete artificial intelligence. On the other side, Chu Guang read the message and was startled. Holy crap, he thought. This guy is a real talent. He moved his mouse and immediately deleted the noob-hurting draft file on the server. This thing was useless now. This Fang Chang is way more persuasive than I am. Meanwhile, Fang Chang was feeling smug. Everything is going according to plan. Hehe. Seeing that Brother Guang hadn't replied for a while, he became even more certain. It seems the truth is exactly as I thought. Brother Guang, you're just as smart as you claim. The Winter is Coming expansion pack is indeed meant to test the performance of the first-generation complete artificial intelligence. This is also a necessary procedure to start the next round of testing. Fang Chang. I understand what you mean. So, the testing progress is really affected by the game's story progression, right, Brother Guang? Yes. Fang Chang. And the only one who can advance the plot at this stage is the administrator of Shelter 404, right, Brother Guang? Yes, Fang Chang. Thanks. I get it now. Sorry for bothering you. Brother Guang has revealed so much inside information to me. But don't worry, I'll definitely keep it a secret, he continued typing, his smile gradually twisting. Guang, to be honest, it's not really an inside scoop, so it's fine if you don't keep it a secret. The future is long. Brother Guang, no, I'll definitely keep it a secret, don't worry. Everyone knows I'm a very reliable person. Fang Chang chuckled to himself. So this is the legendary corporate level understanding, huh? What an eye-opener. But having a noob like this around does put me at ease. Chu Guang stood before the outpost, his gaze resolute. The leaves had yellowed and withered, the temperature was dropping, and an unprecedented crisis was approaching. This winter will be more brutal than the last, and it's coming sooner. We don't have much time left to prepare. From now on, we must seize every minute, even every second, before the situation gets worse. Let's prepare thoroughly to face the cold winter. The mission board has been updated, displaying a list of necessities, designs that need to be completed, and their corresponding rewards. Chu Guang declared that only by uniting could they overcome the difficulties of the coming frozen winter. This is a test of fate for all of us. Facing the players' gazes, which burned with determination, Chu Guang delivered a moving speech. The coming winter expansion is now officially open. The first expansion since the closed beta began, a new chapter has started. The atmosphere at the outpost, much like the game's official website, changed distinctly. Everyone was working diligently. It wasn't just the players. Chu Guang himself could feel the urgency rising in the gradually chilling air. The outpost's food reserves were already scarce, and the population was about to skyrocket from 6 to 30, a five-fold increase. To keep 30 mouths fed and warm, I was busy from morning till night every day. Ye Shi, with his sensory exploration gene sequence, scouted everywhere for more food. Fortunately, the results were not bad. In 3 days, he killed more than 10 mutated hyenas. He used traps to catch countless hares and field mice, and though they were all mutants, they were still edible. Tomato Scrambled Egg looked at the pile of loot, slightly stunned. How did you get so much? Ye Shi, in charge of sensory enemy detection, smoothly leveled up from level 0 to level 1. He cheered, "Oh my god, I can level up just by lying around. This is awesome. I feel like I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. It's just that the administrator's gene sequence is too special. For now, I haven't figured out the secret to leveling it up. We can only wait for the confirmation from Aichi's testing equipment." Everyone's gene sequence development progress was increasing, albeit slowly. The other players also performed exceptionally, showing near superhuman abilities. Old Bai and Fang Cheng used charcoal as a reducing agent. They heated it to recover iron slag from rusted steel, car parts, and other iron-containing scrap. They added the iron slag to the cement kiln along with limestone and clay, creating a more reliable cement material. This work required tremendous physical effort. Even with a repaired human-powered winch and a two-wheeled cart, it consumed a lot of energy. Thanks to this, Old Bai, who was a strength type, leveled up his gene sequence to level 1, gaining 1 point in his strength attribute. Fang Chang, who took turns with him, also broke through his limit and reached level 1, but his attribute increase was in agility. Chu Guang noted that it seemed the development of the gene sequence followed the use it or lose it principle. But attribute growth was another matter. Old Bai worked hard, and his body developed to increase his strength. On the other hand, if Fang Cheng just ate and slept, his strength and agility stats would naturally decrease. The most tragic person was Gale. Of the 4 players from the first closed beta, he was the only one still at level 0. Despite catching quite a few fish using modified traps, he was still 1 experience point short of reaching level 1. It seems you don't gain much experience from trapping mutated creatures. You get more experience from fighting them head-on. He sighed in frustration, but for now, there was no good solution. The 2 newcomers, Tomato Scrambled Egg and WC Truly Has Mosquitoes, were also giving it their all. They barely rested. WC Truly Has Mosquitoes wasn't in a hurry to level up. He remained focused on his carpentry. Occasionally, he'd help Old Bai and Fang Cheng, or fix broken traps for Gale. Other than that, he was busy with his own project. He planned to build a small wooden house to serve as a laboratory and chemical workshop. Over the past few days, while moving stones from the construction site, he had picked up quite a few bottles and jars, placing them next to the wooden house. Chu Guang looked at the house and thought to himself, "I have my doubts about its safety. But seeing how happy this guy is while working, maybe I shouldn't interfere too much. It's better to let the players make their own choices. Compared to the diligence of WC truly has mosquitoes, Tomato Scrambled Egg was the perfect model of an outpost chef. He was not only in charge of cooking but also helped Guang process the hunted game. Most importantly, he figured out how to make smoked meat when the salt at the outpost was too expensive to use. Tomato Scrambled Egg used the most traditional method, adding nothing at all. He hung thinly sliced meat on a steel rack and placed it in a kiln built from clay and bricks. He used a wood fire to generate smoke, slow roasting the meat to remove all the water, then sealed the kiln's opening with branches and leaves. This method was more like making attic smoked meat than regular smoked meat. Even without salt, the meat could be preserved for some time. When winter came, if you wrapped the meat in plastic bags or tree bark and buried it in the snow, it would last until the following spring without spoiling. As for the taste and flavor, well, all one could say was that it left you speechless. The mutated hyena skins weren't wasted either. Tomato Scrambled Egg collected them to process into leather. This work was much more complicated than drying meat, involving soaking in water, soaking in lye, rinsing, and scraping clean. Soaking in vinegar, initial processing, adding oil, setting, and coloring. But the outpost doesn't need high-quality leather, just something to keep warm. So many steps were simplified. Previously, when Lao Bai started a fire, the filtered alkaline water was kept in a salvaged plastic bucket. Tomato Scrambled Egg used this alkaline water to soak the raw hides, separate the fat, clean them, and then dry them on a simple rack, creating a standard piece of leather. He sighed, looking at Guang, respected manager. I have to report to you. I really can't handle the workload here anymore. I desperately need help. Even just one person would be fine. Tomato Scrambled Egg glanced at Ye Shi, his eyes full of resentment. In his eyes, Ye Shi was lazy and carefree, only following the manager to hunt and leech experience, doing nothing else. Why not let him give me a hand, he thought. Ye Shi understood his meaning, shrugged, and grinned smugly. Don't look at me. I'm very busy. Are you kidding me? Where else could I find a sweet deal like following an NPC to level up and leech experience? I have no interest in learning how to cook with you. You can handle your own business. This attitude drove Tomato Scrambled Egg insane. Guang quickly intervened. Ye Shi needs to help me search for prey. His sense for danger is very important, so I can't let him stay and help you. But I promise your problem will be solved soon. Reinforcements are on the way. They'll be here before long. Tomato Scrambled Egg nodded. All right, thanks. If that's true, then that's great, he continued. There's one more thing. Although I've tried my hand at leatherworking, I can only handle a few simple steps. How do we turn them into clothes? I really can't do that, Guang reassured him. Don't worry. Among the upcoming reinforcements, there's someone who specializes in this area. I'll assign the leatherworking and crafting of warm clothes to that person. These words made Tomato Scrambled Egg excited. Rest assured, I'll hand it over to that person. Then I can just focus on being a chef. Guang smiled and thought to himself, among the 24 new players in the beta test, I've selected talented people from various professions. Even if they're not necessarily experts, and some might even be students, they're more or less useful within their capabilities. With the internet as a tool, I'll be able to attract even more talented people in the future. I have great faith in these enthusiastic and vibrant players. As long as they try hard enough, sooner or later, I'll be sitting in a big room, eating cake, drinking tea, and watching the snow fall. 6 p.m., day 12. The new server launch day had finally arrived. The players cheered. These last 3 days have been so tough. Following the instructions on the official website, they put on their helmets, lay on their beds, and closed their eyes. Dao Xiaoliu Ren, a new player, mumbled, "Is this really all it takes?" As soon as he closed his eyes, he felt his body floating, being pulled into a massive energy vortex. When he could move his body freely again, he found himself inside a glass container filled with water. Is this the game world? This realistic feeling is insane. But then he smelled a strange stench that froze him in place. Before him stood a giant, upright reptilian creature, its soul-sucking black eyes staring at him intently. Dao Xiaoliu Ren panicked, his face contorting. "What the hell? What is this thing?" the creature roared. "What are you screaming about? What's wrong with you? What are you?" Dao Xiaoliu Ren stammered. An NPC? The creature yelled. "What NPC? I'm a player. ID level 99 scavenger. Damn it. I should be asking you. Who are you?" Dao Xiaoliu Ren was stunned. Level 99 scavenger. Lizardman variant. I'm Dao Xiaoliu Ren, a strength type. You're one of the newbies, right? How come you look so damn ugly? Level 99 Scavenger was furious. Your whole family is ugly. He checked his body and panicked. Holy crap, how come I don't have that thing anymore? Dao Xiaoliu Ren teased. You already look like this, and that's still what you're worried about? It's gone. That thing is gone too. Level 99 Scavenger was in despair. Damn it, those dog developers are liars. If they can make us lizard men, why can't they make us female? Dao Xiaoliu Ren laughed out loud. Hey, if you don't want to be a lizard man, we can trade. Level 99. Scavenger muttered, hell no. The official website said the hibernation pod is linked to a body scanner that can see your level and stats. Let me see my stats. Level 99 Scavenger's stats. ID. Level 99 Scavenger. Gene sequence. Lizardman variant. Level 0. Basic attributes. Strength 8, Agility 7, Constitution 8, Perception 8, Intelligence 2. Talent. Cold-blooded. High chance of stealth in the environment. Restricted in low-temperature environments, actions become sluggish. Bipedal. High endurance. Difficult to perform complex movements. Level 99 Scavenger nodded. Nice. These stats are interesting. Level 99 Scavenger looked at his stats, excited. I remember the official website said the average stats for an adult male are 5, with a fluctuation of plus or minus 2. But aside from my slightly low intelligence, my other stats are unbelievably high. The important thing is, I don't think I'm that smart anyway. So, what if my intelligence is a little low? How could that stop me from showing off? Haha, I'm invincible. He turned to Dao Xiaoliu Ren. You still holding up okay? Dao Xiaoliu Ren laughed heartily. Haha, couldn't be better. Let's go, we should get out of this room quickly and meet up with the other players first. Let's not keep the administrator waiting. Level 99 Scavenger swaggered out, unable to hide his joy. Liu Ren suddenly noticed a piece of paper stuck to his teammate's butt. Hey, what's that on your butt? LVL 99 Scavenger looked back. Where? This paper seems waterproof. It's not wet at all. What the hell is this? I can't understand what's written on it. Liu Ren shrugged. Forget it. Let's go meet the others first. The two of them walked out of the room, where a crowd of players was gathered. They were laughing and chatting lively. Some people still looked bewildered, glancing around, but they were quickly drawn in by a shout. Whoa, look over there. A lizard man. That's so cool. You can choose your race? Let's get a closer look. Could it be a hidden class? Liu Ren sighed, feeling he had no appeal. As expected, hidden classes were the best. He patted Level 99 Scavenger on the shoulder. Hey buddy, don't be sad. Just stick with me from now on. I'll protect you. LVL 99 Scavenger roared. Damn it, get your snout away. This lizard man's sense of smell is insane. Besides Level 99 Scavenger, who was a lizard man, everyone else was a normal human. Looking closely, Liu Ren noticed that there were quite a few strength-type players like himself, along with some constitution types, and a few perception, agility, and intelligence types. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Wait a minute. Over there, this game has female players. Whoa, awesome. This game is the best. But then he heard the sound of arguing. Crow, you little kid, you look so small. Have you even been weaned yet? Tang Tang, you think you're so great just because you're tall? For all I know, you're probably shorter than me in the real world. 10 minutes earlier, in a life pod, Tang Tang, a pink-haired girl and an intelligence type, logged into Wasteland Online for the first time. She was amazed. Is this a game? Am I really inside a game? This feels so real. I can't wait anymore. I really want to try changing my character's appearance like they said on the official website. Stepping out of the cultivation pod, Tang Tang was overwhelmed. Whoa, this place is huge. She then noticed another female player, a tall one. It's rare to see a female player, and she's so tall too. She must be 1.9 meters tall. She went over to start a conversation. Hey sister, I see you're standing here alone. Looks like for now, it's just the two of us female players. Let me introduce myself. My name is Tang Tang, the other person replied. My name's Crow. I'm a perception-type player. Tang Tang suddenly looked around seriously. We're all wearing the exact same jackets. This must be a faction uniform. You know, the newbie outfit. Crow nodded. Is it that simple? Based on my experience in apparel, I can tell just by touching it that the quality of this clothing is extraordinary. It seems to be an insulating material, cold-proof and wind-proof, more advanced than any fabric I've ever seen. She pointed to a cord. Wait, what's this? The material of this cord is different from the other parts. What's the purpose of this design? Tang Tang tried pulling the cord. The outfit immediately transformed into a form-fitting state, making it more comfortable for movement. Everything happened so fast that she blushed. Hey, this outfit has a mechanism? Crow glanced at Teng Teng's chest, which was a bit flat, and couldn't help but laugh. Even though she didn't make a sound, her expression gave her away. Teng Teng understood immediately. Furious. That jerk, she must be laughing at my small chest. I hate it when people make fun of my small chest. She yelled, "What are you laughing at? You think you're so great with your big chest? You cow, all boobs and no brains." Crow retorted, "Who are you calling brainless? I see you don't even have a chest, so how could you have a brain? Did it all go to your butt?" Teng Teng sneered. "Oh, that's right, you don't have a butt either. No chest, no butt. You really are a pitiful child." Crow pulled the cord on her outfit, which tightened to accentuate her figure. "I've got a big chest and a full butt. I'm well-rounded, and I'm proud of it. As for you, shut your mouth, you flat-chested beanpole." Teng Teng wouldn't back down. "You're all head and no chest. Ha. To say something like that, your real age can't be very old. You're not an elementary school student, are you? A loli?" Crow laughed loudly. "So sorry to disappoint you. Sweetie, I'm the director of a fashion design company, a very large one. Unlike you, who only knows how to be proud of a couple of leather balls in a game," Teng Teng said sarcastically. "Just a measly director? I thought you were the chairman of some major corporation. I wonder which company my dear little sister works for that requires your management." The surrounding crowd was dumbfounded. "Geez, you two. You just got here and you're already throwing down. The others were all a bunch of idiots. Ouch. Hitting my head on the wall like this is gonna hurt." One person was clowning around. "Let's see if this game can cure my depression. Hey bro, slap me and see if it hurts," Li Ren muttered. "Did I log into a game world or a mental asylum?" Just then, Guang appeared. He shouted, "Silence." The crowd immediately fell silent, all turning to look. "The starting NPC has appeared. That must be the legendary administrator," someone whispered. Teng Teng thought to herself, "Even though this is my first time playing, I've been following the posts by long days ahead on the official site, so I'm quite familiar with the game's setting." Guang spoke up, welcoming everyone to Shelter 404. "I am the administrator, Guang. First, I need everyone to listen to me carefully." The crowd didn't dare to make a peep. They all knew from the official site that the NPC Guang could kick them out of the game at any time. His gaze swept over the crowd, stopping on Lel 99 Scavenger. Why is there still a mutant here? But looking at his expression, he realized that underneath that skin was probably a player. Then, there's nothing to worry about. Guang thought to himself. "I'm worried about the survivors hiding in the shadows. I'm not worried about these players causing trouble. Kicking someone, banning their account, revoking their status, it takes less than a minute. What can they possibly do in 1 minute? What in the world happened to this lizard man? I'll have to look into it later." He continued in a stern voice, "I have some good news for everyone. The war is over. But the bad news is, our world has completely changed. If you're hoping to just grab your bags and go exploring right away, that's obviously not going to happen. It is now the 200th year after the apocalypse. The good news is that we've survived the hardest days. Every single one of you standing here is luckier than 12 billion people. Now, I need everyone to face reality. Under the banner of the People's Federation, we will enact the declaration to rebuild our nation. This person beside me is my assistant, Little Seven. If you have any questions about the shelter or anything you don't understand, you can ask him." He thought to himself. Same old opening speech. I've delivered it without missing a single word, and I'll say the exact same thing to the next group of players. If there are no bugs or loopholes, then there's no need to fix it. Guang took out a stack of documents and continued. The Shelter Resident Handbook has been updated to version 2.0. It includes the Resident Covenant, Code of Conduct, Public Order Requirements, a Code of Ethics, and a list of strictly prohibited behaviors. I urge everyone to review it promptly. Citizens who violate the rules will be detained. Severe cases will result in exile back to the underground and the permanent deletion of your name as punishment. I expect everyone to take this seriously and comply." Hearing this, the players all broke out in a cold sweat. "This NPC has way too much power," they whispered among themselves. Guang thought to himself, "A strong deterrent is necessary to prevent riots. Besides these rules, I haven't set anything else that's overly strict. A normal person would choose to comply." He explained further. "The new clauses are only to resolve disagreements and harassment between players. Illicit trading, malicious behavior, and sabotage of game facilities are all forbidden. These rules are in the best interests of the majority of ordinary players. In fact, many of these clauses were added based on suggestions from the forums. They were great ideas. Even if the game allows for freedom, We can't let one person ruin the experience for everyone else, he emphasized. Not only have I implemented these suggestions, but I've also established more detailed rules. For example, intentionally sabotaging game facilities will be punished with forced labor. Theft will result in the permanent confiscation of the tools used in the crime, a truly dishonorable penalty. After his explanation, Guang led the 24 players out of the shelter. They split into 2 groups and took the elevator up to the surface. The scene outside left them speechless. One person exclaimed, "Is this really a game world? This is insane." Another player gasped, "Yeah, it looks terrifyingly real. That's right, it's just like the real thing." Someone else agreed. Guang thought to himself, "It's too early to be celebrating." He then led the new players to familiarize them with the outpost's facilities, specifically emphasizing that public urination and defecation near the station were forbidden. Next, he handed them over to Old Bai, who was already waiting at the construction site. The outpost's construction site was in need of manpower, so there was no shortage of work. He said, "Some of you will be assigned to move bricks for the wall. The rest will be led by Fang Chang to the northeastern construction site to transport cement materials. The pay for each hour is 10 contribution points," Guang announced. Although it was unclear what contribution points were used for, the players were still fired up, eager to get started right away. One of them cheered, "Let's work hard. The developers said they won't wipe our data after the open beta." "Dude, we're just beta players. Why are you thinking so far ahead? Just have fun." Not everyone was assigned to the construction site. People were also needed for smoking meat, processing furs, fishing, and hunting. For example, Crow K1M was assigned to harvesting duty because she was a perception type. Her initial perception stat was 6, but her toxic intuition talent allowed her to identify toxicity by instinct, without any prior knowledge or experience. However, until she developed a resistance to poison, being poisoned would have a much stronger negative effect on her. This talent was influenced by her perception stat, making her perfect for the harvesting task. Guang looked at level 99 Scavenger and muttered, "And then there's the Lizard Man." "Your level 99 Scavenger? What kind of ridiculous name is that?" "Level 99. Scavenger laughed heartily. "That's right. I am the one and only level 99 Scavenger." He suddenly remembered something, pulled a piece of paper out from his butt, and handed it to Guang, "Respected administrator. When I woke up, I found this piece of paper. I can't understand the words written on it. Can you tell me what it says?" Guang took it and grimaced. "Damn, what is that awful smell?" The paper was slightly damp, as if it had been soaked in water, but it was made of a waterproof material. The handwriting was familiar, belonging to this world. His expression suddenly turned serious. "Lizard Man, where did you get this?" Level 99 Scavenger stammered. So that stinky smell I've been noticing was poop." It was in the cultivation pod. When I woke up, it was just there." Guang frowned. "It's fine. I was just asking." He looked at the paper, his voice lowering as he read it aloud. "Congratulations, you've won a prize. This is an Easter egg that I left for you. Not all of the gene sequences in the archives are human. There are a few special gene sequences that, honestly, were my doing. Although it was a bit of an accident, I don't admit I was wrong. How should I put this? Don't you feel like this is natural selection? Oh, whatever. Call it what you want. You decide for yourself." He thought to himself, the first-generation administrator who registered this name must have been crazy. But he couldn't be bothered to complain about a dead person. He checked the stats of the level 99 Sungazer. Whoa, this thing was no joke. Its strength and physique were incredible. If I hadn't taken the enhancer shot, his strength would have even caught up to me at level 5. And with body regeneration and cold-bloodedness, he's a true combat weapon. Although it's hard to level up, not suited for low temperatures, and struggles with complex maneuvers, those aren't fatal flaws. The minor details can be completely overlooked. He patted the level 99 Sungazer on the shoulder. "Big guy, from today on, you'll hunt with me." The level 99 Sungazer got excited. "Awesome. I am willing to serve you, my esteemed administrator." Guang nodded. "Very good, full of spirit. I like it. Go to the sanatorium gate and wait for me. I still have some things to arrange. I'll be over in a bit." The level 99 Sungazer obeyed and went to the designated spot. Suddenly, a female voice called out from behind him. "Mr. Administrator." Guang turned around in surprise. "Huh, your clothes? Only Tang Tang and Crow Crow wear tight-fitting outfits. Is this a custom design for female characters?" he asked immediately. "Where did you get your outfit? Why is it different from everyone else's?" Tang Tang explained. "Sir Manager, At first, this outfit was the same as everyone else's, but when I pulled that yellow cord over there— Yes, that one. The outfit changed into this, Chu Guang observed, thinking to himself, I didn't expect the blue jacket to have this function. After changing, it's lighter and more suitable. He nodded. Very good. We can inform the other players about this later. He then checked Tang Tang's attributes. Intelligence type. With a talent for agile manipulation. Strong muscle memory, which helps accumulate proficiency faster in familiar tasks. If I remember correctly, in the real world, she was a fashion designer. This skill must have been created to suit her. He thought for a moment, then asked, Do you know how to design clothes? Tang Tang nodded frantically. Oh, if there are materials and tools, I can give it a try. Although my work mainly involves computers, my manual skills are not bad either. Chu Guang led her to the area where animal hides were being dried. Materials are not a problem, and we can figure out the tools. Do you think this is enough? Tang Tang looked at the hides, her eyes sparkling. Although I can't identify what animal these fibers are from, the fur is glowing. The quality is excellent. It looks expensive. She was so excited she was practically drooling. Is all of this for me? Chu Guang nodded. Yep. You can use these hides. Most of them have already been processed by the cook, but he said he doesn't know what to do next. Do you have any requests for the design? Tang Tang shook her head. The design doesn't need to be special, as long as it provides warmth. What about tools? A sewing machine is hard to find, but are there enough needles and scissors? Chu Guang replied, It's fine. A sewing machine would be better, but if the only goal is warmth, these will be enough. He smiled with satisfaction. Heh, not bad. I like hardworking players like this. I'm counting on you. He turned away and muttered to himself. I was planning to head north these next few days, along the highway out of the city, to check things out. I heard there's a migrating herd of deer. If my luck is good, I should have a big harvest. After giving the task to Tang Tang, Chu Guang had Little Seven inform the other players how to change their uniforms. The whole group enthusiastically continued their work. No one was slacking off by the kiln. Chu Guang thought to himself that he was a man of principle and wouldn't waste the players' labor. It was hard to escape poverty right now. He only spent a little on resurrection coins, but still paid them wages. Each set of clothing would earn them an additional 50 contribution points. The requirement wasn't high, it just needed to provide warmth. Chu Guang looked at the group of players and announced, Once the shop system is complete, I plan to price these outfits from 100 to 500 contribution points, depending on the quality, and then sell them to the players. He thought to himself that he needed to find an NPC to act as a merchant. He'd heard that the nearby farm sells slaves with cracked feet every winter to save on food and fuel. Then, in the spring, they buy them back at a cheaper price. Maybe I should try my luck. The level 99 sun gazer stood to the side, getting impatient. Sir Manager, when are we heading out? Chu Guang waved his hand. No rush. I'll take you to get some weapons first. Follow me. He led him to a small wooden house outside the sanatorium, built by Brother Mosquito, which now served as a carpentry workshop. Here, Brother Mosquito put his talents to use, creating all sorts of interesting things. Before, they lacked iron tools. So many things had to be made with wood instead, but he came up with all these methods himself, making use of discarded items from the scrapyard. Only a player skilled in woodworking could pull it off. He pointed to a shield as an example, a wooden board combined with stainless steel, creating a simple mechanical structure with added hinges. The bowstring is made from specially treated hyena tendons. The level 99 sun gazer reached out to touch a crossbow, but Chu Guang stopped him. My gun only has 20 bullets left, so I must be conservative. It's best to try and kill one prey with 10 arrows. Your weapon is this. He pointed to a corner where long spears with sharp metal tips were placed. The level 99 sun gazer hesitated. But, Manager, I still feel that if I had a ranged weapon, my effectiveness would be a bit higher. Chu Guang snorted coldly. With a huge body like that, you're going to stand in the back and shoot nothing? Why don't you charge to the front for me? This spear is a basic hunting tool. It can be used at close, medium, and long range, so you won't be left on the defensive. Today, I will teach you hunting skills. After that, what weapon you choose is up to you. Rijue nodded as if he understood, but he was actually clueless, his eyes still darting around to look at the goods. Suddenly, there was a commotion from behind. Sir Manager, I was just looking for you. Isn't this what I said could be used to make smokeless powder? Quick, take a look. Isn't it awesome? Su Guang and Rijue, level 99, turned around in surprise. The toilet really has mosquitoes stood there, holding a bottle of acid with a smug look on his face. Su Guang asked, An explosive? Mr. Mosquito laughed. It's fine. Hee hee. This thing won't explode without a fuse, so don't worry. Rijue. Level 99's eyes lit up as he looked at the creature before him. Su Guang introduced him. This is our new resident, Rijue level 99. Mr. Mosquito exclaimed in admiration. Whoa, a new guy? I'm so jealous. You look badass, and you've got a hidden class right from the start. That's insane. He pointed admiringly at the +1 acid bottle. Quick, tell me how you made that thing in your hand. The toilet really has, Mosquitoes explained. The method is very simple. I distilled wood by placing it in a sealed metal tube, heating it, and running the resulting gas through a pipe in a barrel of cold water to condense it. The condensate separates into an aqueous solution and a thick tar residue. The extraction is simple from there. The aqueous solution contains pyroligneous acid, which is mainly composed of acetic acid, acetone, and methanol. Using their different boiling points, we can distill them further. Acetic acid can react with alkaline compounds to create salts with many uses. Acetone is in this bottle in my right hand, and it's awesome. He mused. Tsk. If only I had some sulfuric acid. With sulfuric acid, we can make hydrogen peroxide. A mixture of hydrogen peroxide and acetone can create triacetone, triperoxide, or TATP, also known as an entropy explosive. Riju level 99 listened until his head felt like it was about to explode. What on earth did this guy do for a living in the real world? Su Guang was also stunned. Making this stuff was extremely dangerous. One careless move and you'd be blown to bits. Only a player with more guts than brains would do something so reckless. Su Guang asked, So you mean you can't make the explosive yet, right? Mr. Mosquito nodded. See, not the powerful kind, but black powder is easy. Give me some time. I'm thinking of another way. Sometimes you don't need explosives to cause damage. This is a mixture of turpentine and acid, with some plant fibers added. You light the stopper and throw it, and it burns for a long time. The damage is like a firebomb, but it doesn't last as long. Su Guang's eyes widened. An area of effect fire weapon would be incredibly useful right now. A fire bottle? Great stuff. Have you tested its power yet? Mr. Mosquito shook his head. There are only big trees around here lately. I'm afraid I won't be able to put out the fire. Su Guang thought to himself, so this guy isn't completely reckless after all. Su Guang said, Conducting chemistry experiments here is dangerous. The temporary shelter doesn't have the facilities to store hazardous materials. I'll give you 1,000 contribution points as a well-deserved reward, but I don't encourage expanding production at this time. However, I suggest you try making chemical products that can serve our outpost construction, like catalysts or fire-retardant paint, to create practical value. Mr. Mosquito nodded. Create value that we need? That's a good way to think about it. I'll give it a try. Su Guang said, You can talk to the other residents of the shelter and ask if they have any suggestions. You might get some unexpected results. Mr. Mosquito nodded. Su Guang thought to himself, Acetic acid can be used for adhesives, paints, and pesticides. Acetone can be used for explosives, thinners, and cleaning solvents. Methanol can be used to create adhesives, pesticides, and antifreeze. If the outpost wants to industrialize, these materials will be indispensable. Even though we can't use them now, I still want to praise your amazing contribution for successfully creating acetic acid, acetone, and methanol from wood. He thought to himself, Does this count as a server-wide announcement, like in a lit RPG novel? Seeing the proud expression on the toilet really has Mosquito's face and the admiring gazes of everyone else, Su Guang decided to maintain this tradition, not just in the game but on the official website as well. I'll make a Hall of Fame later. On the 25th of month X, year X, the player, the toilet really has, Mosquitoes achieved the feat of creating acetic acid, acetone, and methanol, using wood as a raw material. He smiled. As a poor ruler, cheap glory is the most valuable reward I can give my players. After arranging things at the base, Su Guang led Ye Shi and Ri Jue north along the highway, toward the outskirts of Westel Park. The group searched for traces of their prey, while also scavenging for valuable items among the desolate industrial areas. In Qingquan City, the industrial plants were mainly concentrated in the southeastern corner, spread out in a fan shape from the 2nd Ring Road to the 3rd Ring Road. Meanwhile, the Linghu District and Wanda Park were primarily residential areas, stretching along the national highway leading out of the city. One could even find many unfinished and incomplete architectural projects. This area, aside from educational institutions, hospitals, transportation, and public infrastructure, had no large-scale industrial clusters. On the map of the northern outskirts of Qingquan City, prominent structures like office buildings, a hospital, the fire department, a supermarket, a school, a garment factory, a waste incineration plant, and a food processing plant stood out amidst the desolation. However, there were only a few light industrial factories scattered in the area far from the residential zone, located next to the incineration plant. Now, most of this area was covered by dense forest, a consequence of the horrific nuclear war that had struck. The northern outskirts of Qingchuan, despite having a large population, held low strategic value. It was almost never a target for direct weapon strikes. However, after order collapsed, the massive number of refugees brought another disaster to this place. Supermarkets, convenience, stores, and shopping malls were quickly picked clean. Next were hospitals, schools, and office buildings, and even small roadside shops. Not even refrigerators and cabinets in private homes were spared from being ransacked by the refugees. No government agency dared to open its doors to them amidst the chaos, and the complete paralysis of the transportation system meant these people were virtually trapped. Even after 200 years, the scars of the tragedy are still clearly visible. Bullet holes riddle the walls, shattered glass litters the windowsills, shelves are empty, and even partially decomposed skeletons still lie there, telling their sorrowful stories. Ye Shi looked at the scene, horrified, and a shiver ran down his spine. My God, this place is a total disaster. Two skeletons, one large and one small, were embracing each other. They must have died in that exact position while hiding in a trash can. Ye Shi exclaimed, his voice trembling. Honestly, the scenes designed in this game are so meticulous, it's just like a post-apocalyptic world. That's because this is a post-apocalyptic world, Chu Guang replied, while jotting something down in his notebook, his eyes scanning the ruins. This might have been a clothing store once, but the shelves now have nothing but a few tattered rags left on them. It's obvious this place has been picked clean by scavengers more than once. I'm afraid we're wasting our time. This place has been completely looted, Chu Guang muttered with a frown. However, he still managed to find an unopened sewing kit and a set of cutters. But there are still useful things like this. For example, the frontline station is in dire need of small tools like these. Dang Dang will be thrilled. There's nothing else to take. Let's go, Jianjue said with a nod, his voice full of regret. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from a distance, followed by someone's tragic scream. Chu Guang immediately gave an order, pulling the rifle from his shoulder and quickly taking cover in a corner. Judging by the sound, that's a 5mm round, he whispered, his voice tense. In contrast to Chu Guang's caution, the other two had looks of pure excitement on their faces. Finally, some action in this game. Jianjue cheered. Looking in the direction of the gunshot, Chu Guang realized the victim, based on his attire, was likely a scavenger. The ones who shot him were two raiders and a mutant dog. As soon as they saw Chu Guang's group, they were startled, a vicious glint in their eyes. In this world, those who kill for plunder are all known by one name, raiders. What bad luck to run into these murderous thugs. Here, Chu Guang mumbled, cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he watched them tensely. Ye Shi approached with a curious look, whispering, Manager, what's happening outside? Chu Guang quickly covered the blonde girl's mouth, signaling her to be quiet. But the mutant dog, with its incredibly sensitive ears, immediately detected them. It turned its head and barked loudly, its ferocious eyes fixed on the three of them in hiding. Damn it. Did this beast put all its skill points into perception? How is it? So sharp? Chu Guang gritted his teeth, his voice filled with frustration. The two raiders noticed the commotion and immediately turned towards them, opening fire without hesitation. In just a few seconds, more than a dozen bullets whizzed past, the sheer volume of fire forcing Chu Guang to stay put. But he quickly noticed the enemy's bullets were scattered all over the ground, none of them hitting their mark. Their guns don't have scopes, they're just spraying and praying, Chu Guang muttered, trying to stay calm. But this is still a tense situation. Unfazed, Ye Shi snatched the spear from Jianjue's hands and shouted excitedly, Everyone, don't panic. Let me go check it out. Chu Guang immediately snapped, his voice tight with stress. Check what out? Those are raiders. Two of them, both with guns, and they have a dog. We're falling back. Meet at the bus station 300 meters south of here. But his two teammates, brimming with fearless excitement, disagreed with the plan to retreat. Ye Shi's eyes sparkled as she spoke. My esteemed admin, why must we retreat? We're facing just two guys and one beast. We're not outnumbered. Jianjue chimed in enthusiastically. Yeah. What did these two eat to get so hyped up? Admin, we can fight too. Besides, I've got plenty of guts. Ye Shi added confidently. That's right, we can fight. Even though we only have one gun, an incendiary, and a crossbow. We also have this lizard that's over 2 meters tall. I don't believe he can't take on one dog. Let's do it, admin. Let's show them what destructive power really is. Hearing this, Guang suddenly froze, his eyes lighting up as if he'd just had an epiphany. That's right. Why am I still running? Before, when I was fighting, out there alone, and ran into raiders like these, my only choice was to run and hide. But my team is different now. We have guns. We have people and a giant lizard. Why am I still running? Facing 2 raiders and a dog, he thought to himself. You, sons of bitches, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. With newfound composure, Guang gave his orders. Ye Shi, take the incendiary and circle around to the other side, diagonally across the street. Wait for my command. I'll provide cover fire with the crossbow. Light the fuse and throw it when I say so. Fang didn't know how many people they had. If they saw someone rush out, they would immediately give chase. Ye Shi, though excited, suddenly hesitated. How am I supposed to get over there? Guang smirked, his voice teasing. Just run for it. Or, do you want me to carry you across? Don't worry, their guns don't have scopes. They can't hit you. And even if they do, at worst, you'll just lose a little blood. Go on. Ye Shi, I choose you. Although trembling, Ye Shi gritted his teeth and told himself, I'm so scared, damn it. I'll just risk it. This is just a game. What the hell is there to be afraid of? After a moment's hesitation, he charged out, sprinting towards the wall, on the other side. The 2 robbers immediately spotted him and opened fire. One of them laughing loudly, his voice filled with contempt. Ha, my little darling. Where do you think you're going? Give up. You can't escape. If you surrender now, I might let you live. Ye Shi summoned all his strength and ran for his life towards the cover. Luckily, the 2 robbers were terrible shots. Their bullets flew wildly, not a single one hitting him. Once safely in the corner, he panted, muttering, Damn, this game is so terrifyingly realistic. Getting shot would probably be instant death. The 2 robbers looked at each other, smiled smugly, and nodded. The long-haired one figured, the guy had no gun, so he was most likely a scavenger from around here. He immediately released the iron chain in his hand, and a dark figure shot out from behind them. The mutant dog was let loose, madly charging towards the hiding Ye Shi. With its keen sense of smell, it only took a few seconds to track him down. Bang! A muzzle flash lit up, and in an instant, the mutant dog lost its momentum, tumbled a few times on the ground, and then lay still in a pool of blood. From his hiding spot, Guang muttered, This beast is fast. I was clearly aiming for its head but only managed to hit its body. Seeing his pet get taken down, the long-haired owner went ballistic, roaring, Damn it all, I'll skin you alive. The other man quickly tried to stop him. Gui, calm down. There's more than one of them. But before they could react, both robbers looked up and saw something shiny glinting in the air. The bottle, in Ye Shi's hand, had been thrown, and flames erupted, spreading with terrifying speed. The 2 robbers panicked, realizing, too late. We're in trouble, you hateful thing. It's too late to retreat now. Scavenger, a lizard man over 2 meters tall, charged at them with lightning speed. When the long-haired man realized what was happening, the sharp spear in Scavenger's hand, combined with the lizard man's terrifying presence, made him tremble. Monster, monster, were his last words. A bloody slaughter ensued, leaving only a one-sided massacre. At the construction site outside the old sanatorium, the group of players was working diligently, and those at the kiln were not idle either. The atmosphere was bustling with activity, and everyone was dedicated and enthusiastic. Guang, having just returned from a hunt, walked in with a satisfied look. A player approached him and asked respectfully, Lord Administrator, I see. Everyone is very busy. What is everyone doing here? Guang nodded, and another player answered, reporting to the Lord Administrator, We are researching homemade steel production over at that construction site. We've put Dao Xia Liu Ren in charge. He used to be an engineer. Any progress from Kuang Feng over there? The player replied, his voice full of excitement. Kuang Feng has improved the fish traps, using mutant leeches as bait. He can now catch dozens of fish a day without any problem, more than we can eat. He can give you snake eggs to make dried fish. The only thing to watch out for is that the smell in the trap isn't too strong, and the water level isn't too deep. Otherwise, it might attract large fish that could break the trap. Guang nodded with a smile. These are all minor issues. As long as you master the technique, you can overcome them. This process is also quite interesting. You all continue researching the homemade steel production. I have other things to do. Yes, Lord Administrator. Hello, Lord Administrator. Cheers rose from the new players, each one full of energy, working so hard they barely seemed to need rest. For them, everything here was new, a far cry from the modern society where they used to work office jobs. Day after day, they repeated boring, easily replaceable tasks, losing themselves in trivial matters. But here, everything was completely different. The difference wasn't just the temporary thrill, but the deep satisfaction that came from realizing their own true value. One player shouted, his voice filled with excitement. "It's a success! Awesome, brothers!" At a construction site, even after working for years, not everyone can climb to a management position, but here, all you have to do is shout, "I work in construction," and you'll immediately be respected as a boss by the other players and entrusted with important tasks. Most of the players were ordinary people in real life, holding rather unremarkable jobs. But in this place, as long as you have a skill, even if it's not outstanding, you can earn everyone's trust, a player shouted with excitement. "The new bellows. I finished it," another replied, laughing loudly. "Oh, thanks, boss." Thanks to everyone's tireless efforts, Guang's outpost had changed remarkably. You could see the huge difference with the naked eye. Masiluo, a veteran player, once said that the sense of accomplishment from completing work here is the highest level of need, far surpassing mundane pleasures. This is spiritual joy. It's an unparalleled feeling, and the best part is, you don't have to pay too high a price to get it. Even if the character's muscles ache in the game, it's just a virtual character. It has no effect on the player the next day. On the contrary, completing the work provides an abundant source of energy, especially when they go to bed early after a hard day's work. But as the administrator, Guang wasn't too concerned with these things. He just needed to ensure the number of pre-orders always exceeded the number of players on the list. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any newbies to do the grunt work. He muttered, his voice full of resolve. "Quit the game? It's the same old saying. Please give your helmet and account to someone who needs it." At the same time, you'd have to play a game of much lower quality. A player joked, "Heard you're quitting. Your helmet will be mine, then." Guang smirked but didn't reply, thinking to himself, "Enough of this. It's time to take care of a few things." In the wooden cabin, Ye Shi and Lizard Head were already waiting. Guang calmly ordered, "All right, you two sort out the spoils from this haul." Getting back to business, the haul from this hunt was quite significant. 2 5mm guns, 62 5mm rounds, and 3 backpacks. Guang continued with a sharp gaze. "I haven't checked them. I'm not one for waste. I even kept the mutant dog and threw it some snake eggs to eat." Ye Shi began the inventory, muttering, "A box of matches, a map compass, some jerky, and a few pieces of plastic. What's written on this? It kind of looks like a casino chip." Standing behind them, Guang broke into a wide grin, his eyes gleaming. "That piece of plastic is useful to me. Hand it over." Ye Shi handed him the plastic piece without a second thought. What caught his attention more was the jerky. He picked up a piece and asked curiously, "We should throw this meat out. I'd advise you not to eat it." Guang frowned, his voice a warning. "And why shouldn't I eat it?" Ye Shi replied naively, "Why? Huh? Because bandits aren't picky eaters. You have no idea what kind of meat that is. The thing you're holding in your hand could very well be dried human flesh." Guang changed the subject, a curious glint in his eye. "That's right. How did it feel, killing someone for the first time? You two, tell me." Ye Shi scratched his head, hesitating. I didn't really notice. It all happened so fast, and besides, they didn't put up much of a fight. What's there to feel in a game? I've played much bloodier games than this," Lizardhead added, his voice full of excitement. "It's just that when I plunged my spear into the predator, blood splattered all over me. In that moment, a sudden bloodlust surged through me. It was like some kind of primal instinct." This reaction slightly surprised Guang. He hadn't expected the player's psychological fortitude to be so high. Could it be that the dream state dulls the sensation of death? After all, he wasn't the one who created this device. He had never used a player's helmet and had no idea if the world they saw was the same as the one he saw. He thought to himself, "Looks like I'll have to use my founder identity to talk to them later on." By 5 p.m., the northern wall of the sanatorium was mostly repaired. It had to be said, these players were truly geniuses. Guang even felt that his role as an NPC was a bit redundant at times. Some talents weren't even listed on their attribute panels. It was as if these skills were etched into their very bones. Just give them a plot of land, and the next day, it would be transformed into a fertile field or a valuable structure. At the old construction site, besides the gray-blue stones, they had also discovered sacks piled high with cement. These things were too heavy for survivors to carry away or use, so they remained in their original state, left untouched since the nuclear war broke out. The cement had long since hardened and couldn't be mixed with sand to lay a foundation. However, it still had value if used creatively. Under the leadership of Stay Under the Blade, the players cut pine wood into long planks. They were 4 or 5 meters long and driven into the ground. Then, they transported the cement blocks from the construction site and stacked them in between. They used steel bars stolen from the site to secure them, then poured a calcium carbonate cement mixture over the top. Once the cement dried, a simple yet reliable structure was complete. To build the inner face of the wall, Stay Under the Blade planned to create a slope using cement blocks and waste concrete. If the enemy attacked, this wall would become a solid shield, protecting the outpost from any threat. The players inside the wall would only need to climb the slope and use the bunkers to fight off the enemy. Considering that the outpost scale would expand in the future, another defensive system could be built outside the fortress, combined with guards and watchtowers for early warning. The terrain of the entire wetland park was relatively flat. The sanatorium was surrounded by a dense forest. Beyond the forest, there was nowhere discreet enough to hide. With a sharp gaze, Chu Kuang muttered, "I could order all the trees around here to be cut down. Any target approaching the outpost would be spotted immediately." A player looked at him curiously and asked, "Niece, man, so what do you actually do in real life?" Chu Kuang shrugged, his tone playful. "I'm just a civil servant, a nobody in my department who spends all day drinking tea and reading the newspaper." Tea, reading the newspaper, and hardly anyone even paid attention. That player laughed heartily, his eyes twinkling. No, your skill is excellent. Honestly, I never thought we'd be able to finish an entire wall today." Su Guang chuckled humbly and replied, "You flatter me. You really do. Haha." After a hard day's work, everyone gathered together, enjoying a meal prepared by the chef. A full day of labor had everyone's stomachs growling. Smelling the fragrant aroma of the food, no one could resist. Moreover, the sense of taste in the game was astonishingly realistic. Dang. With her standards, as a girl with rather high standards, wrinkled her nose and muttered, "Ugh, this is too fishy. Damn it, you think I wanted it to be? Here, we don't even have any cooking wine." I did my best. Another person immediately played the role of the good-natured neighbor, laughing loudly. "Just eat it. You'll starve if you don't eat in this game. Why don't you just hold your nose and drink it? Can I help you with that?" Dang glared at him irritably. "That won't be necessary." Just then, Su Guang and Kuang Feng quietly approached the group that was eating and chatting cheerfully. Lord Administrator, hurry and come eat with us," a player called out, his voice full of excitement. Suddenly, Lao Bai and Fang Chong noticed that the two newcomers had gloomy expressions, looking extremely grim. Lao Bai asked worriedly, "Brother Kuang Feng, what happened?" Kuang Feng replied in a grave tone, "We heard. It seems someone has died." Lao Bai was startled, breaking out in a cold sweat. "What? Died? Someone died? You can die in this game too? I wonder if the feeling is horrible?" Su Guang frowned. The third batch of players suffering a non-combat loss was at least half a month earlier than expected. The player who died was named Yaya. She was a perception type with a poison intuition talent. He remembered giving her a mission to go out in the morning to collect mushrooms and berries. But somehow, she ended up wandering into a mutant leech nest. Through the player list, Su Guang confirmed Yaya's last location was behind the mutant leech nest. He had to give up the idea of finding her body. Mutant leech larvae have degenerated mouthparts and can only suck blood or eat rotten food. Occasionally, they are eaten by snakes and rats, or caught by diligent players for bait. But adult mutant leeches are different. With a single bite, they can swallow their prey whole. Their numbing digestive fluids paralyze the prey's muscles within a minute, causing them to lose consciousness. Without a doubt, by now, there probably isn't even a bone of Yaya left. Su Guang sighed and ordered, "It's time to log out. Everyone, return to your cabins to rest. I'll bring the players back to the shelter in batches and arrange for them to lie down in the inactive cabins, and then log out." After all the players logged out, Su Guang went alone to the active substance extractor. He hadn't used this device since getting it due to the lack of electricity. The interesting thing was that the training cabins didn't have outlets because of their built-in wireless charging, and the shelter didn't offer any mission rewards like that. leaving only a plug with a clear, negative, and positive pole. Obviously, the person who designed this device had no intention of letting him steal electricity from the shelter. Su Guang turned to Xiaoqi and asked curiously, Xiaoqi, tell me, how do you inject the synthesized substance produced by this thing into the cultivation chamber? Xiaoqi replied in a gentle voice, it's very simple. The active substance containers in the cultivation chamber are detachable. You just need to pour the active substance directly into the chamber. Su Guang frowned and muttered, so that means we can also detach the containers from other cultivation chambers. Xiaoqi teased. I don't know about that. Master, are you trying to steal it? Su Guang chuckled. Just borrowing. We have to wait until the end of the month for the generator. I can't wait that long to revive the dead. Besides, there are still 70 unopened cans of active substance, and it's a waste to just let them sit there, so we might as well use them all first. Xiaoqi asked, but what if we use them all up? Su Guang shrugged, we'll figure something out then. Right now, we need to solve the immediate problem, he pondered, thinking about increasing the death penalty, like deducting favorability points, contribution points, or extending the revival waiting time to make players less recklessly curious. In the future, when there are more players, he could create a novice village where no one is allowed to leave until they reach level 5. That would be a way to avoid wasting resources. But what troubled Su Guang the most was the case of Yaya. I still don't understand what that player named Yaya was thinking. It'd be one thing for other players, but she was a perception type, after all. The problem now isn't how she died, but that she's a new player with no contribution points to deduct. In other words, she can't afford the death penalty, which is a bit difficult. I can't let her go into debt. What would that make the other players think? Would they just let themselves go wild too? Su Guang sighed and decided, it seems I'll have to design some forced labor jobs or punitive quests to substitute for death in cases where there are not enough contribution points. Maybe deduct favorability, extend the account ban time, or increase the revival wait time for consecutive deaths. He then moved on to take inventory of today's work results. A new habit was forming. With the number of players, with the increasing numbers, the changes in the warehouse inventory data became significant. As the administrator, he had to create a master plan for each supply category. The building material inventory consisted of 48 logs, 500 kilograms of bricks, and hardened cement. About 220 logs were consumed, along with almost all the cement in stock. Approximately 200 kilograms of materials were used each day. The food inventory had 50 kilograms of bacon, 10 kilograms of smoked fish, 2 kilograms of edible vegetables, and some berries. 10 kilograms of jerky were consumed. Chu Guang rubbed his forehead, muttering, this is such a headache. Maybe I should hire a warehouse manager. At the same time, I need to find a scale and more accurate measuring tools. Based on the statistical information from Xiaoqi, contribution points were allocated to each player's personal account. The contribution points mainly came from moving bricks, calculated at 10 points per hour, with allocations ranging from 90 to 100 points. Teng Teng, however, currently had 0 contribution points, because sewing clothes is a job that requires specialized technical skills. Using new materials meant it took her time to get used to them. However, Chu Guang believed that once she became proficient, Teng Teng's contribution points would increase rapidly. It was as fast as a rolling snowball. He finally finished allocating the income from the daily tasks. Chopping 10 trees was 1 point, killing 1 variant was 3 points, collecting 1 ton of stone was 1 point, and stocking 10 kilograms of food was 1 point. In total, he earned 6 reward points today. Adding that to his previous points, he now has 17. Chu Guang smirked and muttered, all right, time to gamble. He activated the prize draw system. 1 intermediate mystery box for 10 points. 7 basic mystery boxes for 5 points. A brilliant purple light spread out, accompanied by a hazy smoke. Chu Guang held his breath, wondering if he would get something useful this time. These were the rewards from the draw. A total of 8 vials of nanotherapeutic injections, mainly used to treat non-fatal injuries. It enhances tissue repair capabilities in a short period, thereby accelerating the healing process. This type of item was classified in the intermediate box, but did not specify any side effects, active ingredients, or instructions for use. It just had a seal on it, like the enhancement injection vial from before. It's truly a no-name, no-frills product. Anyway, she's still injured right now, so I'll put it away for now. Checking the other rewards, I was disappointed to find nothing noteworthy, just kumquat-flavored candy and chocolate. These things had nearly the same effect, lasting only for 10 hours, providing a physical boost after consumption. There were 2 other items left, a jar of biscuits and a can of beef. Both could be used to stave off hunger or replenish energy. However, I frowned and muttered to myself, is there something wrong with this canned beef? If I'm not mistaken, it was produced in the 1800s, when the war broke out. The print on the can is too faded. I can't even make out the year. It's definitely older than the antiques displayed in the museums of my old world. Whatever. I'll just find someone to try it and see. After collecting the rewards, I went to the forum to look for a player named Yaya. As soon as I opened the forum, I was surprised to see that she had already made a post. Oh, looks like she posted right on here, I mumbled, scrolling down to see. Yaya's post appeared with a prominent title. Please don't blame me for being a coward. I shouldn't have put myself in danger. Please everyone, prepare your plans carefully. I really didn't mean for it to happen. Don't ban my device. Who does this admin Guang think he is, banning her device? Is it really that serious? I scrolled down further to figure out what was going on. Yaya continued writing, I admit I'm not a good player, but I had no choice. If you have to blame something, blame that visual virus. As long as I carry the toxin with me, everything in my sight turns green, which gives me obsessive-compulsive disorder. Holy crap, something like this exists? I was stunned. What are the rules for this toxin anyway? Are there any limits? And what's this about an insect control skill? According to the post, during the first mission assigned by the administrator, Yaya went into the forest to pick mushrooms and raspberries. Thanks to her character's talent, she could easily distinguish between poisonous mushrooms and poisonous berries, so her gathering efficiency was quite high. She wrote, I had already collected a few buckets to bring back. I thought the area near the sanatorium was cleared, so I wanted to go further out to find more. So, Yaya went to a place that looked like a parking lot, where there were a lot of mushrooms. She picked a good amount and was about to head back when she suddenly discovered a tall concrete cylinder, which looked like a flooded tunnel. Inside, brilliant green lights were shimmering. I wasn't thinking much at the time. I saw so many mushrooms that I just wanted to go in and check. Besides, I can recognize any poison, so I was a bit confident, she recounted. But when she stepped inside, she discovered that the glowing green mushrooms were all poisonous. Just then, a strange sound echoed from deep within. With a bit of courage, she decided to take a look. I swear, I just wanted to take a quick peek, she wrote, her tone filled with panic. But then, the most terrifying thing happened. A giant piece of flesh, some unknown monster, suddenly swallowed her whole. Yaya shot up, clutching her head in horror when she saw the login restricted message appear. Although there was no pain, the feeling was absolutely terrifying. Just as I was about to lose consciousness, I suddenly woke up in reality. Everything that just happened felt like a nightmare. I was frozen on the spot. I secretly thought this player was really brave. Another person commented without hesitation, wavering. This isn't about money, Yaya replied tearfully. Can't you make an exception? Please, Mr. Planner, I really didn't mean to. Please help me. By the way, what's your penguin number? Can I add you? It's so hard to type here. Let's chat on Penguin, the guy replied, his tone firm. Rules are rules. I can't help you with this. Yaya pleaded. You really can't bend the rules just this once? Su Feng, the person replying, gave her a huge shock. I'm not finished. Besides the revival cooldown, players who die for the first time will also have 500 contribution points deducted. Yaya clutched her head, her jaw dropping. Contribution points get deducted too? But I don't have that many points. Su Feng replied. That's where the problem lies. Currently, you only have 30 contribution points from the collection quest. That's not enough to cover the death penalty. Yaya typed back worriedly. What happens if it's not enough? Just one reply was enough to make her soul leave her body. The current settings will affect the NPC's evaluation of the player. In other words, you will lose favorability. She protested. Lose favorability? Don't do this to me, he replied, his tone serious. Clearly, you don't realize the severity of the situation. Imagine you have the role of saving civilization. However, as an elite member sent to the surface to help with construction, instead of creating any value, you cause a bunch of trouble for everyone. Don't you feel guilty at all? Reading this, I thought to myself, she must be really scared now. Yaya sadly typed on, her tone full of regret. What was I even doing before? Seeing those active agents disappear, I was so sad I started crying. I didn't even earn 500 coins, and I wasted a huge bottle of active agents. It's so shameful. She continued typing. That's right. But this is just a game. Su Feng replied bluntly. It is a game, but it's not a game made just for you. You should have played a murder mystery game instead. Yaya didn't understand and asked, "What do you mean?" Su Feng explained, "This is equivalent to a team of 30 people. 29 of them are competing seriously, but there's one player who's just messing around and gets called out for it. You should know how bad your behavior is for the other players." He said this for her own good, but didn't forget to emphasize. In reality, it's not that big of a deal. She's just a newbie, and dying is just dying. But if there's no reaction, these players won't hold a grudge for long. She needs to be educated. Yaya replied with a sincere tone, "I'm sorry. I was wrong. It's my fault." Reading this, I was stunned, thinking to myself, why do I feel like I'm parenting right now? Su Feng replied, "You don't need to apologize to me. I'm just explaining the game's punishment mechanics and why they were designed this way. After this, go to your post and tell the other players that I'm going to unlock it." His eyes showed a hint of weariness as he continued typing. Also, I must stress again that Wasteland is positioned as a hardcore game. At least in the early stages, the game won't have too many casual elements. This was decided when we designed the entire game framework. He didn't forget to remind her, "If you really can't accept this setup, I suggest you switch to another game or wait until the open beta is online with more content before playing." Yaya begged in a desperate voice, "No, please, I want to play. I'll die without my helmet. Mr. Planner, I don't object to the death penalty, but how do I restore the lost favorability after I revive? Does proactively admitting my mistake help?" Su Feng immediately instructed, his voice calm but firm. "It might help, but it won't mean much. The administrator's personality and behavioral logic are lawful neutral. In his settings and evaluations, the main determinant is whether a player's actions align with the overall interests of the shelter. So, if you want to make up for it, let him see your hard work and stop doing thoughtless things. For example, you gain favorability points for picking mushrooms, and you lose them for not picking them." Yaya replied, her voice less panicked. "I understand. Can I make a small suggestion?" He immediately replied, "Go ahead." She enthusiastically suggested, "In the future, can you add some gold krypton as gifts? The kind that can increase player favorability. I've thought of many different games, like Big Nose Manor, where you can just buy it with money." After reading that, Su Feng was speechless, his face contorted with such rage that he looked like he was about to flip the table. "My friend, don't always think about solving problems with money. We are a serious company." Yaya repeated her idea, not noticing his frustration. "In the future, can you add some gold krypton as gifts? The kind that can increase player favorability. I've thought of many different games, like Big Nose Manor, where you can just buy it with money." Su Feng replied helplessly, his voice full of exhaustion. "My friend, please don't always think about solving problems with money. We are a serious company." He was so angry his eyes bulged, and he muttered, "I told you it was useless to explain. You might as well use the money to light fireworks." Reading his message, Yaya was dumbfounded, thinking to herself, "A serious company. My foot. Are they just trying to make money? People who don't want money aren't serious." Chu Feng looked weary, not wanting to argue with her anymore. "I've said everything I need to," he thought to himself, and then switched to the Bull and Horse Club chat group to see what everyone was discussing. In the group, everyone was excitedly discussing the post on the official website. The Future is Long, with his lightning-fast typing speed, offered his opinion after reading the article. I'll summarize it in 3 points. First, falling unconscious or dying in the game will force a disconnection. Second, the excessive pain sensation has indeed been removed. This is just like what I tested before. I have to say, the game developers are very clever. It doesn't feel unreal at all. It was pain, or I had to give up. It's great now, but I still say it would be awesome if I could adjust it myself." Everyone wanted to know more. Level 8. Gale messaged next. "I'll add that if you're not looking for death, you won't die." The Future is Long agreed with Level 8 Gale's opinion. Reading those messages, Chu Feng just smiled. Quitting Smoking jumped in, frustrated. "Damn it. Why can't I get a reservation? I really want to play." Time Flies immediately replied, "Oh, why don't you ask Brother Guang for a little help?" Quitting Smoking replied, "I already tried, and he told me to wait." Time Flies interjected, "Huh, you're not Jiang He, are you?" Quitting Smoking immediately denied it. "No. How would I dare offend him? I'm Brother Guang's loyal dog." Time Flies replied cheerfully, "That's strange. I'll ask you another time then." The Future is Long messaged, his tone curious. "By the way, is level 99 Insipid online?" Girl with 10 enemies chimed in, "I don't know if I can help?" Time Flies immediately tagged level 99 Insipid. The player appeared, his voice deep. "Ahem. What's up? I'm still in the group." The Future is Long asked, "I see your character is a lizard man. Do you feel anything when you take off the helmet and return to reality? For example, does anything feel off? Hearing this, Chu Feng recalled the image of the lizard man and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Level 99. Insipid replied, I don't think so. It feels pretty good. I have strong athletic ability and quick reflexes in the game. I don't have any issues after logging out. But there's one thing I don't like, and that's that I always want to eat raw meat in the game. The sight of blood makes my whole body heat up. But as soon as I take off the helmet, I feel better. It's very strange. The future is long cursed. Damn it. Why couldn't I choose a non-human character and could only create a female account? Level 8. Gale advised in a sober tone. Get a grip, bro. Time Flies added. Geez, you're scaring me a little. The future is long snapped. Screw you. I just wanted to try the feeling, just out of curiosity. You get it? Girl with 10 enemies replied curtly. No, we don't get it. Level 8. Gale recounted an incident. Speaking of insipid, tonight at 10 o'clock, did you two run into any predators while hunting with the manager? Level 99 Insipid replied. There were 2 predators, and a mutated, domesticated hyena. They were executing a bandit at the time. By the time we found them, the guy was already dead. Then we killed the 2 bandits and took their equipment. A fierce battle broke out between their group and the 2 bandits. Suddenly, someone threw a pokeball at the lizard man, shocking everyone. Level 8 Gale asked doubtfully, You killed an NPC? Level 99. Insipid replied calmly. Huh? The manager ordered the attack. Doesn't this count as a violation of the rules in the resident handbook? I read it carefully later, and it only states that attacks on neutral and friendly NPCs are forbidden. Girl with 10 enemies commented, Well, I think those must be wild monsters that spawned, not NPCs, right? But the bleeding effect is a bit too realistic. I almost thought people had actually died. Their group defeated the 2 bandits quickly. After reading those messages, Chu Feng was lost in thought, his expression serious. He thought to himself, I've speculated before whether the world the players see is being filtered. Now it seems this might really be the case. However, this filter isn't like a beauty filter on a camera. It's more likely a conceptual blurring process. Players with only 1% HP left still don't feel any pain. He continued to ponder. The pain processing mechanism is the same as how this device works. Pain that exceeds the limit is blocked by the player's brain. Sensory shocks beyond the range of tolerance also need to be processed. By straining the corresponding emotions, he imagined the scene of a player experiencing horrifying pain. Otherwise, the brain's circuit breaker mechanism will activate, and the player will be woken up from the nightmare. The connection won't be interrupted, right? He wondered. Chu Feng recalled the image of the beast being stabbed to death and rotting, and had to cover his mouth to keep from vomiting. Damn it. I suddenly feel a little jealous of these newbies. When I first came to the Wasteland, it took me a long time to overcome that psychological barrier. In the group, the discussion was still lively, with someone, but the bleeding effect is a bit too realistic. I almost thought those people actually died, Strongwind Level 8 asked. Do they speak Mandarin? Level 99 Garbage Collector replied. They speak some very strange words. The pronunciation is a bit like Chinese, but it's not Chinese. Anyway, I couldn't understand it. It was probably randomly generated by the program. The future is long offered an opinion. Well, this plot arrangement is actually quite interesting. I think it's meant to remind us of the potential dangers in this wasteland, just like the mutant tribe we discovered before. The purpose must be to create a sense of crisis. The image of the 3 terrifying robbers appeared in everyone's mind. Girl with 10 enemies asked, Isn't this a randomly generated plot? The future is long replied. Everything you see in the future is a pre-designed program, and there's no real randomness at all. Time Flies agreed. I think what Future said makes sense. In fact, this happened on the day the new players went online, so it might have been intentionally arranged. They recalled the gameplay process, arriving in the wasteland, encountering a mutated black bird, discovering the mutant tribe, building a shelter outpost, and then facing the predatory raiders. The Future is long continued texting. It can only be considered a guess. I think this plot can be interpreted as the scale of the outpost expands and the overall strength of the players increases, players will gradually increase their interaction with other forces and species on the planet in the wasteland. Competition for resources, survival, and space might be the main theme for the next phase of the game, he concluded excitedly. Now we can really start preparing for war. I estimate the winter expansion pack is about to end, and the next expansion pack will be stronghold conflicts. As soon as he hit send, he smiled smugly. Strong wind level 8 texted, reasonable. Level 99 garbage collector added, 666. That's a solid analysis. Girl with 10 enemies, exclaimed in admiration. Amazing. That's our brother future for you. Quitting smoking could only curse helplessly. Damn it. I want to play. Chu Feng was stunned after reading it, thinking to himself that it was brilliant, even though he hadn't even considered this plan. These pros had already thought it through. What talent! He broke into a bright smile, telling himself, I'm going to copy this pro's analysis. If anyone asks later, I can explain it this way too. What a genius. Having just finished his work, Chu Feng leaned his head back and fell asleep, drool unintentionally trickling out. Suddenly, a loud notification sound blared, startling him awake. Annoyed, he mumbled, damn it, who's spamming me? It turned out to be level 99 garbage collector, constantly messaging Brother Guang. Brother Guang, when are you getting online? I can't take it anymore. Please let me in the game so I can grind. Seeing that message, Chu Feng was just stunned, thinking to himself, how can someone like this exist? He quickly texted back, I was just taking a nap. Don't you have to work during the day? Level 99 garbage collector replied immediately, hey, what are you doing? In the future, you can definitely make a lot of money from this game. Why aren't you spending your time leveling up? Reading the reply, Chu Feng was left speechless by this guy. Saying that in front of the game planner? But is that really okay? He decided to ignore it, pretending he didn't hear it, and then reminded him, you'd better calm down. The public beta release date hasn't been announced yet. It could be in closed beta for 3 to 5 years. Level 99 garbage collector replied, his voice full of confidence. No problem. A big company like yours isn't going to go bankrupt, so why would I be worried? Haha. Chu Feng's eyes widened, silently admitting that this guy's thinking was very clear. He was even sharper than most of the players who qualified for the internal test. Among the games currently on the market, you could say that no game can beat this one. All the others are trash. He imagined himself standing on the pinnacle of glory, being looked upon by countless people with expressions of shock and admiration. Chu Feng continued to ponder. Not to mention other things, just being able to be free at night is already unbeatable, right? A player just needs to put on the helmet, fall asleep, and their brain will automatically control the character to play the game. Who would say no to adding an extra 8 hours to their day? He texted back to level 99 garbage collector in a casual tone. It's up to you. Level 99 garbage collector, quickly, replied, come on, just schedule me to go online. Heh, I promise I'll test anything you ask. Chu Feng texted back, a bit annoyed, I don't care what you do, just follow the rules of the game, but it's fine to go online this late. The in-game time and real time are synchronized, so it should still be late at night in the game right now. He returned to a serious expression, thinking to himself, this is also why I don't encourage players to grind hard at night. Even I wouldn't dare to stay in the wilderness overnight because of the ferocious-looking mutated beasts in that forest. Level 99 garbage collector texted back, because it's late, you might not know this, but my gene sequence in the game is a heterogeneous species. To be precise, night is my home turf, and I should be sleeping during the day. Heh, let's make a plan. Just leave it to me. The bright lizards sleep soundly during the day, but at night, we are ready to hunt. Su Feng thought that sounded reasonable and sent a message. I'll give it a try. Sunlight level 99 sent his thanks. Thank you so much. Su Feng stood up and sighed. He had never seen such an enthusiastic player, but he still smiled. He thought to himself, however, what this guy is saying seems to make sense. To be precise, the night is truly the domain of exotic species. For Sunlight level 99, the lizard man, the darkness wasn't necessarily a danger, but could instead be a form of cover. Lizards have eyes that glow in the dark, which is advantageous for hunting. A screen appeared before his eyes. Su Feng immediately selected Sunlight level 99 to unlock him. In the pod, the lizard man, who had been deep in sleep, suddenly snapped his eyes open. The pod door immediately opened, startling him. He turned his head and exclaimed, amazing. How was it so fast? The lizard man raised his arm, emitting a startling scent. From a distance, Su Feng said, you're awake. Good. I have a mission for you. The mission activation voice alert sounded. The lizard man stood up straight in a dignified stance and said loudly, please give me my orders, respected manager. Su Feng assigned the mission in a serious tone. There is a mutant tribe on Route 76, directly opposite the east gate of Wasteland Park. During the day, we found traces of predator activity in the surrounding areas along the elevated highway leading north out of the city. I suspect there's a predator stronghold to the north. He pointed to the map. I need you to scout north along the elevated highway out of the city and search for any signs of survivor activity within a 3-kilometer linear radius. He added in a cautious tone. If you find a suspected survivor stronghold, mark it on the map and return immediately, just like how you observe the enemy from above. Lastly, remember to stay hidden and avoid any unnecessary battles. Su Feng gave the order in an authoritative voice. Additionally, if you find a suitable target, you can also carry out a side hunt. And the rewards are valuable any time, the lizard man shouted, full of spirit. Yes, manager. His resounding shout made Su Feng break out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself, this guy is way too enthusiastic. At 6 o'clock the next morning, everyone was busy running back and forth at the outpost, except for Yaya, who you got for free yesterday and is still running an instance. The other players stepped out of the training pods one by one. As for Sunlight level 99, you left earlier and haven't returned yet. Su Feng considered this, with a calm expression. However, I can confirm through the player list that he's still alive, not far from Wasteland Park. Zhang Bai rubbed his hands together and asked excitedly, Manager, do you have any plans for today? Or will you come with me to wipe out the mutant tribe? Su Feng had previously said he would go with him, which is why the young man responded so enthusiastically, Yes, manager. Remembering their past conversation, Zhang Bai smiled faintly, thinking to himself, even though it seems pointless, I'll still ask every day, what if something happens? Su Feng reminded him in a stern voice. Just like yesterday, the missions are posted on the notice board. Otherwise, you guys are free to do as you please. The outpost is currently in dire need of food, building materials, and fortifications. He raised a hand to his chin, calculating, one of the outpost's walls has been repaired. The remaining 3 walls should be completed soon, within 2 days. What worries me now is that the noise outside the outpost is getting louder. The alarm about the mutant tribe on Route 76 to the east. Suddenly, he froze as he thought about the outpost's weapon supply. There are only 3 guns, 2 of which are small, 5mm pipe guns. It's not that we can't fight back against those green-skinned brutes, but we'll definitely suffer heavy casualties, he muttered worriedly. He recalled the sight of other players getting injured while fighting them. He shuddered at the thought. If those beasts capture you, it's truly a fate worse than death. In his memory, Su Feng saw the image of a player tied up, his face filled with despair and fear. The greenskins were gathered around him. He guessed in a low voice. Usually in a case like this, the mind breaks before the body does. His expression twisted as he continued to think. If any player gets captured, they'll probably be forced to disconnect. Even if they're curious about what happens next, there's nothing they can do. At the outpost's sanctuary, Ye Wei turned his head, searching. Where is Mr. Jue? Why can't I see him? Su Feng explained in a calm voice. He set off early. I have a special mission for him. The rest of the group grumbled in unison, full of resentment. Damn lucky bastards. Su Feng crossed his arms and assigned the tasks. Later, you and I will go on a scouting trip. And Fang Zhang, you have to come too. He thought to himself that this time, he should choose someone smart. Fang Zhang clasped his hands together and replied with adoration, All right, manager. Zhang Bai's voice was annoyed. Get lost, and don't come back. The 3 of them entered the armory to get their weapons. Su Feng reminded them in a cautious tone. The safety is on the right side of the trigger. Get familiar with its position, but don't touch it, unless I tell you to switch the safety off. The other 2 raised their guns, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Su Feng pointed at the map, giving instructions. After a while, we'll visit the nearby survivor stronghold. We're going to trade for some supplies the outpost needs from the locals. His eyes widened, his voice stern. No matter what happens, you will follow my orders. Remember, no firing randomly or showing any hostility without my permission, he emphasized, his voice filled with authority. Remember, we represent the entire outpost 404. Understood? Fang Zhang immediately showed his loyalty, declaring loudly, Understood, manager. Your command is our mission. Ye Wei quickly chimed in, trying to take credit. Me too. Su Feng gave a helpless smirk. What novel did you guys learn that from? It's so embarrassing to hear. His eyes curved into a mischievous look as he thought to himself, as the manager, my dominance is positively correlated with the player's sense of engagement. He cleared his throat, his voice deepening. Very good. Full of energy. He ordered decisively. We need to bring 50 kilograms of dried bacon and 20 kilograms of smoked fish. 10 mutated hyena hides, and 1 mutated pallet truck for transport. You two get ready. We leave in 10 minutes. Both of them immediately replied, Yes, manager. They pulled the cart, carrying their goods, and began their journey. Building the outpost required many tools, and the quantity needed was not small. Su Feng thought worriedly. Small tools like screwdrivers, screws, nails, wrenches, clamps, hammers for forging, saws for cutting wood. Without them, many jobs would be difficult to do, or the efficiency would be extremely low. He recalled the wall-chopping knives the players at the outpost used to repair the walls. They were all wooden substitutes. More than 200 years later, in the Wasteland era, supplies had become extremely scarce. He sighed. Su Feng thought of an idea. A generator, thank God. Or something similar. A glint flashed in his eyes as he speculated. But nothing is ever certain. There will always be good things to be found through trade. These items were usually salvaged and sold to nearby survivor settlements. They were placed on shelves like trophies for caravans to choose from. He planned to lead Ye Wei and Fang Zhang, disguised as a caravan, to the nearby Brown's farm to trade for supplies the outpost needed. Based on the map, he decided, we'll set off from the south gate of Wetland Park, avoid Route 76, and follow the dilapidated road southeast to Brown's farm. He thought further, no one knows us there, let alone any details about us. The road to Brown's farm would be a little easier, with fewer ruins, but even so, the 3-kilometer journey through the wasteland was still a challenge. The group panted as they pulled their things along the long road. Su Feng thought as he walked, we'll walk and rest as we go, avoiding the impassable ruins hidden behind broken rocks. During this time, they not only had to be wary of alien species, but also had to be careful to avoid being targeted by survivors with malicious intent. Finally, before 9 in the morning, Su Feng's group reached the main gate of Brown's farm. The stone walls were hung with sharp hooks, and below them were instruments of punishment and skulls, creating a terrifying, primitive scene. Unlike Bay Street, Brown's farm was the territory of a true landlord. There wasn't much freedom here. The people only had 2 statuses, thug farmers or serfs. A desperate farmer holding a hoe pleaded, Please, stop hitting her, she hasn't eaten in days. The thug didn't care, continuing to swing his whip. Get up and get to work. Su Feng smirked confidently, not too worried. He thought to himself, so what if they have malicious intent? Any force that owns 2 plots of farmland would rarely take the initiative to attack outsiders. After all, those with shoes have to consider whether it's worth bullying those who are barefoot. Suddenly, a gun barrel appeared, poking through the fence and pointing right at them. Su Feng's group quickly raised their hands. Liu Zhengyue, the man with the gun, shouted, Hey, stop right there. Who are you people? What are you doing here? Su Feng quickly explained in a calm voice. We mean no harm. We just want to trade for some goods. The gunman asked again, his voice skeptical. Trade for goods? Liu Zhengyue pushed up his glasses, his tone suspicious. I've never seen you before. Where are you from? Su Feng introduced himself calmly. From the Wastelands. We just recently migrated to this area. Liu Zhengyue frowned and muttered, Nomads. Su Feng spread his hands and gave a slight smile. Depends on how you see it. Nomads in the Wastelands weren't rare, especially in the outskirts. You could even say they were quite common, he calmly explained. These people usually didn't enter urban areas, mostly wandering the wilds between cities. They didn't farm, but made a living by herding, hunting, chasing alien species, and migrating from one region to another. Occasionally, they acted as merchants, trading their hunted prey and salvaged items for daily necessities. Of course, there are also times they plunder for wealth. He shrugged, his voice low. In the Wastelands, there are no good or bad people, absolutely evil. Under the right circumstances, anyone could become a predator, Liu Zhengyue thought to himself, as he observed the 3 men with guns on their backs, wondering how many people were in their tribe. His voice was probing as he asked, What do you have in your bags? What are you looking to trade? Guang replied instantly, 50 kilograms of smoked meat, 20 kilograms of smoked fish, and 10 mutated hyena hides. We're looking for hard tools and farmed food. He smiled confidently. I guarantee we'll leave the second the trade is done. We won't stay a second longer. Liu Zhengyue fell silent, apparently setting aside his suspicions. It seemed these guys were really here to trade. He called out, You wait here. I'll go back and get instructions. Xia Dongqing replied, Instructions? Ye Wei whispered to Fang Zhang, his eyes sparkling. This survivor stronghold is so cool. I mean, the architectural style here really has that post-apocalyptic vibe. Fang Zhang nodded in agreement. There's a lot of content in this new update, that's for sure. Thinking of Liu Zhengyu, he asked curiously, By the way, is that a new NPC? Ye Wei furrowed his brow. Probably. I just have no idea what he was talking about. His expression was pretty bleak. Fang Zhang chuckled softly. I thought so too. The iron gate opened, and a group of people started pulling supplies out from inside. Liu Zhengyou approached Chu Guang, shook his hand, and introduced himself. Liu Zhengyou, Chu Guang responded in a friendly voice. Chu Guang. Liu Zhengyou crossed his arms and asked, I'd like to know what kind of meat you're carrying on your cart. Chu Guang answered, The smoked meat is from mutated hyenas, and the smoked fish is catfish. You're welcome to inspect it. Liu Zhengyue opened a bag, took out a piece of meat, cut off a slice with his knife, and tossed it to a prisoner. Eat. The prisoner caught it fearfully, stammering, yes. After he ate it, he spoke with a tremble in his voice. Sir, the meat. It's not poisoned. Liu Zhengye looked at Chu Guang and nodded. All right. He set the terms. 1 kilogram of smoked meat or fish can be traded for 2 kilograms of green wheat or 2 kilograms of potatoes. As for the pelts, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Chu Guang disagreed, his voice hardening. 1 kilogram of smoked meat should get at least 5 kilograms of grain, half wheat, and half potatoes. Besides, these are prime quality hides. 1 hide should be worth at least 3 tools. He smiled confidently. I've been to City B. Don't think I'm clueless about the market rates. Liu Zhengyue remained silent. This made Chu Guang wonder. Did I ask for too much? That was just my opening offer for haggling. But to his surprise, Liu Zhengyue looked up and said, Deal. Chu Guang's jaw dropped in amazement. These people don't even haggle? He mumbled in shock. That stupid mayor actually dares to mess with the food prices like this. The other two in his group just stared blankly at Liu Zhengyue's nod. Guessing the deal was done, Fang Zhang whispered to Ye Wei. The manager's expression doesn't look too good. Chu Guang calculated in his head. 50 kilograms of smoked meat and 20 kilograms of smoked fish for 350 kilograms of green wheat and potatoes. The 10 remaining hides for 30 tools. As he did the math, his eyes lit up. The ones I picked are all high-quality alloy tools, manufactured back in the old era. These antiques shouldn't be underestimated. In terms of quality, they're far superior to the knockoffs made from crude, iron, or steel by the Wasteland natives. Liu Zhengyue said, You're welcome back any time. Chu Guang gave a strained smile. I'll be back. Liu Zhengyue then added, We have some variant tobacco leaves here. Interested? They can help with fatigue, and you can also use them to wrap food for extra flavor. Very useful. Chu Guang refused politely. Maybe next time. We don't have anything left to trade, he thought to himself, his eyes glancing slyly at the female slaves. If I could, I'd like to buy 1 or 2 slaves for work, but I've got nothing left to trade. Maybe next time. Liu Zhengyue said warmly. No, my friend. This one's on the house. Consider it a gift. Chu Guang accepted it, thinking, well, in that case, I won't refuse. He calculated in his head, even if I don't smoke this stuff, I can still get a chip or 2 for it. What if I sell it? Chu Guang's group took their supplies and left. Ye Wei was still buzzing with excitement. That place we were just at was Brown's farm. Fang Zhang's eyes lit up. Ah, I remember that name too, he grinned. No wonder today's mission was about the new neutral factions trading system and stronghold. He analyzed excitedly. The trading system in Wasteland Roller is designed based on completely realistic supply and demand. Exchanging goods with survivors is essential. Hearing this, Ye Wei practically drooled. Man, hearing you say that makes me so hyped for the open beta, Fang Zhang said quickly. I'm guessing the public beta is still a ways off. This game company has some huge ambitions. They must still have a ton of content to test. He gave a wry smile. But I have a feeling we won't need to wait for the public beta. By the time the closed beta ends, the game's content will probably be incredibly rich already. Ye Wei leaned in and whispered, So, are you sure the manager didn't overhear our little plan back there? Fang Zhang flinched and winced. Damn, you really scared me there. He quickly apologized. My bad. Sor Kuang's group moved silently down the street. He quietly took the lead, followed by Feng Trung pulling a cart, while Deep V seemed the most carefree. Suddenly, Sir Kuang froze, immediately pressing himself flat against a nearby wall. On high alert, his eyes widened in terror. On the tall wall right in front of them was a ghastly monster. With its sharp teeth and bloodshot eyes, one look was enough to give you sleepless nights. Sir Kuang panicked, thinking to himself, A crawler. Why is a crawler out in broad daylight? Without hesitation, he raised his gun and fired at it, yelling, Spread out! The bullet missed, embedding itself in the wall and startling the crawler. He scowled in frustration. Damn it, the range is too great. I can't hit it. The monster shrieked and lunged towards him. Behind him, Diep V and Fung Trung were stunned by its blood-curdling scream. But a second later, they both looked excited. They cheered. Holy crap, a new monster. This one's way more impressive than the flesh-eaters. Sir Guang was about to lose his mind. He turned back and warned them. How many times do I have to tell you? Get back. The crawler nimbly dodged the gunshots and escaped into the building. The group stopped firing. Diep V enthusiastically declared, Sir, we're not going anywhere. Fung Trung chimed in. That's right. We swear to protect you to the death. Sir Guang had to clarify, his voice sharp. I was telling you to get away from the food supplies. He broke into a sweat, thinking anxiously. A crawler. Even though crawlers and nowers are both types of zombies, crawlers can actually think and hunt like the living. He returned to his aiming stance, puzzled. But this thing is afraid of the sun. So what kind of idiot let it out here? Suddenly, the crawler burst out, shattering a glass window on another floor of the building. Sir Guang steeled himself, thinking, here it comes. No matter how many bullets he fired, it dodged them all. He gritted his teeth and muttered, too fast. Straining his eyes to track the monster's movements, he struggled to predict its path. Left. No. Right. Despite his efforts, the hideous creature still dodged the bullets with ease. Gritting his teeth, Sir Guang fired his last shot. His effort paid off. The bullet struck the monster, causing it to collapse and tremble. Diep V yelled, as if giving a signal, and he and Fung Trung both opened fire. But after a hail of bullets, the crawler remained completely unharmed. Diep V's eyes went wide, his jaw dropping. Holy hell, we didn't even scratch it. The crawler calmly advanced, stepping over the debris and walking right past Fung Trung without a second glance. He speculated, it's just ignoring us. Does that mean it's after someone else? His guess was correct. The crawler stopped right in front of Sir Guang. In that instant, he gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face like a river. The monster lunged at him, bloodthirsty. Sir Guang threw his gun aside and, in a split second, grabbed the iron bar tucked behind his back. He used it to block the crawler's bite. Veins popped on his face as he used all his strength to hold the iron bar steady. As the two clashed, the air seemed to vibrate. He calculated in his head. Although his strength of 9 points was far beyond that of a normal person, his legs were trembling. He couldn't hold on much longer. He silently admitted, compared to this thing, my strength is still no match. The crawler roared, sending Sir Guang flying backward. His body slammed hard against the solid wall, and he coughed up fresh blood. Gasping for breath, he thought, the difference is just too great. The image of the crawler grew larger and more terrifying before him. Facing it, Sir Guang thought in fear, it's too fast. As his trembling arm raised his weapon, the monster closed in. It opened its mouth wide, roaring and spraying saliva as it unleashed an oppressive attack on its target. Sir Guang summoned all his strength, gritting his teeth as he used the iron bar to block the crawler's jaws, trying desperately to resist. He stared intently at it, a question forming in his mind. What is this feeling? It seems like something inside me is changing. He thought to himself, a glint in his eyes. There's a force awakening. Could this be the hidden power in my body? Sir Guang yelled, pushing the iron bar forward with all his might. But the crawler, with its terrifying strength, broke free from the steel bar in his hands. The steel bar was bent by its sharp fangs. The monster became agitated, raising its claws to deliver the final blow. Just as its claws swiped down, Sir Guang, completely exhausted, could no longer struggle. Right at that moment, several bullets slammed into the crawler's back, piercing its thick hide. It roared in pain. Diep V fired his gun relentlessly, shouting, so you want to fight up close? Fine by us. Go to hell. Diep V and Fung Trung coordinated their fire. The rain of bullets poured down on the crawler's back, making it writhe in agony. Sir Guang seized the opportunity, gritting his teeth and shouting inwardly, now. He drew his sharp weapon, focused all his strength, and aimed straight for his target. With a single, decisive slash, Sir Guang pierced the crawler's neck, finishing it on the spot. The massive monster finally collapsed. Sir Guang was panting heavily, exhausted and staggering on the verge of collapse. Fung Trung caught him just in time, suggesting worriedly, Sir, how about I help you to the shop next door to rest for a bit? Diep V added in a cautious tone. The commotion from the fight was really loud. I'm afraid it might attract other monsters. Sir Guang nodded in agreement. Good point. Grab the supplies. We'll rest over there for a while. The three figures walked forward. Sir Guang was inwardly astonished. It was a red-haired woman. She was panting from exhaustion, her leg injured. Though it was bandaged, blood was still pooling on the floor. She stared at them, gasping in pain. Observing her, Sir Guang surmised, From the looks of that wound, she must be the one who lured the reptile here. Meanwhile, Ye Wei and Fang Zhang were completely fixated on her beauty, foolishly blurting out that she must be a new NPC. The three young men watched Xia Yan as she gritted her teeth and exhaled sharply, her hand fumbling for the gun in her pants leg. But before she could draw it, the muzzles of their three guns were aimed straight at her head. Su Kuang threatened her with his weapon. "You'd better be honest. My wound is a lot less serious than yours." Xia Yan trembled, her eyes shut tight. Yu Xiong observed the scene and whispered to Su Kuang, "Is she an enemy?" He replied in a cold voice, "I don't know," and to him, it didn't matter. Su Kuang turned to Ye Wei and Yu Xiong and ordered, "You two, go find me a chair." After his two underlings brought him one, he sat down to interrogate the woman. "Hello. Let's talk." Xia Yan managed to reply, her voice weak. "What do you want to know?" Su Kuang began. "I'm Su Kuang. What's your name?" She grimaced and replied, "Xia Yan." He continued, "Where are you from?" She answered honestly, "I'm a mercenary from Giant Stone City." Su Kuang continued, "Where are your teammates? Why are you alone?" Xia Yan lowered her head, her voice filled with sadness. "They're dead." He pressed on. "Oh? How many died?" She answered truthfully, 3 people. "Except for me, the entire team is dead." Su Kuang quickly sent Ye Wei to check the surrounding area for anyone dressed like her, telling him if he found any bodies, to bring back their gear. Ye Wei obeyed, dashing outside and shouting loudly. He carefully surveyed the situation. Inside, Xia Yan's mind raced with confusion. What are they doing? What are they saying? Once Ye Wei had left, Su Kuang continued the conversation. "Right. I almost forgot to ask. What happened between you and that beast? How did you provoke it?" Xia Yan recalled the memory, her voice trembling. "At that time, we found the entrance to shelter number 117, and something unexpected happened to my group. As a result, we ran into it, and a fierce battle broke out. It chased us out of the subway, but the reptile's destructive power was too great. Our team was almost wiped out." Hearing this, Su Kuang wondered what the entrance to shelter 117 was. She recalled the space at that time and answered, "I don't know. We only know its location is near the New World Department, store at number 7, Qingquan City, in the northern suburbs. Inside, there are things we mercenaries want." Su Kuang pondered this, analyzing the situation. "Shelter 117 has some very good things, but it's not worth the risk for me." He considered it carefully. To be the fisherman who profits while others fight, it would be better to wait until he was stronger in the future. What if I use a copy to give to the players for research? Why should I take the risk? Xia Yan sat there in silence, staring intently at Su Kuang. She suddenly asked, "Aren't you interested?" Su Kuang was indifferent. "Why should I be interested in it?" She gave him a reason. I said, "There's power armor inside." He just scoffed. "Oh, have you seen it? I want to see a picture." Xia Yan was stumped, her tone defiant. "I don't have one." Su Kuang's eyes were challenging. "Then wait until you get it, and then come tell me." He changed the subject, his voice mischievous. "By the way, I have a question. Is your hair color natural or dyed?" Xia Yan hesitated, surprised by the question. "It's natural." Su Kuang gave a backhanded compliment. "Oh, it's very beautiful. But it's time you washed it." Xia Yan was offended, her face flushing as she retorted, "Are you making fun of me?" In the middle of their intense conversation, both Su Kuang and Yu Xiong were startled by a shout. "Let her go, now." Xia Yan was also stunned and bewildered. A fierce-looking man raised his gun threateningly, demanding they release the hostage immediately. Su Kuang and Yu Xiong instantly cocked their guns, ready to fight. The other side pushed forward, yelling, "Nobody move! Your teammate is in my hands. I know you're strong, but can you be faster than this bullet?" Though his face was serious, Su Kuang felt a flicker of concern. This guy was up to no good. Xia Yan was shocked by his appearance, exclaiming, "Chen Yang, you're not dead." Chen Yang pressed his gun to Ye Wei's head, making him tremble violently. "How could I die so easily here? Just wait a moment, I'll get you out." Ye Wei gritted his teeth in anger, his emotions exploding. "Shoot! Shoot me! What are you guys waiting for?" He screamed his complaints. "This evil bastard stinks. His body odor is killing me." Enraged, Chen Yang grabbed Ye Wei by the collar and shook him violently, yelling, "What is this brat shouting about?" Then he ordered, "Shut up." Ye Wei begged desperately, his voice trembling. "Hey, Captain, don't worry about me." "I won't die," Su Kuang muttered in frustration. "Nonsense. Of course, I know he won't die, but they have to pay a price after respawning." He turned back to confront Chen Yang, his voice firm. I don't like being threatened. You'd better put the gun down, raise your hands above your head, and face the wall. I might spare your life. Chen Yang didn't back down, continuing to shout, I'm not joking with you. I'm going to shoot. Su Guang had also readied his gun, his tone unyielding. So am I, he challenged. Want to try me? I'll count to 3, and we'll both fire. Seeing the tense situation, she quickly spoke up. That's enough, Chen Yang. You go on ahead. Don't worry about me. Su Guang began to count, his voice cold. 1, 2. Chen Yang fumed, thinking to himself, doesn't this madman care if his teammate lives or dies? The more he looked at Ye Wei, the angrier he got. This damn hostage looks so excited about dying. He doesn't look like a hostage at all. He changed his tactic, shouting, Wait, stop. I'm not threatening you. Just let my teammate go. That's all I want. He continued. Give me the key she has on her. I'll release your teammate when I get the key. Su Guang narrowed his eyes, looking at Xia Yan as if to ask, What key? Chen Yang answered for her. The key card. She knows what I'm talking about. Xia Yan's face fell as she whispered, So this was all for the key. Chen Yang replied in a cold voice, Say what you will. In a place like this, sparing a life doesn't require a reason, but it's better for me to complete my mission. He thought to himself, with a wicked look in his eyes. Originally, I planned to wait for that monster to leave, then collect my teammate's body. Otherwise, I wouldn't have played dead to escape. And I'm only helping her now, he continued in a deceptively calm voice. So, what do you say, pal? A woman in exchange for a card. She'll be useless to you anyway. Su Guang was speechless. Xia Yan sat there helplessly. Then, he gave a faint smile and suddenly said, Makes sense. Chen Yang said again, I just want the card she's carrying. Su Guang turned to Xia Yan, gesturing for her to give it to him. Ye Wei felt wronged, thinking to himself, Manager, you've been negotiating with these guys for ages instead of just shooting. I'm a player. What's there to be afraid of? If I die here, it'll be a heroic sacrifice. My favorability rating will skyrocket. He screamed, Don't worry about me, Manager. Are you stupid? Just shoot. Beside them, Yu Sheng held his gun, anxiously muttering, What the hell? Don't move, let me see, he worried. If the manager isn't making a move, how can I? What if I miss an important plot point? Xia Yan held the card, lost in thought. The captain gave me this card before he died. Logically, Chen Yang shouldn't know I have it, unless he searched the captain's body. At this thought, she trembled with anger. But she still decisively threw the card at him, saying clearly, Take it. Chen Yang gloated as he bent down to pick up the card, inadvertently giving Ye Wei a chance to escape. He was furious when he saw the kid slip away, but before he could react, a powerful shot from Su Guang suddenly pierced straight through his head. Chen Yang dropped to the ground in front of the 3 of them. Ye Wei was terrified, not daring to look back. Yu Xiong was ecstatic. A hit. A headshot. But Su Guang had the heart to cut his joy short. Your bullet hit the ceiling. You need more practice, Su Guang thought to himself, remembering the forced log-out skill. Come to think of it, this is the first time I've used the power to take down a player and force them to log out. I didn't expect its effect to be so surprising. Xia Yan couldn't believe her eyes, stammering in shock. You killed him. Su Guang turned back. Yes, I told you, I hate being threatened. Besides, I already gave him a chance. Only then did the 2 of them notice Ye Wei still huddled on the floor, his eyes wide open. He scratched his head sheepishly. Sorry. Why was I so weak just now? He turned around, his eyes nearly popping out of his head, and screamed, Holy crap, how is this guy dead? He gaped, unable to accept it. The plot skipped again. The considerate Yu Sheng put an arm around the still dazed Ye Wei. It's all right, you probably just lagged out. It's good that you could log back in. A shot straight through the head. Pretty badass, huh? Ye Wei gave a half-hearted compliment. Yeah, totally badass. The 4 of them stared intently at the corpse. Su Guang walked over and picked up Xia Yan's card, thinking, This key card is useless for now. But this gun is a good find. He announced to her, I'm leaving. You're on your own. Xia Yan's face crumpled. You're not taking me with you? The 3 men started to leave. Ye Wei and Yu Sheng glanced at each other, while Su Guang led the way decisively. Did I ever say I would take you anywhere? Xia Yan knew she wouldn't get any pity from him. She watched them go and asked, Are you guys really not raiders? Su Guang turned back and smirked. Are you very disappointed? Having hit a nerve, Xia Yan trembled and stammered. She pleaded desperately. I mean, you're recent survivors. Can't you take me to your shelter? Ye Wei whispered to Yu Sheng. Is she a new NPC? Yu Sheng replied, Could be, but it looks like the manager doesn't want to bring her along. Ye Wei continued. But I think she can still be saved. Yu Zheng agreed. Indeed. She seems to be a mercenary or something similar. He made his point. Even with a broken leg, she can still craft guns and weapons, right? Su Guang nodded to himself, thinking, that actually makes some sense. Xiaoyan shivered, fear evident on her beautiful face. Su Guang spoke up. Let me be honest with you. Right now, you're just a burden. Even if I took you to a nearby shelter, your fate wouldn't be much different from death. Xiaoyan tried to contain her emotions, but Su Guang's tone suddenly became playful. Of course. If you have some skills, I could consider taking you along. He laid out his condition. As long as you're willing to work for me. The conversation fell into silence. Xiaoyan faced the harsh reality. With only one good leg, she could barely get off this street, let alone return to Jushi City. Model. She thought about ways to save herself, but it was hopeless. Whether it was a biological prosthesis or a mechanical one, the cost was astronomical. With her head hung low, she felt cornered. She could either go with these people or sit here and wait to die. In reality, she had no choice. Facing a bleak future, Ha Diem accompanied the three men, riding in a wheelbarrow pulled by Ye Wei. Looking at the sunlight ahead, she thought to herself, perhaps this journey is the last bit of freedom I'll ever have. She grew anxious. Other than being taken back to bear children, she really couldn't imagine what other use she would be to the man before her. She trembled as she thought, I heard it's incredibly painful. I wonder if that's true. Just then, she heard Chu Kuang announce, we're here. Ha Diem was startled. Their shelter turned out to be a construction site, bustling with workers who were hard at work. Her anxiety grew as she observed every detail. Shelters weren't uncommon in Qingtian City. Some had been established years ago. Staring at the tightly locked iron gate, which was covered in a thick web of vines, Ha Diem fell into deep thought. Her eyes filled with contemplation. She quickly came to a conclusion. Some of the gates were still locked, and could only be opened when the time was right. Imagining sparks flying as something crashed against the cold metal, Ha Diem couldn't help but worry about the shelter's defense system. Could this fortified wall really be effective? It was strong enough to be bulletproof, but could it truly compare to the safety of an underground bunker? And what was the guarantee that even gamma rays couldn't penetrate it? Suddenly, Ha Diem turned to the three men standing nearby and asked in a firm voice, are you all from the shelter? Chu Kuang was taken aback by her sudden question, even though her voice was still weak. He replied, a hint of surprise in his tone, yeah, I thought you were unconscious. Ha Diem puffed out her cheeks, a flash of anger in her eyes. I'm not that weak. From that one sentence, Chu Kuang quickly assessed her capabilities. Ha Diem's recovery rate was far superior to that of an ordinary person. He analyzed silently. If it were anyone else, even without losing that much blood, they'd definitely have a high fever by now. But she's holding on, despite the profuse sweating and pale face. Keeping her around will definitely be useful later. Turning to Ye Wei and Yu Sheng, Chu Kuang ordered, you two, take the food supplies to scrambled eggs with tomatoes so he can store them. The two replied in unison, their voices clear. Yes, sir. Speaking of which, Chu Kuang suddenly remembered something. A few days ago, he'd asked scrambled eggs with tomatoes to build a pantry to preserve food and meat. It should be finished by now, he thought, feeling a surge of excitement. He really valued his friend, especially for his reliability. Whether it was air-drying supplies or stacking them in storage, scrambled eggs with tomatoes always did an excellent job. Chu Kuang thought to himself, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Suddenly, he drew the sword from his back. Standing beside him, Ha Diem jumped in fright, her heart pounding in her chest, but Chu Kuang remained perfectly calm, not faltering for a second. With a swift motion, he grabbed her by the waist, making Ha Diem cry out in alarm. Before she could even react, he coldly wrapped his arm around her waist and unexpectedly threw her over his shoulder. Witnessing this, Ye Wei and Yu Sheng both had the same thought. Their manager was seriously strong. Just then, Zhang Bai came running over out of breath. He asked anxiously, what happened? Yu Sheng's face soured, and he stayed silent. Ye Wei just smirked. Go ask Yu Sheng. He saw the whole thing from start to finish. Yu Sheng shook his head and said dejectedly, don't look at me. This game doesn't have subtitles. I couldn't understand a word those NPCs were saying. Just think of her as a new NPC, he explained briefly to Zhang Bai. Zhang Bai scratched his head, puzzled. Okay, but why is she so seriously hurt? Ye Wei immediately jumped in, his voice filled with excitement. Forget her injuries, she almost didn't make it out alive, he said, trying to be mysterious. You have no idea what we ran into on the way back. Zhang Bai's curiosity was piqued, his eyes lighting up. What was it? Ye Wei lowered his voice as if telling a horror story. A crawler. Zhang Bai froze, imagining a terrifying scene and clutching his head in fear. Holy crap. A crawler? What did it look like? Ye Wei clicked his tongue and began to describe it vividly. Incredibly ugly. When it was crawling on all fours, it was about half the height of a person, but when it stood up, it must have been 2 meters tall. Hearing this, Zhang Bai shuddered, imagining the monster standing right behind him. Ye Wei added, "Not only was that thing incredibly strong, but the main thing was, it moved like lightning. The three of us were all shooting at it, and we didn't land a single hit." Then he continued enthusiastically. "And then, our hero Chu Kuang showed up. The boss really is the best. He just picked up a steel pipe, stabbed it a few times, and took it right down." Yu Xiong chimed in with his own analysis. "That crawler was really tough. My guess is the new expansion pack didn't just update in-game events, but also added a bunch of new mutant NPC types and their related quests." Caught up in the story, Yu Xiong had forgotten his task. He quickly grabbed the wheelbarrow and said his goodbyes. "We can talk more later, when we're offline. The boss told us to take the food to scrambled eggs with tomatoes. I'm gonna go finish the quest." Zhang Bai nodded. "All right, you go on ahead. I was just thinking about the blast furnace for smelting steel. Come help me out when you're done." Yu Xiong replied, "Yeah, see you in a bit." The scene changes to inside the shelter, where Su Guang walked in carrying Xiaoyan, and a group of people who were already waiting began to gossip excitedly. "Oh my god, look, manager, he's carrying a woman. Who is that? A new NPC?" But the most popular opinion was, or maybe she's a new waifu? We finally have a new NPC. Brother Meng, we're one step closer to the beta test. Being carried over his shoulder, Xiaoyan felt extremely embarrassed, and she silently cursed in her heart. "Damn it, this is so humiliating. How am I supposed to face anyone after this?" Tears welled up in her eyes. Although she couldn't understand what these people were saying, she could sense the lewd meaning behind their gazes. They were like hyenas in the Wasteland, using this method to flatter and praise the alpha male. Once the leader was done with his prey, they would get a piece of bone or meat. Tears streamed down Xiaoyan's face as she wept internally, thinking about her miserable fate. "It's obvious I'm the delicious prey, meant to be humiliated and then thrown to the wolves. I'd have more dignity if I just killed myself." Although she wanted to resist, her body had no strength left. Su Guang still hadn't said a single word to Xiaoyan. He silently walked into the control room and placed her on a chair. The force was a bit too strong, and she cried out softly, "Hey, be a little gentler." Watching Su Guang rummage around, Xiaoyan asked nervously, What are you going to do?" He replied with just 3 words, "Stay still." Su Guang pulled out a plastic package containing a thermometer. He silently opened it. Xiaoyan started to panic, repeating her question, "What are you planning to do?" Su Guang didn't answer, only saying gently in a deep, steady voice, "It probably won't hurt, just bear with it for a moment." A modern-looking syringe was brought out, a nano-treatment needle, mainly used for non-lethal injuries. This type of needle could enhance tissue repair capabilities in a short time, accelerating the wound healing process. Su Guang stood before a cryogenic pod that was emitting white smoke, holding the nano-treatment needle with a contemplative look in his eyes. He thought to himself that he'd gotten this from a secret box and hadn't expected to use it, since her recovery ability was quite strong. But now, looking at the bleeding, swollen wound on Xiaoyan's thigh as she trembled in pain, he felt a pang of regret for hesitating. Her condition couldn't be left like this any longer. Her crudely bandaged knee was shaking from the pain. Su Guang miserably clutched the treatment needle and the disinfectant spray. The shelter was severely lacking supplies right now. No surgeon, no anesthetic. Not even any rubbing alcohol for disinfection. He frowned, muttering under his breath. A sterile environment to perform major surgery? How is that possible? Then he remembered his friend's cheerful and confident face. "I don't need to worry about anesthesia for now, but I have to. Get my friend to make some disinfectant alcohol right away." He calculated mentally as he raised the treatment needle. Su Guang's actions made Xiaoyan blush and tremble. She whimpered, her voice pleading, "You, don't come over here." But Su Guang didn't hesitate. With a calm expression, he plunged the treatment needle straight into Xiaoyan's thigh. She let out a sudden scream and burst into tears, but just a second later, her face turned to one of bewilderment and doubt. "Huh? It doesn't hurt." She looked down at her leg in utter astonishment. "What just happened? Why can't I feel anything at all?" Frowning, she turned to ask Su Guang, "Hey, what did you do to me?" Standing before her, Su Guang replied curtly in a cold voice, "I saved your life. You don't have to thank me." But in his mind, he was smirking. "If you want to thank me, just work hard." Suddenly, Su Guang fell silent. a look of doubt crossing his face. Xiaoyan, who was sitting on the chair, had slumped over and fallen asleep at some point. His face darkened as a sense of unease washed over him. I can't believe this thing also has a hypnotic effect, he mumbled, thinking to himself that he was lucky he hadn't used the treatment needle in combat. He seriously took out a pen and paper to note the side effects of the nano-treatment needle. Causes drowsiness, can lead to a hypnotic state. Warning, not suitable for use in combat. A while later, Guang heaved Xiaoyan over his shoulder like a sack of sand and walked into a room. He planned to let her rest in this inactive cultivation pod. The temperature and air in the shelter were quite stable, suitable for humans. He placed Xiaoyan on the floor, but suddenly felt a pang of guilt. It's a little cold, but it's still much better than outside. With that done, Guang turned and left. The moment he stepped through, the door behind him automatically closed. Suddenly, he jolted, remembering something important. That's right, did my stats increase from that battle? I have to check. He opened the system screen and pointed to check the data for ID Guang. Manager Gene Sequence, Level 7. Base Attributes: Strength 10, Agility 6, Constitution 8, Perception 7, Intelligence 6, Talent. Wild Instinct. Can awaken wild instincts in extreme situations. Guang cheered inwardly. I gained 2 levels. I can't believe that dangerous situation helped me jump from level 5 to level 7. He thought about his previous battles, silently analyzing the changes to his attributes. The manager gene sequence didn't seem to follow any specific rules. Strength went from 9 to 10, and constitution from 7 to 8. Thinking about Ye Wei's growth, he scratched his chin. Other players have a main stat, but I don't. The level up points seem to be distributed randomly. Then he assessed his physical abilities. With 10 points in strength, I'm almost twice as strong as a normal adult man, and I can even resist toxins from scorpions, snakes, and centipedes. My constitution has increased. A healthier body also meant a stronger resistance to negative statuses. Suddenly, Guang's eyes widened, and he let out a gasp of surprise. He was looking at the data for his talent, Wild Instinct, which could awaken his primal nature under extreme conditions. All attributes would increase by 10 to 15% for a certain period, but his fatigue value would accumulate by 20 to 30%. Another talent. Guang was stunned for a moment, imagining himself swinging on vines like Tarzan, looking smug with his arms crossed. The attributes of this talent weren't bad, even if the name Wild Instinct was a bit strange. He channeled his inner biologist, musing to himself. The essence of this talent must be related to stimulating cells or releasing adrenaline for a short time. Thinking back to the fight with the red-eyed monster, he grew thoughtful. That reptilian creature was an enigma. Its stats on paper should have been enough to crush me, yet I still managed to take it down. He swelled with pride, thinking arrogantly, that beast thought it could kill me? As if it would be that easy. Winner. After a while, Guang returned to the item storage room. He curiously eyed the 3 bags of loot, wondering what goodies were inside. Opening them one by one, his jaw dropped in amazement. They were all filled with guns and ammunition. Picking up a sniper rifle, Guang was ecstatic. He cheered inwardly. I've hit the jackpot. What a haul. He plopped down on the floor and began taking inventory of the weapons with a look of pure joy. They had maintained the bags very carefully. Even the empty magazines were tucked inside, he noted to himself. But then he broke into a cold sweat as he looked closer. The material used for the bullets was quite ordinary, mostly forged from steel, and some were even rusty on the surface. Only a few types of bullets had steel cores, copper cores, or were made entirely of copper. He picked one up, letting his mind wander. The warhead was painted red, and the material felt unusual. There must be a special type of round. Thinking of Xiaoyan and Chen Yang's team, he made an assessment. These mercenaries might not be rich, but their firepower was quite substantial. The strength of City 3 couldn't be underestimated. Guang rubbed his chin gleefully as he calculated. As the outpost's scale grew, trading with the remaining strongholds would be inevitable. Just the thought of cooperating with City 3 was exciting. He told himself that once winter passed, he definitely had to organize a caravan to go check it out. But then he frowned and muttered, I can't always rely on Ba Lister's hypocritical face or Liu Zhengye's mysterious act. Those unscrupulous profiteers deliver right to your doorstep. If I don't want to get scammed, I have to go there in person. Meanwhile, in another place, amidst old, cracked buildings, a wisp of white smoke rose from a heaping bowl of food. Salted potatoes and bacon were brought out. A girl in a blue outfit with shimmering pink hair set the bowl down. A fat guy looked at her and taunted. We're out of food, and the soy sauce is almost gone. If you want mashed potatoes, you'll have to order delivery yourself. The chef, Shi Hongxi, sighed in frustration, thinking about his cooking process. A chef for so many years, and I've never had to make this stuff for my boss. I wish I could split a single grain of salt in two. Behind him, a group of young people were eating and laughing boisterously. Yi Wei pointed to the sky, bragging as he recounted the scene of the giant monster's appearance. I was walking down the road when I felt a chill run down my spine. My whole body was on high alert, he boasted excitedly. I grabbed a rifle and charged forward. Fang Chang, sitting next to him with a blank face, exposed him. You mean the magazine, right? Anyone who didn't know better would think you were holding a magic staff. Exposed in an instant, Ye Wei coughed to cover it up. Ahem, that's not important. The others listened with their mouths hanging open as they ate. Suddenly, two of them, their eyes shining like headlights, asked urgently, "And then what? What happened next? Keep going. How did you defeat that thing?" Yeah, don't stop now." With an eager audience, Ye Wei got back to his tall tale with renewed vigor. "All right, everyone. Settle down and let me continue. It was almost too late. Just as the worm lunged for me, I turned into a shadow and slipped away." Fang Chang, annoyed, picked up his bowl and moved somewhere else. At the same time, the sky outside turned pitch black. Inside the shelter, Guang carried the bag of items somewhere, summarizing things in his head. All the players have returned to the training depot. They're perfectly safe now, except for Danju. He recalled the status notification that level 99 Danju had been online 2 hours ago. A wave of worry washed over him. He checked the player list, confirming the guy was still alive but had gone offline 2 hours ago. Thinking about the possible scenarios, he pictured Fang Chang standing in the cabin, his gaze thoughtful. Or Ye Wei, in a moment of stupidity, hitting himself on the back of the neck so hard he started coughing, imagining himself as Sleeping Beauty knocked unconscious by a tiger. He thought to himself, going offline isn't as simple as just returning to the training cabin and automatically falling asleep. Any action that causes a loss of consciousness, like hitting yourself on the head or dozing off somewhere, can cause a player to disconnect. But if you just lie down for a nap in the middle of the wasteland, the risk of being suddenly attacked by a monster is very high. In a state where consciousness isn't linked to the body, these clones can barely react to external stimuli, aside from conditioned reflexes. Standing alone, Guang felt a surge of unease. Danjue must have found a safe place to hide. At least for now, he's still okay, he told himself, trying to push away the worry. He walked over to the familiar control panel. He sat down in the chair and said decisively, "All right, let's summarize today's results." He then opened the viewing mode. A panoramic view of the outpost from above. "The eastern wall is complete," he noted. Hailong nodded. He typed, clattering on the keyboard, checking the new resource data. The current inventory of construction materials includes logs, 1 ton of charcoal, 1 ton of Portland cement, 2 tons of yellow mud bricks, and some hardened cement blocks. Continuing to scroll through the consumption data, he frowned. 240 logs and 800 kilograms of cement had been used. The log inventory has been steadily decreasing for the past 2 days, but the cement is starting to balance out. He considered silently. It seems we need to assign a few more workers to logging or double the daily logging quota. When he looked at the food storage, Guang was thrilled. 350 kilograms of green wheat, potatoes, 5 kilograms of smoked meat, and a small amount of berries and mushrooms. But his joy quickly faded when he saw the consumption figures. 5 kilograms of dried, smoked meat, 10 kilograms of croissants, 50 kilograms of pork belly, and 20 kilograms of smoked fish were sold. "Oh my God," he mumbled, his face twisted. Despite that, he continued his work, checking the fur warehouse. He saw that besides the consumed materials, there were 5 pieces of fur left. Stunned, he thought to himself, dang, made 5 sets of clothes today. Very impressive. He squinted his eyes, happily calculating, I should probably reward her with 250 contribution points. Then he remembered the armory, scratching his chin. The armory has also grown. I'll have to plan to build a new warehouse soon. Happily pointing at the screen, he exclaimed, I earned 7 reward points today. I can open another mystery box. Suddenly, Xiaoqi's voice came from behind. Master. Guang jumped and turned his head, looking doubtfully as it ran over, looking flustered. He swiveled in his chair, puzzled. What's wrong? Xiaoqi's eyes widened, its voice angry. Why? Did you bring a strange woman in from the outside? It grumbled like a nagging wife. Why would you pick up a strange woman and bring her back? Guang's face was blank, completely baffled. What are you talking about? Xiaoqi pointed an accusing finger. Xiaoqi saw it. You were the one who carried her back. He became even more confused and asked again. It immediately got grumpy. It's nothing. I just wanted to remind you of something. Compared to clones that can be easily controlled, the natives in the Wasteland are much harder to manage. To illustrate, it crossed its arms, held up a no parking sign, and then told a story about another guy kneeling and begging for forgiveness. But the second case wasn't so simple. Xiao Qi concluded, its voice serious. You shouldn't trust them so easily. Su Guang smiled, sitting like an emperor on his throne, his gaze cold. You're overthinking it. I have never completely trusted anyone, not players nor natives. Hearing that, Xiao Qi patted its chest and sighed in relief. Then, I can rest. Easy. But you can trust Xiao Qi forever. No matter what happens, Xiao Qi will be your most loyal assistant. Su Guang replied nonchalantly. Right, I know. He turned back to the control panel, not bothering with Xiao Qi's crestfallen expression. Almost drooling, Su Guang clenched his fists, on the verge of jumping for joy as he read the information. The number of game pre-registrations had doubled, reaching nearly 300. On the screen, the number showed 275 pre-registrations. He widened his eyes, calculating that the pre-registration threshold wasn't just filling out a form, but also answering questions. Even though they were simple questions, it still required patience to filter out serious players. On the interface, a busty girl blushed shyly. Hey big bro, take me with you. I'm just a newbie. The keyboard warriors boasted smugly. Listen to my command, and I'll take you guys on an adventure. Su Guang continued to scroll, amazed to see the surge in website traffic, averaging 1,000 people per day. Seeing the warning notification, unsafe website, he scratched his forehead in amusement. It's just an unofficial site. I didn't expect it to attract so many people. He let his mind wander, imagining himself sitting on a deck chair under a colorful umbrella, sunbathing, and enjoying the view, remarking, it's good that so many people are idle. Better they work for me in the game than be laborers in the real world. Then he switched to the forums. The first thing that caught his eye was a post from Faded Sense Levi, 99. Damn. That was exhausting, but at least I got something out of it. About 2 kilometers north of the abandoned construction site, there's a tire factory. There's someone with a dog patrolling. Nearby, I suspect they're camp raiders. I'm not sure yet. I plan to wait until dark to get a closer look. Once I confirm, I'll report back. On the forum. Su Guang smugly guessed right. Not only did Faded Sense get offline safely, but he also made an unexpected discovery. Below were a series of comments shooting the breeze. Storm 666. Old by Edu was wondering why he didn't see you when he logged off. Faded Sense LV. 99. Even if you were a different species, that's fine. No more nonsense. I'm gonna sleep a bit, then get online. Ye Shi. Are you on the website again? Quit it. Don't talk about being online during the day anymore. Just let me get online for a little bit. I'd die with no regrets. Faded Sense. Leva. 99. Recovered. Su Guang muttered teasingly. The forums are truly never quiet. Suddenly, he was surprised. Huh? Fong Chang posted again. On the screen, with a background image of a roaring red-eyed monster, Fong Chang was boasting, I have to say, this alpha 0.2 update is really sincere. Not only did they optimize the online list, but they also added a camp model, new monsters, new maps. The content is richer than I thought. For example, when I went to trade with the newly arrived Brown's farm, near the concrete wall, I was blown away by the game developer's design. The post-apocalyptic architectural style is so detailed. The NPC outfits were all meticulously made. Nothing was done half-heartedly. Su Guang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These grunts actually think the game has a conscience. How embarrassing. Fang Cheng continued. On our way back, we were attacked by a group of reptiles and thrown into an intense battle. I used to think combat was just a simple setting, but this version is truly top-notch. Our administrator is the perfect guide for new players. His combat power is absurdly high. When the reptiles lunged at us, Ye Wei and I couldn't react in time, and were almost killed. It was all thanks to him taking them all down by himself, with just a small water pipe, which really got my blood pumping. He went on to talk about meeting Xia Yan. Personally, I'm most excited that a new NPC has joined the outpost. Her special status might bring a lot of new content like weapon modifications, side stories, and so on. I'm really looking forward to it. I'll be continuously updating information about the Alpha 0.2 version. Anyone interested should hit that follow button. After reading, Su Guang was moved and praised the post for mentioning his conscientiousness. Let's give Feng Chang a little bonus. He set the post as a featured topic. Suddenly, Xiaoqi spoke. Up, master. He turned around, puzzled. What is it? It reported, the woman you brought back has woken up. At the same time, in another room, Xiaoyan was lying unconscious on the floor. She slowly opened her eyes and whispered, water. Suddenly, she was startled to see a black plastic bag next to her containing a bottle of water and a package of cookies. To Xiaoyan, they were like a radiant sun. She lunged forward and grabbed the bottle of water, guzzling it down as if she were dying of thirst. She drained it in one go and crushed the bottle in satisfaction. Then, she noticed the package of cookies, picking it up suspiciously. What is this? Her stomach roared and her mouth watered. She decided to eat it all. If it was a mistake, so be it. The cookie's smell was a bit strange, but not foul. Overcome by hunger, she took a bite, thinking to herself, whatever, I'll eat first and figure it out later. The taste made her eyes light up. Xiaoyan felt like she was soaring through the Milky Way, exclaiming in delight, wow, this is so delicious. She was so absorbed in eating that she didn't notice Su Guang open the door and walk in. When his shadow fell over her, she looked up, startled. Su Guang crossed his arms and asked, you're awake. Was it good? Xiaoyan's face turned bright red as she mumbled, it was good. Su Guang dangled the bait. Want some more? She nodded shyly. Yes. He narrowed his eyes, reeling her in. What you just ate is called chocolate. From today on, you work for me. You will do whatever I say. He laid out his condition. In return, I will provide you with a safe place to live and food. If you perform well, I'll give you another piece like the one you just had. He closed the deal. So, your answer. Xiaoyan's lips trembled, but she couldn't escape the temptation of the chocolate. I agree. I'll do it. But in her heart, she wasn't happy. I don't have any other choice. She sighed, remembering the struggle of sleeping on the streets, having lost a leg. Even if she returned to Bayer City, she would only live in the stinking, rotten slums. She encouraged herself. No one wants to die, if they can, still live. At least, I'm not ready to give up yet. Although she accepted her fate, she trembled and mumbled. Even though I've never tried it, there shouldn't be any problem. I know what you want. Just be gentle. Su Guang's face went blank, a question mark appearing over his head. What is this situation? He cleared his throat and reminded her sternly. Ma'am, please have some self-respect. I am discussing work, very seriously. Xiaoyan turned into a bewildered cat, blurting out in her mind, what the hell? She blushed with shame, thinking, didn't this guy bring me back here to make me bear his children? Then she fell back as if her soul had left her body, tears streaming down her face. Just kill me. A moment later, Su Guang crouched in front of her and explained simply, my people and I are building a survival settlement on the surface, expelling alien species, taking in refugees, and re-establishing order in this area. Xiaoyan frowned. She scoffed. You think re-establishing order is as simple as building a wall? Why are you so confident? She pointed to the sky, sneering. You should really go see Bayer City for yourself. There are a lot of powerful people there, people who survive on the edge of the third ring road. What do you think you can possibly accomplish? Su Guang wasn't bothered, replying dominantly, of course I have a plan. But in his head, he was cursing angrily. So annoying. That's just the background setting. Can't you let me finish my sentence? He thought of the players doing public service labor. I never thought I would achieve this goal in just a few months. This is a long-term war. I'm determined to sacrifice generations to complete it. These words startled Xiaoyan. She gasped. Generations. So he really does want me to have his children. Su Guang let out a dark cough and changed the subject. Do you know how to assemble and maintain firearms? Xiaoyan said confidently. Taking a gun apart and putting it back together is like getting dressed for me. Yes, that's a basic skill. Su Guang stood up and assigned her a role. Excellent. From now on, you'll be the owner of the weapon shop. Xiaoyan's face went blank, not understanding a thing. She just stared blankly. Huh? Su. Guang looked at Xiaoyan and explained, that is your job title. Simply put, you will sell guns and maintain them, playing the role of a salesperson for customers while also handling repair duties. He emphasized, when someone asks you what you do for a living, you can answer, like that. Xiaoyan, still on the floor, asked curiously, sell guns? Sell them to who? He replied frankly, with a hint of amusement in his voice. The refugee residents. Xiaoyan frowned, confused. Aren't those people your subordinates? Guang crossed his arms and explained, yes, but they're a bit different from the kind of subordinates you're thinking of. He summarized. To put it simply, we just emerged from underground, so we need to focus on the big tasks. In his head, he thought of the players doing hard labor, moving dirt, rocks, and cement, bamboo shoots, and chatted while they ate. He stressed that since resources were scarce, they would temporarily implement a planned economy. Everyone works together and eats from the same pot. As the strategic planner, Sean Guang painted a picture of the future. Once the survival crisis is resolved and we have a surplus of resources, we'll encourage everyone to show their enthusiasm for production. He let his mind wander, calculating. They would sell food, weapons, and medicine for contribution points, regardless of whether it shocked the people or not. He listed them out. Croissants are 10 contribution points. Smoked meat is 30 contribution points. Smoked river fish is 20 contribution points. Canned beef is 50 contribution points. A nano-treatment needle is 300 contribution points. A pipe rifle is 500 contribution points. A shotgun is 800 contribution points. A bayonet rifle is 100 contribution points. Sean Guang continued his presentation, his voice filled with determination. We will step out of our comfort zone. When that happens, the settlement will have a new set of rules. Food, medicine, and weapons will no longer be free. To make it easier for Ha-DM to understand, he made a comparison. You mentioned the city of Bayou, so you must know about something like chips, right? Here, contribution points are similar, but Ha-DM still looked as lost as if she were in a maze. Sean Guang was furious inside, thinking to himself, I've been talking for ages, and it seems like she still doesn't get it. He grimaced, muttering to himself that any survivors in the wasteland with even a bit of education eventually became lackeys for the big shots. The men who looked somewhat intelligent usually gathered around Jack Lee, shooting the breeze all day. Thinking of Jack Lee made him frown, picturing that senile old man Leela back in B Street, just waiting to die. Then, looking at Ha-DM's naive face, he silently judged that only the poor and ignorant would take on jobs trading their lives for money, just like this girl here. But he quickly came to a realization. It's fine. I need someone who knows how to craft tools and follows orders. He explained seriously. The language we use is a bit different from what outsiders use. It's Chinese, Mandarin, but that's not a big problem. I'll teach you a few basic phrases for daily communication. Ha-DM listened with a pained expression. Sean Guang crossed his arms in front of her and continued. You just need to do as I say. He grinned, silently gloating. A language barrier is no problem for me. He fantasized about being a player who specialized in using tools. They just need to master a few basic skills to meet the player's needs. An NPC like Ha-DM only needs to repeat a few mechanical sounds. For example, 800 contribution points means success. Simple transactions will be easy enough. Sean Guang squatted down, pointed at the piece of paper Ha-DM was holding, and instructed her to write down the new words and fixed phrases on this note sheet. Ha-DM was sweating, struggling to read each instruction. To a customer who comes to the shop, say, Hello, I'm Ha-DM, the owner of the weapon shop. What can I help you with? When you hear I want to buy something, point to the menu and reply, Please take a look. When you hear I want to get my gun maintained, hold out your hand and say, Bring it here. It'll be done in a moment. Ha-DM forced a pained smile, thinking, what do these words even mean? Even though the pronunciation was marked, it sounded so strange and awkward. She looked at Sean Guang with pleading eyes. Help me? Who will help me? Sean Guang looked dumbfounded, his dark-circled eyes wide as he asked, Is there a problem? Ha-DM grimaced. Nothing. He roared. Then what are you looking at me for? Keep reading. She clutched her head in fear, sweat dripping down, and lamented internally. Why do I suddenly feel like giving birth would be easier than this? But this guy has no interest in me at all. She recalled the time Jack Lee gave her flowers and wondered, am I really that ugly? Then she scratched her head, blushing. The captain used to pursue me, but I was reluctant. Life as cannon fodder was too hard, facing death every day. Like many young women, Ha-DM used to dream of a Prince Charming, marrying into a wealthy family in the inner city of Bayou, and living a life of luxury. She let her mind drift, imagining that if a rich guy was attacked by a bear monster, she would carry him and run to safety. Maybe one day she'd be assigned to escort some VIP, and it would turn into a beauty saves the hero situation. But now, with a missing leg, she was despondent. Her beautiful dream was shattered. Who would want a cripple? Suddenly, Sean Guang leaned in close to her face and asked, Hey, why are you so lost in thought? Is something wrong? Hadiem recoiled with a yelp as if she'd been zapped. Shan Kuang sighed, stood up with a mix of helplessness and fatherly exasperation, and muttered to himself, "She really can't focus." He turned to leave and said, "From now on, I'll check on you every 2 hours. If you don't make any progress, maybe the brown farm next door would be a better fit. They need farm slaves there." The harsh words left Hadiem speechless with despair. Mumbling, Hadiem thought, "Working is fine. I can earn a little extra money." Walking down the hallway, Shan Kuang calculated in his head. The brown farm doesn't need farm slaves this winter. A crippled mercenary. No one would want her, even for free. He fumed, thinking that even if she was too stupid to memorize a few pages of notes, I can't just sell her into slavery. At worst, I'll just have to throw her out. The next morning, outside the outpost, Fang Chang approached and asked, "Excuse me, manager, where was that girl yesterday?" Shan Kuang was puzzled. "Are you talking about Ha Diem? She was seriously injured and needs to rest for a while." He informed him directly. "I negotiated with her last night. She's agreed to join our plan. Once her injuries heal, she'll be responsible for preparing weapons at the outpost." Thinking back to carrying Ha Diem while she was sound asleep, he got annoyed. That idiot is learning. He was reciting the notes for 2 or 3 hours, so I ended up having to carry him to the next room. This piece of information made Fang Chang ecstatic. His eyes lit up as he thought to himself, "Hot info. A new NPC named Sha Yan. His identity is a weapon shop owner, or something like that." Suddenly, Ye Wei appeared, his eyes shining like an obedient student's. He raised his hand and asked, "Excuse me, manager, are we continuing the hunt today? When do we start?" Chu Guang answered automatically, then mentally kicked himself. "Excellent. Now the team is taking the initiative." Fully geared up, he placed a hand on the pistol strapped to his calf. He pulled it out and handed it to Ye Wei. "You carry this with you." Ye Wei was stunned by the favor, his eyes wide like a puppy's as he held the 2 pistols. He was happy but hesitant. "Manager, maybe you shouldn't give this to me?" Chu Guang gave him a smack that knocked his head sideways. As a reminder, we're hunters, not mutants. He went outside and gave an order. "Get familiar with these 2 weapons before you say anything else." Meanwhile, outside among the ruined buildings, white smoke was rising. Zhang Bai gritted his teeth, panting like an ox while working an iron rod. He and another man were stoking the furnace in front of them. Nearby, Fang Chang wasn't doing anything, but was still panting heavily with his fists clenched, looking determined that this time they would finally melt the iron. Suddenly, both their eyes widened in amazement. Zhang Bai was stunned, while Fang Chang yelled excitedly, "Awesome! We did it!" Tears of joy streamed down their faces. "We've waited 3 whole days for this moment. We finally made molten iron." Now that they had molten iron, Zhang Bai wondered, what should we forge? An axe? A knife? Or something else? Fang Chang put a hand to his chin thoughtfully before suggesting an idea. "Let's make a big walk first. I'm so sick of eating stew every day, I could puke," he lamented, remembering that yesterday's mashed potatoes had actually been delicious. "But I heard fried egg. Say we're almost out of soy sauce. No need to guess what's for dinner. Fresh fish soup with pine nuts again." That fish isn't fresh at all. It has a muddy taste. Just the thought of it made his face turn green. Zhang Bai understood his pain completely. He hugged Fang Chang, who was sobbing into his hands, and comforted him. "That's a great idea. Food will taste much better cooked in an iron wok." Meanwhile, in a wooden cabin, Junyu Wenzi was busy building a weapon. It was a handmade, pressurized flamethrower. He held it up high, admiring it with pride. Perfect. Junyu Wenzi imagined the mutants fleeing in a panic from the flames erupting from his new flamethrower. He was filled with excitement. All he had to do was pump wood tar into the tank and stuff a flammable cotton rag into the muzzle. Within a 5-meter radius, this thing will be a nightmare for any creature. He proudly thought to himself, "Inferno 0.1, a majestic name for my masterpiece." As Yu Wensi was busy loading the weapon, he saw Yan Feng walk over, carrying a bucket in his right hand. He asked, "Yan Feng, what are you doing up so early? Don't tell me the trap got wrecked again." Yan Feng pushed up his glasses and answered mysteriously, "Nothing to do with the traps. Look what I found." Yu Wenzi peered curiously into the bucket. He stopped mid-sentence, his eyes widening in shock. Dried bird droppings. Yan Feng's bucket was filled to the brim with them. The 2 of them immediately grabbed the bucket and dashed into the forest. As they ran, Yan Feng said excitedly, "I should have thought of this sooner." The most abundant resource at Ling Lake isn't just the fish. An image of 3 key elements flashed through his mind. He explained, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. The 2 of them were running full tilt. Yan Feng announced excitedly, "We're almost there, right up ahead." He He stopped and pointed. This is an area with lush vegetation. For humans and animals alike, this is an ideal watering hole. Yu Wenzi knelt on one knee, touching the soil and rubbing it between his fingers. His fingertips brushed against a dried pellet. Without a second thought, he brought it to his mouth and licked it. The horrific taste made his face turn green. He spat it all out. Yanfeng watched anxiously as Yu Wenzi heaved. Ugh, why is some of this still fresh? Despite having just tasted fresh droppings, Yu Wenzi remained professional and began analyzing the main components. The mineral from this guano is magnesium ammonium phosphate hexahydrate. Its orthorhombic crystal structure is extremely versatile. He continued. When the guano fossilizes, the ammonia is oxidized into nitric acid by nitrifying bacteria. It then exists in the form of potassium nitrate, sodium nitrate, calcium nitrate, magnesium nitrate, and so on. These substances accumulate in the ground, forming what's called nitrate earth. He concluded excitedly. We just need to mix this nitrate earth with plant ash, boil it, filter the alkaline solution, and precipitate out the calcium and magnesium ions. We'll be left with saltpeter that has a few impurities. To put it simply, bird droppings equal saltpeter. And with saltpeter, we can make gunpowder. Yu Wenzi looked like he'd hit the jackpot. Yanfeng added, we have saltpeter and charcoal, but the formula for gunpowder also requires sulfur. Do you know where we can find any sulfur? Hearing this, Yu Wenzi's expression froze. Yanfeng continued. Well, even without sulfur, the flamethrower will still work. It'll just be more of a hassle. But sulfur can't be that hard to find, right? Yu Wenzi still looked completely dazed. Yanfeng shook his head. In any case, let's just start searching. An hour later, both were exhausted and disheartened. Yu Wenzi said, in disappointment, there's no sulfur in this forest. Then, suddenly, he froze, looking ahead. Across the stream, a mineral deposit appeared, glittering with the color of gypsum. Yu Yun shouted, Yanfeng, this is it. Yanfeng pushed up his analysis glasses. The composition is calcium sulfate carbonate. If we heat it at a high temperature, we'll get sulfur. Yu Yun was overjoyed. This is the sulfur mineral I was looking for. A few days ago, I saw Old Bai mixing cement, and it looked like he was using this gypsum powder. That's calcium sulfate. Yanfeng gave a helpless smile. The answer was right under our noses the whole time. Yu Yun concluded. As long as the result is good, that's what matters. Let's go get some and bring it back. In a dilapidated area, a crowd had gathered around a two-headed beast. Confused, Yu Yun and Yanfeng walked over. Yu Yun spoke up. Humph, what's going on? The closer they got, the more clearly they could hear the rumbling and arguing. Sun Shiqi was using a strange language to communicate. Yu Yun and Yanfeng's jaws dropped. Yu Yun asked, who is that guy? A new NPC? Let me go ask. Yanfeng approached a young man and asked, Freed Egg, what's going on? Who is he? Qi Hongxi, also known as Freed Egg, recalled, I'm not sure about the specifics. I heard our people ran into this guy on their way back with the stones. Du Mingdao chimed in, pointing at the beast. Why does this cow have two heads? This guy followed us the whole way. He's definitely not a good person. Taming another species? A young man next to them replied, that doesn't make sense. If he were a real NPC, it's not like we wouldn't be able to communicate with him at all, right? They both looked at Sun Shiki like he was a wild animal. Haven't the conditions been met yet? How about we just lock him up and wait for the administrator to get back to deal with him? A chill ran down Sun Shiki's spine in fear, sweat pouring down like a waterfall. Although he had a pistol hidden at his hip, he knew he only had 6 bullets. These refugees wouldn't give him the chance to fire 6 shots. One punch from each of them and I'd be on the ground. He shuddered, imagining being beaten up by the mob. Sun Shichi shouted, let me explain. I'll say it again. I mean no harm. I'm a merchant. A merchant. Do you people understand? Damn it. 200 years ago, no matter how poor you were, it's not like you wouldn't know what a merchant is. Or have you all been asleep for so long you've forgotten? He tried to calm down and put it another way. I want to use the things this cow is carrying to trade for some items with you people. But Du Mingdao's group refused to understand. They prepared a rope and stared at Sun Shiki with a perverted gaze. He panicked, thinking, I'm dead. The only way out is to fight for my life. Suddenly, a voice called out from a distance, what's going on over here? Everyone turned their heads. Sun Shichi was startled to see Chu Guang, carrying a massive deer on his shoulder, walking effortlessly. He was carrying such a heavy deer with one hand, and it didn't seem to affect him at all. This person is definitely not an ordinary refugee, Sun Shiki thought to himself. Chu Guang threw the deer to the ground and ordered, "Get to work." Everyone obediently replied, "Yes, Lord Administrator," and then dispersed. Sun Shiki slowly approached him. Chu Guang cracked his knuckles, looked at him, and asked, "Who are you?" Sun Shiki was agitated. "You can speak. I mean, you know how to speak the Renlian language." Chu Guang's expression darkened. "I'm the one asking the questions now. You will answer me. Who are you?" Sun Shichi quickly replied, "My name is Sun Shichi. I'm from Honghe Town, and I'm a merchant." Chu Guang placed a hand on his chin, thinking, "Honghe Town. I only know this is Qingquan City, in the Hegu province of Renlian. I'm not sure what other cities are in Hegu province." He continued to ask, "What are you doing in Qingquan City?" Sun Shiki replied, "I'm a merchant, so naturally, I'm here to do business." Chu Guang gave a dangerous smile. "A merchant, you say? Then why did I hear that you were following my people?" Sun Shiki hurriedly explained. "A misunderstanding. It must be a misunderstanding. I was on my way to Jushi City when I saw them wearing blue coats. I knew there was a refugee camp nearby, so I wanted to trade some goods. I'm just a merchant. I didn't mean any offense," he thought to himself. "At first, I thought I could trick this bunch with a piece of candy. A candy only costs 5 coins. Who knew they'd be so sensitive and not so easy to fool?" Sun Shiki said miserably. "They brought me here and surrounded me. They wouldn't listen to what I said or let me leave." Chu Guang crossed his arms coldly. "Whether you meant to offend or not, you still did it. In this wasteland, following someone is an unfriendly act. Am I right?" Sun Shiki couldn't refute him and nodded. "You're right." Chu Guang was satisfied. "Very good. You've recognized your mistake. I just convinced my people by telling them you agreed to apologize for your behavior." Sun Shiki nodded repeatedly. That's right. I agree." Chu Guang smiled confidently. "All right then. You wouldn't mind if we pick something out ourselves, would you?" Sun Shichi was alarmed. "Wait, what do you mean? Pick something out yourselves?" Chu Guang gave a sly grin. "You can't apologize empty-handed, now can you? You have to show a little sincerity. We're not extorting you. At most, we'll just pick something up from your cow." His expression suddenly turned grim. Terrified, Sun Shichi quickly said, "Ah, no, please, feel free to choose anything from the cart." Chu Guang's cheerful expression returned, and he placed a hand on Sun Shichi's shoulder. "Then I won't be polite." He crouched down to examine the crates. Sun Shiki stood there, watching as a greedy and cunning glint appeared in Chu Guang's eyes. "I can't believe this cow is carrying so many good things," Chu Guang thought to himself. In one of the crates, a cavalryman's revolver was placed right on top. Even though it's an automatic firearm, you can pull the trigger quickly, firing 6 shots in a short time to create a suppressing effect. Not bad at all, he assessed. If these guns are used well, the kill rate for enemies will increase significantly. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he discovered something special. He opened a cloth bag, stunned by the countless coins inside. "Pre-war money?" he muttered, then frowned. "No, that's not right." Looking closer, the gold coins had a number 1 symbol with small letters above it. Chu Guang was secretly amazed. "An arcade? These are game tokens?" He looked up at Sun Shiki and asked, "Where did you get these?" Sun Shiki replied, "I found these tokens in the basement of an arcade. I figured they could be melted down for copper and steel, so I bagged them up and brought them back." Chu Guang pressed on, "Are there more there?" Sun Shiki nodded. "I think there are 2 more cabinets full. These sacks could probably hold 4 or 5 of them." Chu Guang shot to his feet, exclaiming joyfully, "Excellent! I want all of them. These 2 sacks and the tokens inside will be your compensation to us. Next time you come, remember to bring the rest." Being a reasonable man, Chu Guang proposed a mutually beneficial deal. "I'll trade you supplies. For every 100 kilograms of tokens, I'll give you 4 kilograms of dried meat." He calculated silently. 100 kilograms was about 1 sack, containing roughly 30 to 40,000 tokens. Business needs a steady flow. I don't want to rip him off too badly. He intentionally didn't show a clear need for weapons, making it easier for Sun Shichi to return. With his demeanor and personality, Chu Guang was truly a master merchant. Sun Shichi happily agreed. "No problem. As long as you need them, I'll definitely bring them next time. I was originally planning to take these tokens to Bao City to melt down and sell as copper and steel, but if they can open up a market here at the shelter, this deal is profitable no matter how you look at it." Chu Guang spoke up. "Oh, by the way, I also want the guns in this box." Sun Shichi immediately tried to curry favor. All right, name your price." Chu Guang calculated. 50 kilograms of smoked meat and 10 kilograms of smoked fish. Without hesitation, Sun Shiki nodded. "Deal. I also have 200 rounds of 7mm ammunition. They're all yours, as a gesture of friendship. The two sat down to talk. Sun Shiki began, "You guys in Qingquan City can't even imagine the situation in Honghe Town. We have a large chemical industrial base and a landfill. After the war, due to lack of maintenance, the stockpiles leaked, causing severe soil contamination. The heavy metal content exceeded standards, leading to widespread desertification and hardened soil. Even now, nature hasn't fully recovered," he continued. "Because of the fragile ecosystem, the alien species here are mainly detritivores and arthropods. The harsh conditions mean survivors have almost no land to farm or hunt for a living. But the interesting thing is, the landfill that was protested before the war is now our greatest asset. Half a century's worth of buried waste, much of which hasn't decomposed, has formed a kind of unnatural mineral deposit, contributing to the prosperity of our local archaeological mining and trade." Chu Guang was curious. "So, what do you guys eat to survive? Do you rely entirely on imports?" Sun Shiki explained. "Of course, we can't rely completely on imports. Even though there are no reindeer, rats, or dogs, the mutated mole rats are edible. Besides that, we catch some of the less dangerous insects and extract their protein to make animal feed or nutrient paste." He took out a glass jar containing a strange liquid and handed it to Chu Guang. "Like this stuff." Chu Guang was confused. "What's this made of? Is it like that herbal jelly?" Sun Shiki smiled confidently. "Mutant cockroaches." Chu Guang was horrified. "Holy crap," he thought, unable to look at it directly anymore. Sun Shichi reassured him. "Even though it's protein and oil extracted from mutant cockroaches, after a complex processing procedure, this stuff has nothing to do with cockroaches anymore," he coaxed. "Want to try some?" Looking at the bright red liquid, Chu Guang gave a strained smile. "No, thanks." Then he changed the subject. "It seems you know a lot about insects." Sun Shiki nodded. "Of course, we deal with them every day." Chu Guang seized the opportunity. "Then do you have a way to deal with leeches?" Sun Shiki's expression changed. "You're talking about the mutant leeches." He rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. "That's a rare problem in Honghe Town. Perhaps because we have more ants." Chu Guang was puzzled. "Ants?" Sun Shiki explained. "We have a species called iron-backed ants. Their average size is about a thumb, and the largest are the size of a fist. Their carapaces are extremely hard, resistant to corrosion, and they can eat almost anything. Soft-bodied species are no match for them." Chu Guang's curiosity grew. "Next time, could you bring some for me to see?" Sun Shiki was enthusiastic. "No problem. Leave it to me." Chu Guang returned to the shelter, hauling 2 large sacks on his shoulders, his eyes filled with joy. A bold idea flashed in his mind. If plastic chips can be used as currency, why can't metal ones? He thought of the 2 sacks, containing about 60 to 70,000 tokens. Looking at the tokens from Sun Shiki, he told himself it wouldn't take long for the man to bring the rest. He envisioned a conversion system. The brass-colored tokens would be copper coins, and the silver-white ones would be silver coins, with a 10-to-1 exchange rate. "This trio will make us Mr. Perfect, the great Master Gold. Dashing and suave," he thought smugly. The original contribution points would be integrated into a new honor system used to purchase status, titles, and even private land. The mercenary, caravan, guild, and legion systems would also be linked to contribution points. Only players with enough points, only those who contribute can lead others. This not only strengthens management but also limits troublemakers. Chu Guang smiled. The higher the account value, the more players cherish their hard-earned progress, invest more, and spontaneously maintain order. He secretly decided to make things even more interesting. Returning to the command room, Chu Guang dropped 2 bags of coins with a thud, sat down at the computer desk, his mind racing. "I've copied many good ideas from the forums. Now it's time to use them." The system sent an update notification for version Alpha 0.3 of the Wasteland test server, with 2 main updates and optimizations. Yaya sat in front of her computer, crying out, "What happened? A new update? I've missed the entire 0.2 version." She scrolled down to read the main content. Alpha version 0.3 development log. "Hello everyone, it's me, your most beloved planner. Thanks to working overtime day and night and the punctual supervision of our closed beta players, the development progress of Wasteland has taken a great leap forward. I'm not bragging, but the Alpha 0.3 update is the most important one since the closed beta began." Yaya was alarmed. "An important update?" The system continued. "The new version improves the issue of contribution points. Some of you have complained that the process for settling contribution points is too cumbersome, requiring you to go offline to check, and you can't feel the joy of counting money in-game. They worry that the NPC will deduct their salary. In truth, this worry is unnecessary. As the manager of Vault 404, and also the guide for new players, I am absolutely upright and will never short you a single cent of your salary. I guarantee it on my honor. Yaya was worried, but her contribution points were still in the negative. Then she cheered up. At least my salary won't be deducted, the system explained. Although there's no issue with salary deductions, the contribution point process is still cumbersome. After receiving feedback, the planning department met for 3 days and 3 nights and concluded that we cannot abandon the game's authenticity. Therefore, we have designed a new currency to replace contribution points, which will be the main reward from quests. Ya got excited. Currency. Now I can count money in the game. The system continued. This currency is conveniently divided into 2 denominations, 1 and 10, in brass and silver colors. It can be used to buy food, equipment, and paid services. That's right. After the update, food will no longer be free. Players will use copper or silver coins to buy it, while also receiving currency rewards from quests. Sounds interesting, doesn't it? The game has instantly become richer. Yaya clutched her head in agony. What are you talking about? I haven't even gotten to experience the free food, and it's already being charged for, she read on. After the Alpha 0.3 update, the shelter will allow residents to own private property. Armor or equipment picked up from the Wasteland will belong to the player, and they can trade with each other or sell it to the shelter for rewards. Yaya imagined the trading scene. I'll sell my freshly picked mushrooms at a cheap price. She was happily trading with other players, wasn't she? Now it was about to be officially implemented, all thanks to the system. The system explained further. We are implementing a warehouse system, adding a buffer room at the entrance and exit of the shelter with a series of lockers with passwords. Money and weapons can be stored there, except for prohibited dangerous items. You ask if it's free? Of course there's a fee, but the rent is very cheap, affordable for everyone. Yaya nodded and continued reading. Players with a lot of contribution points need not be discouraged. Although contribution points are no longer a currency, your contributions to the shelter and civilization will be recorded by the NPCs. After research, we have incorporated contribution points into a new honor system, independent of the economic system, related to privileges within the shelter. Simply put, it's used to exchange for identities and titles. Yaya was full of ambition, thinking to herself, I wonder if I can pay for a title. That would be amazing. The system explained. The player's initial identity is defaulted to shelter resident. To upgrade to a citizen, you need to spend 2,000 contribution points in Vault 404. Residents only have basic rights, while citizens can own private land. Yaya was daydreaming. Private land. That means I can make money by renting out houses. Hearing about the monetary benefits, she started drooling. Currently, only the citizen status is open. The lowest level citizen is allowed to purchase 5 square meters of private land, and this number will increase as their status is upgraded. Many other identities and titles will be released in future updates based on testing progress. Systems like mercenaries, caravans, guilds, and legions will also require a certain identity and contribution points. Yaya was thrilled. With contribution points, I can get land, and with land, I can get money. The system was taking her on a roller coaster ride. After the Alpha 0.3 update, daily quest rewards will mainly be currency. Only actions that contribute to the common good of the outpost, such as holding public office, resolving emergencies, and great creations or inventions, will be rewarded with contribution points. The system emphasized, please remember these things. Yaya nodded furiously. Got to remember. Got to remember. Time to go online. The scene changed to Guang sitting in the vault's command room, stretching and complaining. I'm just so brilliant. He put on his backpack and left, thinking to himself that players who hadn't logged off yet would see the big news when they exited the game. At the construction site, everyone looked up when they saw Guang. He asked in surprise, what are you all doing? Quan Yu replied, I heard the new NPC is an arms dealer, so we're building an armory for her. Su Guang was thunderstruck. Who told them that? Why are they so proactive all of a sudden? He thought to himself. Even though he had only revealed Xiaoyan's information to Fang Chang, but he'd never even hinted at repairing the armory. This level of prediction was simply because they were all on the same wavelength. He asked again, then why are you digging foundations over there? Quan, you replied instantly, that's probably for the bathhouse. We used to bathe in the lake, but it's not safe. Yesterday, old Bai went into the water and almost had his little fella bitten off by a catfish. So we all discussed it and planned to build a public bathhouse. Su Guang trembled, trying to hold back his laughter, telling himself, no, I can't laugh. He put on a serious face. Keep it up. Paying attention to hygiene is a good thing. Quan, you nodded. All right, I'll get back to work then. Elsewhere, the chef of Outpost 404 was intently stir-frying potatoes. Su Guang was curious. This dish looks delicious. Where did you get that iron pot? Zhang Bai replied. You mean this thing? Fang Chang and I made it. Su Guang was amazed. You succeeded in manual steelmaking, Zhang Bai said proudly. It's usable now. Although the steel quality is only average, it's good enough for making tools. He chuckled. I was just about to report it, but I couldn't find you. Su Guang was delighted, not expecting that these players had even mastered primitive steelmaking technology. Even if the steel quality wasn't up to standard yet, he thought, doesn't all technology develop one step at a time? He didn't hold back his praise. You guys did a great job. I will report this contribution to the organization. You two will be rewarded with 1,000 contribution points to solve the outpost's steel demand. Hearing the points announcement, Zhang Bai and Fang Chang were overjoyed. They said in unison, It is our honor to share your burdens. Su Guang waved his hand. Don't be so formal. Go on and eat. He walked over to the chef. Please give me a bowl of rice. This act was earth-shattering, the chef thought. This NPC has never eaten with us before. I thought the manager was programmed not to need food. Suddenly, they were both startled by a cheer. I can do it! I can do it! It turned out to be Teng Teng, singing as she ran. She snatched the bowl of soup from the chef's hand, infuriating him. Teng Teng said sweetly, Manager, sir, be careful, it's hot. The air was thick with the feeling of love. Su Guang looked at Teng Teng and nodded. The scene changed, and Su Guang slowly walked over to Xiaoyan. Holding the hot bowl of soup, he said softly, Eat. Xiaoyan trembled, drooling from hunger, and devoured the food in an instant. This made Su Guang smile. Her willpower isn't bad. He noticed Xiaoyan's wound. Although the severed limb couldn't regenerate, the wound itself had basically healed, the scab had fallen off, and new flesh had grown. He thought with regret, it seems the nano-treatment needle is really effective. If only I could extract one more dose. He asked, How's your injury? As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Xiaoyan's strange expression. Her cheeks were puffed out as if she was having trouble breathing. She then sprayed out the entire mouthful of soup. Su Guang chuckled softly. Strange. Very good. He instructed her for the next day. Rest for one more day, and you'll start work officially the day after tomorrow. Xiaoyan was puzzled. Speaking of which, what does the lady boss of the armory do? Su Guang explained. That's your character setting. You've memorized all the notes, but you still don't get it? Seeing her utterly bewildered expression, he was speechless and said, Forget it. It's fine if you don't understand. Assistant Little 7 will guide you. You just need to follow the steps I tell you. He laid out the rule. I don't care about other places, but in front of everyone. You must call me manager, understand? Xiaoyan obediently replied, Understood. Su Guang asked her to try it. She blushed shyly and murmured, Manager, sir. Su Guang beamed, praising her. Very good. He gave Xiaoyan a piece of candy. This is a post-meal dessert. Keep it safe. Seeing her carefully examining the candy, he thought to himself, This look, she must be overthinking things again. I'd better get going. Returning to the control room, Su Guang knew the players had logged out. They must be buzzing on the forums. With such big news, the forum must be lively. He browsed the forum, which was bustling with comments. Old Bai posted, The most exciting game owner in history. A major update every 3 days. A minor update every day. I love it so much. Blade of Mercy was moved to tears. We'll get paid for missions from now on. But Yeshi scolded. What are you talking about? Weren't we paid before? Don't contribution points and favorability count as payment? You sly fox. Fang Chang asked. Wait, does this mean daily missions won't give contribution points anymore? The replies went crazy. Oh my god! Blade of Mercy cried out. Yeshi was on the verge of tears. No way, man, you can't do this. Followed by a horrified emoji. Seeing a comment from Mixed Hot Pot, Su Guang's mind wandered. It hasn't even been 3 days since the last version, and there's already a new update. The content is just as much as the old version. It'd be strange if the players weren't excited. He scrolled down to read more. Kakadala, from the future, analyzed. There's another small detail. It costs 2,000 contribution points to upgrade to a citizen. Could there be missions that only citizens can accept, but residents can't? Canyon Fugitive Chain shouted, I want to build a house, don't stop me. Iana added, probably an illegal construction. Makaba was indignant. What's the point of building a house? I want to farm. What can you even grow in 5 square meters? Su Guang lost his enthusiasm, feeling like he'd aged several years. These players always focus on the strangest things. He sent a message to reassure everyone. Calm down, everyone. The planning department just finished working overtime and barely had a moment to breathe when the forum moderator said everyone had a lot of questions about the new version. I'll explain the private plots in detail. Blade Under Mercy is grateful. Thank the universe. Tears streamed down my face. I finally get paid for doing the last mission. Guang knew he needed to step in and steer the players' thoughts in the right direction. In his role as admin, he explained, first off, players with beta access have probably already realized that Wasteland is an open world with a nearly infinite map. However, the safe zone in front of the shelter, within the perimeter walls, is limited. The 5-square-meter private plot is a personal space provided by the outpost. Players can build houses, as long as the height doesn't exceed the ruins of the nursing home at the center of the outpost, he continued. To expand your personal territory, besides accumulating contribution points to raise your status, you can also cooperate with friends, developing and using the land together, just like the four of us. Bai Yu Xiong, Ye Wei, and myself, Chu Guang. They cried in each other's arms as Old Bai messaged, the house is in all four of our names. Yu Xiong named their Wi-Fi, Tired Young Firewood, with the slogan, Super Freeform Building, never to be deleted. The system then answered a question. What if I don't have a private plot, but want to build a house outside the outpost's fence? Is that allowed? The answer is yes. We promise that players can freely and creatively build this world. The server retains certain modifications as part of the game's core mechanics, but there are a few restrictions. Chu Guang transformed into the law incarnate. If I say you can't build, you can't build. The players had to reply, yes, admin. He explained further. The territory in front of the outpost isn't just the fence, it also includes the buffer zone and the agricultural zone outside the walls. As long as you don't occupy this land and don't pose a threat to public safety or the outpost's equipment, players are free to build as they please. But, he emphasized, structures outside the official territory are not protected by the shelter. Watch out for monster attacks. Since the scale of the outpost will change as it develops, new land could be incorporated into its territory at any time. For the best experience, please choose a spot a little far from the outpost when you build. The system continued its announcement. If your structure accidentally ends up within the outpost's new territory, don't worry too much. The benevolent admin won't dismantle it immediately, but will give the owner 30 days to deal with it. Chu Guang, in his role as the enforcer, would say, this house of yours is an illegal structure. It must be dismantled after 30 days. But he reassured them, don't panic and scream like that other guy. If, within those 30 days, the player doesn't exercise their priority right to purchase the land, the admin will act according to the shelter's regulations. The land will be repossessed and the illegal structure confiscated. During the asset handling process, the admin will evaluate the structure's utility and quality. Based on that, a decision will be made to either dismantle it, put it to public use, or auction it off. Depending on the method, the player who lost the land will receive a certain amount of compensation. Chu Guang, playing the villain, would get in their face and ask, it's been 30 days and you still haven't sold it? This house is mine now. The player could only cry out in despair. The system announcement continued. At the end of the beta test period, we will consider using in-game currency, or electronic credits, integrating a currency system into the attribute interface. It will be displayed visually, just like in a traditional computer game. You'll be able to check your assets at any time. However, this function isn't easy to implement and involves many complex technical issues. Please be patient and wait for the development team. Yaya was excited. Finally, we don't have to check info on the computer anymore. She imagined Sunshiki would cheer. This is so convenient. Chu Guang typed furiously. The announcement also updated that 20 more beta testing slots were being added. Lucky players should have already received an email. Please check your inboxes promptly. I've been working overtime all night, so I'm going to sleep. If you have any questions, leave a message under this post, and I'll answer after I wake up. He let out a tired sigh. Whoosh! Finally done writing. He scrolled through the forum and saw the lively comments. Battleground, Will wrote. Awesome. Grandmaster described Chu Guang's physique, making him break out in a sweat. Kneeling for an invite begged for beta access. Please, give me a chance. Jiang Hao jumped in. What can you do to me? Then he criticized. A completely realistic simulation game doesn't exist in this world. Are all these accounts bots? Do you guys live on this forum? Don't be fooled by that damn admin from the Bull team. They're no good. Ina sniped. Are there any real people left on this forum? Or are they all just my alt accounts? Regretful, Quitter lamented. Oh my god, all 50 slots have been given out. Why isn't there an email in my inbox? Big eyes. Big Det laughed out loud, rubbing salt in the wound. Because I got one. A. Bit. Nostalgic chimed in. +1. Chu Guang noticed Jiang Hao's comment and wondered to himself, who's this? He seems to be from the Raging Bull group. He smirked. You guys should just quiet down. Don't you guys smell something fishy here? For all we know, he's an alt account of the damn admin. He remembered past events, thinking Jiang Hao had followed him to the forums. Didn't he used to say the official site was a scam? Such a toxic mouth, yet he participates in every single event. He checked and found that Jiang Hao was a pre-registered player who had answered all 10 questions after the entry threshold was raised. Even lurking for drama takes energy, Chu Guang told himself, exhausted, as he leaned back in his chair. That's enough for today. But he was still worried. There are a lot of people on the forums who don't believe this game actually exists. Out of the 300 people on the waitlist, I need to choose 20 reliable players. He remembered a comment from Cilantro. When will I get picked? I've been waiting for 3 months. He planned to create a Wasteland user survey. 180 days with 2,000 hours online on the forum, using comment history, question-answer points, activity status, and online time to analyze the user persona. Bioi thought, I'm the best salesman. This'll be a piece of cake. He silently cursed the demanding players. None of these guys make any sense. I'm the only reasonable one here. From hauling steel on a construction site to playing a genius in a game, a real-life business failure. He told himself, if they argue, I'll just slap them all down. The next morning, Fang Chang called out, any strength build players around? Looking for a teammate to chop trees and grind for upgrade money and haul rocks in the abandoned construction site. A team of 4, 3, waiting for 1. We've paid the deposit for 2 small push carts, so if you want to join, hurry up. A guy was shouting, speed build, looking for a team. Perception types preferred. Intelligence types step aside. A scrap collecting mission at the Northern Alliance building was recruiting. GKD. Some intelligence build guy felt hurt. Damn it, do intelligence builds have no rights around here? The enthusiastic pink-haired guy announced. The wooden church is hiring. 10 silver coins a day, 200 contribution points, and you get crafting tools. There's a commission for special orders. Requirements. Woodworking experience. Knows how to process wood and craft items. Bows, arrows. Chu Guang walked among the humorous and enthusiastic players, silently deciding that after the update, I'll generously give each player a starter gift of 5 coins. He asked himself, am I being too bold? What can you even do with 5 coins? He listed it out. You could rent a hammer for 5 hours at the wood workshop, or rent a pushcart for 5 hours at the warehouse. Additionally, you could buy 1 kilogram of goat horn potatoes, green wheat, or 100 grams of dried meat. The purchasing power is pretty solid. Chu Guang was pleased. In less than an hour, the geniuses had already gotten used to the new rules, and were starting to figure out how to adapt their playstyle to this version. The 4-man squad of Fang Chang, Zhang Bai, Ye Wei, and Yan Feng gathered together. Fang Chang analyzed. The biggest changes in Alpha version 0.3 are the economic and status systems. He continued. I asked the manager's assistant. To get contribution points, besides making major contributions, you can only do public work. The lowest tier warehouse management job gives 100 points a day. If you start from scratch, it would take 20 days to achieve citizen status. Yanfeng raised his hand to add something. It's not just work. Daily missions also have a base reward. For example, chopping down 2 trees and dragging them to the wood workshop gets you 80 contribution points on top of the payment for the logs. But the contribution point cap from daily missions is only 160 points, so about 2 missions and you're maxed out. Fang Chang agreed. If you use the downtime from your profession quests, you could theoretically get 260 points a day. It would take 8 days to accumulate 2,000 points, which is tough for a normal. Ye Wei said excitedly. Whoa, then aren't my 3,000 contribution points pretty badass? Zhang Bai smoothly pierced his armor. I have 5,000. Ye Wei was so pissed he wanted to curse. Yan Feng analyzed. When we first started the game, contribution points from chopping trees were calculated based on the length of the log. An arm-thick tree was 1 point per meter, and a thigh-thick tree was 2 points per meter. Maybe the system planning wasn't great back then, so Lao Bai, with his high stamina, could get 800 points, while Fang Chang, with his low stamina, only got 300 points a day. Fang Chang nodded. Yeah, that really wasn't fair. In Alpha version 0.2, the income from logging was higher. Like when Chu Guang told Lao Bai, we don't need wood right now, so I can only give you 2 coins. Now in Alpha 0.3, The income for chopping a log is 2 to 3 coins, depending on the length, Ye Wei whined. And what's more, if you don't have your own axe, renting one costs a gold coin per hour. They accept installments, but, the pain. He remembered asking to borrow an axe. Okay, 1 coin an hour, Zhang Bai said. Logging is just a simple profession. Compared to the launch, all you need now are big cuts. Fang Chang continued. In the early stages, the 4 of us have the highest contribution points. I've already exchanged for citizen status. You guys should do it later too. So we can get the 20 square meters near the sanatorium. Ye Wei wondered. What are we going to do with land over there? Fang Chang snapped. Are you an idiot? Get the land, build a small 3-story house on those 20 square meters, no problem. As long as the height doesn't exceed the sanatorium, we can make the first floor a storefront and divide the second and third floors into rooms, 1 room for each of us. Sound good? Zhang Bai got excited. That makes sense. The storefront would face the main entrance of the sanatorium, the player's respawn point. It's the most prime location. We'll get rich selling anything. Fang Chang felt like he'd found his kindred spirit. Exactly. The new version wants players to be self-reliant, to organize, to do business, and to trade, he explained. Do you guys remember what the cursor emphasized when the planning first started? The goal of Wasteland is to create an environment that reflects a real economy, where supply and demand determine the price of equipment and healing items. Later on, most of these things can be obtained through trading with other players. Fang Chang lamented. Unfortunately, our status is limited by the system, so we can only buy a small piece of land. Otherwise, I'd save up and buy the entire area around the sanatorium, clear the land, and build something magnificent. Yan Feng gave a thumbs up. Brilliant. Ye Wei and Zhang Bai asked eagerly, so how much money do we need to buy the land? Fang Chang replied, I checked. It only costs 10 coins per square meter. We need to gather 200 coins before any other player does and buy up. Besides, they only need 2 people, Yan Feng pointed out. The charcoal burning positions are already full. Look at the smoke rising from the charcoal kilns over there. There's definitely no room left. Fang Chang replied, even if they haven't recruited enough people, I don't recommend applying for fixed positions. If we want to get ahead of others, we need to find another way. Yi Wei was confused. Fang Chang said enthusiastically, like hunting, for example. The other 3 stared, saying in unison, hunting? Fang Chang continued, yeah, I saw the carcass of a mutated wolf outside the warehouse door. Animals caught that are over 30 pounds earn you 2 cents per pound. Ye Wei couldn't believe it. 5 cents? That much? The lowest payout is 5 cents, Fang Chang explained. Yeah, besides mutated wolves, deer are also on the procurement list, worth at least 12 cents each. He laid out the plan. If the 4 of us catch 8 mutated wolves a day, our income will far exceed that of charcoal burning. Lao Bai spoke up. But where can we find that many animals? Zhang Bai added. The park has a lot of animals, both livestock and small creatures, Ye Wei said excitedly. Don't worry about that. I've been following the manager on hunts these past few days. Although it's risky, there are a lot of animals there. Yesterday, the manager and I discovered a herd of reindeer. All we have to do is follow the herd to find where they live. It'll be a piece of cake. Yanfeng clapped Ye Wei on the shoulder. Our Ye Shi has the highest contribution points. Collecting animals shouldn't be too hard for him. The problem is, how do we catch them when the weapon shop isn't open yet? Fang Chang suggested. We don't need guns. We'll use crossbows and bows. At close range, these weapons aren't bad at all. Yan Feng was skeptical. Have you ever used a bow? Hitting a target isn't easy, he recounted. Back in college, the archery club held an event, and I gave it a try. Hunting with a bow, I could hit a target within 20 meters. After shooting a whole quiver of arrows, I found I had a bit of talent, he said with a grimace. Fang Chang cut him off. Don't worry, leave the bows and arrows to me. I have some knowledge. Yan Feng volunteered. I'll be in charge of setting traps. Lao Bai assigned roles. Yi Shi will be in charge of scouting and security. The 4 of them were united in their purpose. Fang Chang affirmed, trust me, we will definitely win this. Yan Feng and Ye Wei listened intently to Yu Xiong's speech. In a corner, Chu Guang stood with his robot assistant, Xiao Qi. Observing the situation, he asked softly, Xiao Qi, do you know what the soul of the game is? Xiao Qi was puzzled. What is it? Chu Guang replied, mathematics. Xiao Qi was bewildered, a question mark floating above its head. Mathematics? Chu Guang explained. To be more precise, it's numerical value design. It's an art form. An excellent numerical design becomes the gameplay itself. The plot, graphics, and setting are just added value. It's the numerical design that allows players to earn contribution points and cash within a reasonable range. He gave an example, like Zhang Bai, who was exhausted from carrying wood. I have to tell him to stop chopping for today. It's getting late, and we're all out of energy. He continued. Under normal circumstances, upgrading from a resident to a citizen takes 2 to 3 weeks. Becoming a citizen in 1 week would lack challenge, but if it takes 4 weeks, it's too long, and players will lose confidence. If it's too short, the achievement feels meaningless. Guang knew that once players became citizens and core consumers, he would set new goals for them. For example, 1 square meter of land costs 10 silver coins. For a citizen, buying land is easy, but once you buy land, you have to build something on it, right? He pondered. Building a house requires cement and bricks. A Western-style house needs iron and steel. If many houses are built, the price of materials will increase. Watching Zhang Bai's predicament only confirmed his opinion. I don't believe players would be content with their in-game house looking like a shabby hut. Xiao Qi asked, why does citizenship only grant 5 square meters? Guang said smugly, if I gave them 10 or 20 square meters, the safe zone would be flooded with shacks and garbage. He continued, once the house is built, who wants to live in a dump? Beds, tables, cabinets, curtains, rugs, light bulbs. At the very least, they'll have to buy furniture. He thought about the production cycle, wood, animal hides, and handicrafts. After a while, both production and consumption capacity will increase. I've already planned that, once the players are nearing completion, I'll introduce a new status, intermediate citizen, able to buy 25 square meters of land. Guang's smile became more and more devious. By then, the second wall will be built. Cement, bricks, charcoal, and steel will be plentiful. They will build bigger houses, repeating what they did before. He continued explaining his scheme. One day, when they get bored of their houses, I'll toss the old players a noble title and arrange a fiefdom for them a bit further away to let them explore on their own. Weapons, ammunition, food, fuel, building materials, they can make it all themselves, and if they can't, they can import it from their homeland, creating jobs for new players. He imagined that scenario and clicked his tongue. I'll worry about that stuff later. I've only just unlocked level bone of the shelter, so why worry so far ahead? But one problem kept bothering him. How many hibernation pods does Shelter 404 actually have? Guang mused. The first manager must have completed some kind of grand project here. He will reveal everything once I've unlocked all the secret zones. I want to make a big gamble. First step, select players with high production potential. Skip the agricultural society and jump straight into industrialization. Phase 2, depending on the number of players, recruit natives from the Wasteland into the outpost. They'll do basic jobs like chopping wood, firing cement, and farming. The citizen players will be freed from manual labor, allowing them to invest in exploration and combat. Phase 3. In an ideal situation, the native NPCs and player clones will form a symbiotic relationship. If things go smoothly, the players will own real estate, assets, equipment, friends, even love. They see Wasteland Online as a second life, becoming supporters of order. They formed a healthy game ecosystem. Guang thought to himself, in the real world, this kind of game is called a server environment. A sinister smile flashed across Guang's face as he calculated internally. Of course, I know that plans can never keep up with unexpected events. That's why I've prepared a plan B to deal with any situation. Xiao Qi noticed his meaningful smile and immediately spoke up judgmentally. Master, do you know, the way you're smiling right now makes you look just like a villain. Guang was stunned, replying in surprise, a villain? Have you ever seen a villain as benevolent as me? He began to list all the good deeds he had done. I have liberated them from their boring daily lives, giving them an extra 12 hours of life. The only price they have to pay is a little sweat and the time they spend dreaming. He paused, emphasizing, other than that, they lose nothing else. They don't even have to spend a single penny. The team of 4 Power Ranger brothers was ready to set off. Guang smiled with satisfaction as he watched them go. The little Pegasus squad is finally on its way, he thought to himself. He stretched lazily, then turned to leave, muttering, the wind on the rooftop is a bit strong. I'll head back to the shelter to avoid the storm first. I'll leave things here for someone else to look after. The image of Mieshi flashed through Guang's mind. He had taken the kid hunting many times. He even led him to a deer herd. Thinking of the 4 of them, he couldn't help but say to himself, if they come back empty-handed this time, it would truly be a disgrace to all my efforts. The scene changes to a room filled with experimental pods, where a girl is in a daze. Her eyes gradually brightened, flashing with a determined light. It was Ya, filled with resentment. She thought to herself, I'm finally alive again. Ya quickly jumped out of the revival pod, so happy she burst into tears. Sister, I'm finally alive. But in her excitement, she slipped and fell, her head hitting the floor hard. She cried out in pain, collapsing to her knees and clutching her trembling head. On Ya's head, a red bump began to swell. She cried and whined. It's been 3 days. I've been crying on the forums for 3 days straight. After a moment, she stood up, but she continued to lament inwardly. Only heaven knows how I got through these 3 sleepless nights. Suddenly, she saw a figure approaching. Ya hurriedly stood at attention, stammering, Manager. Ignoring her dignity, she tearfully rushed forward and hugged Su Guang's leg. Respected manager, please accept my apology for my reckless behavior. With a cold expression, showing no pity, Su Guang kicked her away and said in a stern voice, You don't need to apologize to me. You have lost the trust of the organization and the people who are still waiting in the basement. He suddenly looked at her with suspicion. If I'm not mistaken, there are only 2 of these sea blue jackets in each nourishment pod. A thought crossed his mind, making him frown. If this one dies again, I'm afraid she'll have to go around bare-chested, he muttered, thinking of a way to help Ya. Teng Teng did sew some jackets from animal hides for warmth, but they're only suitable for outerwear. If there's nothing underneath, it would be more than a little inconvenient, especially with her unique figure. Su Guang said sternly. According to the rules, I should deduct 500 of your contribution points, but unfortunately, you don't have any contribution points left to deduct. His words terrified Ya, who bowed her head and replied, I'm truly sorry. I accept any and all punishment. Maintaining his cold expression, he pointed at her head. Punishment is meant for you to learn a lesson. To survive in this wasteland, you need more than just courage. You also need a brain. He added, I hope you will cherish your life, and also cherish this rare opportunity to prove yourself. He assigned her a task. You will go out and buy 100 kilograms of food, including things like vegetables and mushrooms. He didn't forget to warn her, until you complete this punishment mission, your status will be demoted from resident to convict. This status prevents you from accepting normal missions, nor can you receive mission rewards. Su Guang's expression darkened, his voice full of threat. Remember, your balance isn't enough to pay the penalty for death. If you die again, I will send you back to the basement. Permanently. These words horrified Ya, bringing tears to her eyes. But she still managed to stand straight and give a military-style salute. Yes, sir. I guarantee it won't happen again. Su Guang ordered, Go. Ya walked past him with her head down, dejected. Suddenly, he remembered something and called her back. Wait a minute. He rummaged through his backpack, saying, Let me show you something. Su Guang took out a box, and when he opened the lid, he caught a strange scent. Looking at the pieces of meat inside, he couldn't help but be surprised. I can't believe this canned meat has been stored for so long, yet not only is there no layer of grease, it looks like it was just made. He wondered, do I need to test it for poison? But it seems unnecessary. While he was hesitating, Ya was already staring at the box with shining eyes and exclaimed, Is this for me? Su Guang looked at her and asked, You want to eat it? Ya nodded her head furiously. He looked down at the box, pondered for a moment, and then asked another question. Is there anything wrong with the color? Like, if it's green? Ya, having lost all sense of decorum, just stared at it with a craving expression. Yaya looked at the box and replied, No, no. Her eyes sparkled with heart shapes as she thought to herself, This manager is actually pretty decent. He just punished me, but he's already comforting me. But before she could finish daydreaming, Chu Guang slammed the box shut and said nonchalantly, Okay, I get it. He smiled innocently. I was just letting you look. Don't overthink it. Yaya was stunned, completely frozen in shock. In the end, all she could do was run off in frustration, yelling, That's so mean. Yaya walked out of the room, feeling dejected. She listlessly looked ahead. Suddenly, the desolate scene before her was shocking. She thought to herself, Where is this? Looking to the side, she saw a room with a weapons shop sign. Yaya wondered, Is this a new update? In another room, a sign that read, Bathhouse, made her jaw drop in astonishment. I've only been offline for 3 days, but it feels like a century has passed. This update changed way too much. She walked around in a daze, watching everyone around her busily working. Suddenly, she saw 2 men up ahead doing something. Yaya walked closer and asked, What are you guys doing? One of the men, with the nickname I want to go to the bathroom, was completely focused on his work and didn't answer right away. Hearing Yaya's question, the man named An He stopped hammering, looked up, and answered, making barricades and spikes. We got the quest from the carpentry room. It's just the two of us. You're too late. Beside him, a man with the nickname Who Sniffed Wonder's Feet chimed in, his voice full of excitement. That's right. Reinforcing one line of spikes gets you 5 silver coins and 50 contribution points. He continued enthusiastically. If someone attacks, we'll push the barricade to the door. Even if they attack the windows, we can still surround them with spikes and then shoot arrows from a distance. Anhi, who was still hammering a piece of wood, looked up blankly. He frowned and asked, do we really need to make it that complicated? The quest board just said we needed to make 2 horizontal racks, right? Who Sniffed Wonder's Feet angrily shouted. What do you know? I was a carpenter during the second anti-war period. He excitedly imagined the grand scene. Later, when we have the resources, we'll wrap it in barbed wire. Forget those pathetic bandits. Even a big, beefy, green zombie would be stopped at the door. Easy pickings. He, still diligently hammering away, pouted. Yeah, right. It's just a barricade. I almost believed you for a second. Listening to the two of them argue, Yaya's head was spinning. She guessed to herself, are silver coins the newly updated currency system? Her face turned pale when she thought about getting a quest from the carpentry room. Didn't we used to get quests from the plastic board before? Even though there's a lot I don't get, I'm determined. This update is a huge change. I have to finish my punishment quest quickly and restore my citizen status. Otherwise, they might release another new update before I even get to experience this one. Meanwhile, the other two were still arguing loudly. Yaya turned and hurried away, thinking, I need to find something to hold the mushrooms quickly. A trash can should work. After searching everywhere for a while, Yaya dragged her feet dejectedly, muttering, damn it, why is it so hard to find a trash can? Suddenly, she looked up and stared in amazement at a wooden room up ahead. A man was sitting guard at the entrance. Yaya cheered with delight. So many trash cans. As she approached, the man looked up and said, oh, you're alive? Yaya asked suspiciously. Do I know you? He replied calmly. Of course. How could I not know you? Since we opened, you're the only one who has nothing. His words made Yaya's eyes burn with anger. She shouted, get out of my way. I'm taking a can. But she had barely taken a step before he put out a hand to stop her. Not so fast. The small cans are 1 copper coin. The large ones are 2 copper coins. Yaya shouted in disbelief. What? You're charging money for trash? Why don't you just rob people? He replied casually. Miss, I don't make the rules. I just work here. If you have a problem, go find an NPC. Yaya slammed her hand on the table in frustration and forced a smile. But I just respawned. Where am I supposed to get money? Big brother, can't you make an exception? I'll return it when I'm done. He frowned. No can do. You get punished for not following the rules. This whole pile is made of copper tools. This junk is for sale, not for rent. Didn't everyone get 5 copper coins with the new update? It's not like you're broke. You can afford one. Hearing this, Yaya was stunned. Huh? They gave out money? Why didn't I get any? The man didn't know either. He just suggested. Maybe it's a favorability issue? Did you piss off an NPC? His words were like a bolt from the blue. Yaya clutched her head and wailed in misery. I'm already being punished, and now my favorability is shot too? Why is this game so hard? Suddenly, a voice called out from behind her. I'll pay for her. Yaya whipped around. It was Deng Deng. She quickly walked over and placed 2 coats she was holding onto the table, as if a great weight had been lifted. Deng Deng wiped his sweat and said to the guard, That's 2 in total. Go ahead and record it. The guard opened his ledger and replied, 1 moment. He wrote down, Tailor Deng Deng has completed 2 mink coats. Deng Deng crossed his arms, happily calculating. After becoming a tailor, I just need to complete the set quota each day. Besides the fixed salary, each standard quality coat earns a bonus of 2 silver coins. Once my skills are proficient, I'll save up to buy some land, open a clothing store at the entrance of the sanatorium, and run my own business. It'll make way more than working for an NPC. Unexpectedly, Nya Nya called out, Deng Deng. She was moved, grabbing Deng Deng's hand with tears welling up in her eyes. She never thought that after she went out, the one who would help her was the person she used to argue with. Deng Deng, I'm sorry. I was wrong before. You're a really good person. Deng Deng felt a little creeped out, her face turning red. She quickly pulled her hand back and said indifferently, Don't look at me like that. It was just 1 copper coin, not a lot of money. At most, you can just pay me back later. Nya Nya placed a hand on her chest and replied firmly, Okay. The guard handed Deng Deng a large crate. She looked at Nya Nya comfortingly. All right, I won't hold a grudge. Anyway, just do your best. Then she happily hugged the crate, looked up at Nya Nya, and said, I still have to go make some clothes, so I'll be going now. Nanya quickly ran after her to grab the crate. Let me help you. Deng Deng reached out to take it back. No need, you go do your thing, just leave me alone. But Nyanya, with her superior height, had already lifted the crate high up. She smiled. How could I do that? You're so small. How can I let you carry something so heavy? She walked ahead and continued. Where do you work? I'll help you carry it there. Deng Deng stood behind her, clenching her fists in anger. She ground her teeth and thought, why does this guy talk in such a punchable way? In the woodworking room, Guan Yu Yunzi was diligently crafting a bow. He finished it happily, thinking to himself, that's another order for 2 silver coins in the bag. He placed the bow on the wooden wall, thinking seriously, to create a true hunting bow, these simple steps aren't enough. He remembered another order, mentally scheduling the 20 wooden bows that needed to pierce the head of a mutant hound from within 20 meters. This order will probably take until the day after tomorrow. I wanted to make some black powder today, but the reward for this order is just too good. He silently calculated. Making 5 wooden bows a day is enough for a steady income, and I get an extra 2 silver coins for each one. I'll just focus on making money for now. Later, I'll save up to buy land and become a weapons designer. That's much more interesting than being a carpenter. Suddenly, the door to the room was forcefully pushed open. It was Fang Xiang, his face covered in blood, breathing heavily. He yelled, "Give me 2 more arrows." Guan Yu Yunzi was surprised. You used them up that fast? You know you can retrieve them. Fang Xiang helplessly dumped the contents of his basket out, asking, I know, but are you sure these can be reused? A pile of broken arrows fell out. He slumped into a chair, exhausted. Fan Non, the quality of these things is just tiring. Guan Yu Yunzi picked up a broken arrow and analyzed it. Technically speaking, the fact that the arrow stays in the animal's body should be an advantage. He thought for a moment and replied, but you're right, the attrition rate for hunting is a bit high. I'll think about how to improve it. He made the trade with Fang Xiang, 2 arrows, 4 silver coins. Fang Xiang took the arrows and replied, thanks. Watching him leave, Guan Yu Yunzi called out bluntly, happy hunting. Suddenly, he remembered something and shouted after him, oh right, do you want to try my new weapon? I guarantee it's really easy to use. Fang Xiang, with agile speed, yelled back as he ran, definitely next time. In his heart, he was thinking frantically, sooner or later, this workshop is going to blow up with all of his experiments. I'm not about to risk my life testing those weapons. Guan Yu Yunzi stared at the dust cloud he left behind, muttering in a daze. Was that really necessary? On the first day of Alpha version 0.3's launch, the test results were quite promising. Thanks to the coordinated efforts of the players, the wall surrounding the outpost was finally and completely finished. Everyone in the station cheered, raising their hands to celebrate the completion of their work. Chu Guang stood before the newly completed, 3-meter-high, sturdy concrete wall. It not only brought a sense of security, but also made it feasible for players to be active at night. The group of people moved into the shelter one by one. Before, as soon as dusk fell around 6 p.m., he had to lead the players back to the shelter area to avoid being dragged off as prey by the mutants out there. But now, with the protection of the surrounding wall, players could stay on the surface until their in-game characters felt sleepy. Their fatigue value was depleted. 3 players, exhausted after a long day, whined, so tired, I'm logging off. Chu Guang immediately issued an order in a strict voice. Players are not allowed to use any fire-starting tools at night. To ensure safety, he still forbade the use of equipment like furnaces after nightfall. The threat from the mutants on Route 76 worried him. They would see the outpost as a spear pointed at their throat. If I can't pull this spear out, I'll never be at ease, he thought to himself. Another space that Chu Guang was particularly proud of was the bathhouse. In addition to the surrounding wall, the weapons shop and the bathhouse were also completed through the players' efforts. He was especially satisfied with the bathhouse. He recalled the time when both he and the players had to bathe in the lake at the edge of the forest, which was both dangerous and inconvenient. Now, the bathhouse solved the hygiene problem right inside the base. However, the bathhouse also had its limitations. The wooden water tank on the roof could only hold a few cubic meters of water. If used for a long time, it would inevitably run out, forcing players to actively carry water back from the lake. It is a bit of a hassle. With that thought, he decided to change the bathhouse from free to pay to use. He cheerfully announced a fee for bathing, 5 silver coins per cubic meter of water. The players being charged whined with pained expressions. He's charging for this too? Chu Guang also set up a water transport position. Its sole purpose was to pump water for the tank on the bathhouse roof, and a position for a water carrier. This was a very reasonable arrangement, he thought to himself. Besides the construction work, the players had exceeded his expectations in many other aspects. The most outstanding was the new Ma squad, consisting of 4 experienced young men. These 4 old hands were true professionals, combining tactics in a quadrilateral formation, coordinating the 4 aspects of scouting, frontline combat, transport, and support. He praised them silently. Their performance in their first joint operation was truly remarkable. The blonde-haired one handled scouting, the white-haired one was on the front line, the gray-haired one handled transport, and the blue-haired one provided support. By dusk, the group had hunted 8 mutated hyenas and 1 mutated reindeer. Su Guang directly gave them the money from selling the prey, a total of 55 silver coins, of which 43 came from the mutated hyenas and 12 from the mutated reindeer. Although the meat yield from the hyenas and reindeer wasn't high, Fried Egg Bro, the guy with the black glasses and 2 knives, nicknamed Guang Tai, still managed to butcher 100 kilograms of meat from the hyenas and 100 kilograms from the reindeer. The base's food storage was open for sale to all players at an affordable price. 1 silver coin could be exchanged for 1 kilogram of wheat, 300 grams of raw meat, or 200 grams of smoked meat. For most players, working seriously for about 1 to 2 hours or completing a few tasks was enough to fill their stomachs. The surrounding wall was complete, so the need for moving bricks and plastering had decreased. Instead, the base needed more food and weapons to equip the players. A player needs a full set of weapons, dried meat, and a warm coat, he calculated. Therefore, he devised a business strategy. He lowered the prices of weapons in the carpenter's shop to stimulate orders, while simultaneously increasing the prices of hunted goods to encourage players to go hunting and improve their skills. As a result, the weapon shop was packed, with players flooding in. Sell me an arrow. Sell me a bow. Someone complained, there are too many buyers, I'm out of stock. Thanks to this policy, players not only earned money and got equipped, but also gained combat experience. As for Su Guang, he not only acquired a large amount of food, but also had an army of increasingly battle-hardened soldiers. The players raised their spears high to show their support. It was a win-win for both sides. No, it was a win for 3 sides, he told himself. Because I, the manager, win twice over. As the evening twilight fell, everyone in the outpost gathered to eat. Yaya sat in a corner, watching a young man beside her eat a pastry, her eyes filled with longing as drool trickled down her chin. She tremblingly raised her hand, wanting to take the pastry. The young man noticed, jumped up, and angrily scolded her. What are you doing? I spent my own money on this pastry. If you want one, go buy it yourself. Yaya, terrified, burst into tears and ran away, mumbling, Where would I get the money? The young man watched her mockingly as she huddled in a corner, her hair falling over half her face. Holding a mushroom she had just picked, she put it in her mouth and chewed, thinking absently, everyone has a living allowance. Why don't I? Could it be because of my favorability rating? Suddenly, she heard footsteps. Deng Deng crouched down beside her, holding a bowl. She handed the bowl to Yaya and said gently, Look, potatoes. I have too much. I can't finish it all. Here, you take it. Yaya's eyes lit up as she stared at the bowl, famished. She snatched it and devoured the food like a tiger. Deng Deng seemed used to this and just smiled. Once full, Yaya leaned against the wall, closing her eyes in comfort. Deng Deng leaned over and whispered, Starting tomorrow, you can do missions to earn money. I can't keep feeding you forever. Yaya shot up, her hands clenched into fists, her eyes welling up with tears. Dung Dung. The way she said the name made Dung Dung's hair stand on end. Yaya, with tears in her eyes, pulled her into a hug and exclaimed, Are you an angel? Dung Dung's face turned beet red as she replied, What kind of stupid thing are you saying? From inside the outpost, Su Guang stared out at the darkening horizon. It's getting late. Time to gather everyone and distribute the pay, he thought. Suddenly, a sound echoed nearby. He spun around, his hand cautiously moving to his gun holster. A display screen appeared. He checked the information and saw the name Level 99 Scavenger at the top of the list. He ordered, Fang Chang, Lao Bai, you two, go open the gate. They immediately replied, Yes, sir. The 2 of them pushed the gate open to either side. Following Su Guang were 2 more people. The scene before them stunned Fang Chang and Lao Bai, and they yelled, Holy crap. They stared at the blood-soaked body of Level 99 Scavenger. Their eyes bulged as they shouted, Brother, what the hell happened to you? Scavenger's entire body was covered in crimson blood. Su Guang observed him and immediately understood the situation. He was definitely attacked by bandits, he thought. Level 99 Scavenger replied. The bandits' camp is about 2 kilometers north of the abandoned construction site, which is about 3 to 4 kilometers from our position here. It's a tire factory. The blonde-haired young man cut in. Did you get into a fight with them? Scavenger waved his hand, explaining. No, I swear I didn't provoke them. He put a hand to his head. Yun Chen. I was originally planning to withdraw, but I happened to run into their patrol team. I saw 3 of them right away. The blonde-haired man continued to question him. Level 99 Scavenger, and then you fought them. His eyes darted around as he replied. Well, they saw me. I had no other choice. Su Guang put a hand to his chin, thinking, from the looks of it, this kid probably lost the fight. But he wasn't surprised. A 3-man patrol team would definitely have dogs with them. The wounds on his body were likely from that. He crossed his arms and looked up. The tire factory to the north. Right? I got it. Go back and rest. Treat your wounds. Go and heal in the cultivation pod first. I'm very proud of the cultivation pod. It helps cells regenerate quickly. With Ri Jue's physical attributes, he'll be able to recover in just a short time. Level 99. Ri Jue was delighted. Yes, Lord Manager. He trudged away. Everyone watched him, remarking, that kid's seriously injured. They started buzzing with discussion. Is the bandit camp opening a new instance? One player cursed. Damn it. I have to grind for money fast. A long-haired guy hesitated. What a dilemma. Should I buy land first or a gun first? A guy carrying bricks walked by, saw them busy chatting, and reminded them, stop standing around like idiots and get back to moving bricks. In the distance, Chu Guang was observing them, causing everyone to immediately switch to a zealous work attitude. He sketched a diagram, mentally calculating. To the north is the bandit camp, and to the east is the den of the Yizhong. To the west is Ling Lake, and to the south is the area of the Bedak Street survivors and the Bao Farm. He realized the outpost's location was caught in the middle, its development space restricted like a death trap. His eyes lit up with determination. Whether it's the Yizhong or the bandits, the only way to break this stalemate is to fight. He walked down the corridor, holding a bowl in his hand, thinking, most of the players are offline now. I'll go check the comments on the forum. The door opened, and light flooded in. Inside, a girl was intently reading a piece of paper. He walked over, sat down, and offered her the bowl of rice. Hey, dinner. The girl didn't hesitate, snatching the bowl and devouring the food. Seeing Chu Guang's disappointed look, he stood up and walked to a nearby chair. He didn't forget to add, when you're done eating, get back to work. Don't be lazy. The screen in front of him lit up, and he went to the forum to read the news. The first headline shocked him. The location was finally confirmed today. The tire factory 3 kilometers north of the abandoned construction site is the bandits' camp. There are about 50 to 100 of them. The poster was level 99 Ri Jue. I originally just wanted to capture a few prisoners, but there were so many of them. Luckily, they were scared off by me. I let the dog bite my arm and escaped while they were reloading. The next status update said, that dog nearly bit my tail off. The bandits this time are much stronger than the last. The more he read, the darker Chu Guang's face became, his anger surging. Why does this content sound exactly like what I heard half an hour ago? He recalled Ri Jue, standing before the bandits, roaring threats. From the control room, Chu Guang watched in silence, gritting his teeth. That little brat dared to lie to me. He sighed to himself. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Let's see the comments below. He looked at the screen and chuckled with amusement. One comment read, what the hell is about 50 to 100 people? How many is it exactly? Quit. Smoking commented, this so-called precision soldier is more useless than a wet noodle. Arena chimed in, I took my pants off but didn't fart. It's just a game after all. Laughing. 3 proudly retorted, trash. It's not even 100 people. What the hell are you afraid of? Aren't they just a bunch of paper tigers? Can't you just kill them over and over until it's done? X-Men chimed in with some nonsense. This game isn't even real. All the good names were snatched up by dogs already. Chu Guang thought with satisfaction. Why does this situation feel just like that crow from the other day? The conversation on the forum was still lively. C commented, you're holding special ops gear, but you can't even beat the mobs. This is too hard. What a disgrace. You might as well let me play. Level 99, Ri Jue was furious. Show me what you mean by confirming a position then. Damn it. You even need to form a raid party for small mobs, and you're using ranged attacks instead? And you even know how to release dogs? Who would believe that? Quit smoking provoked him. Why don't you give me your account number, and I'll show you how it's done. Level 99 Ri Jue replied, you just haven't experienced what the world is really like. Chu Guang grinned slyly, thinking to himself, looks like Ri Jue has been labeled as a scrub by the other players. He'll probably have to wait until the screenshot function is released to clear his name. He looked at the computer screen, calculating carefully. What kind of equipment do these bandits have? What's their combat strength? Even though the players lack technique, they have a natural talent for fighting. The flame wars between Ri Jue and the keyboard warriors on the forum made him shake his head. Guess I'll look at another post. A post from a player named Uncle Rat caught his attention. Uncle Rat, who escaped from the deep ravine. A Little Mouse's observation report on the new version update. Players and newbies, please take the scenic route. The post began. Hello everyone, it's your boy, Big-Nosed Uncle Rat. Today, after logging in, I discovered the game has undergone a huge change. The devs have finally started to deliver on their empty promises, breaking them down into smaller pieces. I'm absolutely in love with this version. Guang read silently, assessing. I remember this guy. He's a newbie who joined during Alpha version 2.0. The post continued. Let me get to the conclusion first. I'm truly blown away by the production team this time. Although the economic system is still rudimentary, some of the small details reveal the producer's ambitions. They're really playing the long game. I'm not exaggerating, just sharing my discoveries, hoping it helps everyone out. Guang smirked, feeling proud. Another quality seedling. The post mentioned two main ways to make money: firing cement and hunting. Firing cement provides a stable income but has fierce competition. A person can do it without a team. Hunting, on the other hand, has an unstable income and requires forming a team. Without enough people, it's almost impossible to manage on your own. A piece of dialogue made Guang laugh out loud. A player was begging, Bro, you've been at it for 2 hours already. Let me have a turn. Another one pleaded, We're just short one perception type class. Can you come help us? Please, join our team. I'm begging you. The forum post analyzed that burning cement didn't require any skill. Here, it was only talking about hunting. A 30-kilogram hyena, if sold directly to the provisions depot, would fetch 5 silver coins, but if you took the time to butcher it, you'd get 12 kilograms of meat, which would sell for 40 silver coins. Isn't that amazing? Guang nodded, but the next part caught his attention. The outpost's provisions depot doesn't accept raw meat, only unprocessed prey or preserved dried meat. Just like in other games, the NPC shops have a buy-sell price gap. For example, buying 1 caddy of cured meat costs 5 silver coins, but selling it to them only gets you 1. Isn't a 5-fold difference outrageous? Ye Wei commented, Damn it, it cost me 5 silver coins when I bought it, but it's not too bad. I've seen this in other games. It's nothing. The user mouse continued. The great thing about this design is that it encourages players to trade among themselves instead of with NPCs, because selling to NPCs is such a loss. Let's you and I trade directly. I think that's a good idea. He proposed that hunting squads could partner with 1 or 2 other players to butcher their own prey, processing it into dried meat and pelts. A portion of the dried meat could be sold to players at a lower price than the provisions depot. With 1 kilogram divided into 10 portions, they could sell it for 1 to 2 silver coins depending on how much money people had. If it didn't sell out, they could still sell the rest to the provisions depot before nightfall and make a nice profit. Even though butchering takes time, doubling the selling price of a hyena is fantastic, right? He predicted that the current content pack is leading up to winter. My guess is the focus of this test isn't the trading system. I'm really looking forward to the next update. The game developers could focus on developing the trading system. An economy that's purely self-sufficient is incomplete. If there were imports and exports through tariffs and price balancing, it would be more interesting. Please consider it, game devs, if the server CPU can handle it. Guang smiled to himself. From the perspective of a planner and a player, this idea would definitely enrich the game's fun factor. But as risk manager number 404, he shook his head. Players taking his stuff to engage in import-export trade? No way. He was frustrated just thinking about how he was suspected and ostracized by the scavengers on Bait Street just because of his accent. Not to mention, this was a wasteland where social outcasts and thugs gathered in antisocial gangs. Doing business with the rich folks here was worse than just robbing them at gunpoint. He remembered Ye Wei's words. It's better to just rob people. Sticking a gun to someone's head is way more satisfying. The blonde guy had once threatened, If you haggle one more time, I'll take all the money your family has. Guang continued his thoughts. Encouraging players to do business with local tyrants was meaningless. All import and export transactions must be supervised. He sketched out an idea to establish a fixed merchant team with planned routes and trade goods. For example, the route between the outpost and Red River Town. The products would include cured meat, pelts, and fruits. Players A, B, C, and D would be members of the merchant team. The players would handle transport, and the NPCs would handle communication. This way, even difficult players would be taken care of, simplifying the process. Tariffs are a good idea. I could make a nice sum from that. He typed as he looked at the screen. Free trade. Haha, just wait until I need you guys to fight. Then I'll show you who you have the freedom to trade with. Suddenly, he turned his head. Whoa. What's Xia Yan staring at so intently? Su Guang stretched, tired from sitting for so long. Let's see, how many reward points do I have now? He checked the system and exclaimed, 30 reward points already? He was thrilled. All right, let's open 2 intermediate blind boxes and 10 basic ones. He pressed the button, and the system returned 2 packs of hemostatic bandages, a box of 12 antibiotic capsules, and a bag of powder. Each 10-gram dose increases resistance by 1 to 5 points and alternative power by 1 to 5 points. Su Guang held the item, stunned. I actually got a legendary item. He ripped open the powder packet and stuffed it all in his mouth. The system announced, resistance +3, alternative power +2, resistance +2, alternative power +5, resistance +4, alternative power +1. 10 grams gave 1 boost. If he ate the whole bag. His face turned pale like a dehydrated plant, his eyes lifeless. He was afraid he'd die from the saltiness. He shook his head. Nah, I'll just put it on the shelf tomorrow. The remaining items were soy sauce and a bunch of broken lollipops. He sighed wearily. Guess I'll just go to sleep. He stepped out of the room. A sliver of light illuminated the dark space. Xia Yan was leaning against the wall, looking worriedly at a piece of paper, pouting. Tomorrow is the first official day of the mission. Is this job as a weapons shop owner really respectable? You're just selling weapons. What's so shady about that? A voice rang out. Xia Yan opened her eyes, tired from leaning for so long. Su Guang was standing in front of her. She lit up when she saw what he was holding. Is this, for me? Su Guang handed her the crutch. Besides you, who else here needs this? He felt a pang of guilt, seeing how happy she was. When I get the chance, I should get her a prosthetic leg. Xia Yan was like a child, thrilled to be able to stand for the first time. I can finally stand up. Su Guang crossed his arms and nodded. Not bad. It suits you. Xia Yan burst into tears, finally managing to stand up. Suddenly, her face flushed with embarrassment. Say whatever you want. I'm your prisoner anyway. Even if you want me to. Chu Guang cut her off like an old man. All right, stop talking. He gestured with his hand. I'll arrange a job for you in a bit. For now, follow me outside. The sun climbed higher, filling the dark corners with light. Xia Yan, who hadn't left the shelter in a long time, shielded her eyes from the blinding glare. She asked, Did you guys build the outer wall? Chu Guang replied, What's your assessment? Xia Yan said irritably, It's average. It might work against some countryside bandits, but against mutants, I'm afraid they could use it as a stepping stone to get over. She bowed her head and mumbled, Let alone, if you run into a mutant wave. Chu Guang looked puzzled. A mutant wave? Xia Yan explained. It's a common occurrence in Ring 3. You guys probably haven't experienced it. Hordes of Nowers migrate from near Ring 2 towards the Ring 3 area, and among them are plenty of crawlers, and even mutants stronger than crawlers. She sighed, picturing a monstrous creature with a body like a giant boulder. As long as other species are migrating north from within the city, they will definitely pass by this fortress. War between humans and other species is inevitable. She continued. My mercenary team was just a small one on the outskirts, but we still participated in a few missions to deal with the mutant waves. Moving with the main army, the danger wasn't high, and the money was easy. The big shots in the city would spare no expense to hire mercenaries and provide ammunition. The poor from the slums often become mercenaries when a mutant wave arrives. Chu Guang interrupted. That's right. I've only seen Nowers a few times. They look quite similar. Xia Yan continued. Unyielding, yes, but not glorious. Mutated species like weasels, tigers, leopards, moles, and bat rats all dislike them. If they get hungry enough, they'll prey on the Nowers. So, they usually gather in the subways or underground sewers. She warned. Usually, if you see one, you've seen the whole pack. Encountering them in a narrow space is pretty dangerous. Chu Guang mentally took note. This was useful information. He had to add mutant waves to the database on the main page. But for now, he had other things to do. He hung a sign in front of the door and opened for business. Pointing to the room, he said, From now on, this room is your workspace. When conditions are better, I'll find someone to build a new one. For now, just make do. The prices are carved on the wooden board, and I've already taught you. what to say. If you have any problems, just find Xiao Qi, but he's on the 3rd floor, so it'll be difficult for you to get up there. My players are very friendly. If you don't understand what they're saying, just stare at them blankly. Xiaoyan froze. Players? Chu Guang said calmly. Translated, it means shelter residents. You don't need to remember their names or get to know them well, just call them that. Remember, every item sold must be recorded in the ledger. I'll check it every day. He sighed. But the cheapest items are the pipe guns, and they cost over 100 silver. The players can't afford them yet, so your job won't be too busy. He handed her 2 gun parts. When you have free time, help me fix this pistol and make some bullets and weapons within your capabilities. Xiaoyan looked around the room from one corner to the other, then at the wooden board. She trembled, covering her face and screaming. Are you telling me you expect me to craft a gun for you with my bare hands? Her face darkened. Do you expect me to make you a bow with my fingernails? Chu Guang played dumb. Can you do it? Xiaoyan flew into a rage, her eyes turning red like a demon's. Like hell I can. Even without an automated production line. At the very least, you need a manual workbench. She explained that mercenaries often used custom-made weapons, but couldn't find suitable parts and ammo in shops. Even the shopkeepers would shake their heads at custom guns, having no matching components. At times like that, they'd usually rent a workbench to add what they needed. She said, I used to make my own weapons and ammo. Using a cheap machine isn't hard, and it doesn't take much time. She looked at the empty table, screaming internally. Forget an automated production line. Here, there's no electricity, and the table is completely bare. Before she could recover, Chu Guang took off his backpack and said, So, if you need something, just say it. Don't make me guess. He pulled out a stack of paper and a pen. Now, I want you to make a list. Write down the things you need. It's best if you can draw their shapes too. If I can find them, I'll have the players retrieve them. If not, I'll figure out a way to buy them. Xiaoyan hurriedly grabbed the paper and pen and started writing. Chu Guang added in a serious tone, Oh, and remember to write down their prices. I don't want to waste money. Xiaoyan carefully listed the necessary tools. A lathe knife, a broad knife, a twist drill, plus pliers and a hammer. This is the most basic stuff. Besides that, I need a board with screw patterns and measurement engravings. Forget it. I should just draw it out. As she listened to Chu Guang speak, she focused on meticulously drawing each tool. Having a picture is best, he said. Describe it as clearly as you can, and who knows, maybe my players can make it for you. Xiaoyan handed the drawing to Chu Guang. He examined it carefully and nodded. Just in case, you should label the names of the tools. He left the room and went to find the warehouse manager. The man saw Chu Guang and greeted him. Lord, manager. Chu Guang handed him the drawing. I need the items on this paper. If anyone comes to buy things, tell them for me. Tell them to keep an eye out in the wasteland. When you have time, redraw this picture, make a few more copies to post on the door, and send one over to the steel mill. The warehouse manager nodded, his eyes lighting up as he looked at the drawing. He exclaimed, A quest. Craft or collect a lathe knife. As shown in the picture, the reward is 10 silver coins and 100 contribution points. He gleefully flipped through the papers. Oh my god, 10 silver coins is equivalent to the pay for a day of cement work. And that's not all. There's also a large knife and a spiral knife. With that settled, So Guang turned away, thinking to himself about the Gi model mission. To be honest, I didn't expect the players to find such good items in the wasteland. What I was hoping for was that these lovely players would use the available tools and materials to solve problems. With the current 50 players, he was sure at least 1 or 2 would be capable enough. 2 days later, Su Guang was walking alone in the shelter. He thought happily, the presence of the players really didn't disappoint me. It only took 2 jewelers 2 days to create a large knife, 1 splitting knife, and 1 spiral knife. Even though they were both self-made, their durability was still commendable. In addition, they also made a set of calipers. Using wing nuts and old serrated steel screws, they created a ruler face with a moving screw and a holder. Its performance wasn't as good as an automated machine's, but it was serviceable. It could be used for processing small components. He paid them according to the order, and the 2 received 80 silver coins, 40 for each. Su Guang walked into Xiaoyan's weapon shop, placed the tools on the table, and asked, Are these tools enough? Xiaoyan picked them up to examine them and nodded. They'll do for now. With these tools, at least making bullets won't be a problem. If you want to make barrels, I need you to help me make some steel pipes. Su Guang smiled proudly. Was the handgun here purchased? Xiaoyan was surprised. What about it? I didn't expect your people to have this kind of skill, Su Guang said smugly. How does it compare to Boulderstone City? Xiaoyan waved her hand. Boulderstone City is huge. It depends on who you're comparing them to. Not everyone there is poor like us. They have a regular army, armed to the teeth, and the Boulderstone City Militia Corps. She mentioned the militia has power armor, flight gear, neural interfaces, and half of them have support vehicles, and some other stuff I don't know the name of. Su Guang was impressed. Oh, they're that strong? Why haven't we seen them attack this area? Xiaoyan closed her eyes, calm. Who knows? Maybe they're just not interested. Besides, there's nothing good in the countryside anyway. At the same time, outside, Ya had a pile of mushrooms laid out, shouting loudly, "Selling mushrooms here? Fresh mushrooms. Don't just pass by." After a long day of work, why not treat yourself to a pot of mushroom soup? She promoted them cheerfully. They smell amazing. She brought out countless mushrooms of all sizes. Hearing her, a crowd gathered around, asking excitedly, "Are these mushrooms of yours edible? Are they fully cooked? Are your mushrooms clean, or what? Can people with sensitivities eat them? Will eating them make you see little people?" Faced with a barrage of questions, Ya was flustered. "They're edible. They're edible. See what? No, that's not right. You won't see anything." To resolve the issue quickly, she picked up a mushroom and ate it in front of everyone. After eating it, Ya was still healthy and as lively as ever. The crowd cheered. "They're really edible." They rushed forward chaotically. "Give me half a kilo. I'm skipping meat today. I'll try making mushroom porridge. I'll take half a kilo too. If they're not good, I'm bringing them back." What a shame. I can't see the little people. Maybe next time you can at least make us see them. I want the little people to call me husband. Hey, 911, is there a pervert here? In just a few minutes, Ya had made a huge profit from selling mushrooms. Holding the money in her hands, she shed tears of happiness and wondered, is this what being rich feels like? She sighed to herself. It's been so hard. At the weapon shop, a group of people walked in, asking loudly, "Are you the Callie from the heavens? Where's the shopkeeper, the boss?" She was the mercenary the administrator had saved earlier. Where could the boss be? Xiaoyan looked at the group, thinking to herself that she didn't understand what they were saying. She maintained a deadpan expression and replied, "Hello, I'm Xiaoyan from the weapon shop. How can I help you?" They looked her over, sizing her up. This NPC doesn't seem very smart. On a server this big, having 1 or 2 responsive NPCs is already a lot to ask for. On the wall hung a gun with a sign detailing its information. One person read it out loud. 5mm steel pipe rifle, poor quality, price, 100 silver coins. He screamed, "Let's run, let's run!" His teammate beside him cried, "It really is Callie from the heavens. I can feel the rich person vibes from this price list." Another person agreed, "Can't afford it, can't afford it." Xiaoyan just watched. She thought angrily, these people are so annoying, so much chatter. Are they going to buy anything or not? Very quickly, the news spread on the community page. The Daily Mole, 404 Refugee Edition. A post from Mole fleeing the valley. "Hello everyone. I'm Red-Nosed Mole from Escape Valley. The land in my garden isn't enough for planting, so I decided to hide out in the Wasteland for a while. But back to the main topic. Today, let's talk about the new NPC, Xiaoyan. This NPC went live yesterday, but maybe she was still being adjusted. Yesterday, she was just sitting at the table with a closed sign on the door. Today, not only is the sign gone, but the prices and guns are already on display. She even has a new set of tools. I dare to guess this is everyone's future, Callie. I wonder when she'll release the powerful level 14 steel pipe guns. This is just my own investigation for reference, not encouraging you to follow my lead. The comments below were lively. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I have to say, it's a perfect likeness. I'm in love. I'm in love. She's so beautiful. This is unreal. The mole replied. Actually, I studied art but failed the entrance exam. The Central Academy of Fine Arts suggested I switch my major. A small suggestion for the homepage. Maybe you could give the new NPC a Z-shaped belt and goggles. Changing her outfit to jeans and a white shirt to go with her red hair would look even better. Just a suggestion. The next comment followed. Master artist, draw the boss too. I'm so curious about him. That's right. Who wants to see the weapon shop NPC? I want to see what the boss looks like. The official site doesn't even have a single picture of him. One person replied, "No rush. We'll be online tomorrow night anyway." Su Guang's lips curled into a smug smile as he watched Xiaoyan, who was deep in thought, staring at the piece of paper in her hand. He silently assessed. The drawing is pretty accurate, but would changing the belt and goggles really make it look better? Xiaoyan looked up, accidentally meeting his gaze, and blushed in a fluster. What is it? Su Guang replied. Nothing. I was just thinking you haven't changed your clothes in a few days. Xia Yan's face turned beet red as she thought to herself, change clothes. Su Guang tried to reassure her. Relax. I just wanted to ask for your measurements. Su Guang realized he had been too aggressive and quickly turned away to hide his own embarrassment, his face flushing from the question he had just blurted out. He thought to himself, asking like this is really inappropriate. I should just write a mission for Tang Tang instead. He then quickly drafted a new mission. The next morning, Tang Tang received a piece of paper with the mission written on it. Looking it over, she couldn't help but question it. A mission? Sew a set of clothes for the weapons shop owner. Reward, 5 to 10 silver coins. She mumbled. The reward is so high just for sewing clothes. Outside, the players emerged one by one, looking up at the sky, where brilliant sunlight shone through the dilapidated ruins. They exclaimed, oh my God, this is the world of the Wastelands. A girl cupped her cheeks, crying out in happiness. The feeling of the sun on my face is exactly like the real world. The wind is kissing my face. This is like a dream. No, it is a dream. A young man behind them sobbed. Look, he's crying. Science has come so far. Another person chimed in. Is this thing still in beta? What else does the development team want to test? Su Guang remained silent in thought, then suddenly spoke in a powerful, resounding tone. Go forth, brave warriors. Go and change this dying world. He stood at the front, raising his hand high. With your own 2 hands. The crowd buzzed with excitement, and someone shouted, anyone have a special talent? Raise your hand. Another voice cheered. Oh my God, that's awesome. What's your talent? Tell us. A young man yelled, what the hell is calm? Why does that sound so weak? Someone else shouted, looking around. Are there any strength build newbies? Let's chop trees together to raise our stats. Great idea. A youth named Earth and Brick Mover raised his hand and replied, Pro. I'm a strength build. How do you play this game? A young man came over, excitedly slinging an arm around his shoulder. You're a strength build, huh? What's your name? The boy answered honestly. Earth and Brick Mover. The older guy burst out laughing. Heavens, brother, you've already figured this game out. Listen to me. Strength builds should chop a lot of trees and move a lot of bricks. Just roll up your sleeves and get to it, he continued. Chop 100 trees, and you'll instantly hit level 1. With 7 or 8 points in strength, you'll be on your way to success in the Wastelands. If you see a mutated beast, just raise your axe and take care of it. Earth and Brick Mover hesitated. Then, what if I run into someone with a gun? The young man answered nonchalantly. Just take care of them. For a moment, the boy imagined himself holding an axe, being shot to pieces by a group of people with guns before he could even react. The other young man even patted his chest and laughed heartily. Su Guang observed, silently assessing. Very good. Very reliable. These beta testers haven't disappointed me. But he also felt a tinge of regret. It's just a shame these newbies are so obedient. But it seems no one has a special serial number from another species. Su Guang scanned the system panel, deep in thought. 2 players with special talents caught his eye. The first one had the talent Composed and Calm. The system panel described, players with this talent gain a 50% resistance to negative mental states like fear and despair, and can quickly resolve mental effects. A 50% boost to the spirit attribute. He calculated. Only real combat experience will show just how important this quality is. The second was Rich Elf King, whose talent was Thermal Vision, an agility type. The system read, the owner of this talent automatically activates it when focusing. The eyes become more sensitive to infrared light, allowing them to see heat sources within a certain range in the dark. The talent is ineffective against cold-blooded animals. Su Guang thought, if there's any night combat, I have to bring this person along. He continued to scroll through the system panel and discovered a few strange talents. Temperature intuition. Know the temperature without physical contact. Plant language. Detect the growth process of plants. Insect hunter. Can smell the pheromones released by insects. These talents aren't strong in combat, but they're useful for daily life and searching. He assessed with a faint smile. I don't even need to say anything. These players will figure out their own suitable playstyles. In the apartment complex north of the flooded park, Fang Chang and his teammate were walking together. Fang Chang spoke up. Ye Wei sensed the direction of the animal that was hit. Ye Wei closed his eyes, concentrating on using his special ability. He opened his eyes wide in shock. How did it turn into 2 animals? He pointed ahead. It's right in front of us. Fang Chang quickly spotted the target. In front of them was a dead deer, with 2 sharp arrows embedded in its neck and rump. He went closer to examine it, surprised. Why is there an arrow in its neck too? If I remember correctly, I shot it in the rump. Suddenly, a tall young man holding a bow and arrow appeared. The two locked eyes, and he asked, "Who are you?" Fang Chang frowned, wary. NPC Watermelon Tiger. Before he could do anything, his teammate had already blocked the opponent with his spear. Fang Chang said smugly, "Drop your weapon. You're surrounded." Watermelon Tiger was alarmed, wondering, "What is this guy saying? Are you robbing me?" But he wasn't one to be easily bullied. "Ha!" He leaped up, breaking free from Fang Chang's two teammates. Yu-Hu lost his cool, drawing his bow and aiming a sharp arrow at Fang Chang. The move was so fast that Fang Chang barely managed to dodge, but the arrow still grazed his face. He yelled in anger, "Damn it! Get him!" The whole group charged forward aggressively. Fang Chang shouted, "Get him!" Yu-Hu was terrified when, just at that moment, a stone whizzed through the air, hitting him square in the forehead with dizzying speed. Ye Wei had shot it with his slingshot, urging loudly, "Hurry up, Fang Chang." Fang Chang rushed forward, using his staff to knock the bow out of Yu-Hu's hands. The ambitious Zhang Bai moved swiftly to subdue their opponent. Yu-Hu screamed, "Get off! Let me go!" Zhang Bai yelled back, "Just behave!" Although he succeeded in restraining him, it took a lot of effort. Zhang Bai remarked, "Damn, this guy's strong." As soon as Yu-Hu was tied up, Zhang Bai asked Fang Chang, "What do we do now?" Soon enough, Yu-Hu's belongings became their spoils of war. Yan Guang held the bundle of items, pushed up his glasses, and remarked, "He's really poor. This is all he has." Yu-Hu's possessions only amounted to a stone, a few arrows, and a knife. Fang Chang fell silent, deep in thought. Yu-Hu continued to struggle. "Let me go." But the group didn't understand his language. Zhang Bai asked, "Do you have any idea what he's saying?" Yan Guang replied flatly, "No idea." Ye Wei guessed, "I bet he's cursing at us." Fang Chang added, "I can't make out what he's saying either." However, a live captive could be exchanged for 5 silver coins, while a dead one was only worth 5 copper coins. Yu-Hu was thrown onto a cart, becoming their prize. Fang Chang said, "Anyway, let's tie him up and take him back to exchange for money." They escorted Yu-Hu and the deer back to their base. Yu-Hu looked at the busy people around him and spoke up. "Blue coats, are you from the refugee camp?" Ye Wei heard him muttering and asked curiously, "What's he mumbling about now?" Fang Chang waved a dismissive hand. "No idea, just ignore him." The deer was carried in and placed ceremoniously on a table. Fang Chang said, "Brother, time to pay up." Shi Hongxi Chaodan held up his fingers. 12 silver. The payment was settled quickly. Shi Hongxi Chaodan held the deer down firmly. He raised a knife, his eyes sharp and merciless, and began to butcher the deer. Watching the brutal scene, Yu-Hu turned pale and began to tremble. His eyes welled up with tears as he thought, "I've never heard of the blue coats eating people." Yu-Hu glanced to the side and saw Yan Guang push up his glasses and start to speak. "Manager, you're here at the perfect time." Ye Wei and Yan Guang blocked Chu Guang's path, saying, "We were just about to bring him to you." Chu Guang asked, startled, "Where did you guys find him?" Fang Chang said proudly, "We found him while hunting. This guy shot an arrow at me, but he missed." Chu Guang casually dropped some silver into Fang Chang's hand. "I get it. Untie him." The men quickly untied him. As soon as he saw Chu Guang, Yu-Hu called out anxiously. Chu Guang nodded, personally helped him off the cart, and said, "I'm sorry you had to go through that." He thought to himself, "I can't believe they captured Yu Erhu, my neighbor from Baker Street." Yu-Hu rubbed his sore wrists and asked curiously, "Are they your people?" Fang Chang's group stood behind Chu Guang, their gazes as sharp as knives. Their aggressive demeanor made Chu Guang frown. He mumbled a reply, "They're my friends." The group's glares, as sharp as knives and as fierce as wolves, terrified Yu-Hu. "What are they doing here?" Yu-Hu asked, his voice filled with suspicion. Chu Guang shrugged, feigning helplessness. "I'm not really sure. Just think of them as an audience here to watch a play." Yu-Hu didn't understand what that meant, and asked blankly, "Watch a play? What's that?" Chu Guang ignored the men behind him and gave a calm command, "It doesn't matter. Just pretend they don't exist. Now, tell me, why are you here? Where are your father and brother?" Yu-Hu sighed, his voice heavy with sadness. "A few days ago, while we were out hunting, my father was shot in the arm by bandits. My older brother got bitten on the leg by one of their ferrets while trying to save him. After we escaped, my father was lucky to survive, but my brother's leg got infected. He still has a high fever and is stuck in bed." He lowered his head, worried. "Winter is coming, and I don't know if he'll make it." Chu Guang grew pensive, his gaze deepening. He knew about ferrets, birds, and wolves. These 3 types of animals were not picky eaters. When they couldn't find prey, they often resorted to eating rotten flesh. When starving, they would even bite humans. Because of this, a ferret's teeth are teeming with bacteria. If a wound isn't treated in time, a severe infection could become life-threatening. With a look of confidence, he offered, "Bring your brother to my place. I might be able to cure him." Yu-Hu's eyes lit up, filled with hope. "Really?" Guang crossed his arms and nodded. "Just bring him over." Yu-Hu hesitated, his voice tinged with shame. "I'm sorry. You're a really good person. We used to think you were a bad guy." He hesitated for a moment before continuing. "There's something else I need to apologize for." Guang was curious. "What is it?" Yu-Hu scratched his head, embarrassed. "Those goat horn potatoes you planted by your door? I saw they weren't sprouting, so I dug them up and ate them." Guang burst out laughing, not minding at all. "It's fine. I probably planted them wrong anyway." Yu-Hu nodded his head vigorously, like a chicken pecking at grain. "Yeah, planting them that way will definitely get you nothing. To grow goat horn potatoes, just cutting them into pieces isn't enough. You have to let them sprout first. Each piece needs at least 2 sprouts. Then, you rub some plant ash on the cut before planting it. They'll be ready in 1 or 2 months." Guang was surprised. "You know how to farm?" Yu-Hu gave a shy laugh. "It's nothing, really. Everyone knows a little." Guang patted his shoulder enthusiastically. "Wait until next spring, and I'll find you a job." Then, he became serious. "All right, enough talk. Hurry and carry your brother over here." Yu-Hu nodded eagerly. "Okay, I'll go right now." Soon after, Yu-Hu was carrying his brother on his back. Yuxiang arrived, panting heavily. Guang motioned for them to lay him down here. Yu-Hu placed his brother on a crude bed. Yuxiang shut his eyes tightly in pain, his breathing labored. With the primitive medical conditions of Beite Street, an infection like this was practically a death sentence. Guang carefully removed the bandage from Yuxiang's leg wound and observed it closely. Based on the color and the extent of the rot, he determined it was a bacterial infection. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled out a blister pack of pills, popped one out, and handed it to Yu-Hu. Yu-Hu quickly gave it to him, pushing the pill into Yuxiang's mouth. Guang then took out a moss-green powder and carefully applied it to the infected wound. Yu-Hu asked worriedly, "Is it really okay to use plant ash?" Guang replied in a reassuring tone, "It depends on the situation. Plant ash that's been burned at a high temperature is fine. I read in a book that plant ash has a pretty good antibacterial effect. The 100 Herbs section in the Compendium of Materia Medica is basically this stuff." Just 5 minutes later, Yuxiang began to show signs of recovery. Guang smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, "As expected of pre-war technology. The effectiveness of antibiotics is truly amazing." Yu-Hu tightly gripped his brother's hand and asked anxiously, "Brother, how are you feeling?" Yuxiang furrowed his brow slightly and slowly opened his eyes. "Little Hu, where is this?" Looking to the side, he was surprised to see Guang. "Guang?" Guang nodded. "It's me." Yuxiang tried to speak, his voice weak. "Aren't you?" Guang cut him off with a smile. "You're still alive, but you probably won't be walking for a while." Seeing the group of strangers nearby, Yuxiang happily congratulated him. "Looks like you found your friends." Guang smiled back and replied, "Yeah, just recently." With a sincere look, Guang said, "Thank you for taking care of me before." Yuxiang replied modestly, "Don't say that. We didn't really do much. On the contrary, you saved my life. This pill must be very expensive, right?" Guang shook his head. "Don't worry about it. It was nothing. I'll give you another one in a bit. If you feel hot, take it. If you don't have a fever, save it. It could save your life later." He handed a pair of scissors to Yu-Hu. "You hold on to these for him. It was hard enough for me to save him. On the way back, don't let the wound get infected again." Yu-Hu looked at his brother's wound, which was now carefully covered in plant ash and bandaged. He took the pill from Guang's hand. Moved, he placed a hand on his chest. "Thank you. I will repay you. Once I carry my big brother home, I'll come work for you every day." Guang shook his head seriously. "No need. You're the pillar of your family now. You're the only one who can hunt. If you work for me, what will your family eat?" Looking into Yu-Hu's eyes, he continued, "If you want to repay me, just get through these hard times first. We can talk about it again next spring." Gratefully, Yu-Hu bowed deeply to express his thanks. Old Bai, who was standing nearby, leaned curiously towards Feng Chang's ear. He whispered, "What are they talking about?" Feng Chang looked thoughtful. "I can't understand, but I can guess the gist of it." Yi Wei, acting like he knew everything, chimed in. "Let me put it simply. That young man went out hunting to get medicine for his family member, and ended up getting caught by us. Guang recognized him and told him to bring his critically ill family member here. then used medicine from the shelter to save them. After that, they were moved, and said, "We're friends. Next, they'll probably try to build a relationship with us." Old Bai was confused. "How do you build a relationship?" Ye Wei threw an arm around his shoulder, excited. "Are you stupid? How do the locals build alliances? Through marriage, of course. Marrying off a daughter or something. It's an old trick." Old Bai was startled and yelled, "Heavens, our manager is making a huge sacrifice then." Nam Fong, who had been listening, spoke up. "Don't listen to Ye Wei's nonsense. While I can't rule out that possibility, I think he'd be more interested in the old witch's shares at the weapon shop." Fang Chang crossed his arms in support. "I agree with Nam Fong. Why are you two on such a different wavelength from normal people?" Teng Teng, with an even more terrifying imagination, added, "Why must the shares be from the old witch? Couldn't it be the grateful young man himself?" Ye Wei and Old Bai were bewildered. "Whoa, that's not right. Is this game even normal?" From a distance, Su Guang could only sigh. He thought to himself, "The imagination of these players is a bit too wild. I need to bring them back to reality." He crossed his arms and watched the two Yu brothers support each other as they left. Seeing Yu Xiong's limping steps, he was surprised. Is the antibiotic really that effective? He can already walk after just one pill. Standing before Su Guang, Yu Xiong looked up, his voice sincere. "Thank you for saving me. I swear I will repay you in the future." Yu Hu also prepared to leave. "It's getting late. We should head back. Father and little Yu will be relieved to know that Big Brother is saved." Su Guang nodded. "Be careful." The two brothers turned around and unexpectedly came face to face with Fang Chang. Yu Hu opened his palm, revealing a gleaming knife. Fang Chang stared in surprise. Yu Hu said, "You are very strong. You were able to dodge my arrow, but in a one-on-one fight, I wouldn't lose." He continued in a promising tone, "Hold on to this knife. Don't lose it. Next year, we'll have a fair duel. If I win, I'll take it back." Fang Chang was stunned, not understanding his intention. He realized the man wanted to give him the knife as an indirect thank you for saving his relative. He pointed at himself for confirmation. Yu Hu nodded. Fang Zhang quickly snatched the knife, turning away, which startled Yu Hu as well. "You're too kind," Yu Hu thought to himself, "but he probably understands what I mean." Looking at the happy group, Yu Hu told himself, "Even if I don't understand what they're saying, they must understand what I mean." The two brothers supported each other as they left. Fang Zhang pulled out the knife, felt it, and turned to Yan Feng with delight. "This game is so detailed. Look at the NPC's expression. Every scene is so lifelike. For this alone, I want it to be famous." Yan Feng asked without much interest. "Do you understand what he said?" Fang Zhang scratched his head. "No, but it's not important." Ye Wei, with his wild imagination, teased, "What if he wants to marry you off to some 150-kilogram, tiger-like auntie from his tribe? This knife is the token of your betrothal." Fang Zhang's face turned red as he yelled, "Get lost." Back to the two brothers, Yu Hu supported Yu Xiong while saying, "See, brother? I told you he wasn't an ordinary person. I advised you and father to marry Xiao Yu off to him back then, but you two didn't agree. Do you regret it now?" Yu Xiong glanced at him and sighed. "Regret what? He's our benefactor. Don't think about such unrealistic things anymore. As for Xiao Yu, I never said I didn't agree, and father never said no either." Yu Hu was surprised. "Then why didn't it happen?" Yu Xiong chuckled softly. "You kid, you only think about the good parts. Did you ever consider if he would even agree? Remember Teng Deng from earlier? Aren't all those people from the shelter clean? Would they even give us a second look? Yu Hu, I might be a bit ugly, but my sister isn't. Don't you remember how cute Xiao Yu was when she was little? She's gotten a bit thinner as she's grown up, but that's fine. I'll give her my share of the meat to fatten her up." Seeing his younger brother's eagerness, Yu Xiong smiled and asked, "Why are you in such a hurry to marry Xiao Yu off?" Yu Hu tried to explain, "That's not what I mean. Is this something I can even decide? But according to the street's regulations, anyone over 16 is counted as a separate household. Every autumn, we have to submit supplies per household. Our harvest this year is barely enough. If we have to submit another share next year, where are we going to get it from?" The image of sacks full of food made Yu Hu even more anxious. "We have to marry her off sooner or later. It's better to choose a good family for her than to have her suffer with us." Yu Xiong thought for a moment and suggested, "The Wang family's third son is also of age. Their family isn't bad. Their daughter is also grown up. We could ask about her for you too." Yu Hu flared up. "No way. I can't stand that Wang Defu guy. He even pushed Xiao Yu last time. If she marries him, he's definitely the type to beat his wife." Yu Xiong watched him in silence, not saying anything more. He just gently advised, "Well, You need to think carefully. Once she's married off, you'll have to find a wife on your own. Yoo-hoo grinned, confidently pointing a thumb at himself, his voice full of pride. No problem. Are you really worried I won't be able to find a wife? He rambled on and on. I'm just doing this because everyone keeps worrying about this stuff. Whether I'm well off or not is my own business. It's not like I'm trading my sister away for my own sake. In a noisy market, amid the ruins of old, abandoned buildings, a section of it stood tall, with goods displayed haphazardly and vendors shouting tempting offers. A vendor yelled, "Fresh meat for sale. Fresh squirrel meat, delicious whether you stir-fry, grill, or stew it. 1 silver per piece. Cheap and your choice." Next to him, another voice rang out. "Mutant weasel teeth can be made into jewelry. Only 1 copper each. Only 10 left. Buy them while you can." Another person chimed in excitedly. "Anyone want gold? I just found a gold necklace in the apartment complex. Only 3 silver. Can't get any cheaper." Yaya, with a lively look, also joined the chorus of hawkers. "Selling mushrooms. Only 4 coppers for half a caddy today. First come, first served." A buyer held up his money pouch and grumbled, "Hey, that's 1 copper more than before." But he eventually relented. "But it's not that much more expensive. Give me half a caddy." Many money pouches were raised. The buyers clamored, "Give me half a caddy too. I want some too." Yaya quickly reassured them. All right. Everyone, don't rush. There's enough for all of you." Seizing the opportunity, Yaya introduced another item, her voice full of excitement. "We have a new product in the shop today. Yaya's special fruit syrup. Only 1 copper." The syrup bottle looked appealing, sparkling in the light, but the buyers were still skeptical. One person spoke up, "I'll just take half a caddy of mushrooms." "Thank you. Are you sure this stuff is edible?" At the weapon shop, the atmosphere was completely different. The proprietress, Callie, stood behind the counter with an icy demeanor. A customer pleaded, "You're the heavenly Callie, please, just say 1 word." But Callie remained stone-faced, not bothering to reply. A player sighed. "We must be too poor. Geez, is this a realism-based game?" Sha Yun, who had been observing quietly, suddenly noticed that the look in Callie's eyes was different when she looked at the manager, compared to the other players, especially the female ones. Some were supportive, others were dissatisfied, creating a rowdy atmosphere. One player shouted, "What the hell are you all arguing about? The handsome Mr. Chu Guang is obviously my husband. No one else can have him." Xiaoyan stared wide-eyed at the crowd, muttering to herself, "What are you even thinking? How many favorability points do you have? You've only been moving bricks for him for a few days, haven't you?" She tried to shake the thought away. Stop spouting nonsense. She couldn't be bothered with that stuff anyway. There was only one thought in her mind right now. "I'm so hungry. When can we go back to the shelter?" Suddenly, she saw a figure flash past the door. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she recognized Chu Guang. He walked with a calm demeanor, his gaze pensive as if lost in thought, thinking about something. Hadiem didn't pay much attention, only briefly thinking that the sofa looked quite nice. Su Guang blended into the nearby crowd of players. Glancing around, he quietly remarked to himself, "It's probably because of the 2 new people. The market is livelier today than yesterday." He smiled, thinking to himself, "Life is starting to get better." Suddenly, a faint ticking sound came from above. He looked up, observing carefully, then held out a finger to catch it, murmuring, "Is this snow or hail?" He wondered in surprise. The temperature wasn't even at 0 degrees yet. It was still between 10 and 15 degrees, to be exact. The sky was as blue as ever, without a single rain cloud in sight. The sun began to set, painting the horizon in brilliant colors. Su Guang used his knowledge to speculate. It must be a cold front passing through. It's making contact with the rising warm air and crystallizing in the lower atmosphere. Just a wild guess. He flicked a small piece of ice away with his finger, mumbling to himself. Looks like old Zhuo Li wasn't wrong. Folding his arms, he gazed thoughtfully at the sky. White snowflakes began to fall upon the tall buildings. He whispered, "Winter is coming earlier than usual this year." Yaya noticed the snow and happily ran out onto the porch, holding out her hands to catch the glittering snowflakes, smiling with delight. "Is it snow?" Suddenly, a blue screen appeared with the text, "Experimental Weather System Update, Snowfall Added." Below was a notification, "Light snow in the Wasteland today." The developers remind players to wear extra clothing to avoid catching a cold. A flurry of messages erupted on the forum. One excited player wrote, "There's another announcement on the main page." "Alright, I thought it was a new update." Another person replied, "The devs said it's a new update, but it's not fully implemented yet. Today they're testing snow, tomorrow they'll have us testing rain." someone complained. For crying out loud. Another one of these damn idle days. Devs, where are you guys located? It's still 20 degrees where we are. The temperature dropped too early. Another person bragged. Falling snow is really nothing. I once biked up a mountain to see the snow in minus 30-degree winter weather, wearing just a single jacket. Not only did I not freeze, but I was sweating like a normal person. A player replied sarcastically, "You must be one of those old-timer freaks too." Guang leaned his head against his headphones, muttering, not a single useful comment. He carefully read every line of comments on the forum. A new player, Wealthy Elf King, posted, "New player, first day online. I have nothing to say. Just for that scenery, those effects, that lighting. This game is an absolute banger for me." Another person calling himself "What can Mr. Ngao do to me?" replied, "What can Mr. Ngao do to me?" But right after, another player warned, "Everyone, don't fall for the trap. I'll say it again, this kind of game doesn't exist." Wealthy Elf King replied in annoyance, "Aren't you annoying? Telling me once or twice is enough. Do you have to do it every day? Geez, there are even mosquitoes in the toilet." Guang smiled. He thought to himself, this "What can Mr. Ngao do to me" guy is really everywhere. The screen continued to update with new comments. A level 999 player from the Awakened Army lamented, "Heavens, does anyone care about lizard people rights? Damn it, I get a chill down my spine right before I'm about to molt. It feels like they're just barely sparing our lives." Another person replied, "No one's talking about you. You're the only lizard here." Guang mumbled softly. It seems the drop in temperature is affecting the Awakened Army too. Suddenly, a suggestion from a player named Weasel Escaping the Valley caught his attention. Raising my hand to petition the developers to consider creating a trading area in the game. Most players have items to consign. Even if we can't temporarily hire an NPC to manage this shop feature, we should at least have a consignment stall. This would be more efficient than everyone gathering around and shouting out what they're selling. After all, the trading time before going offline is too short. Guang nodded, thinking to himself, this suggestion really isn't bad. He replied immediately, this suggestion really isn't bad. I'll propose in the next developer meeting that we plan an area for players to trade freely. At the same time, we'll place a rentable locker in the shelter's rest area for players to store consigned items. Weasel Escaping the Valley replied, all right. Guang smiled to himself. Every time I look at these posts, I feel like I'm approving a royal decree. Hadiem was sitting on the floor in a corner, staring intently at Guang's amused smile. She watched him silently, thinking, this guy has been staring at that screen for the past hour, smiling like he's thinking of some evil plan. Realizing she was paying too much attention to him again, her face flushed, and she tried to shake off the strange feeling. This isn't right. Why can't I stop looking at him? She tried to justify it to herself, insisting it wasn't because he had some special charm. It's because this person is just too terrifying. Finally, unable to hold back any longer, she spoke up and asked, what are you looking at? Guang replied coldly, none of your business. Although a little annoyed, Hadiem persisted with her questions. Can I ask you something? Guang kept his eyes glued to the screen and said flatly, ask. Hadiem hesitated, her voice tinged with a bit of fear. Why do you guys have to go outside? I mean, the shelter is so safe. Why do you still have to build that perimeter wall? Can't we just stay here? Guang didn't turn around, his voice cold. For survival, Hadiem tried to reason. Is there no way to survive in here? The shelter has fresh air, and not only that, the rooms, the rain. But you can also avoid the cold and thieves. Speaking of which, I've never seen your water purifiers, or other facilities, like greenhouses. I heard all shelters have those. Guang kept his eyes glued to the screen, and didn't answer right away. Actually, it wasn't that he didn't want to answer, but because he himself didn't know how to explain it. He couldn't just say that. Even though he was the manager here, he didn't have complete control over the shelter, could he? Finally, he spoke up. Maybe, you're right. Hiding underground is indeed a good choice. Even if the outside world is flooded, even if another war breaks out, we can still live here peacefully. Xiaoyan stared at him intently. Then why? Guang turned back, his eyes sharp and cold. But it's likely that other shelters are definitely not like this one. The people living here aren't trying to hide from something. They're here because they want to create and change things. Xiaoyan's eyes widened in astonishment. Guang turned back to continue. His work on the computer, his voice curt. Your question has been answered. Don't bother me anymore. His face was a little pale, with beads of sweat on his forehead. He silently thanked his lucky stars that the good players didn't ask questions like this. He suddenly remembered the old manager's status on the system, trying to suppress a laugh as he thought. Now, I finally understand why the first-generation manager wrote that on the note. Xia Yan's face grew hotter and hotter, feeling overwhelmed as she looked at Su Guang's broad back. No, it can't be. There's no doubt about it. This guy is a demon. She fumed to herself. Him? A good person? He's definitely just brainwashing me. Her eyes froze as she imagined Su Guang's. He's a good person. No, he must be trying to brainwash me. Her eyes froze as she imagined So Guang with a wicked grin. Cunning smile. Brainwashing. No. This guy can't be toying with people's hearts to this extent. Early the next morning, at the shelter's gate, a monster appeared. It looked left and right, scanning its surroundings carefully before striding forward majestically, as proud as a warrior. With a look of pride, it muttered, "As expected of a genius like me." But then, it frowned in thought. But until spring, all I can do is change the timeline. Then it quickly regained its spirits, skipping along, singing as it went. Oh well, whatever. Time to go hunting again. Su Guang walked down the steps, his gaze thoughtful, rubbing his chin in deep thought. The first perimeter wall is finished. Which area should I have them dig next, north or south? Suddenly, the sharp sound of hammering nearby caught his attention. He walked over and asked, "What are you two doing?" One of them looked up and replied with a bright smile. "Our venerable manager, we're making a crucifix." Su Guang was surprised. "A crucifix? What are you making that for?" The man holding the hammer explained cheerfully. "This way, it'll look more like a wasteland, and also more like the white banner of, anyway, you're right, it's very practical. If anyone violates the shelter's laws, we can just hang 'em, up there." Su Guang's eyes went wide. He was speechless as a bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. He thought to himself, I mean, it's possible. But do we really need to go that far? He walked over to the carpentry workshop, his eyes landing on a basket full of bows and arrows. Looking at the number of wooden bows and arrows that had been crafted, he exclaimed in surprise, "Moy has already made this many bows and arrows?" He smiled in satisfaction, thinking that this guy was truly a talent, a man of decisive action and clear thinking. From inside the workshop, Yunzi walked out cheerfully. "Manager, sir, I was just about to look for you." Su Guang was a bit confused. "I was just wandering around. Do you have something to report?" Before he could finish, Yunzi had already vanished, leaving only an echo behind. "Wait a moment." Su Guang stood there waiting with his arms crossed. A moment later, Yunzi returned, panting, I'm back. I'm back." He held out an explosive device, showing it off happily. "You asked me to make explosives. Before, well, I made them." Su Guang's face went pale. He was scared to death seeing the bomb dangling right in front of him. Yunzi confidently continued his presentation. "The explosives you asked me to make, I've made them." Seeing Su Guang's horrified expression, Yunzi quickly pulled his hand back, chuckling, "Don't worry, there's no fire here. It's perfectly safe. He. Su Guang regained his composure, trying to hide his shock at the next time herself, the terrifying power of the bomb. He praised him in a calm voice that couldn't hide his impression. "Very well done. Have you tested it yet?" As swift as the wind, Yunzi darted off, looking back and shouting excitedly, "I can test it for you right now. Please, follow me." They both went to an empty plot of land, where the air smelled of dry earth and weeds. Yunzi bustled about with the bomb, looking from the small explosive charge to the one in his hand. After some consideration, he decided to use the small charge. He placed the charge at the base of a large tree, pulled out a match, struck it, and lit the fuse. Quick as a flash, Yunzi sprinted away, shouting as he ran, "Run!" An earth-shattering explosion erupted, its terrifying force creating a massive cloud of dust and dirt. Stones and debris flew everywhere, and a few pieces even grazed past Su Guang's face, making him freeze. The large tree trunk now had a huge chunk missing, with red-hot embers falling all around it. The tree lost its balance and crashed to the ground before their stunned eyes. Su Guang was shocked by the bomb's power, thinking to himself, "This guy is too dangerous. Why does a carpenter know so much?" But he maintained a calm exterior, acting as if he wasn't completely satisfied. "Very good. The performance, your results exceeded my expectations. However, the explosive force still needs to be improved. But that's not a problem." Yunzi's eyes lit up like headlights, eager at the feedback. Su Guang continued in an authoritative tone, I will report your contribution to the organization. You will receive a reward of 500 contribution points. He paused, then gave a new task. Additionally, you can try creating smokeless gunpowder, for example, gun cotton. If you succeed, the refuge will reward you with 1,000 contribution points. Yunzi was about to dash off to start the mission when he froze, his eyes widening in surprise at Su Guang's next words. Furthermore, I have a new job for you here. Yunzi's energy seemed boundless. He turned back with a wide grin. You mean a hidden quest? Before leaving, he replied enthusiastically. All right, my esteemed manager. Just wait until I produce some nitric and sulfuric acid, then I'll give it a try. Su Guang nodded, reassured by Yunzi's eager spirit. He then continued to visit other areas where the players were hard at work. In a corner of the base, a player with a bow and arrows on his back, his face etched with worry, hurried over when he saw Su Guang. He reported, Manager, north of the base, by the high bridge, there are 2 men leading a 2-headed cow. The one in the lead looks a little familiar, like that guy who came to our place before. An image of Sun Shiki flashed through Su Guang's mind. Could it be the merchant from Red River Town? He immediately ordered, Take me there. The archer replied, Yes, sir, and led the way. In front of the refuge's sturdy gates, Sun Shichi was holding the reins of a 2-headed cow, while the other man silently clutched a rifle. Dressed in a dusty cloak, Sun Shiki stared intently at the gate, one hand on the reins. The gate slowly opened, revealing the faint outlines of tall buildings in the distance. Su Guang and his man approached, facing Sun Shiki and his guard. Seeing Su Guang, Sun Shichi's face lit up as he spread his arms wide. Ha, my old friend. We meet again. But Su Guang's cold, expressionless face made him feel a bit awkward, and he quickly retracted his smile. Sun Shiki stepped forward to shake his hand, pumping it enthusiastically while chattering. My apologies. I've been on the road for 5 days, and haven't had a chance to wash up. You must think I'm a mess. Su Guang didn't reply, merely glancing at the tall man beside him. He asked coldly, And who is this? Sun Shiki's eyes crinkled into an ingratiating smile. He's a gunman I hired in Red River Town, responsible for my safety on the road. The image of other arrogant gunmen flashed through Su Guang's mind, causing him to frown slightly. Sun Shiki continued with a nonchalant air. Red River Town has a few mercenary guilds with a good reputation. This one's reliable. The important thing is they know how to avoid conflicts with the local bandits. It's mainly for safety. You can just pretend he's not here. Su Guang speculated inwardly. It seems the dried meat I make sells well in Red River Town. This guy must have made quite a bit from our last deal. Not only does he have money for new goods, but he even hired a guard. He asked in a half-joking, half-serious tone, How's the road to Giant Stone City? Is it an easy journey? Sun Shichi answered honestly. I've never been to Giant Stone City before, so I'm not sure what the situation is like over there. He recounted enthusiastically. Last time, after leaving your place, I went to a farm not far from here. Coincidentally, they were interested in the rest of my goods. I traded them for some food supplies and then headed straight back. He grinned, his eyes crinkling as he scratched his head. Food prices in Red River Town are skyrocketing. Those mine owners and slavers eat their fill all year round. They're practically overflowing with nourishment. The moment I brought my goods to the trading post, their servants snatched everything up. He continued with a blissful expression. I thought, since it's selling so well, I might as well make another trip before the snow covers the roads completely. So I hired a guard and set off. Heh. Su Guang said, half joking. Selling that well, huh? Seems I sold it to you too cheap last time. Sun Shichi clasped his hands and laughed heartily. Not at all, my good sir. You're joking. Merchants like us risk our lives for our business, you know. I say I earned a little, but really, it was just enough to cover travel expenses. Seeing his act, Su Guang stopped joking. He said cheerfully, All right, don't play poor with me. Whatever you earn is a testament to your skill. Now that you have money, remember to buy 2 more cows. Bring more goods next spring. He suddenly asked, seriously, Where are the things I asked for? Did you bring them? Sun Shichi gestured behind him. The goods are here. Heh. Don't worry. I would never forget what you asked for. Su Guang crossed his arms and observed the pile of goods, muttering, several 100 pounds of copper coins. Then his gaze fell upon a few bags lying next to each other. A 7mm pistol, a bag of yellow crude salt, and 2 bags of ammunition. Both of them stared intently at the pile of goods. Su Guang crouched down beside the ammunition bag, inspecting each bullet carefully. He was surprised to see that the bullets were made of copper. He thought to himself, Looks like Red River Town has no shortage of copper. He felt the bullets, noticing that many of them had dents and imperfections. No wonder they know how to make this kind of simple semi-automatic pistol. Seeing Su Guang frowning in silence, Sun Shiki rubbed his hands nervously. He leaned in and asked, "What's wrong? Sir, are you not satisfied with the goods?" Su Guang neither praised nor criticized them. He just replied curtly, "I'll take the weapon, the crude salt, and the copper coins." Suddenly, his eyes fell on another bag, and his curiosity was piqued. "What's in here?" Sun Shiki squinted and introduced with a smile, "Powder from mutated huntsman spiders, dried and ground up, mostly for fertilizer." Chu Guang's eyes widened as he listened intently. Fertilizer. That's probably what Bolong Farm needs. He remembered his conversation with Yunzi when the players mentioned there was a lot of guano by the lake. "Maybe I can make some insect fertilizer and sell it to Bolong Farm." Sun Shichi suddenly spoke up. "Ah, that's right." He quickly ran to his cart, leaving Chu Guang bewildered. A moment later, Sun Shiki returned, holding a glass jar containing a mutated ant. Chu Guang leaned in for a closer look and guessed, "Is this a steel-backed ant?" Sun Shiki nodded. "That's right." He gently shook the glass jar. Chu Guang asked, "How much do you want for it?" Sun Shiki shook his head frantically. No, my friend. You've misunderstood. This is a gift for you. No charge." Chu Guang was visibly pleased, secretly turning away to hide a smirk. "Of course, I won't refuse such a good thing. As for a return gift, that's not happening. Letting this guy do business with me is a huge blessing in itself," he replied in a relaxed tone. "Oh, well, thanks then." Sun Shiki still held Chu Guang's hand tightly, smiling broadly. "Being friends with you is my honor." Then his expression grew more serious, his tone less fawning. "So, look, it's getting late. Why don't we discuss the details of our trade?" Chu Guang and Sun Shiki sat facing each other, while the guard stood by with his gun at the ready, his eyes watchful. Sweat beaded on Sun Shichi's forehead. He hesitated. "Excuse me, did I hear you correctly? You said 1/2 kilogram of salt?" Chu Guang replied coldly. "You didn't mishear. I said 1 kilogram of coarse salt for 3 kilograms of dried meat." Sun Shiki shot to his feet, his voice full of dissatisfaction. "Impossible, you must be joking. Your dried meat is just air-dried. It's not even cured. It's not worth that price." Chu Guang looked up, feigning indifference. "Oh." Sun Shiki stared at him, hoping for a better offer, but seemed to be at a loss. He sat back down, his face twisted. "All right, fine. You're not a merchant, so maybe you don't understand. Let's do the math." Chu Guang smiled with satisfaction, ignoring Sun Shichi, who was still rambling on in a regretful tone. "If I were to transport 10 kilograms of coarse salt to Giant Stone City, every 100 grams could be exchanged for at least 1 coin. He sighed, a look of pity on his face. 100 coins. If I traded those for the electronics that Bolang Farm needs, I could get at least 300 kilograms of green barley. Sun Shiki grimaced, waving his hands in front of Chu Guang. "And if I traded that grain for dried meat, a reasonable exchange would be at least 60 to 75 kilograms. Therefore, the lowest I can accept is 60 kilograms, which means 1 kilogram of salt for 6 kilograms of dried meat. Out of respect for our friendship, let's make it 59 kilograms. That is the absolute lowest price I can accept." Sun Shichi looked directly at Chu Guang, his eyes expectant. Chu Guang stared right back at him, unwavering. He chuckled, his voice low but meaningful. "Everything you said is correct." He leaned forward, his eyes glinting with amusement. "So then, my friend, why don't you do it?" Sun Shiki looked confused, as if he didn't understand. Chu Guang grinned brightly, gesturing with his hand. "If you want to trade 300 kilograms of green barley for 59 kilograms of my dried meat, I wouldn't be against that." At the trade-off point, Sun Shiki and his guard led the cow away, a sad expression on his face. Suddenly, Sun Shichi cried out, his voice filled with resentment. He shuddered, startling the guard next to him, who looked slightly alarmed. Sun Shiki frowned and cursed angrily. "It's unbelievable. I've never seen such a stingy green coat. Where's the humility of a civilized person? Where's the give and take? These greedy groundhogs. I never should have trusted them." The guard, having listened to his complaints, asked curiously, "So, we lost money on this deal?" Sun Shichi kept one hand on the cow's rein, while the other clenched into a fist, his eyes bloodshot. He gritted his teeth. "We didn't lose money, but I could have made so much more." He sighed, his voice filled with regret. 10 kilograms of salt. I can't believe I only got 30 kilograms of dried meat for it. If I wasn't unable to go to Giant Stone City this time, I would never have agreed to this price. Not even if you beat me to death. He worriedly muttered. "Winter is coming. It's more dangerous now than ever. No matter what, I can't take the long way to Giant Stone City." Watching from a distance, Guang knew perfectly well that Sun Shiki was a clever merchant. He clearly saw that this deal wasn't going to be easy. Not only did I lowball him on the 10 kilograms of salt, but I also used every excuse to drive down the price for those 2 bags of ammo. Seeing Sun Shiki's dejected look, the guard didn't understand. He tried to comfort him. I don't really get it. As long as we made a profit, that's good enough, right? Contentment is a virtue. That's what I've heard people say. Sun Shiki glanced at the guard and forced a strained smile, but his face remained twisted in a grimace. Haha, what do you know? If contentment was a virtue, how would anyone ever get rich? Seeing the guard's blank expression, Sun Shiki sighed and explained, this dried meat should have been worth at least 60 kilograms of salt, or even 80, to make the trip worthwhile. I need to figure out which mining area to do this business with, the guard advised again, his voice sincere. Then you should be sincere and grateful. The cow behind them plodded heavily as the guard's voice continued. It's good to be content. Meanwhile, Guang watched the heap of heavy goods being carried in, mentally calculating the 130 kilograms of dried meat. Add to that 10 kilograms of dried fish, which he traded for 10 kilograms of coarse salt, 10 guns, and 2 bags of ammunition. A satisfied, radiant smile spread across his face. I'm quite pleased with this deal. The timing was perfect. He dropped the sack on the ground with a heavy thud, murmuring, it would be great if I could exchange this game currency for real money. Forget armor, I'd have enough motivation to buy a plane. He smacked his lips and told himself, the most important part is asking, can I pay with game currency when I'm buying something? The seller would get furious and ask back, what do you think? It's all just a fantasy. He sighed, looked at the sack, and a smile crept onto his lips. Taking out the glass jar containing the steel-backed ant, he observed it and mumbled, it's time to study this thing. In the gloomy, silent forest, Guang's employees were still working diligently. He suddenly appeared behind them and walked over, his voice calm. Over there, get me that mutated water leech. One of the men hurriedly replied, yes, Sir Manager. Very quickly, he brought over a leech. Guang took the specimen, dropped it into the glass jar, and chuckled softly. I have to see how this steel-backed ant becomes the natural enemy of the water leech. He dropped the plump leech into the jar, facing the tiny steel-backed ant. Observing closely, Guang noticed something interesting. The leech opened its mouth and lunged forward to attack, but just as its sharp teeth were about to touch the ant, it suddenly stopped. Guang wondered in amazement. It's not attacking anymore? The leech changed direction, while the ant's 2 antennae twitched. After watching for a few more seconds, he understood. So that's how it is, they're calling for backup. 2 nearby players looked at him curiously, and one whispered, what's the manager doing? The other replied, I don't know, it looks like he's playing with ants. He got a water leech. Does he want to see an ant fight a leech? What a weird hobby. Nyanya walked by with a basket of mushrooms in her hands and happened to overhear the conversation, thinking in alarm, a water leech. Who plays with something so disgusting? That's terrifying. After a few experiments, Guang came to a conclusion. He discovered that the mutated water leeches have no eyes and rely mainly on their sense of smell to find prey. Meanwhile, when the steel-backed ants discover prey, they don't attack immediately, but instead release a signal to call for backup. The leech's digestive fluids could corrode most prey, but they were almost useless against the steel-backed ants. On the contrary, the steel-backed ants would bite and destroy the leeches from the inside, terrifying them. It was their instinct to flee when they smelled the ants' signal. Guang grinned confidently, holding a tiny black signal bead from the steel-backed ant on his finger, and exclaimed, so it's because of this. He reasoned to himself, deciding to test his theory by removing the ant's signal before dropping it into the jar. Just as he expected, the water leech was no longer afraid and swallowed the FCF's ant whole, but just 5 minutes later, the leech stopped moving. When he cut it open, Guang saw the ant was dead, its mouth still clamped onto a piece of flesh. This small wound wasn't enough to kill the leech. The cause of death was probably formic acid or something else. A bold idea suddenly struck Guang. If he smeared the steel-backed ant's signal on himself, pretending to be the leech's natural enemy, couldn't he walk safely through their nest? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. I'm going to be rich. 20 kilograms of green mushrooms can be exchanged for 2,000 coins. If I can get 200 kilograms, he mumbled, calculating. I need to find some players with high-level gathering skills to work here. Suddenly, his gaze landed on Nyanya, who was carrying a basket of mushrooms. He gave her a cryptic smile that sent a chill down Nyanya's spine. With her strong survival instincts screaming, she immediately thought, I'm in danger, I have to run. Su Guang spoke up, his voice cold. How is your punishment mission coming along? Nya replied, trembling. It's done. I've delivered the full 100 kilograms. Su Guang let out a cold laugh. Finished just in time. But in the next second, he flashed a warm smile, as bright as the sun. Starting now, your status as a resident is restored. In addition, I have another important and difficult mission for you. Nya, her face full of suspicion, felt uneasy about Su Guang's offer. Her right eye had been twitching non-stop, as if warning her of a trap that lay ahead. To ensure her own safety, she quickly tried to refuse, her voice shaking. I don't think I can do it. You should probably find someone else. Su Guang remained unfazed, once again giving her that warm smile, his eyes sparkling like the sun to encourage her. Trust yourself. You can do it. Besides, this is a mission that only you can complete. His confident expression terrified Nanya, and her limbs trembled. The young woman tried to refuse again, but Su Guang cut her off, his voice calm, yet full of authority. I will give you a jar of special powder. Rub it on yourself, and it will guarantee your safety when you enter the mutated water leech's cave. After that, all you have to do is pick the green mushrooms inside. As soon as she heard mutated water leech's cave, Nanya's face went pale, with fright, and tears welled up in her eyes. Inside, she was screaming. The mutated water leech's cave. Trembling, she stammered to, confirm so. So, will I be able to get out safely? Su Guang smiled brightly and answered succinctly. Theoretically, yes. Hearing his answer, Nya grew even more panicked, thinking to herself, theoretically. Su Guang noticed her anxiety and added seriously, logically, I'm being serious. The success rate is over 90%. Even if you fail, this is a special mission, so there's no penalty upon revival. Yaya panicked, screaming internally. Don't I still have to revive? Remembering the system notification that revival was in 3 days, the young girl wanted to give up on the spot. With tears welling in her eyes, she begged, Can we just skip the revival time? Su Guang replied seriously. The mission content is very simple. You have 10 minutes of absolute safety and 20 minutes of relative safety. Yaya's mind was screaming, Don't just ignore my request. But Su Guang continued with his careful instructions. After you enter the cave, don't worry about anything else. Just avoid those electric creatures and gather the mushrooms. Before time runs out, you can pick as many as you want. He paused and then made a tempting offer. I'll give you a bonus. For every half a kilogram of green mushrooms, I'll count it as 4 copper coins and 5 contribution points. Not long after, back at the base, Yaya returned with a huge bag overflowing with mushrooms, a quantity that was beyond anyone's imagination. Su Guang couldn't help but ask in surprise. That many? Yaya, exhausted, wiped the sweat from her grimy face and panted. I went in 3 times. I almost got bitten. Wow. Su Guang kept a calm expression, but he was internally screaming his head off. So brave. This girl managed to pick a whopping 70.1 kilograms of mushrooms. Su Guang generously awarded her 560 copper coins, equivalent to 56 silver coins, along with 700 contribution points. Looking at the spoils in her hands, Yaya's eyes sparkled, her face beaming as she cheered. Awesome! I'm rich! Ha. Su Guang watched her happily hugging the bag of money and couldn't help but think helplessly. I'm an NPC. But could you please find somewhere else to be happy? He struggled to drag the bag of green mushrooms, lost in thought. Currently, the players with the most money were Old Bai and Fang Chang. Their strength and understanding of the game were top tier. They went hunting every day, with their income fluctuating between 52 to 100 silver coins. Although it wasn't stable, they had earned a decent amount in recent days. I should probably update the banking feature, Su Guang thought. He dropped the large sack on the ground with a thud. Just then, a player came running frantically to report that natives had arrived. Su Guang immediately became alert. Sun Shiki just left. He couldn't be back already. Could he? Is it someone else? He asked quickly. How many of them are there? Which direction did they come from? The person hurriedly replied. From the south. 2 men and 1 girl. Su Guang frowned, puzzled. The south? Outside the gate, 3 natives stood waiting, dressed in traditional local attire, looking timid. A crowd of players surrounded them, their eyes filled with vigilance. Seeing Su Guang, everyone shouted in unison. Administrator! Su Guang walked up to the group of natives and asked, Who are you? Before he could finish his sentence, the 3 of them suddenly knelt before him. He was stunned. What are you doing? Please, get up. The middle-aged man looked up, his hands clasped in front of his chest. His voice was sincere. "Thank you, sir." He stood up with Su Guang's help and continued. "You saved our whole family." Su Guang replied, a bit awkwardly. "You're putting me in a difficult position. Please, stand up and talk." The man gestured. The young man behind him quickly brought forward a large bundle. The man offered the item, explaining that Su Guang was the benefactor of the Yu family. "We couldn't let your precious medicine go to waste. We don't have anything valuable, only these pelts, taken from mutated weasels and reindeer. There are 7 pelts in total. I know these few things aren't enough to repay you, but if we do nothing, our hearts won't be at ease. Please, accept them." Su Guang pondered for a moment. If this man took these pelts to Beta Street, he'd surely be lowballed, and wouldn't get much for them. He accepted the bundle and turned to a subordinate. "Take this to the warehouse, and bring me 1 kilogram of salt. I'll give you 5 coins for your trouble." The subordinate replied, "Yes, sir." Just 2 minutes later, he returned with a bag of salt and handed it to Su Guang. He warmly presented the bag of salt to the old man. "I've accepted the pelts. This 1 kilogram of coarse salt is a fair exchange." The old man held the bag and stared at the sparkling substance inside, startled. His voice was troubled. "How can I accept this? You are our benefactor. How could I possibly take a gift from you?" he exclaimed. "This is so much salt. Even if the quality isn't the best, it must be worth at least 20 coins. Besides, this salt is so bright." Su Guang cheerfully took the man's hands and said, "Please, just take it. Consider it me getting a bargain this time." He continued generously. "Next time you have pelts, just bring them to me. 1 weasel pelt for 150 grams of salt, and a deer hide for 300 grams. However many you bring, I'll buy them all." The surrounding players heard this and, despite not understanding the native language, began to buzz with discussion. One turned to another and asked, "Did you understand what the administrator just said?" The other replied bluntly, "Nope." A nosy player chimed in, "I understood a little. To put it simply, he used 1 kilogram of coarse salt to trade for 7 pelts." Everyone was stunned. One person commented frankly, "My God, that's a surefire win. 10 pelts can be traded for 2 guns. This is a classic case of taking advantage of the natives." Duahu protested. "How can that be? With an exchange like that, won't you be losing money, sir? 100 kilograms would be just like today's trade." Su Guang smiled and explained, "Have you ever heard of a win-win?" Duahu looked blank. "Win-win." Su Guang continued, "I profit, and you profit. What we have now is a win-win." The 2 words win-win shone like a halo, illuminating Duahu's mind. After this enlightenment, he excitedly suggested, "From now on, let's sell all our pelts to Brother Su. We'll win together." Vu Fam, the father, replied, "Quiet." He looked cautiously at So Kwang. "I understand what you mean, but Trong Town doesn't allow us to do business with outside merchants, if we're discovered." So Kwang smiled and proposed a plan. "Uncle, you don't need to bring anything from home. Just bring your hunted game directly here, and we'll skin and butcher it for free. You can keep the hides to trade for salt, dried meat, or grain. I guarantee you'll get a better deal than buying elsewhere." The old man was worried. "That won't do. According to the rules of Baird Street, the killer takes 3 parts of each animal. We have to give you 3 parts as well." So Kwang laughed heartily. "You're too kind, uncle." He scratched his head, shyly holding up 2 fingers. 3 parts is too much, just 2 will do." The 3 members of the Du family turned to leave. Suddenly, Du Tio Nu stopped and ran straight toward So Kwang. Her sudden action confused him. She placed a hand on her chest and asked seriously, "Will you come back again?" So Kwang was stunned for a moment. The little girl looked regretful as she explained, "My big brother said you weren't taken by the weasels, that you were still alive, but you never came back, so I came to find you." She continued, "Tia Nugu just wants to ask, that room, do you still need it?" So Kwang's eyes widened in surprise. "Tia Ngu, have you been keeping it for me all this time?" The little girl smiled with determination. "I promised you, Tia Ngu would look after it for you. I wouldn't change my mind. My big brother said, your house was getting dusty and you definitely weren't coming back, but I still dusted it for you." Her expression suddenly turned serious. "But that kid from the Wang family kept eyeing your house. He tried to open the door when I wasn't looking, but Tiu Nu's hearing is very sharp. I can hear every little sound. He doesn't dare to hit me. My big brother beat him up before." So Kwang chuckled. He gently stroked the little girl's hair and said sincerely, "Thank you for helping me look after my house for so long. But you don't need to anymore. Consider that house my coming-of-age gift to you. If there's anything useful inside, just take it." You don't need to ask me. Du Tiangu asked innocently. You're not coming back? So Guang replied, yeah, my friends need me. I'll be living here from now on. Du Tiangu pursed her lips, saying nothing for a moment, then replied, all right then, thank you for your gift. An idea then popped into the little girl's head. Then, can Tiangu give it to my big brother? My own den is pretty good, but my big brother needs a big room to get married. That way, he won't have to be married off far away and can still come home often. So Guang was confused by the little girl's concept and laughed out loud. Why would your older brother get married off? He explained, for brothers, it's called getting married. But it's up to you. It's yours now anyway. He took out 3 candies with shiny, eye-catching wrappers and handed them to her. Here, take these. This one's for you. Remember to peel off the foil wrapper. The 3 candies made Tianju's eyes sparkle. So Guang carefully instructed, don't stuff them all in your mouth at once. You can only eat one at a time, or the flavors will mix and it'll be too much. Tianju took the candies, clutching them tightly in her hand. After their conversation, the Du family left. The sun gradually set as everyone returned to the base. On the wall, a new notice was posted. Starting today, the 100-meter area at the north gate is the refugee camp's residential market. You can sell, trade, or consign items for sale at the main hall. Residents must pay a fee of 1 silver coin to consign an item. If no one buys it, it will be taken down after 7 days. You can pay again to extend the rental period. Everyone cheered with joy. One young man exclaimed excitedly, Wonder Hosen, the Lord Administrator is amazing. A girl said emotionally, this is great. Is this a new update in the game? The market function is finally online. Immediately, someone shouted, anyone want to buy the fangs of a mutated weasel? The market function is here, so how can getting rich be far behind? If you don't start collecting materials now to get stronger, when will you? The surrounding crowd was astonished. That was fast. Quick, quick, let's get in on the action, they shouted, both crying and filled with enthusiasm. Woo, anyone want to buy mushrooms? Fresh mushrooms here. Come and get them. I promise I won't raise the price again. From now on, it's really 4 coins. She attracted a large crowd who buzzed with questions. Ma'am, did your mushrooms go to college? Can they lay eggs? Can I buy one to release it back into the wild? Can I get Audina to spit in my wine? Another person yelled, oh my god, what a pervert. So Guang watched the lively scene. He felt at ease, a satisfied smile on his face. Meanwhile, the Du family had returned to Baird Street. Suddenly, Du Tianagu noticed a crowd gathered at the main gate. Her sharp eyes scanned the scene as she wondered, what's going on over there? At Baird Street, Old Man Ok was leading a person completely covered in a cloak. A gentle breeze blew, causing the hood to fall back. It revealed a beautiful girl with perfectly sharp features. Du Tianju exclaimed in surprise, that's a human. The entire Du family could see how breathtakingly beautiful the girl was. Tianju turned to Du Ho and asked curiously, brother, who is she? Du Ho replied grimly, I don't know. The old town chief probably bought her from outside. I heard it's for some kind of experiment. Old Man Du spoke up with a stern expression, reminding them, a clone. Kids, don't say a word, and don't look them in the eye. Let's just wait here for a moment. Her eyes are soulless, don't look. Du Tiangu, still curious, asked again, where is cousin taking her? Du Ho was silent for a moment, not answering. He thought to himself, every time the cold season approaches, Baird Street always responds to the town chief's call, increasing the tribute of supplies. The old town chief also has to pay tribute to someone else. It's just like big fish eating small fish, and small fish eating just some small fry. Not wanting his sister to know about these things, he just told her, you're still little, don't ask so many questions. Yu Xiaoyu puffed out her cheeks and retorted, I'm not little anymore. Yu Hu laughed heartily and ruffled her hair. All right. If you're not little anymore, then eat more meat. Eating meat is how you'll grow tall. Suddenly, he remembered Xiao Yu's lollipops and asked, oh, right, what is that plastic stick of yours? What is it? Is it good? Do you have any left? Let your big brother have a try. Xiao Yu treated the candy like a precious treasure and flatly refused. Go ask Brother Chu for it yourself. Old Yu spoke up in his steady, deep voice. It's time to go. The 3 of them headed for the main gate. Seeing them, Old Walter curiously asked Old Zhuo Li, did your old refugee camp have girls as pretty as her? Old Zhuo Li answered honestly, no. Everyone in my camp was a normal person. Old Walter was surprised. You mean that girl isn't normal? Old Zhuo Li explained. There are 2 types of clones. One type is developed from an embryo and grows up naturally, no different from a normal person. The other type is a rapid growth product. They stay inside a cultivation pod until they're fully developed. It's hard to explain. You wouldn't get it. Old Walter nodded. Rudy, we still have some time before it gets dark. Let's go together. Meanwhile, back at the refugee camp, Guang was busy at his computer. He mumbled to himself, the players are all offline. Let's see what's happening. Reading through the comments on the forum, he couldn't help but recall the exciting events from the morning. Just as he expected, the forum today was filled with discussions about the morning's scenario. One particular piece of information caught his eye. Guang let out a small "Oh, Fang Chang," made a post. After reading through the post, Guang couldn't help but be impressed. This whole thing is pure data. I can even use this as new material. He calculated that the total funds sent to the Oxhorse squad seemed to have exceeded 200 silver coins. These 4 players are really strong. 1 wooden bow broke, and about 10 standard-issue guns were also damaged. On the screen, information about the player simulation appeared. 100% realism. Wasteland Online. Number of pre-orders, 612. Guang was astonished. Are there really that many pre-orders already? He called out. Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi materialized beside him and replied, Yes, master, help me open 50 more boxes. Xiao Qi reminded him, Master, you only have 49 boxes available to open. Guang was taken aback for a moment, then remembered that he had used one to help Yaya revive. The synthetic matter cultivation pod hasn't been activated yet. He reconsidered. All right, open 40 boxes for now, and keep the remaining 9 as a contingency. From behind him, Xiaoyan suddenly spoke up. What are you two talking about? Guang replied curtly and coldly, It has nothing to do with you. He went back to typing, and an announcement appeared on the screen. Update for the internal. Test of Wasteland Online Alpha 0.4. Guang smiled with satisfaction. I finished writing the content for this update a long time ago. After all, I have plenty of little geniuses helping me come up with ideas. He gave a mysterious smile, which sent a chill down Xiaoyan's spine. She silently wondered, this man is impossible to read. What kind of wicked scheme is he plotting now? On the announcement screen, the update clearly stated, Wasteland Online Alpha 0.4, Internal Test, Major Update. The number of internal test players will be increased to 90. A day-night system will be officially launched. Optimizations include enriched NPC expressions and improved detail on snow, flake rendering. Guang enthusiastically continued typing. We neither encourage playing too little, nor do we encourage playing too much. Enjoy in moderation and maintain a healthy lifestyle. We wish you a happy life. In the comment section below, things exploded. Mary wrote, Hold on, construction site youth needs a break from hauling bricks. Yaya commented, Hello, 110? I'd like to report someone for suspected false advertising. Level 99 garbage collector asked, Wait, so now everyone can play at night? Oh my god, then what? Advantage do we lizard people have left? Mercy under the blade laughed. Ha ha. Looks like brother garbage collector just got nerfed. This update is perfect for me. Level 99 garbage collector replied in a voice full of tears. I'm crying. Quit smoking. This is so unfair. You guys can all be online. All day? I haven't even gotten into the internal test yet. IEIA excitedly chimed in. I just checked. The pre-orders are already over 600. With 40 new slots, the odds of getting picked are less than 6%. Ghost Quit Smoking posted a working hard emoji with the caption, What can I do? Another user sneered, Only an idiot would pre-order. Guang watched the lively comment section, thinking to himself that this quit smoking guy was so pitiful, he was almost tempted to just give him a slot. But he couldn't. He stood up and walked over to the corner of the room where Xiaoyan was fast asleep, completely dead to the world. She was mumbling in her dream, drooling, Phew. Chocolate. Can't eat any more wine. Seeing this unsightly mess, Guang's face darkened. He called out coldly, Hey, wake up. Xiaoyan jolted awake, stammering. Huh? What is it? Guang told her. Go back to your room. Don't sleep here. Relieved, Xiaoyan wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. Oh. Okay. She dragged herself up, her eyes ringed with dark circles like a panda's, and headed for her room. Guang turned to Xiaoqi. I'm going to get some sleep. Wake me up at 23:55. Xiaoqi replied. Understood, master. At exactly midnight in the wasteland, a group of people emerged from the base. One player looked up at the sky and exclaimed, Tonight's moon is so full and bright. It's beautiful. Turns out you can even see the clouds at night. A few other voices chimed in with awe as everyone began to chat excitedly. You really think this is just game technology? If only we could stay in this world. Everyone, hold on. I'm going to draw the NPC now. In the meantime, Guang spoke up, his voice low and steady. The coldest period is coming, and danger is approaching. Our scouting and hunting over the past few days have alerted our neighbors. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. He continued, for me, this is an opportunity, but it's also a danger. Right now, we need 8 brave warriors to step forward. As soon as he finished, a series of voices volunteered. Pick me, I can do it. Guang sighed to calm them down. Everyone, let me finish. I need 8 brave warriors to take on night defense duty, to act as the base's sentries. He explained the details. During the mission, all equipment will be provided by the shelter bows, arrows, spears, or other necessary items. For every hour, you'll receive 15 copper coins and 10 contribution points. The shift will last a maximum of 8 hours each night, with a rotation every 6 hours. If you die during the mission, the revival penalty will be waived. Depending on the situation, you will receive between 1 and 10 silver coins. He paused and looked at everyone. You have 20 seconds to think about whether you want this job. Now, anyone who wants in, raise your hand. Seeing so many hands raised high satisfied Guang. It seems you are all true warriors, he ordered. Xiaoqi, register the first 8 people who raised their hands. Xiaoqi quickly complied. Yes, master. After giving the orders, Guang led the group to a large crate. It was filled with guns, large ammo pouches, and homemade bombs. He announced that everyone could take 4 7mm pistols from here. Everyone's eyes lit up at the sight of the weapons. After they received their gear, Guang assigned their positions. The 8 of you will split into 4 teams. Each team will be responsible for one wall of the base. One person will carry a gun, the other, a spear. Additionally, each person will carry 1 wooden bow, 9 arrows, a bottle of fuel, and a can to use as a hand grenade. While on watch, if any strange object approaches, use your bow and arrow to shoot at it or drive it away. If you see a monster approaching, use the bow to scare it off. Do not get close to the wall, and do not fire your gun or throw the fuel bottle. If an unidentified person comes within 30 meters, use your bow and arrow to drive them away. If the target continues to approach or shows hostile intent, you are authorized to open fire. If it's a mutant, Guang's voice turned murderous. He emphasized, do not hesitate. Shoot immediately. In the quiet of the night, 2 players stood guard. Elena broke the silence. It'd be great if this game had a browser installed. At least we could watch some movies. It's so weird having to stand guard during an away-from-keyboard mission. The Elf King, Wang Fugui, hesitated before replying. A browser? Haha, before the closed beta, I would have been satisfied with just having a screen to look at, he continued. But that one-eyed big shot guessed right this time. Alpha 0.4 introduced the concept of defense. I just don't know when those big spenders from Greenleaf will make it over here. Elena joked, why don't you consider that the game designer saw his post and changed it accordingly? Wang Fugui reacted strongly. Change it on the fly? Do you have any idea how game development works? Dude, you think a project this big can just be changed like erasing something on paper? He retorted. Didn't you hear what the designer said? Just to sort out the currency system. They had meetings for 3 days and 3 nights. Elena laughed, easing the tension. I know. To let us stay online at night, they sacrificed a programmer. But you look so silly when you're this serious. Suddenly, Wang Fugui noticed something. He gestured for silence. Shh, don't make a sound. There's movement outside. He quickly knocked an arrow, preparing for battle. Elena fumbled to draw an arrow, whispering, oh my god, for real? Wang Fugui raised his guard. They're here. Wang Fugui held his breath, silently scanning his surroundings. The scene was pitch black, with only the faint moonlight filtering through the forest. He focused his gaze, eyes straining to find any sign of movement. The eerie silence was unbearable for Elena. She turned and whispered, see anything yet? Being constantly interrupted, Wang Fugui got annoyed. He pouted and snapped, see anything? What, do you think I'm a telescope? I'm an agility build, not a perception build. Elena giggled teasingly. Your thermal vision talent really is useless, isn't it? The taunt infuriated Fugui, but he quickly calmed down and resumed his watch. Elena also stared intently, whispering, with this broken steel plate as a shield, they can't see us either. Deep in the dark forest, behind a large, ancient tree, a bald head peeked out, nervously observing the base's steel wall. The faint clang of metal echoed, accompanied by the low murmur of people talking. He guessed to himself, his voice filled with anxiety, there are quite a few of them, at least 20, maybe even 30. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Have I been spotted? Without daring to hesitate, he turned and silently retreated deeper into the forest. This mission isn't here. I shouldn't cause any trouble. Elsewhere, a voice rang out. Are you telling me a new settlement of survivors just popped up in Linghu Water Park, right under our noses? The speaker was a large, muscular man who radiated the authority of the powerful. Before him, a man knelt with his head to the ground. Reporting, sir, the livestock were preparing your tribute, which took some time. By the time we set out, it was already dusk. He continued in a trembling voice. There are other species hunting in the city. We were afraid of getting hurt. The tribute for you, sir, was taken through the Linghu Road. He didn't dare to look up, as he explained that he thought that route had less traffic. But unexpectedly, he discovered signs of human activity right after entering. My team and I searched the whole way and finally found a stronghold hidden deep in the forest. A very hidden one, the man asked in a low voice. How many people? Baldy replied. No more than 30. The man's eyes filled with killing intent, as he asked coldly, Where's the tribute? Baldy quickly answered, She's already been taken to your room, sir. The tribute is a beautiful girl, with long, flowing hair. The man nodded in satisfaction. Very good, you're dismissed. Baldy hesitated and asked, What about the stronghold? By Linghu? The man cut him off, his voice as cold as ice. We'll talk about it tomorrow when I've rested. In an old, run-down town, a man stood waiting, constantly checking his watch. It was Brister, muttering, Did no one teach these natives the concept of time? Just then, Guang walked up and stood before him. I'm here. He said you had an appointment. I want to sell you some green mushrooms. Brister replied immediately. Lead the way. Inside shelter 404, a squad of 6 people stood before Guang. To report, Fang Chang said excitedly. Respected manager, we want to buy a plot of land. Here are 300 silver coins. The 4 of us, plus Scavenger and Mosquito, will take 30 square meters in total. Guang handed him a bag of money. Buying land together can be done as a group, but during renovation and construction, be careful not to damage any of the base's facilities. And don't disturb the other residents, Fang Chang exclaimed excitedly. Then we want the spot closest, to the main gate of the sanatorium. Suddenly, a player rushed in, out of breath. Manager. Guang turned to him and asked, Are you also here to buy land? The bald player reported frantically. No. There are a lot of people south of the sanatorium, about 10 people, and they have more than 20 cows with them. The cows are carrying a lot of stuff. Guang calmly ordered, That many people? Go to the warehouse, get 20 kilograms of green mushrooms, and bring them to the south gate. Wait for me. At the south gate of the sanatorium, Brister's caravan was waiting. The gate opened, and Guang stepped out, which seemed to put the surrounding players at ease. Hudua ran over and whispered in his ear, Big Brother Su, it's Boss Lee's merchant group. I brought them here. Be careful. Guang nodded. I will be. Brister looked at them nonchalantly and said, I always thought you were just some scavenger from Bait Street. It seems I was mistaken. Turns out, this was a sound investment after all. Guang's men brought out the sacks of green mushrooms one by one. He smiled. I'm glad. You think so. Here's the merchandise you wanted. You can weigh it again. Brister snapped his fingers, signaling his subordinate to inspect it. He was satisfied. Very good. You kept your word. It seems this trip wasn't a waste of my time. His men placed 2 crates, one large and one small, in front of Guang. He looked inside and thought to himself, This is great. I finally got it. Inside, the crate was a bright red, 10-kilowatt wood-powered generator. Brister continued. That other one is already assembled. You can open it and take a look. Guang opened the second crate and grinned triumphantly when he saw its contents. A pre-assembled iron exoskeleton. A KV-1 powered exoskeleton. Yeah,